Chapter 1. Clang. Clang. Time for a meal. Get over here, you lot. In the dimly lit dungeon, the jailer rapped on the iron bars with a metal rod, subsequently pouring the contents of a bucket filled with vegetable soup into the feeding trough. Referred to as vegetable soup, it was essentially a mixture of coarse grains and leftover food. Yet despite its unappetizing nature, it incited a frenzied scramble among the inmates. Damn it, don't shove. You're splattering me. The jailer spat a mouthful of phlegm and struck the thronging prisoners with his iron rod. Bah, a bunch of lifeless wretches. Another jailer shook his head. Let's move on, these fellows will be executed in a few days. What's the point in arguing with them? Such bad luck. With the departure of the two jailers, all that remained was the cacophony of desperate inmates vying for food. Lishi managed to snatch a leftover piece of potato, devouring it ravenously. In his previous life, he would never have considered consuming such fare. Yet now, he was in dire need of sustenance to survive. He had been trapped in this death row for 3 days. In his past existence, his demise was rather casual, summed up in 3 words. Night, rain, and a ton of weight. Lishi had been reduced to a mere puddle on the ground. There was little worth mentioning further. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself imprisoned in this death row, surrounded by a dozen or so fellow condemned souls. He overheard them say that the original inhabitant of this body had suffered from a fever for 3 days and nights. It seemed the original occupant had succumbed to the high fever. Hey, I found a piece of meat. A scruffy inmate leaned towards Lishi, proudly displaying a small piece of chicken he had salvaged from the trough. It was minuscule, barely sufficient to fill the gaps between his teeth. His name was Zhang Er, a beggar sentenced to death for urinating in public near the Lord's Manor. He was now over 50 years old, though he could hardly recall his exact age. Congratulations, Lishi replied listlessly. Zhang Er stuffed a morsel into his mouth, chewing it slowly. I say, what crime did you commit? Are you still unwilling to share? I've told you several times. I truly do not know. From the moment Lishi regained consciousness, Zhang Er had posed this question, but Lishi genuinely lacked any memories of the original owner of this body. As for the reason behind the death sentence, he had no desire to uncover it. There was no point in pondering. Alas, you're so young, what a pity, do not fret. I am waiting for an opportunity. Waiting for what? As Zhang Er spoke, he crawled in the trough and took a couple of gulps of slop. System, Lishi said, half jokingly. What on earth? What system? Don't be foolish, this leftover food isn't available every day. Today, this is certainly the only bucket. Do you still crave more? Zhang Er thought Lishi was hoping for a second bucket of leftovers and urged him not to indulge in fanciful thinking. It is not bucket. But system, she certainly did not wish for death, yet he found himself inescapably trapped. At this juncture, apart from the awakening of the system, the arrival of the heroine, or the occurrence of a miracle, it seemed nearly impossible for anyone to rescue him from the clutches of death row. What nonsense are you spouting? Ah, I can feel it coming, Zhang Er exclaimed, hastily rising to his feet and scuttling to the corner to remove his tattered trousers that barely concealed his backside. In that corner stood a large wooden bucket, designated for relieving oneself. It had been emptied only after a batch of condemned prisoners had been executed, and during other times, no one bothered to clean it. Now it was nearly full. Even though the temperature in the cell was not particularly high, the stench was unbearable. Make matters worse, some of the condemned prisoners disregarded their surroundings, further transforming the environment into a veritable pigsty. However, it was the oppressive atmosphere within the cell that was most despair-inducing. Only someone like Zhang Er could still manage a chuckle. The others had long ceased their laughter. In just a couple of days, it would be the auspicious day chosen by the Lord of the City Perfect for beheading. Contemplating the lack of any turning point and the imminent fate of his own head rolling to the ground, Lishi shivered. What would happen if I were to shout that I have traveled through time, that I am innocent, or if I recited poetry aloud? After a moment's reflection, Lishi concluded that such actions would likely result in him being deemed either mad or possessed, and he could very well face an early execution. What an embarrassment that would be! Feeling discomfort in his backside, Lishi turned over. Crack. He lifted himself slightly and discovered that he had crushed a beetle underneath him, though he had no idea how it had managed to infiltrate the death row. A sound akin to the drawing of a sword echoed in Lishi's mind. Just that single sound emanated an aura of lethality. The killing system had been activated. Attribute points increased by 1, freely assignable. Physical body, mortal, ordinary copper skin, strengthening of tendons, nurturing of organs, bone tempering, cleansing of marrow to achieve the sacred body. Cultivation, mortal, ordinary chi, refining, foundation establishment, golden elixir, nascent soul, transformation into divinity, semi-mortal. These simple 4 lines appeared before Li Shi's eyes. He was momentarily stunned, then broke into a silent grin. In the midst of mountains and waters, when one feels lost, the system brings forth clarity. One of the condemned prisoners noticed Li Shi's smile and, cursing, quickly distanced himself. What are you grinning about? Have you lost your wits? Zhang Er, having just returned after putting on his trousers, saw Li Shi's grin and frowned, slapping him on the forehead. Quite the relief. Li Shi licked his lips. What do you mean, relief? You're not suggesting beheading is a relief, are you? It's just a scar the size of a bowl. What's there to fear? Besides, haven't you ever been with a woman? Never have. Li Shi stood up and began to inspect the hay strewn across the floor, examining it strand by strand. What on earth are you searching for? Zhang Er looked at Li Shi, puzzled by his actions. Bug. Before long, Li Shi discovered a pill bug nestled beneath the decaying straw mat. I remarked that this delicacy is quite unpalatable. It is not as if I am on the verge of starvation, hence there is no necessity to consume it. Zhang Er raised an eyebrow. With a swift motion, Li Shi crushed the cockroach beneath his hand. Attribute points increased by 1. Such idleness, Zhang Er scoffed, rolling his eyes before reclining back onto the straw mat to doze off. Where there is one, there are bound to be many. Li Shi commenced a thorough search of the entire cell, examining beneath each condemned prisoner. Get lost. One prisoner, comfortably reclining, was incensed to discover Li Shi stealthily rummaging beneath him and retaliated with a punch. Li Shi staggered to his feet, blinking groggily at the offender. He continued his quest. Madman, still restless even when facing death, the prisoner muttered as he returned to his repose. I found them. At last, Li Shi uncovered a cluster of cockroaches nestled in the crevice between the feeding trough and the floor. Observing the multitude of cockroaches emerging, Li Shi swiftly clapped his hands, exterminating them all with a flurry of activity. 14 cockroaches met their demise, resembling the manner of his previous life, now reduced to a puddle. 51 attribute points. Li Shi licked his lips, mentally contemplating the distribution of his points. At present, only physical strength and cultivation can be enhanced. System, allocate 1 attribute point to cultivation. Cultivation increased by 1. Current cultivation level, mortal 1100. Is it true that 100 attribute points are required to refine Qi? Li Shi felt his heart begin to race with excitement. Continue searching for insects. Thus, the condemned prisoners in the entire dungeon bore witness to a youth tirelessly scouring for creepy crawlies. Spiders, cockroaches, centipedes, and the foul fly summon were all swiftly dispatched by his hands. The damp dungeon was rife with vermin, but within a single cell, the supply was finite, and soon as she could find no more insects, and at this juncture, he still required 15 attribute points to reach 100. Where else could there be? Li Shi approached Zhang Er and roused him from slumber. What is it now? I'm going to rid you of fleas. What nonsense is this? I have observed you incessantly scratching your beard and hair, even rummaging in your trousers. You must undoubtedly be infested with fleas. Good heavens! With my head poised for the guillotine, why would I concern myself with fleas? And what happened to your eye? I received a punch. It is of no consequence. Just lie there. I shall handle it myself. Such a nuisance. Ultimately, it was not entirely detrimental, so Zhang Er resigned himself to recline once more, allowing Li Shi to sift through his hair. It must be said that Zhang Er's decades as a beggar had not been in vain, for he harbored an abundance of hidden snacks indeed. Fleas and lice were plentiful. In no time, Li Shi had captured 15 fleas. System, allocate all 100 attribute points to cultivation. Point allocation successful. Cultivation has now surpassed to the first layer of Qi refinement. Your spiritual root has been randomly assigned. Randomizing. Congratulations, you have obtained a low-grade, golden spiritual root. One could spend 1,000 attribute points to reselect their spiritual root. Low-grade gold spiritual root? Is it truly possible to reselect? Currently, such a selection is unattainable, as the dungeon is devoid of any insects to capture. Let's make do for now. Li Shi began to sense the changes within his body. The most pronounced alteration was that his 5 senses seemed to sharpen, allowing him to hear even the hushed conversations from the adjacent cell. As a Qi refining practitioner, he should be able to harness spiritual energy. Li Shi commenced his attempts. However, he failed that he realized that there was no trace of spiritual energy within his body. At that moment, he noticed additional lines of text appearing on the system interface. Spiritual energy cap, 100. Spiritual energy reserve, 0, 100. Qi refiners cannot generate their own spiritual energy and require external supplementation. Is it that one doesn't receive full spiritual energy upon leveling up? How stingy! Li Shi endeavored to absorb spiritual energy from the air. Yet again, he failed. The atmosphere was devoid of any spiritual energy. Reluctantly, he returned to Zhang Erhe's side and began capturing fleas. After securing 3 more, he found it impossible to continue. Li Shi glanced towards Zhang Erhe's trousers. What are you staring at? That corner is off limits for you. Zhang Er cast a wary glance at him, turning away to prevent Li Shi from assisting. Should we seek out other death row inmates to catch fleas? Li Shi pondered, feeling frustrated. Taking lives. Taking lives. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Could that possibly work? After some contemplation, he decided it was worth a try. Noticing the death row inmates sprawled haphazardly on the ground, oblivious to his presence, Li Shi crept to the wall, removed his trousers, and began his endeavor. Hearing the commotion, Zhang Er glanced up, only to find Li Shi stealthily positioned in the corner, facing the wall, his body contorted. Zhang Er was taken aback, shaking his head enviously. Youth is indeed a blessing. 10 minutes later, Li Shi let out a disappointed sigh. His efforts bore no fruit. The plan had failed. The billions of elite soldiers did not constitute taking a life. Not a single attribute point had been gained. I must seek alternative methods. The death row prison, a name fitting for its reality, housing only condemned prisoners and insects that, else she could find nothing else to take a life. Desperate, he even contemplated the notion of killing a few death row inmates to test the waters. Yet, he feared retaliation. Ding ding. To his surprise, the guard had returned with food. In recent days, they had often received just 1 meal a day. The Lord of the city has decreed. His boundless mercy prevents him from witnessing you starve to death thus. He has ordered us to bring you food. May you, upon your demise, speak kindly of him before King Yama. Such nonsense. Li Shi muttered under his breath, approaching the iron bars with a forced smile directed at the guard. Sir, may I discuss a matter with you? Since childhood, I have harbored a peculiar inclination towards consuming bee pupae. Might you assist me in procuring some? Ideally, I seek them alive. There exists a minuscule chance that I could escape. Li Shi recognized that the sole avenue available to him was to establish a rapport with the prison guards to aid his quest for living creatures. Claiming a fondness for bee pupae was certainly more credible than expressing a desire for ants. Swish! A guard swung an iron rod towards Li Shi's hand, which clutched the iron bars. Clang! Despite being merely a first-layer chi practitioner, Li Shi, though devoid of spiritual energy, had his senses significantly heightened, allowing him to evade the blow with ease. Hey, quick on your feet. You think you can still dream of consuming bee pupae? I can't even get my hands on them, and you dare to contemplate escape. Do you even realize where you are? This is a death cell. Another guard, holding a food bucket, scoffed derisively. Isn't this lad the son of the Grand General? Your father, Li Xinshuang, is a traitor to the nation, and you still harbor hopes of freedom? Dream on. Damn it. I loathe this bunch in the death cell. They earn not a single copper. Had they any money, would they be confined here? The 2 guards spat out their curses as they departed. It was then that Li Shi comprehended the gravity of his predicament. He had been imprisoned due to the treachery of his father, whose actions were far more grievous than murder or arson. Although the truth remained elusive, it did not hinder Li Shi from grasping the dire nature of his circumstances. The situation was perilous, yet he felt unperturbed. With the system in place, a turning point could arise in an instant. She fell into a state of numbness that he slept for a while, then sat in silence for an indeterminate number of hours. The turning point, however, remained elusive. During this time, he had subtly posed numerous inquiries to Zhang Er. This city was named Shicheng, the southernmost stronghold of the Mo nation, where the Lord, Qin Fan, held absolute authority. Zhang Er was aware of the existence of cultivators, but had never encountered one. Although he was familiar with many legends surrounding immortals, she was nearly certain that cultivators were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns in this world, or perhaps entirely separate from the realm of mortals. The dungeon was devoid of sunlight, illuminated solely by the flickering flames of a dim bronze lamp. She was oblivious to whether it was day or night. Suddenly, his keen sixth sense detected an anomaly. It felt as though a breeze swept through the corridor outside the dungeon, causing the flame on the bronze lamp to flicker wildly before extinguishing entirely. Yet, there should be no wind in the dungeon. Its design precluded the influx of fresh She heard a scream, sound emanating from a nearby cell, deep and mournful, akin to a final groan at the brink of death. Others in his cell also heard the sound, yet none paid it any heed. It was merely a scream after all. This was a death cell, where all manner of strange cries could be heard. However, Li Shi caught the scent of blood. Is someone being murdered? Are the guards torturing someone? Or is there a jailbreak underway? Li Shi pretended not to notice any anomalies as he withdrew into the shadowy corner. During this period, he had fortuitously captured several insects, accumulating a total of 11 attribute points. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he would allocate these points to his spiritual energy reserves. However, he remained uncertain about the precise amount of spiritual energy that 11 attribute points would yield. Furthermore, he was clueless as to what a cultivator at the first level of chi refinement could accomplish with spiritual energy. Being of the golden spirit root, could he conjure an iron sword out of thin air? Suddenly, he heard a faint sound, akin to liquid dripping onto the ground, and it seemed alarmingly close. Startled, Li Shi turned abruptly. Before him stood a figure silently lingering in the corridor outside the death cell. The sound was the blood from this figure's hand falling to the floor. Aside from Li Shi, no one else paid heed to his presence. The figure was not particularly tall, yet his dark robe concealed his form, shrouding even his face in shadow, evoking a sense of dread. The figure raised a hand, drenched in blood. He placed that hand upon the iron bars. In the next moment, a terrifying wave of heat erupted from his palm, the scorching gust even reaching the face of Li Shi in the corner. In less than 2 seconds, the iron bars melted into a cascade of molten metal, cascading to the ground. The condemned inmates finally became aware of the presence of this individual, yet they swiftly realized they were rendered immobile. Li Shi felt as if the very blood coursing through his veins had congealed, leaving his limbs unnaturally rigid and entirely immobile. This was beyond the capabilities of any mortal. Within the confines of the death cell, all present appeared to be ensnared by an invisible force, rendered unable to move. A shadowy figure plunged its hand into the chests of 2 lifeless prisoners lying on the ground. In the next instant, they deflated like balloons, gradually transforming into desiccated corpses. The figure continued its grim task, delicately siphoning the life from each of the fallen prisoners until, before long, it was Zhang Er's turn. Zhang Er's body rapidly collapsed. He bore witness to the demise of the old beggar, someone he had only recently come to know. A wave of despair surged within Li Shi. Although he was unaware of the true strength of the shadowy figure before him, it was evident that such a formidable adversary could not be easily dealt with. Certainly not by someone at the first level of chi cultivation, even if he expended all 11 of his attribute points to replenish his spiritual energy. It would likely prove futile. The dungeon was already filled with the twisted remains of the fallen. With a soft plop, the figure allowed the blood on its hands to drip rhythmically, seemingly relishing the ambience. The shadow finally spoke, its voice a raspy, aged timbre akin to the sound of dry bark grinding against itself. A spiritual root? The figure leaned closer, sniffing at Li Shi. There was no mistaking it, the scent of a spiritual root. It was a fragrance I know all too well. So delectable. The figure grasped Li Shi by the throat, lifting him effortlessly, its nails digging into his flesh, the blood that seeped forth being instantly consumed. A rare golden spiritual root. What a delightful surprise. Li Shi was cast upon the ground. Come with me. Li Shi felt as though he were but a puppet in the hands of another, obediently rising to his feet and trailing behind. The 2 of them proceeded towards the exit. The corridor was permeated with the stench of blood, and from the corner of his eye, Li Shi caught sight of the lifeless forms of inmates, reduced to mere mummies within their cells. Before long, they arrived at the end of the corridor, where a staircase leading upwards awaited them. On the ground lay 2 desiccated corpses, presumably those of the prison guards. Li Shi followed closely behind the other, ascending the stairs with a certain stiffness. Before long, the 2 emerged from the dungeon, where the warm sunlight enveloped Li Shi. Li Shi rotated his eyes to glance at the sky. This was the first time he had beheld the heavens since arriving in this otherworldly realm. It appeared to be an expansive estate. He could not fathom how a dungeon could be situated in such a place. Master Zhang, why the urgency this time? A tall, middle-aged man approached briskly, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile, his eyes squinting, and his posture hunched. Oh, Lord Qin, do you have any objections? Is this the lord of the city? Qin Fan. Li Shi observed the scene with keen interest. I dare not. Qin Fan's eyes twitched as he hastily explained. Everything must prioritize Master Zhang's cultivation. However, it was originally agreed that the execution would take place tomorrow before presenting it to Master Zhang. Humph. Master Zhang coldly scoffed again, his expression beneath the gray robe already revealing considerable displeasure. By the time you deliver it to me, the blood will have cooled. What use is the blood of a corpse? Moreover, are you instructing this master on how to proceed? Qin Fan felt beads of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. No. It is merely to avoid arousing suspicion from those with ill intentions. I am considering the master's interests. Upon hearing this, Master Zhang softened his demeanor slightly, revealing a hint of satisfaction. This endeavor has proven fruitful. Over 70 vessels of blood will greatly aid my cultivation. Do continue to seek out more vessels, and your assistance will be indispensable." With that, Master Zhang flipped his hand and tossed a plump pill to Qin Fan. Ecstatic, Qin Fan caught it, eager to ingratiate himself. "Rest assured, Master Zhang. In this stone city, there may be a scarcity of many things, but there is no shortage of nameless individuals. I could capture several hundred beggars for you." Noticing Master Zhang nodding in approval, Qin Fan straightened his hunchback slightly. Only then realizing the presence of Li Shi behind Master Zhang, Qin Fan paused momentarily. "Master, forgive my curiosity, but who is this behind you?" Upon hearing Qin Fan's inquiry, Master Zhang displayed a rare smile. "He is a child of spiritual roots. I intend to take him as my disciple, and you have rendered me a great service." At this revelation, Qin Fan's eyes widened in astonishment, leaving him momentarily speechless. Spiritual roots. That signifies the potential for cultivation. The young man unexpectedly. Cold sweat instantly flowed down Qin Fan's forehead, and the previous joy vanished entirely. At that moment, Master Zhang had already led Li Shi out of the door. Master Zhang had arrived in Shurching a year ago. On that day, Qin Fan was leisurely enjoying the renowned Zhu Yin tea scent from the southern Liang Kingdom, a delicacy crafted by merchants who selected only the most beautiful maidens for its preparation. As Qin Fan savored the tea, he listened to the steward reporting the accounts. Suddenly, a figure fell from the sky, crashing into the courtyard and creating a deep pit, scattering dust and debris. The person was clad in tattered garments. With a wound that extended from his shoulder to his groin, the injury scabbed over and pulsating. Recognizing his extraordinary nature, Qin Fan ordered his careful treatment. Employing the finest herbs and physicians, the individual awoke 3 days later, introducing himself as Master Zhang, who had been injured while fleeing after a battle with others in the realm of magic. He turned out to be an immortal. Qin Fan was greatly respectful, not daring to show the slightest negligence. Thereafter, Master Zhang, in pursuit of cultivation, frequently sought Qin Fan's assistance in locating blood individuals for his practice. Qin Fan often utilized the guise of executing death row inmates, secretly delivering the slain to Master Zhang to avoid suspicion from the court. However, Master Zhang always expressed dissatisfaction, claiming that the blood individuals lacked vitality, lamenting that they were not as good as truly living beings. This led to the recent bloody cleansing of the prison. Yet, that was of little consequence. They were merely nameless individuals. What truly instilled fear in Qin Fan was Li Shi. If Li Shi were to cultivate immortality. After bidding farewell to Master Zhang, Qin Fan hurriedly made his way to the back streets and boarded a carriage. Back to the Qin residence. Quickly, in the back courtyard of the Qin estate, Qin Fan returned in haste, heading towards a secluded corner of the estate. After traversing a complex rockery garden, he entered a concealed room. "There's been an incident. What has you so alarmed?" A man seated within was sipping tea, perusing a travelogue of a foreign land. "Qiaochen, that Master Zhang has slaughtered the dungeon." "Oh." The man was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head with a sigh. "Alas, in the eyes of such people, we are perhaps no different from ants. But that is not the crux. The crux is Li Shi. He possesses a spiritual root." "What?" Qiaochen stood up in shock, even spilling his tea, clearly aware of what a spiritual root entailed. "How is this possible? How is this possible? Li Shi's father, Li Xianchuang, has been executed for treason. If Li Shi were to become the legendary immortal, coupled with the merciless and brutal methods of Master Zhang." Xiao Chun felt a shiver run down his spine. Xiao Chun is a spy from the southern Liang Kingdom. It was not the former General Li Xianchuang who committed treason, but rather Qin Fan. The former General Li Xianchuang of the Mo country, aged and ailing, had requested to resign and return home due to the resurgence of old injuries. Meanwhile, Qin Fan, having been bribed by the southern Liang Kingdom, conspired with them to meticulously design a trap to frame Li Xianchuang, subsequently reporting him to the emperor for treason. Whether the emperor was foolish or there were conspirators within the court assisting him, the matter was resolved in a bewilderingly chaotic manner, leading to Li Xianchuang's execution under the guise of imperial decree issued by Qin Fan. Originally, this was an impeccably orchestrated affair. Li Xianchuang suffered the dire fate of being implicated along with his entire clan, as all his relatives were secretly executed by Qin Fan or handed over to Master Zhang as blood offerings. With Li Shi also becoming a blood offering for Master Zhang, the Li family's lineage would face eternal extinction. However, Xiao Chen felt as if his mind had erupted, a chill coursing through his heart. How could this be? No. There is still hope. I must swiftly relay the news back to the southern Liang. The Prime Minister will have a solution. My master is Zhang Fengyu. Zhang Fengyu led Li Shi through the streets, casting a spell that rendered the surrounding crowd oblivious to their presence. They arrived at a secluded courtyard, where he then released his control over Li Shi. Are you saying that I can cultivate immortality? I can become an immortal too. Li Shi feigned excitement, trembling all over. Indeed. Do you know what a spiritual root is? Zhang Fengyu inquired. I do not, but I humbly ask my master for guidance, Li Shi replied, now addressing Zhang Fengyu as his master, to which Zhang Fengyu nodded in satisfaction, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. The so-called spiritual root is the foundation of cultivating immortality, the pathway to the celestial realm. From this moment onward, you shall be distinguished from the common folk. You must forsake the 7 emotions and 6 desires, severing ties with the mundane world. A master opens the door, but the journey of cultivation is yours alone. Never be prideful or complacent. Delve into the details and seek enlightenment on your own, for I must continue my own cultivation. Take these. With that, Zhang Fengyu tossed Li Shi 2 books and a piece of green stone. One book contains the fundamentals of the immortal realm, while the other is the first chapter of our Blood Soul sect's blood spirit technique. The green stone is a low-grade spirit stone for you to comprehend on your own. Having spoken, Zhang Fengyu ceased further conversation and stepped out through the door. The courtyard was left with Li Shi alone. Does he truly trust that I will not escape? There must be surveillance. Li Shi stood in the courtyard for several minutes, seemingly coming to terms with this astonishing reality, lost in a moment of contemplation. Afterward, he let out a couple of hearty laughs before gathering the 2 books and making his way inside. During this time, Li Shi feigned casual glances around him. In the corner, a spider lingered, ants scurried across the ground, and a sparrow perched upon a branch outside the house. These were all attributes of the scene. Li Shi entered the room and closed the door behind him. Outside, Zhang Fengyu shook his head with a faint smile. I hope you can embark on the path of immortality swiftly, so that you may assist your master. A shadow flickered in Zhang Fengyu's eyes. Subsequently, he made his way to the courtyard adjacent to Li Shi's, pushing the door open to enter. Li Shi did not venture outside for an entire day. In the evening, a servant came to knock on the door, leaving a box of food at the threshold. Li Shi returned indoors, carrying a lunchbox. In the process, he deliberately crushed 2 ants underfoot. Clang. Li Shi refrained from making any reckless moves, as he could not ascertain whether Zhang Fengyu was watching him. Li Shi possessed an insufficient understanding of the realm of cultivation. In the stillness of the night, he diligently immersed himself in the study of 2 tomes. One of these volumes elucidated the fundamental knowledge of the cultivation world, detailing various methods of training and introducing items such as spirit stones. Through this text, Li Shi surmised that Zhang Fengyu had yet to reach the Dan formation stage. Had he attained such a level, he would not have needed to rely on the intense heat of his palm to melt the prison bars. A mere glare would suffice to reduce them to dust. It was likely that Zhang Fengyu was merely a foundation establishment cultivator, his demeanor not yet befitting that of a Dan formation practitioner. This book stated that cultivators at the Dan formation stage possessed spiritual awareness, enabling them to perceive their surroundings in intricate detail, a skill beyond the reach of those in the foundation establishment stage. However, Li Shi dared not take the risk. For a foundation establishment cultivator could still employ alternative methods to surveil him. The second tome, titled Blood Spirit Technique, was a cultivation method utilized by disciples of the Blood Soul sect. By channeling spiritual energy into the body and following the prescribed techniques through the meridians, one could begin their journey. Yet, the crux of this technique lay in its reliance on the blood of mortals. Cultivation demands spiritual energy, which is not universally abundant. Without the natural endowments of blessed realms, one must depend on spirit stones for practice. Alas, spirit stones are exceedingly precious. Hence, the emergence of demonic techniques, with the blood spirit technique being a prime example. All things possess a spirit, and humanity reigns supreme. This technique allows for the extraction of spiritual energy from the blood for cultivation, significantly accelerating the training process. Zhang Fengyu urged Li Shi to hasten his entry into the path of immortality, but as a transmigrator, Li Shi could discern that Zhang Fengyu's intentions were likely nefarious. Yet, the specifics of his scheme remained elusive, likely encompassing a few possibilities. Nonetheless, given the absence of alternative methods, Li Shi resolved to experiment with the blood spirit technique. I shall embark upon the path of cultivation. Li Shi feigned delight, murmuring to himself in a manner intended for the ears of the possibly watchful Zhang Fengyu. Before producing a spirit stone, to his astonishment, he had scarcely taken the first step when the system chimed. Clang. The first layer of the intermediate blood spirit technique had been recorded. Common, yellow, profound, earth, heaven, and immortal levels, the truncated version of the blood spirit technique. First layer, 0-100. What the hell? I can add attribute points to anything? And why is it still the truncated version? Nevertheless, since I can allocate points, what is the point in cultivating? I must devise a way to acquire some attribute points. Li Shi's gaze shimmered in the darkness, feigning meditation for half a day, until a buzzing sound pierced the stillness. Damn mosquitoes, disrupting my path to immortality. Crack. As Li Shi spoke, he swiftly swatted a mosquito. With a resounding thud, he gained an attribute point. It was precisely the season just after the peak of summer, with autumn yet to arrive. And the mosquitoes were still quite rampant. Creak. Li Shi casually opened the window, momentarily setting aside the blood spirit technique, and then reclined on his bed, feigning enjoyment of the cool breeze while crossing his legs. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Slap. Attribute point increased by 1. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Slap. Attribute point increased by 1. In less than half an hour, Li Shi had dispatched over 10 mosquitoes. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Zhang Fengyu, who was engrossed in his cultivation, opened his eyes and glanced at the mirror in his hand, where Li Shi's every action was being vividly replayed. Damn it, can't this kid close the window? Li Shi swiftly dispatched over 20 mosquitoes before hastily closing the window. He then smacked his forehead in realization. How foolish of me. I could have simply closed the window to keep the mosquitoes out. With that, Li Shi returned to his bed and fell into a deep slumber. Uninterrupted until the midnight hour, Li Shi suddenly opened his eyes. Oh no, my stomach hurts. With that, he dashed towards the courtyard. The restroom was situated in the corner of the yard. Li Shi pulled down his trousers to his calves, striving to expose as much skin as possible. Buzz, buzz, buzz. He exclaimed, oh dear, my stomach hurts terribly. Li Shi endeavored to feign an excruciating abdominal pain, squatting for over 10 minutes while mercilessly swatting down more than a dozen mosquitoes. His backside had turned crimson from the relentless assault. To avoid arousing suspicion, he simultaneously suppressed his discomfort, putting forth every ounce of effort to maintain the facade of agony. After dispatching a few more mosquitoes, he continued his charade. Li Shi finally revealed a contented expression, dressed himself in trousers, and walked towards the room while muttering curses under his breath. Damn it, with so many mosquitoes. It's worse than being in a prison. The following day, before dawn, Li Shi opened his eyes, retrieved the blood spirit technique, grasped the spirit stone, and continued to feign an entranced state of cultivation. Occasionally, a foolish grin spread across his face. Li Shi truly attempted to practice for a while, yet discovered no progress whatsoever. It seems I am not a prodigy. At dawn, the sound of knocking echoed once more at the door. Li Shi walked into the courtyard and opened the door, only to find a lunchbox placed at the entrance. Simultaneously, there was a kettle of boiling water. Li Shi felt a surge of joy within, yet he concealed it on his face as he held the lunchbox and began to eat in the courtyard. Inside the lunchbox were 4 steamed buns and a solitary egg. Li Shi devoured the buns ravenously while surveying the courtyard with a vigilant gaze. He was in search of an anthill. At last, in the corner, Li Shi spotted a small mound of earth, from which ants were incessantly entering and exiting. Li Shi had his fill and took a sip of water. He then commenced his performance. Ha ha! Li Shi suddenly burst into laughter, rising to his feet and dancing exuberantly in the courtyard, embodying a spirit of excitement that seemed to have no outlet. I am about to become an immortal. Ha ha! Li Shi brandished his fists and feet for a moment, suddenly setting his gaze upon an anthill on the ground. Insects, witness as I embark upon the path of immortality. Li Shi lifted the kettle of hot water and poured it over the entrance of the anthill. Ha ha! One day, I shall embark on the path of immortality. That Qin fan is nothing more than an ant, easily extinguished with a mere gesture. Ha ha! What a delightful thought. Truly, the path to immortality is within reach. Li Shi appeared almost mad, bursting into hearty laughter. Yet within that laughter, there remained a hint of genuine emotion. Clang! A resonant sound echoed through the system, weaving into a melodic composition. In the adjacent courtyard, Zhang Fengyu could not suppress a chuckle upon hearing Li Shi's mirthful utterances. The youthful spirit was undeniably amusing. How delightful it was to have a disciple like him, a mere apothecary. Zhang Fengyu paid little heed to any profound enmity between Li Shi and Qin Fan. To him, such matters seemed ridiculous, mere trivial squabbles among insignificant ants. The attribute points were fewer than Li Shi had presumed. This might be due to the convoluted and uneven terrain of the ant hill, rendering it difficult for water to penetrate, or perhaps the colony was simply not abundant. Li Shi has accumulated a total of 257 attribute points. Considering the previously stored points, he possesses a grand total of 309 attribute points. After meticulous observation, Li Shi surmised that there must still be ants within, albeit concealed in the depths. Thus, he resolved to water it once more tomorrow. Li Shi, with a cheerful smile, meticulously arranged the kettle and lunchbox, placing them by the door in anticipation of the servant's arrival to collect them. He then returned to his room, immersing himself once more in the study of the blood spirit technique. Throughout the day, Li Shi feigned the practice of the blood spirit technique, remaining utterly still, occasionally displaying expressions of bliss, only to be followed by moments of profound distress. Meals were delivered only twice a day, in the morning and evening, with no provision for lunch. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sound of the servant's knock echoed at the door once again. For dinner, he received 2 steamed buns, a small dish of vegetables, and a roasted chicken. Li Shi hurriedly finished his meal and returned to his bed, feigning an air of urgency as he sat cross-legged in eager anticipation of his cultivation. He practiced diligently until midnight before succumbing to slumber. Only after establishing a solid foundation could one engage in relentless cultivation, harnessing the innate spiritual energy within to nourish the body. The following day, Li Shi commenced his meditation before dawn, embodying the fervent desire of a youth seeking immortality. This was indeed the state befitting a condemned youth suddenly embarking on the path of cultivation. The tome detailed that spiritual roots are classified into 5 grades: inferior, middle, superior, earth spiritual roots, and heavenly spiritual roots, alongside miscellaneous roots that do not fall into any category. Those blessed with heavenly spiritual roots, gifted prodigies, can transition from mortal to the first layer of chi refinement in but a breath, with some even attaining the status of cultivators while still in the womb. In contrast, those with inferior or miscellaneous roots may require nearly half a month or even longer to enter the first layer of chi refinement. Indeed, there exist individuals who may never step into the realm of chi refinement due to their miscellaneous roots. Li Shi has now attained the first layer of chi refinement. However, he is not yet able to attempt absorbing spiritual energy. Otherwise, it would arouse Zhang Fengyu's suspicions. As long as there is no spiritual energy within his body, Zhang Fengyu will remain oblivious to the fact that he has become a cultivator. Li Shi was still unaware of Zhang Fengyu's true intentions and knew he must exercise caution in all matters. The sound of knocking echoed as expected. Li Shi feigned reluctance to squander time, dedicating an additional 10 minutes to his practice before finally stepping outside to retrieve his lunchbox. Li Shi chose to dine in the courtyard once more. After sipping a couple of mouthfuls of water, he carelessly splashed the remaining hot water onto an ant nest, subjecting the industrious ants, busy constructing their home, to yet another catastrophe. Clang. Another 130 attribute points were credited to him. Meanwhile, in the Qin residence, Qin Fan wore a troubled expression indoors. In recent days, he had refrained from inquiring about Master Zhang, fearing that the latter would seek vengeance for his disciple and drain him of his life force, turning him into one of those desiccated corpses that still haunted Qin Fan's thoughts, sending shivers down his spine. I have a solution. Qiao Chen suddenly burst through the door, a smile illuminating his face. What solution? Qin Fan hurriedly approached him. I have dispatched messages with great urgency, day and night, and sent them via carrier pigeons directly to the Chancellor. Get to the point. Qin Fan, tormented by anxiety, felt as though at any moment Li Shi would burst through the door, exclaiming ants, die, and end his life with a single strike. The Chancellor has stated that how could a cultivator dare to commit acts of violence in the mortal realm, especially a demonic cultivator? At this, Qiao Chen lowered his voice, seemingly fearful of being overheard by Zhang Fengyu. The Chancellor has utilized royal connections to reach out to a prestigious sect within the realm of cultivation. This matter has been reported, and I believe the righteous cultivators will hasten to vanquish the demons. Hearing this, Qin Fan hesitated. If we indiscriminately capture individuals for that demonic cultivator to drain, surely those righteous cultivators will not kill us as well? Fear not. There is a distinction between immortals and mortals. Those righteous disciples will undoubtedly only slay the demonic cultivators and disregard us. Besides, we are all coerced by that demonic cultivator, Qiao Chen reminded him with a furrowed brow. Qin Fan was taken aback, quickly regaining his composure, and gritted his teeth. Yes, yes. It is all the fault of that demonic cultivator. He has threatened us. We are left with no choice but to act, and thus we deserve to perish. Very well, Qiao Chen nodded in satisfaction. That evening, after finishing dinner, Zhang Fengyu arrived at Li Shi's courtyard, directly pushing the door open. He found Li Shi sitting cross-legged in meditation, his brow furrowed tightly. Master, he exclaimed. "How goes your cultivation?" Zhang Fengyu inquired straightforwardly. Replying to Master, the disciple truly cannot comprehend the intricacies and has yet to progress in refining qi, Li Shi responded. Disappointment etched across his face. Zhang Fengyu feigned deep contemplation before offering comforting words. There is no need for haste, as a low-grade golden spiritual root. Your cultivation will naturally be slow. However, rest assured, as long as your roots are not overly mixed, embarking on the path of immortality is merely a matter of time. With that, he patted Li Shi on the shoulder and quietly urged, "Be sure to cultivate diligently." Li Shi hastily exclaimed, "Yes. Rest assured, Master." He continued, "Indeed. I am aware of the enmity you harbor towards that Qin fan. It is not that I am unwilling to seek vengeance on your behalf. Rather, I wish for you to exact your own retribution. Only by resolving earthly matters can one achieve clarity of thought and dispel inner demons, which will greatly benefit your future path to immortality." Master. Li Shi feigned an expression of profound indignation and excitement, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, "Master, how could you have contemplated this so thoroughly?" "Ha ha ha," Zhang Fengyu chuckled, affectionately ruffling Li Shi's hair. "You and I are truly the best of friends in this world." Li Shi was profoundly moved, forcing himself to shed 2 tears. "Consider me, Li Shi, wronged and imprisoned in a death cell, with no hope for life or death. It is only through my relentless pursuit of vengeance against Qin Fan that I have managed to survive thus far. Now, with my master's rescue, I have been guided onto the path of immortality. I shall not forget this." Zhang Fengyu paused, realizing that this young rascal was indeed a fool. Maintaining a smile, he patted Li Shi's shoulder with satisfaction. "I am pleased that you possess such sentiments, but do remember, my disciple, that your words are not favored by me. It is imperative to remain devoted to the path. The pursuit of immortality is solely for the sake of the Tao." Indeed, Li Shi understood. 2 days passed. During this time, Li Shi had employed various methods to eradicate all the spiders, ants, and beetles in the courtyard. He feigned an inability to comprehend the blood spirit great method, venting his frustration by smashing the spiders and their webs with a wooden stick. Pretending to be bored, he gathered all the beetles in the courtyard and crushed them with a stone, letting out a sinister chuckle. Through these actions, Li Shi accumulated an additional 110 attribute points, bringing his total to 549. This meant that, should he wish, he could now directly invest all of it into his cultivation, elevating himself to the 6th level of qi refinement. Never before has a cultivator advanced so swiftly. In the northern region, at a cliff in Shurqing, a graceful figure sat cross-legged in repose, her white dress flowing elegantly, untouched by dust. "I have journeyed tirelessly to this point, hoping that the demonic cultivator has not yet departed." Yu Shiyao, while replenishing her spiritual energy, contemplated the task at hand. The royal family of the Southern Liang Kingdom sought assistance from the Xiantian sect. Although mortals and immortals are distinct, cultivators may occasionally intervene in worldly matters, particularly when dealing with the royal family of Southern Liang, a pinnacle of mortal existence, which can communicate with the realm of cultivation. This time, however, the royal family was not seeking aid but rather reporting a matter. They had informed of a demonic cultivator causing havoc in Shurqing, slaughtering innocents. As for why the Southern Liang Kingdom cared about the safety of a rival nation, Yi Xiao paid it no mind. If there is a demonic cultivator here, then it must be dealt with. Sword cultivators do not concern themselves with excessive reasoning, and she, Yi Xiao, had no desire to delve into the intricacies. As the foremost disciple of the Xiantian sect in this generation, Yi Xiao feared no challenge and naturally accepted the upcoming task. To hide in such a small town for secret cultivation could not be for the Golden Core stage. It must be some scattered cultivators, unlikely to amount to much. Once her spiritual energy was restored, Yi Xiao rose gracefully and ascended upon her sword, vanishing into the wind, leaving behind a faint whisper that drifted away. Even if it were the Golden Core stage, what of it? I, Yi Xiao, can slay those at the Golden Core stage during my foundation establishment. Throughout the day, Li Shi remained motionless, seated in his room in meditation. Li Shi had no intention of revealing that he had already attained the first layer of qi refinement. Typically, cultivators with ordinary low-grade spiritual roots require over half a month to reach the first layer of qi refinement during their initial practice. There was no need to rush. Li Shi, while caressing the spirit stone in his hand, pondered the intentions of Zhang Fengyu. In truth, the mindset of a transcender inherently serves as an extraordinary advantage, enabling Li Shi to speculate on the unfolding narrative from an external perspective. Possession? Unlikely. Zhang Fengyu appeared to be in perfect health. rendering the need to usurp my mortal vessel unnecessary. Crafting a puppet? Could it be that Zhang Fengyu intends to wait until my cultivation reaches a certain level before transforming me into a marionette? When Zhang Fengyu first encountered me, he was exceedingly delighted by my golden spiritual root. A spiritual root? Does he covet my spiritual root? Li Shi vaguely speculated about Zhang Fengyu's intentions. He not only required my spiritual roots, but also demanded that I possess a certain level of cultivation. Otherwise, he would not have allowed me to practice this blood spirit great method. In truth, Li Shi was rather fortunate that Zhang Fengyu did not conduct a thorough examination of his body. Otherwise, he would have discovered that Li Shi had already attained the first level of qi refinement. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted Li Shi's contemplation. Dinner had arrived. After partaking in the meal, Li Shi sat for a while before suddenly lifting the mattress and rummaging through the straw beneath it. Slap. A centipede was crushed under Li Shi's hand, its numerous legs still thrashing about. This creature is venomous. It must not crawl onto me, Li Shi muttered as he continued his search. Ultimately, he managed to find 5 centipedes, which was better than nothing. He resumed his cultivation, determined not to disappoint his master's expectations. Li Shi murmured softly, sitting cross-legged in a feigned state of meditation. In truth, he was on the verge of slumber. Another day passed. The dawn arrived. Li Shi was enjoying his breakfast. Suddenly, a distant rooster crowed. Shiqing, located in the southernmost part of the Mongwa, is a place of breathtaking beauty, albeit with a certain humidity. A delicate veil of white mist enveloped the streets, resembling a shroud of gossamer. A faint sun struggled to pierce through the clouds, casting dappled light upon the cobblestone path, as if invisible hands were playing a melodious tune. A figure clad in a flowing white dress glided through this enchanting scene, akin to a fairy stepping forth from a painting, accompanied by a graceful blue butterfly that led her towards the courtyard at the end of the street. Yi Shiyao, with a silver sword slung across her back and her hair elegantly tied up, advanced with a slow and graceful poise. Resembling a celestial being on a sojourn in the mortal realm, her dark hair cascading down her shoulders. The blue butterfly continued to flit ahead, eventually landing upon the gate of Zhang Fengyu's courtyard. With a gentle lift of her hand, the butterfly returned, finding its place within her spirit beast pouch. Yi Xiao removed the long sword from her back and secured it at her waist. With a subtle push, the lock behind the door disengaged, and the courtyard gate swung open. Inside, Zhang Fengyu, deep in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes, a fierce aura emanating from him. Yi Xiao stepped lightly into the courtyard, her voice cold and devoid of warmth as she spoke. Demon cultivator, you deserve to die. In the next instant, Zhang Fengyu burst through the window, his black sword shooting forth with great speed. Trivial tricks, Yi Xiao retorted, without drawing her sword. With a slight tremor of the sword at her waist, an invisible sword energy materialized, shattering the black sword into fragments that fell to the ground. Humph! Zhang Fengyu scoffed, gesturing with his hand. Suddenly, the corners of the courtyard illuminated, and a formation took shape, exerting invisible pressure toward Yi Xiao. Such laughable parlor tricks, she remarked, a dismissive smile gracing her lips. She did not draw her sword, merely raising her head slightly, her eyes sparkling with mirth, her proud countenance exuding an air of superiority, as if Zhang Fengyu were but a ghost in her vision. Boom! The formation Zhang Fengyu conjured crumbled as if pressed against a sword's edge. You. Zhang Fengyu's expression shifted in disbelief. Who are you? Your cultivation is merely at the late foundation establishment stage. How can you possibly be this powerful? He questioned, a hint of trepidation in his voice. A mere slayer of mortals, a rogue who resorts to demonic cultivation. How could they comprehend the vastness of celestial arts? The world holds myriad paths of Tao. How many do you truly understand? Yi Xiao shook her head with a light laugh, her voice ringing like silver bells as she continued. Those who cultivate immortality, harming the lives of the common folk, severing the roots of our world, must be slain. Finally, Yi Xiao made her move, her delicate fingers gently brushing the hilt of her long sword, causing it to unsheath slightly. An invisible sword energy surged forth. Zhang Fengyu swiftly retreated, conjuring a magical shield and summoning a black shield to obstruct the impending attack. Simultaneously, he formed a hand gesture, from which a blood-red sword was drawn forth from within him, poised for counterattack. However, he gravely underestimated the might of Yi Xiao's strike. Neither the magical shield nor the black shield could withstand the force of that sword for even a fleeting moment. With a thunderous crash, Zhang Fengyu was propelled backward, crashing into the wall, which crumbled under the impact, sending a cloud of dust cascading down. a deep gash carved diagonally across his left shoulder, nearly severing him in two. Indeed, to endure even a mere inch of my sword energy, you have reason to take pride, Yi Xiao mused, caressing the ornate patterns on the sword sheath. Her voice as melodious as silver bells, harmonious yet devoid of mercy. Meanwhile, in the adjacent courtyard, Li Shi, having heard the commotion, stealthily approached the exterior of the house. Was it Zhang Fingyu's nemesis? Or perhaps a righteous figure vanquishing demons? Regardless, it mattered little to him. He merely wished to distance himself from the unfolding chaos. Li Shi dashed out of the courtyard, weaving left and right through the alley, swiftly making his escape. That woman was truly pretentious. Despite possessing the ability to effortlessly eliminate Zhang Fengyu, she chose to play her little charade instead. As Li Shi fled, he silently criticized the situation. Meanwhile, in Zhang Fengyu's courtyard, Yi Xiao contemplated the direction in which Li Shi had escaped. Is that your disciple? She mused. Noting the absence of any demonic aura or spiritual energy, he appeared to be an ordinary mortal. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to investigate further. Yi Xiao's interest waned, and she directed a blade of sword energy toward the fallen Zhang Fengyu, intending to conclude the battle. Although both Zhang Fengyu and she were at the late Foundation establishment stage, their combat prowess differed vastly, rendering this encounter ineffective for honing her skills. It was time to end this. However, her sword energy dissipated mid-flight. Zhang Fengyu lay on the ground, his face contorted with ferocity as he retrieved a stone tablet inscribed with the words Blood Spirit Ancestor. The instant the tablet was unveiled, an oppressive force descended, akin to a mountain crashing down, dispersing Yi Xiao's sword energy. Such overwhelming pressure. The ground beneath them shattered instantly, a terrifying weight encroaching upon them. Yi Xiao's expression shifted dramatically, her sword trembling violently at her waist as she attempted to draw her silver blade, but she found herself unable to do so. A creaking sound emanated from her legs, straining under the immense burden. Zhang Fengyu, too, was suffering, for the stone tablet was siphoning his blood. His lifeblood surged toward the tablet, and even his cultivation began to plummet. In mere seconds, he had descended to the mid-Foundation establishment stage. What does this insignificant junior know of the countless life and death trials I have endured? Zhang Fengyu's visage twisted with rage as he allowed the tablet to drain his blood. Casting a desperate gaze at Yi Xiao's complexion was pale, yet she remained unperturbed. Her ethereal beauty seemed untouched by fear or trepidation throughout her life, exuding only pride and confidence, even in this moment. Are you not afraid? In no more than 30 breaths, you shall be crushed by this pressure, Zhang Fengyu demanded fiercely. Haha, afraid? The Blood Soul Ancestor. How laughable that the tombstone of a venerable ancestor is wielded as a weapon by mere disciples. You demonic cultivators are truly ridiculous. I, Yi Xiao, am unparalleled, she declared with defiance. A mere broken tablet cannot subdue me. Yi Xiao laughed heartily, repeatedly attempting to draw her sword, her white dress billowing despite her repeated failures. The silver blade hummed, as if a suppressed dragon yearned to soar. Yet, ultimately, Yi Xiao faltered. The tablet belonged to the Blood Soul Ancestor, a formidable figure of the demonic path who had claimed countless lives a millennium ago, a being of the nascent soul stage. Even a mere tombstone was beyond her current capabilities. Her gown began to tear, and she could no longer concern herself with appearances. Every ounce of her magical energy dedicated to resisting the oppressive force. Although Zhang Fengyu's face was similarly ashen, he was certain that Yi Xiao would perish before he completely bled out. He might survive, perhaps even retain his Foundation establishment cultivation. Yet Yi Xiao remained unyielding, resembling a proud white swan. Even as blood began to seep from her wounds and fissures appeared upon her body, she persisted in her attempt to unsheath her sword. Yet, the chasm of disparity loomed vast, insurmountable even at the cost of 100 lives. Alas, Yi Xiao sighed. Zhang Fengyu chuckled, believing that the unparalleled prodigy before him had relinquished her resistance. He had begun to surmise the identity of this individual. Revered as the foremost of the younger generation, Yi Xiao of the Xiantian sect. The innate sword body. From the very moment she grasped the sword, she had attained the realm of sword-hard enlightenment. Only she could wield such swordsmanship in the Foundation establishment stage, capable of slaying even those in the core formation phase. Yet, what does it matter to a prodigy? Death is but dust. Yi Xiao gathered all her spiritual energy, calling forth her silver sword with the essence of her sword path, making one final attempt to draw it forth. The sword remained sheathed. Once more, she had failed. Cracks had formed upon both the sheath and the blade. These fissures even marred Yi Xiao herself, as crimson droplets began to stain her once pure skin. The fluctuations of her spiritual energy began to subside, akin to a small beast that, having ceased its struggle, retracts its fangs in acceptance of death. It was drawing to a close. Zhang Fengyu thought to himself, and then he saw Yu Shiyu part her lips, uttering 4 words. Ancestor, save me. Zhang Fengyu was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the significance of her plea. Suddenly, a wooden talisman levitated from her possession. Radiating brilliance as the figure of a man clad in white materialized, disregarding all oppressive forces, enveloping Yu Shiyu and ascending into the air in an instant. By the time Zhang Fengyu regained his senses, Yu Shiyu had transformed into a mere speck on the horizon. A voice echoed back to him. Demonic cultivator. I shall one day slay you along with the tombstone of the blood spirit ancestor. The talisman harbored a fragment of consciousness from a nascent soul cultivator. Zhang Fengyu felt the helplessness of a rogue cultivator in the face of a sect saintess. No matter the extent of your techniques, they pale against a single cry for ancestor, save me. Li Shi traversed the streets and alleys, deliberately choosing the less traveled paths to avoid drawing attention. Although Stone City was neither vast nor minuscule, Li Shi intended to find a place to conceal himself. Otherwise, such a conspicuous flight would surely attract notice. Li Shi made his way towards the northern part of the city. At this moment, the sun had pierced through the morning mist, gradually awakening the small southern town. The streets were bustling with pedestrians and vendors, creating a lively atmosphere. Li Shi endeavored to avoid the throngs of people, opting instead to traverse the quieter alleys. Hot pancakes. Hot pancakes. Silk fabric from the southern Liang Kingdom. Just 15 copper coins for a bolt. Esteemed guests, come and see the fresh vegetables. Only. Although Yu Shiyu and Zhang Fengyu were embroiled in a fierce struggle, the commotion they caused was minimal, confined to just one street, leaving the ordinary townsfolk largely unaffected. Li Shi, panting heavily, slipped into a narrow alleyway, making his way towards a distant earthen temple, intending to conceal himself and take a brief respite. This body was not particularly robust. In fact, the prolonged confinement in a grim prison had rendered it somewhat frail. Suddenly, Li Shi felt an unusual warmth radiating from his shoulder, an unsettling sensation that filled him with discomfort. Li Shi opened his clothing and discovered a vivid red handprint prominently displayed. Li Shi's expression changed drastically as a vivid scene flashed through his mind. It was the day when Zhang Fengyu had inquired about his cultivation, having once patted him on the shoulder. Was this a mark left by him? Zhang Fengyu is not dead. He is tracking me. Li Shi's complexion changed dramatically. Only 3 to 5 minutes had passed, and the battle was already over? Do cultivators really fight this swiftly? Damn. Li Shi glanced around, his first thought being whether to allocate some attribute points in an attempt at a counterattack. However, upon reflecting on the disparity between them, he abandoned this notion. The fact that the other party could escape from that woman undoubtedly indicated a more formidable trump card. Suddenly, a sign caught his attention, Jipei Market. Li Shi glanced over the low wall and instantly comprehended the nature of the place. A poultry farm. Well, before being taken away, perhaps he could gather some attribute points. Li Shi scaled the wall and stormed into the poultry farm. Zhang Fengyu swiftly located Li Shi, clutching the incantation in hand. Li Shi is fervently smashing eggs at the chicken farm, leaving behind a cascade of egg liquid. Li Shi originally intended to slaughter a chicken or perhaps a chick. Yet he unexpectedly discovered that eggs could also augment attributes. However, it was peculiar that occasionally an egg would not contribute to this enhancement. After a moment of contemplation, Li Shi suddenly grasped the underlying truth. Just as his billion elite soldiers were not considered to have taken a life, only fertilized eggs could be deemed as possessing life. Otherwise, they could not be counted as such. Li Shi shattered the majority of the eggs stored in the warehouse, accumulating over 370 attribute points. At that moment, the head of the poultry farm, having heard the commotion, rushed over with a group of people, shouting in alarm. Coincidentally, Zhang Fengyu also arrived. Standing before him as he entered through the broken wall, Li Shi's face lit up with joy, and he wept with genuine emotion, entirely devoid of pretense. Master, you are truly well. In stark contrast, Zhang Fengyu's complexion was as pale as a corpse, with his chest wound revealing exposed entrails. Were it not for Zhang Fengyu's specialized practice of blood spirit techniques that facilitated rapid healing, any ordinary cultivator at the late Foundation establishment stage would be on the brink of death from such an injury, struggling even to move. Where do you intend to go? Zhang Fengyu questioned coldly. Master, that demoness is truly terrifying. I am afraid that if I die, she will kill you too. Li Shi, with a mournful expression, lamented, Master, I am truly unworthy as a disciple. I have yet to embark on the path of immortality, and I feel profoundly ashamed. It is for this reason that I have intruded into this place to vent my frustrations." Observing the scattered eggshells on the ground, and recalling that Li Shi is still immortal, Zhang Fengyu chose to remain silent. He lifted Li Shi and ascended into the air. "Then let me grant you this opportunity to release your pent-up emotions." Li Shi never anticipated that Zhang Fengyu, faced with such a predicament, would not flee from searching but instead hasten towards the Lord's manor. "Master, are we not leaving this place?" The disciple expressed his deep concern for his master's safety. Zhang Fengyu let out a cold laugh, gritting his teeth as he replied, "We shall certainly depart, but not before exacting vengeance." Zhang Fengyu could not fathom that a prodigy like Yi Shiyu would venture to this small town for training and, moreover, seek him out. It must be Qin Fan. It is undoubtedly Qin Fan. Zhang Fengyu was aware of the connections between Qin Fan and the southern Liang kingdom. Yet he had never paid them heed. He never imagined he would fall victim to such details. It seemed that the joy of discovering the golden spiritual root had rendered him careless. This instance of being schemed against by mere mortals filled him with great fury. Contemplating the situation, he turned his gaze towards Li Shi. "Disciple, the time for your revenge has come. Soon." Zhang Fengyu led Li Shi into the courtyard of the Lord's manor. "You there?" The guards at the entrance had no time to inquire before Zhang Fengyu swiftly snapped their necks and discarded their lifeless bodies. By the time the corpses hit the ground, they had already become desiccated husks. Zhang Fengyu set Li Shi down and advanced, leaving a trail of slaughter in his wake. Help. Regardless of whether they were maids, guards, women, children, or even a yellow dog that happened to scamper by, all fell victim to Zhang Fengyu's merciless wrath. Reduced to dried corpses. Witnessing the gruesome scene before him, Li Shi swallowed hard, trailing behind Zhang Fengyu. He had not fully grasped the horror of the lifeless bodies in the prison. Their features had morphed into sunken black voids, and it was unimaginable what torment accompanied the complete exsanguination of their beings. Zhang Fengyu had long mastered the blood spirit great technique to its third level. Mere mortals stood no chance of concealing the scent of their blood from him. Before long, he located Qin Fan, accompanied by the southern Liang kingdom's spy, Xiao Chun. "My dear disciple, these two are in your hands." Zhang Fengyu restrained both individuals and tossed a dagger to Li Shi. As he gazed intently at Zhang Fengyu, Li Shi picked up the dagger from the ground and turned his attention to Qin Fan. The lord of the city, now before a foundation-building cultivator, was nothing more than an ant, powerless and paralyzed, his countenance betraying sheer terror as he watched Li Shi approach. "For the vengeance of my father, for the annihilation of my clan. Today, I, Li Shi, shall have my retribution," Li Shi shouted, forcing a few tears to escape, and plunged the dagger into the chest of Xiao Chun beside him, as blood gushed forth under Zhang Fengyu's control. A tribute point increased by 1. Immediately after, Li Shi turned his attention to Qin Fan. Qin Fan frantically rolled his eyes, appearing to wish to utter something. Seizing the moment, Zhang Fengyu released his grip on Qin Fan's mouth. "Sister, your sister, Li Qianqian, is still alive." Li Shi was momentarily taken aback, seizing Qin Fan by the collar in a fit of rage, demanding, "Where is she? Where is she? Tell me. If you spare my life, I shall reveal to you that Li Qianqian is your only family in this world." Li Shi seized the dagger and ruthlessly plunged it into Qin Fan's thigh. "Foolishness. I am now a cultivator, and I possess numerous methods to uncover her whereabouts," Li Shi declared fiercely. Qin Fan cried out in agony, beads of sweat pouring down his face. "Please, I beg you." He attempted to plead for mercy, but Li Shi drove the dagger into his other thigh once more, lifting it again to aim at the center of his legs. "Speak if you wish to live. Otherwise, I shall have you dismembered." Qin Fan, weeping and his eyes rolling back, hastily shouted at the Chuanfang Pavilion. In the southern part of the city, at the Chuanfang Pavilion, she is unharmed. The madam of the Chuanfang Pavilion has taken a liking to her beauty and talents, treating her as the star attraction, intending to elevate her status to attract more clients. "Please, you may take my life," Li Shi shouted as he plunged the dagger repeatedly into Qin Fan's chest. Each thrust driven home with an intensity that conveyed his profound rage, bordering on madness. The light in Qin Fan's eyes swiftly dimmed. Father, I have avenged you." Zhang Fengyu released his hold on Qin Fan, and the latter's torn chest immediately erupted with a copious amount of blood, splattering all over Li Shi. The experience of taking a life for the first time, coupled with the overwhelming sight of blood, caused Li Shi to retch uncontrollably. "As one who practices under my guidance, how can you possess such a temperament? Do you wish to be a weakling?" Coughing violently, Zhang Fengyu admonished Li Shi. only to be met with a torrent of blood clots escaping his lips. "Yes, disciple," Li Shi shouted in response, only to feel a surge in his throat. His stomach churning tumultuously, and his face flushed a deep red. Li Shi swiftly crouched down, pried open Qin Fan's mouth, and deposited the entirety of his breakfast from the morning inside, even thoughtfully closing Qin Fan's mouth afterward. He then lifted his gaze towards Zhang Fengyu. "Master, your disciple is not weak." The time in searching had come to an end. Zhang Fengyu, without further hesitation, propelled Li Shi out of the Qin residence, making his way northward towards Shurqing. "Master, where are we headed?" Li Shi shouted forcefully. At this moment, Zhang Fengyu, gravely injured, could no longer muster the energy to shield himself with protective spiritual energy against the wind. The fierce gust disheveled Li Shi's features, leaving his face rigid. Cough, cough, cough. "Let us depart and seek refuge in my master's cave for a while." Cough, cough. Zhang Fengyu's condition was dire, his breath unstable and fleeting. Yet, as long as he could still traverse the skies, it indicated that he remained in the foundational stage of cultivation. Li Shi had no choice but to continue embodying the role of a devoted disciple. However, considering that his sister, whom he had yet to meet, had been sold to a brothel by Qin Fan, he could not help but shout out loud, "Master, it is not that I, your disciple, am unfilial, but my sister." Humph, how foolish. These are merely attachments of the mortal realm. Rushing over would only consume the time of half a tea ceremony. What peril would it bring? Zhang Fengyu let out a cold snort and questioned, "Are you still pursuing the path of immortality?" "I am indeed pursuing immortality." Li Shi gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. At this moment, allowing Zhang Fengyu to take his sister away might not be the most prudent decision. Indeed, this exemplifies the commendable virtues expected of a cultivator. Zhang Fengyu carried Li Shi, forging a path towards the northern mountains of Shurqing. After traversing countless peaks and rivers, the two men delved deep into the heart of the mountains. During their journey, Zhang Fengyu paused to meditate several times. Yet the majority of the time was spent hurrying along the path, unwilling to linger. They ran for an entire day and night before finally halting in a secluded mountain hollow. Zhang Fengyu, still holding Li Shi, ventured into a concealed, vast cave. Before entering, he donned a clean robe and cautioned Li Shi to keep his injuries a secret. Li Shi nodded in acknowledgement. After entering the cave, they proceeded for several hundred paces, traversing 5 formations until a vast expanse lay before them. Within the immense cavern, several wooden lofts were visible, where more than a dozen youths, both male and female, donned in the attire of apprentices, were engaged in alchemical practices, casting various herbs into a colossal furnace that blazed with fervent flames. "Master." The master had returned. The group of over a dozen bowed respectfully to Zhang Fengyu. "During my absence, were there any issues within the cave?" Zhang Fengyu inquired. Among the crowd, a tall man stepped forward to respond. "Greetings, master. There have been no disturbances. In fact, we have joyous news. The remaining 2 have successfully entered the first layer of Qi refinement. All 11 of us here have now embarked upon the path of immortality." "Oh, excellent, excellent," Zhang Fengyu exclaimed with delight, pushing Li Shi forward to introduce him. "This is your new junior brother, Li Shi. Li Shi. This is your eldest senior brother, Han Li. Greetings, eldest senior brother." "Greetings, junior brother Li. You appear quite youthful. How old are you?" "Not yet 20. And you?" "My senior brothers?" Li Shi replied ambiguously, smiling. Having traversed from another world, he shared the same name and similar appearance as in his previous life. But his age differed greatly. He was nearing 30 in his former existence. Thus, he could only speculate that he was indeed under 20. The lack of memory retention upon his transmigration posed a dilemma, and he feared that inaccurately reporting his age might raise Zhang Fengyu's suspicions. The others assumed Li Shi was simply bashful, and they jovially led him to change into a specially designed alchemical robe. To Li Shi's surprise, Zhang Fengyu's disciples exhibited a warmth and enthusiasm that starkly contrasted the demeanor typically associated with malevolent practitioners. "Ensure your junior brother is settled in. Li Shi. Focus on your cultivation and do not become complacent." Yes, with the master recently returned and having made some progress in his cultivation, he required a period of recuperation, so as not to be disturbed. Having said this, Zhang Fengyu retreated into the innermost chamber of the cave. 2 days passed. During this time, Li Shi learned from his senior brothers about sorting herbs and tending the alchemical fires. Zhang Fengyu had not emerged from his seclusion, likely due to the severity of his injuries, compounded by days of fleeing, which had exacerbated his condition. Seizing the opportunity, Li Shi subtly inquired about the identities of his companions. Alas, my parents are nearing 80. I had hoped to provide for them in their twilight years, yet unexpectedly, I was seized by the master. Han Li swiftly covered the mouth of the disciple who had spoken, glaring at him fiercely. The disciple, acutely aware of his misstep, cast a fearful glance toward the depths of the cave. Li Shi was aware that this topic was off limits, so he inquired about a matter that greatly concerned him. I observe that this cave is neither dark and damp, nor does it harbor mosquitoes or ants. What could be the reason for this? In the past couple of days, Li Shi has exhausted every means, yet he has not encountered even a single insect. His master has meticulously established 5 formations within the cave. Moisture must not penetrate. As for mosquitoes, they are entirely absent, never to appear. How envious I am of such magical prowess, a chubby boy remarked with admiration. Li Shi, filled with rage, gritted his teeth and inwardly cursed Zhang Fengyu and all his ancestors for 8 generations. Li Shi had learned that among his 12 disciples, including himself and Zhang Fengyu, only Han Li was at the 4th level of qi refinement, while none were at the 3rd level. There were 3 at the 2nd level, and the remainder were all at the 1st level. Additionally, there was Li Shi, who had yet to embark on the path of immortality. The eldest disciple, Han Li, had resided within the cave for 5 years, claiming never to have ventured outside. Subsequently, Li Shi inquired about the spiritual roots of several individuals. He then stumbled upon a remarkable coincidence. Excluding Han Li, who possessed a mid-grade water spiritual root, and the chubby disciple with a wood spiritual root, there remained, including himself, 2 disciples with gold roots, 2 with wood roots, and 2 with water roots, perfectly balanced, just as if nature had orchestrated a harmony of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. With the intuition and speculation characteristic of a traveler from another world, Li Shi began to perceive the implications of this arrangement. On the 3rd day, a voice echoed from the depths of the cave. My disciple Han Li, come forth and see me. Upon hearing the summons, Han Li set aside the herbs he was handling and proceeded into the cave. Master, Han Li greeted as he entered, standing behind the meditating Zhang Fengyu. Have you yet to step into the 1st level of qi refinement? Zhang Fengyu inquired coldly. Replying to Master, I have not, Han Li answered. Humph. Give him some herbs and inferior pills. There is no need to worry about harming his body. He must hasten to reach qi refinement. If he succeeds, we can commence alchemical practices tonight. Understood. Han Li nodded. Han Li, you have been my disciple for 5 long years. Indeed, Master. For this occasion, I can reward you with one of the 2 5 elements pills. Upon hearing this, Han Li displayed a look of profound gratitude. Thank you, Master. Han Li prepared an assortment of peculiar herbs and 2 pills to present to Li Shi. Junior brother Li, these herbs and pills can expedite your entrance into the 1st level of qi refinement. Quickly consume them. Li Shi, who was sorting the herbs, concealed a frown before beaming with joy as he approached. Thank you, Senior Brother Han. I will not disappoint Master's expectations. Master holds great hopes for you. Junior Brother Li, you need not engage in the menial task of sorting herbs. Hurry to cultivate your understanding and do not delay your practice. Han Li admonished sternly. Thank you, Senior Brother Han. I shall not let anyone down. Li Shi nodded slightly, clutching the herbs and elixirs bestowed by Han Li as he made his way towards a secluded cave nestled within the hills. Li Shi furrowed his brow, clutching a piece of spiritual stone in one hand while perusing a tome on cultivation with the other. Beside him lay the blood spirit technique. In truth, cultivators in the qi refinement stage can progress without a technique, as merely attuning oneself to the spiritual energy suffices for advancement. However, techniques serve to unearth the innate essence within the human body, unlocking latent potential and accelerating the path of cultivation. On the surface, Li Shi appeared troubled regarding his practice. Yet, deep within, he was engulfed in turmoil. Zhang Fengyu's 5-layer formation nearly precluded the possibility of any life form entering. What should I do? Should I risk everything? I currently possess 811 attribute points, enough to elevate me to the 9th layer of qi refinement. No, it is merely sufficient for the 8th layer. I still require additional points to supplement my spiritual energy. Could I vanquish the severely injured Zhang Fengyu at the 8th layer? How much has he healed over these past few days? What would happen if I devoted all my existing attribute points to fortifying my physical form? Li Shi endeavored to allocate a point to his physical body. Ding. Allocation successful. Physical body. Mortal, 1100, 100? What realm can I attain with 100 points? Perhaps the allocation was too meager, for Li Shi felt no discernible increase in strength. The system offered no option for reversal, and he hesitated to make a rash choice. What to do? Surely there must be a solution. At this moment, Li Shi had gone 4 consecutive days without acquiring a single attribute point, his heart brimming with anxiety. It was then that the system chimed in once more. Ding! As the green mountains encircled him, seemingly with no path ahead. The system's prompt resonated. To encourage the host to take immediate action, a 6-hour immunity to death effect has been activated. Countdown to invulnerability, 5:59:59. You may choose one of the following effects: 6 hours of unlimited spiritual energy or 6 hours of physical berserk state. Li Shi's eyes glimmered in the darkness. Reminiscent of a beast's gaze, he resolved within himself. Rather than awaiting death, Li Shi chose to take a gamble. With Zhang Fengyu gravely injured, he believed he still held a chance of victory. After sitting quietly for half a minute, Li Shi took a deep breath and made his decision. He pressed his lips together. System, allocate 100 attribute points to my physical body. Allocation successful. Physical body, body refinement level 1. Li Shi faintly perceived the rhythmic cadence of his heartbeat resonating in his ears, gradually amplifying into a thunderous drumbeat. System, allocate all attribute points to my physical form. Allocation successful. Physical form, 8th layer of body refinement, 10100. Attribute points, 0. The sound of his heartbeat echoed like rolling thunder, while his internal organs emitted a soothing sigh. And his bones crackled in jubilant celebration of Li Shi's ascension to the 8th layer of body refinement. A resounding blast emanated from within his bones, producing a muffled thud. System, I choose the berserk state. Selection successful. Countdown to berserk state, 5:59:59. Before Li Shi, a crimson hue began to surface, and his already rapid heartbeat quickened further, resembling the relentless pounding of a drum. Humph, Han Li observed as Li Shi entered the cave, emitting a barely audible scoff from his nostrils, as if mocking something. Utterly foolish, it elicited laughter. Han Li turned away, intending to meditate for a while to better assimilate the potent energies of the 5 elements pill. This elixir, crafted from the spiritual roots of cultivators, possessed an overwhelming potency. A moment's carelessness could jeopardize one's foundational strength. Even his master had exercised extreme caution upon his first consumption. This would be Han Li's inaugural experience with the 5 elements pill, and he could not afford to be negligent. As he contemplated this, he was startled by the sound of footsteps behind him. Oh! Han Li turned to see Li Shi emerging with measured steps. Junior brother Li? Is there a matter regarding your cultivation? Han Li inquired, his brow furrowing slightly, adopting a tone of gentle concern, perfectly embodying the role of the elder brother. It was rather amusing, for within this cave, everyone played their part, engaging in a mutual performance. Alas, Li Shi chose to abandon the act. No, not at all. My cultivation flows smoothly. I simply feel a clarity of thought. Li Shi slowly lifted his gaze, revealing a madness born of desperation in his eyes. Is that so? Junior brother Li? Han Li sensed that something was amiss. What had happened to Li Shi's previous demeanor? Where had that innocent, naive spirit gone? It had given way to sheer insanity. This was not a choice made by Li Shi himself. Rather, it was a decision compelled by the system. Yet he found a peculiar satisfaction in it. What are you doing, Junior brother Li? Han Li exclaimed, suddenly alert. Li Shi lowered his body, propelling forward like a wild beast, and in an instant stood before Han Li. Before Han could react, Li's right hand shot out, gripping Han's throat. A faint sound resembling the cracking of collarbones echoed in the air. You. The excruciating pain and lack of oxygen caused Han Li's head to flush an alarming shade of crimson and violet. What are those elixirs? Li Shi inquired darkly, slightly loosening his grip on Han's neck. They are merely elixirs, Han Li began to respond, but suddenly raised his hand, conjuring a sphere of verdant spiritual energy in his palm, which he then forcefully struck against Li Shi's head. The impact of a 4th-tier Qi refinement cultivator. The sphere of energy erupted upon contact with Li Shi's head, dispersing like a cloud of smoke. Li Shi felt as though his head had been gently struck by a wooden mallet, unscathed yet slightly tender and flushed. This was the disparity between the 4th layer of Qi refinement and the 8th layer of body refinement. Simultaneously, he sensed a stirring within his blood, but he quelled it instantaneously, likely a consequence of the blood spirit technique. Ignorant of one's own mortality, Li Shi intensified the force of his grip and simultaneously delivered a punch to Han Li's abdomen. This blow was tempered, lest it create a hole. Ah! Han Li cried out, his voice echoing into the distance. Li Shi was uncertain whether Zhang Fengyu would hear it. Yet, it mattered little now. That potion would elevate one's Qi cultivation swiftly, albeit at the cost of one's foundational strength. Han Li's consciousness began to wane, and he could only mutter incoherently. He could not comprehend why, despite being at the 4th level of Qi cultivation, he could not breach Li Shi's defenses. Nor could he fathom why his blood spirit technique failed to manipulate Li Shi's blood. Brother Han, farewell. If fate allows, Master will meet you on the road to the underworld. If not, it may be I who catches up to you. Li Shi exerted a sudden force, snapping Han Li's neck. Attribute points increased by 1. Han Li's lifeless body lay sprawled on the ground. At that moment, the other disciples, drawn by Han Li's anguished cries, gathered around. You, junior brother Li, you have killed. The chubby disciple stared in shock at Han Li's corpse, simultaneously glancing in terror towards the depths of the cave, where Zhang Fingyu's secret chamber was located. I refuse to believe that none of you have noticed the abnormalities here. Li Shi, with reddened eyes, surveyed the surroundings and inquired, for no one was a fool. The secluded cavern, the faint traces of blood, the peculiar distribution of spiritual roots, and the daily preparations of various herbs. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence could discern the anomaly. Yet, as Li Shi remarked, this was merely a farcical performance among a troupe of actors. After a moment of silence, the young woman Wang Shuer spoke. Have you lost your mind? What purpose does this serve? Wang Shuer, equally apprehensive, cast a glance towards the direction of Zhang Fingyu's secret chamber, believing that Li Shi's actions were tantamount to courting disaster, regardless of the outward semblance of harmony. The terror that the group harbored towards Zhang Fingyu had seeped into their very bones, leaving them oblivious to how Li Shi had dispatched Han Li. The next expected development would be Zhang Fingyu's wrath, leading him to eliminate Li Shi, and then everything would return to normal. However, the crowd was suddenly taken aback when Li Shi, with a calm smile, declared, "It's quite simple. I shall just kill him." With that, Li Shi shed his low profile, his energy surging and boiling forth. 8th level of body refinement. Ha 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 ha. You old scoundrel, Zhang Fingyu. Li Shi erupted into a wild laughter, charging towards Zhang Fingyu's hidden chamber. Meanwhile, in the external world, above the towering peaks near Zhang Fingyu's cave, a male cultivator clad in white stood atop a mountain, surveying his surroundings. Beside him, Yishiyao, also soaring on her sword, rolled her eyes. That demonic cultivator was struck by my sword. As long as he cannot dispel the residual sword energy, he shall not evade my pursuit. As a prodigy of swordsmanship with an innate sword heart, Yishiyao's sword energy encapsulated her own spirit. Zhang Fingyu, being a mere loose cultivator, was undoubtedly unaware that Yishiyao could track him through this means. Even if he were aware, he could not eliminate the sword energy. And you, Song Emoan, I did not ask you to accompany me, Yishio said coldly. Hiki. The white-clad Song Emoan smiled slightly, knowing that although Yushiyu was proud, she was not devoid of compassion. Thus, he replied, Senior Sister Yi, last time you utilized the power of the sect master to return to the sect, I was merely concerned. Who said I fled back? Yushiyo glared coldly at Song Emoan. Ha. Song Emoan chuckled awkwardly, falling silent. The two continued to traverse the Yunluo mountains on their swords, yet found no signs of anything amiss. Strange, I clearly sensed that he was nearby. Yushiyo frowned. Could it be that the demonic cultivator has some powerful formation protecting his lair, capable of concealing it? Song Emoan speculated. That is possible. Then I shall have to root him out, Yushiyu declared, soaring into the air, unleashing waves of sword energy upon the mountains beneath her. Zhang Fingyu's injuries were more severe than Li Shi had anticipated. As a practitioner with an innate sword heart, Yishiyao had achieved a state of clarity in her sword heart from the moment she grasped her sword, and through years of cultivation. Every strand of her sword energy embodied her understanding of the sword path, though the surface of Zhang Fingyu's wounds had seemingly healed. It was merely a result of his forceful regeneration using blood spirit techniques. The intermittent coughs he emitted were due to the lingering sword energy within him continually inflicting harm. Cough. Zhang Fingyu halted his cultivation, withdrawing from his meditative state, unable to suppress a fit of coughing. If only that brat Li Shi would hurry and reach the Qi refinement stage. If it weren't for the 5 elements pill requiring a certain level of cultivation, how could these little wretches have survived until now? Yushiyo. Zhang Fingyu scoffed, but suddenly sensed something, turning his head. Who is it? This is not right. Zhang Fingyu sprang to his feet, a blazing serpent of flame erupting from his palm, enveloping the figure of Li Shi, who had just emerged. Li Shi, how did you? Realizing the surging vitality radiating from Li Shi, Zhang Fingyu's expression darkened, his eyes filled with uncertainty. How could Li Shi possibly ascend from an ordinary mortal to a body-refining practitioner? To achieve such a status, One must engage in relentless physical training from a young age and consume rare and precious materials. Moreover, the aura emanating from Li Shi is certainly not that of a low-tier body refining practitioner. Could it be that an ancient demon has usurped his body? Or perhaps a celestial being has undergone a rebirth? A multitude of thoughts flashed through Zhang Fengyu's mind. Yet he knew he could not afford to be careless at this moment. Once again, he formed a seal with his hand and unleashed a divine thunderbolt towards Li Shi, who had just emerged from the fire dragon. Li Shi, as a practitioner of the 8th level of body refinement, despite his skin being charred black under the onslaught of the fire dragon technique, remained largely unscathed. Observing the divine thunder seal looming above him, he recognized the futility of evasion. Thus, he charged forward with reckless abandon. Boom! The impact of the divine thunder seal caused Li Shi to stagger, nearly toppling to the ground. Yet he swiftly regained his footing and retaliated with a punch. Zhang Fengyu promptly raised his hand. Radiating light as a black longsword plunged towards Li Shi's chest. Simultaneously, Zhang Fengyu cautiously retreated, attempting to manipulate Li Shi's blood with his blood spirit technique, only to discover its ineffectiveness. It merely rendered Li Shi slightly rigid, as body refinement practitioners possess the ability to control their internal blood circulation. Hence, the greatest nemesis of the blood spirit technique is indeed the body refinement practitioner. Zhang Fengyu once again formed a hand seal, activating the array he had set within the cave. In an instant, immense pressure enveloped the space, suppressing Li Shi just as he was about to surge forward. In the next moment, the black longsword accurately pierced through Li Shi's heart. There was no escaping it. What did it matter that he was at the 8th level of body refinement? It was merely the bravery of a warrior, a display of brute strength. Zhang Fengyu unleashed a continuous barrage of techniques. Even in the face of severe injury, he remained a foundational practitioner. Coughing, he mused, "What on earth are you?" Zhang Fengyu gazed in astonishment as Li Shi slowly stood up against the pressure of the array, his right hand gradually withdrawing the black longsword from his chest. It was as if he had merely removed a thorn embedded within him. Zhang Fengyu was utterly convinced that this sword had penetrated Li Shi's heart. He should have perished. Even a body refinement cultivator could not possibly remain mobile after such a catastrophic injury to the heart. Moreover, Zhang Fengyu distinctly witnessed blood gushing from Li Shi's chest. It was excruciatingly painful. Li, the archer, grasped Zhang Fengyu's long sword, observing the blood seeping from his chest, his brow furrowing in discomfort. The sensation of his body continually losing vitality was quite distressing. Cough, cough, cough. My disciple Li, have you perhaps been possessed by an old demon passing by? Do you still recognize your master? Zhang Fengyu, clutching his abdomen which still bore internal injuries, ceased his movements and began to probe into Li's condition. Ha ha ha. Of course I recognize you, my esteemed master. Were you not intending to refine your disciple into a medicinal elixir? Li, while resisting the suppression of Zhang Fengyu's formation, advanced further and began to laugh. How do you know? Indeed, you are not Li Shi. Li Shi must have been possessed by some unknown entity. This would explain how he possesses such profound secrets. Zhang Fengyu believed he had unraveled the truth. The genuine Li Shi was so foolish. How could he possibly discern the intricate web of causality? Regardless of your identity. Each time Zhang Fengyu summoned his spiritual power, excruciating pain radiated from his wounds, making it clear that he could no longer afford to delay. You shall not take advantage of me in this place. I have devoted 130 years to my cultivation. What peril have I not faced? Do you recall the days when? Zhang Fengyu continued to ramble, but suddenly his figure retreated swiftly, and he hurled a spherical object from his storage pouch. Boom! The object detonated instantly, unleashing tremendous force. A scorching wave of heat propelled Li Shi through the air, crashing him violently against the cave wall. As the lingering effects of the explosion began to dissipate, Zhang Fengyu unleashed a flurry of spells upon the fallen Li Shi. Fire Dragon Technique, Palm Seal, Mountain Suppression Art. Finally, Zhang Fengyu summoned a bronze cauldron, from which a torrent of colorful divine light erupted, transforming into a multitude of sharp swords that rained down upon Li Shi. Li Shi, as a practitioner of the 8th level of body refinement, found himself utterly powerless in the presence of Zhang Fengyu. I have slain countless foundation builders. What need is there to mention a mere body refiner? The practice of body refinement has long been deemed obsolete. What nonsense is this? Zhang Fengyu was taken aback, witnessing Li Shi unsteadily rise to his feet, muttering curses under his breath. How dare you, Zhang Fengyu, threaten my life? Li Shi's mouth was a mangled mess, gaping and exposing his teeth, rendering him incapable of articulating coherent speech. His skin was singed and cracked, with his right arm hanging grotesquely, countless wounds oozing blood all over his body, and several gaping holes punctured in his neck, his head nearly severed. Given the volume of blood he had lost, he should have succumbed to death. Yet, astonishingly, Li Shi raised his fist, intent on striking himself. Observing this disheartening spectacle, Zhang Fengyu could no longer contain himself. Wretched fiend. Cough, cough. Allow me to sever your head and dissect your heart to see whether you live or die. While Zhang Fengyu uttered these curses, a shiver coursed through him. This was truly terrifying. He felt a chill surging within him. An evil spirit. It must be an evil spirit influencing Li Shi. At that moment, Zhang Fengyu suddenly sensed that the formation he had set up outside the cave was under assault. Who is it now? Yushio gazed with satisfaction at the ruins of her handiwork. A rudimentary cave entrance emerged, devoid of signs of habitation. Yet Yi Xiao recognized it as the lair of the demonic cultivator. Transforming into a shooting star, she darted into the cave. Behind her, Song Imoen hastily followed on his sword. As Yi Xiao advanced, her sword light crisscrossed, dismantling the formations within the cave. Who could it be? Yi Xiao? No. That's impossible. How could she track me down? Zhang Fengyu was momentarily bewildered by the unfolding situation, muttering in despair. No, I am not afraid. I have the ancestral stone tablet with me. At worst, we shall perish together. A fierce glint flashed in Zhang Fengyu's eyes, his visage contorted with rage. Upon witnessing the struggling Li Shi attempting to strike himself, Zhang Fengyu unleashed a fire dragon technique, sending Li Shi flying once more. Swish. Yet, a figure had already slipped into the cave. Yi Xiao? Soon after, Song Imoen's figure followed her into the cave. So it is you. Today, I, the old man, have met my match. Alas, it is what it is. Let us die together, on the road to the Yellow Springs. Accompanied by the illustrious daughter of the Xiantian sect, I shall not consider it a loss. Zhang Fengyu retrieved the stone tablet of Blood Spirit Ancestor from his storage bag. The moment it was drawn, a crimson light emanated from the tablet, beginning to siphon Zhang Fengyu's blood. Zhang Fengyu could no longer suppress the rampant sword energy within him. Spitting out a mouthful of blood as his cultivation plummeted to the foundation establishment stage, his spiritual energy spiraling uncontrollably. Haha. Zhang Fengyu, disregarding everything, erupted into wild laughter. Channeling all his cultivation into the stone tablet. In an instant, he transformed into a lifeless husk. The tablet became adorned with intricate blood patterns, akin to a living entity, while an immense pressure descended, forcefully pinning Li Shi to the ground. My bones are shattered, Li Shi murmured, prostrate on the floor. Yi Xiao and Song Imoen were similarly crushed under the weight, struggling to remain upright, as Zhang Fengyu was drained of his essence. An image of an elderly man clad in crimson robes materialized upon the stone tablet. At that moment, a peachwood sword unexpectedly emerged from Yi Xiao's storage bag. Defiant against the oppressive force, the sword ascended slowly, revealing the figure of an extraordinarily handsome man in white robes. The man in white furrowed his brow slightly and extended his hand toward the stone tablet. The tablet writhed violently as the elder in red opened his eyes. An overwhelming sea of blood rising behind him, resisting the man's touch. Blood soul ancestor, you are not dead. The man in white laughed heartily. What a marvel. You've erected a gravestone for yourself, proving to be the most bizarre figure in the realm of cultivation. No one anticipated such crude language from the elegant figure. Song Imoen discreetly lowered his head, pretending he had not heard, while Yi Xiao stood tall, eagerly gazing at the elder in red. Yi Tianjia, if you were still alive, how could I perish? With a thunderous clash, Yi Tianjia engaged in battle with the blood soul ancestor. The collision of their ethereal forms erupted into a tempest, sending debris crashing against the cave walls. Had Yi Tianjia not raised his hand to quell the ensuing turmoil, the winds would have been even more catastrophic. As they briefly clashed, the blood soul ancestor's figure began to fade away, and in his final moments, he cast a glance at Zhang Fengyu's lifeless body, his expression devoid of emotion. However, when he turned his gaze towards Li Shi, a flicker of curiosity was evident. The stone tablet fractured into two as the blood soul ancestor departed. Yi Tianjia surveyed the cave, his gaze lingering momentarily on Li Shi before he too made his exit. As he departed, he flicked Yi Xiao's forehead with his middle finger, causing a noticeable bump to form on her brow. Song Imoen feigned ignorance of the bump on Yi Xiao's forehead and approached Zhang Fengyu's lifeless body. He retrieved the storage bag, effortlessly unraveling its seals with the secret techniques of the Xiantian sect, and began to peruse its contents. It turns out the spiritual roots within the cave were all intended for Song Yimou extracted a pill formula from the storage bag and presented it to Yi Shiyao. The 5 elements pill? Yi Shiyao pouted, rubbing her forehead, and read through the formula, her expression contorting in dismay. How vile. This 5 elements pill actually requires spiritual roots from 5 individuals of qi refinement, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth as ingredients. One wonders from whence this formula was obtained. Song Yimou nodded slightly and rummaged through Zhang Fingyu's storage bag, discovering only a few items such as the observation mirror and the black ice sword. Though these magical implements boasted illustrious names, they were merely mediocre artifacts of the qi refinement stage. Take the observation mirror, for instance, capable of revealing sights within a radius of merely a few dozen meters. Could it truly be deemed worthy of the name observation? Was Zhang Fingyu utilizing this trinket to spy on others while they slumbered or used the lavatory? The only artifact of foundational significance was the bronze cauldron wielded by Zhang Fingyu, which could be classified as a mid-tier treasure, though it hardly piqued Song Yimou's interest. As for his techniques, they comprised half of the blood spirit technique and the ordinary breath cultivation method, along with common spells like the fire dragon technique. It appeared this demonic cultivator was indeed a rogue practitioner. It remained a mystery how he stumbled upon the gravestone of the blood spirit ancestor, which had afforded him this opportunity, relying solely on the 5 elements pill to hunt for spiritual roots. He had managed to elevate his cultivation to the late foundation establishment stage. The blood spirit technique, being incomplete, could only support him until the core formation stage before leaving him with no further path to tread. Continuing deeper into the cave dwelling, Song Yimou began to collect the herbs and alchemical furnaces hoarded by Zhang Fingyu, even prying down the luminous night pearls that illuminated the cave's ceiling. Yi Xiao shook her head, fully aware that Song Yimou had followed her out for this very purpose. As for protecting herself, she had brought along the ancestral peachwood sword. Who could possibly harm her? The esteemed title of the Southern Sky's foremost sword cultivator, Yi Tianjia, was not merely for show. Ignoring Song Yimou, Yi Xiao called forth the surrounding spiritual roots. From this day forth, you may join the outer sect of my Shantian sect. Starting as outer sect disciples, the group of young men and women remained bewildered by the sudden turn of events, but sensed it was a fortuitous opportunity, nodding in agreement. Following this, Yi Xiao approached Li Shi, who was curled up in the corner. To be honest, she did not perceive the blackened figure before her as a living being. Yet, she could distinctly hear a faint heartbeat, weak and fragile. How could he still be alive in such a state? Yi Xiao had never encountered anything like it. Even cultivators at the core formation stage, when so grievously injured, would face certain death. Sensing the vague remnants of Li Shi's vitality, she speculated, could he be a body cultivator who had experienced some extraordinary fortune? The practice of body cultivation had long fallen into obscurity. Yet some unique secret methods persisted through generations. Help me. Li Shi managed to part his lips, desperately pleading for salvation. His urgency was understandable. He was racing against the clock. Once the timer expired, his life would be forfeit. Had you mentioned your need for assistance earlier, I would have refrained from activating my timer. Yi Xiao looked down at him. Your injuries would require considerable resources to heal. Why should I come to your aid? Beautiful fairy, I beg you to save me. Li Shi weakly lifted his head. The state of being near death imparted upon him a peculiar sensation, as if mortality was both distant yet alarmingly close. Yi Xiao chuckled softly, her laughter blossoming like a flower, akin to the chime of silver bells, enchanting all who beheld it. Very well. There was, in truth, a teasing remark that Li Shi dared not voice. Having saved me, I shall grant you the role of the heroine. Yi Xiao and Song Yimou returned together to the Shantian sect. Song Yimou summoned his treasured celestial boat, allowing the disciples left by Zhang Fingyu to embark upon it. They first delivered the other spirit-rooted individuals to the outer sect, entrusting them to the steward. Subsequently, they proceeded to Qingzhou Peak, where Song Yimou resided. Yi Xiao peered into the celestial boat, where Li Shi lay in repose. She administered numerous powerful elixirs to him, staunching the flow of blood from his internal organs, and endeavored to channel spiritual energy into him, attempting to reconnect his severed meridians. Yet, Li Shi's breath grew even weaker, much to Yi Xiao's bewilderment. The truth was that Li Shi's state of apparent immortality had expired. He had lost a substantial portion of his blood, half, in fact, and to still be alive was nothing short of miraculous. Do not fret, senior sister. I am well versed in the art of alchemy and healing. As long as he clings to life, there is hope for salvation, Song Yimou remarked with a slight smile. Yet he did not cast a glance at Li Shi, his gaze solely fixed upon Yi Xiao. Very well, I leave him in your capable hands. Do not let him perish, for I still have my cultivation to attend to." With that, Yi Xiao placed a golden-hued pill into Li Shi's mouth, nodded, and departed on her sword. Song Yimou smacked his lips, casting a disdainful glance at the prostrate Li Shi. "Sigh, when will senior sister ever spare me more attention?" He stood lost in thought, gazing at the direction from which Yi Xiao had departed for a full 10 minutes, until he sensed that Li Shi's aura had weakened further. "Oh dear, I almost forgot about you." Song Yimou came to his senses, turned, and walked toward his cave dwelling, with Li Shi floating obediently behind him. Yi Tianjia had 3 personal disciples, the eldest, Wang Hao, the second, Yi Xiao, and the third, Song Yimou. In terms of combat prowess, Song Yimou paled in comparison to Wang Hao and Yi Xiao. However, he was a prodigy in the realm of alchemy. Alchemy is divided into 9 realms, and many alchemists of the first realm find it nearly impossible to ascend to the second throughout their lifetimes. Yet, at the age of 24, Song Yimou had already reached the 5th realm. He was truly a genius, but he is merely on the brink of death. He is quite easy to treat, Song Yimou reassured himself, casting Li Shi into a pool of milky white water, along with a heap of medicinal herbs. This pool contained the essence of earth veins, a substance that took millions of years to form, and was the sole one of its kind in the entire Xiantian sect. Indeed, throughout all of Tiannan, Li Shi reluctantly regained consciousness, opening his eyes to observe Song Yimou at work. Noticing that Li Shi had awakened, Song Yimou began to ramble on. "Given your level of cultivation, you must be an 8th-tier body refinement practitioner. In these times, few tread the path of body refinement. To have reached the 8th tier at such a young age, you must have experienced some remarkable fortune. I believe this is also why senior sister Xiao came to your aid. As sword cultivators, they still require a foundation in body refinement. She must be quite intrigued by the secrets of your cultivation. Oh, brace yourself, it may sting a bit." With that, Song Yimou summoned hundreds of silver needles, swiftly piercing various acupoints on Li Shi's body. Li Shi let out a pained grunt. "Your excessive blood loss is indeed a concern, but fear not. Here are 2 blood chi pills. Rest assured, they are not concocted from human blood. I crafted them using the wild bull herd from the Spirit Beast Peak, specifically designed to remedy blood deficiency, so effective that even core formation practitioners might experience a nosebleed from their potency." Thus, Li Shi began his recuperation at Lingzhu Peak. During this time, Yi Xiu visited once, merely casting a glance before departing again. 5 days swiftly passed. Throughout this period, apart from tending to Li Shi's injuries, Song Yimou devoted most of his time to researching medicinal pills and daydreaming, seldom seen engaging in cultivation. Li Shi harbored suspicions that his moments of days were consumed by thoughts of Yi Xiao. On the 3rd day, he found himself regaining mobility, as most of his flesh had begun to regenerate. However, the skin had yet to fully heal, rendering his appearance somewhat ghastly. Concurrently, Li Shi realized that his physical strength had diminished to the 5th level of body refinement due to his grievous injuries. Such a decline in one's corporeal realm was a rarity within the realm of cultivation, for most individuals would have succumbed to death under such severe afflictions. Li Shi believed he was undoubtedly the most unfortunate time traveler. Despite possessing a relatively formidable system, his journey had been fraught with misfortune. However, fortune seemed to be turning. The crisis had come to an end, and the narrative of triumph was about to unfold. Freed from Zhang Fengyu's grasp, he felt as though he could soar freely in the vast skies and swim across the boundless seas, like a fierce tiger ready to break free from its cage. Yet today, Yu Xiao approached him, presenting a contract. The total cost for the medicinal herbs and elixirs used to save you amounts to 27,000 high-grade spirit stones. Noticing your lack of funds and absence of a storage bag, it seems you will need to work for my Xiantian sect for a total of 376 years. Do you have any objections? Yi Xiao, with her long sword slung across her back, stood elegantly in her flowing white dress, embodying the grace and valor of a female sword saint. However, the contract she handed to Li Shi left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. 376 years, wasn't this akin to a contract of servitude? How dare she humiliate me so? Of course, during this time, I shall personally sponsor all your cultivation resources. And should you make significant contributions or achieve notable accomplishments for the sect, this period of servitude can indeed be shortened. Yi Xiao extended the contract to Li Shi, signaling for him to affix his signature. Li Shi hesitated for a moment, and then casually picked up the contract, preparing to sign it. After all, he had been saved by another. Furthermore, he felt he could not contend with anyone. However, Upon seeing that Li Shi was genuinely about to sign, Yi Xiao intervened, snatching the contract away. I ask you, is your secret truly that significant? What? Li Shi appeared somewhat bewildered. Humph. You require me to be explicit, do you? Yi Xiao continued. Ordinary body cultivators typically must begin their rigorous training from a young age, honing their physique and infusing it with spiritual medicine to step into the fifth layer of body refinement. Even prodigies usually only reach this stage around the age of 25. If you had not sustained injuries, I would presume your cultivation was at the 7th or even 8th layer of body refinement, correct? Yet I distinctly recall that when I encountered you in the small courtyard of Stone City, you were merely immortal. Therefore, what extraordinary fortune have you experienced? With her sword unsheathed behind her, Yi Xiao held it firmly, gently lifting Li Shi's chin with the tip of her blade. It became evident that the significant merit she referred to implied that Li Shi was to reveal the secret of his impending ascension to become a body cultivator, thus allowing him to offset the duration of the contract. Glug. Li Shi swallowed hard, his mind racing in circles, yet he found himself unable to conjure an appropriate excuse. At that moment, Song Yamoan, who was engrossed in researching the elixir formulas beside him, spoke up. Speak your mind freely, just be honest. If you fabricate a lie that angers Sister Xiao, she might truly sever your tongue. I don't know, Li Shi replied, shaking his head. You don't know? Yi Xiao's gaze turned perilous as she fixed her eyes on Li Shi, her delicate fingers gently caressing the dragon and phoenix patterns on the hilt of her sword. I can only tell you that something has elevated my cultivation. But what that something is, I truly do not know, Li Shi explained, half-truthfully. Something? Yi Xiao narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing him for a long while before suddenly breaking into laughter. Very well, then come with me. Where to? To see my ancestor. He will undoubtedly discern what resides within you. Li Shi remained hesitant when Yi Xiao cast a spell to bind him, proceeding towards the summit of Zhuantiangong. At the pinnacle of Zhuantiangong, in a secluded courtyard behind the main hall, Yi Xiu brought Li Shi to this tranquil haven. There, Yi Tianjia, her master and ancestor, was drinking beneath a peach blossom tree, clad in white, lost in contemplation as he poured himself another cup. Ancestor, what secrets does this young man possess? Yi Xiu inquired directly. I do not know, Yi Tianjia replied, rolling his eyes as he continued to serve himself. Is there truly anything in this world that you are unaware of? Yi Xiao expressed her disbelief, pressing for further information. Disbelieve if you wish. There are indeed many things in this world that elude my knowledge, he retorted. A single peach blossom drifted down from the tree, which Yi Tianjia deftly caught between his fingers, placing it in his cup before drinking it down in one gulp. Shall we dissect him then? Let us unveil the secrets he harbors, Yi Xiu suggested, a glimmer of amusement and intrigue dancing in her eyes. Li Shi shivered. This script does not align with expectations. Could it be that Yi Xiao is not the protagonist, but rather the formidable antagonist propelling the hero forward? Or perhaps the script I possess is one that delights in the demise of time travelers. Merely a secret of a body refiners. Akin to the inheritance of esoteric techniques or the awakening of bloodlines, what is there to dissect? Yi Tianjia chuckled lightly, rose to his feet, and scrutinized Li Shi for a moment before suddenly proclaiming, I have a far superior plan. What plan? Yi Xiao gazed at her esteemed ancestor, believing he had unraveled all mysteries. I shall take him as my disciple. Thus, this secret shall belong to my Zhuantiangong. What do you think of this approach? Is it not splendid? Yi Tianjia took a couple of steps with the wine jug in hand and inquired, What is your name? Li Shi, he replied obediently. In the first layer of qi refinement, my physical body once reached the 8th layer of body refining. Quite impressive, Yi Tianjia nodded approvingly. Li Shi remained silent. From this moment forth, you shall be my 4th direct disciple, Yi Tianjia. Are you willing? Yi Tianjia inquired. Li Shi was somewhat bewildered. Yet he understood what was expected of him at that moment, and promptly performed a respectful bow. Disciple Li Shi pays his respects to master. Excellent, excellent, Yi Tianjia exclaimed, tossing a plaque to Li Shi. With a casual gesture, he infused a beam of sword light into Li Shi's body, causing no harm whatsoever. With a smile, Yi Tianjia then grasped his wine jug and, in a graceful display, soared into the sky, departing without a backward glance. This left Li Shi, still in a state of confusion, alongside the exasperated Yi Xiao. Senior sister? Li Shi hesitantly called out. Yi Xiao rolled her eyes and delivered a swift smack to Li Shi's forehead, dislodging a few patches of unhealed skin. What is that old fool thinking? She leaned closer to scrutinize Li Shi's face for a moment, but upon failing to find any clarity, she exited in frustration, soaring away on her sword, leaving Li Shi to his solitude. In an instant, the courtyard was left with only Li Shi. Li Shi, upon observing that the two individuals had departed, proceeded to descend the mountain. However, he soon encountered a predicament. When he had arrived, he was accompanied by Yi Shiyao, who had effortlessly flown him up, thus attracting no hindrance. Yet now, as a solitary outsider descending from the summit, he was promptly intercepted and questioned. Which peak do you belong to? What brings you to the main peak? Cough, cough. Li Shi cleared his throat and presented the wooden token that Yu Tianjia had given him. The token, adorned with an intricately carved sword, appeared to be an ordinary piece of wood, yet it emanated a palpable aura of sharpness. Direct disciple. The individual blocking his path stood there, dumbfounded. May I pass? Of course. Li Shi, observing the remarkable efficacy of the wooden plaque, decided to fasten it to his waist, descending the main peak with ease and grace. Where shall I go next? Li Shi hesitated for a moment, contemplating that he should seek out slaying.Behold first. However, since he had arrived with Yi Xiao's assistance in flight, he had completely forgotten the way. After a series of inquiries, he finally discerned the location of Qingzhou Peak, where slaying.Behold resided. A disciple pointed to a shorter mountain adjacent to the main peak and explained, Brother Song is a prodigy in alchemy. To accommodate him, the sect master graciously bestowed Qingzhou Peak as his dwelling. Is it far? Li Shi inquired. Not far, the disciple replied. Thus, Li Shi set forth towards Qingzhou Peak. Yet, after traversing for the better part of a day, he found himself still en route. How vast must the Xiantian sect be? If merely two connected peaks could span such a distance? Li Shi initially intended to return and seek the guidance of the monk who had shown him the way. However, upon reflecting on his esteemed status as a direct disciple, he felt it might be somewhat undignified. Ultimately, concerned with maintaining his pride, Li Shi resolved to journey all the way to Qingzhou Peak. Senior brother, Li Shi observed slaying.Behold, who was intently examining medicinal herbs in the field at the foot of the mountain, and approached him to pay his respects. Slaying.Behold looked at Li Shi with a puzzled expression. The sect leader has just accepted me as a disciple. Please enlighten me. After a moment of silence, as he gazed at the wooden plaque that Li Shi presented, slaying.Behold finally spoke. Follow me. Certainly, Li Shi replied, summoning a flying vessel. Slaying.Behold beckoned for him to board. First, we shall proceed to register your information, slaying.Behold said calmly as the flying vessel ascended gently into the sky. Li Shi hesitated for a moment and quietly inquired, Isn't senior brother Song curious as to why the sect master accepted me as a direct disciple? Is it not rather extraordinary? Because you harbor a secret, the secret of a mortal ascending to the higher echelons of body refinement in just a few days, slaying.Behold replied, casting a calm glance at him before elaborating. As of now, including you, Master has 4 direct disciples. The eldest brother, Wang Hao, possesses a heavenly grade lightning root, a hybrid of human and demon bloodlines. He formed his golden core at the age of 16, becoming the fastest in Tian over the past millennium, a feat unparalleled in the annals of cultivation. Do you think he has a secret? Then there is second sister, Sister Shiyao, whose innate sword heart is exceptionally clear. On the day of her full moon banquet, merely grasping a sword allowed her to enter the realm of sword heart clarity, manifesting a vision of swords slashing through dragons and phoenixes, nearly ruining her own banquet. Is that reasonable? And I, slaying.Behold, at such a tender age, have attained the 5th level of alchemy. Who dares to rival me? Who can contend with me? No one throughout history has been my equal. Even the great sects of alchemy do not compare. At this point, slaying.Behold seemed to drift off into reverie. Only someone like me is worthy of Sister Shiyao. All right, I see now. Each of you possesses extraordinary talents. My absence makes no difference. Li Shi wisely refrained from interjecting. Now you understand why the sect master took you as a disciple, do you not? Regardless of your secret. If you were another Yuan-Ing stage cultivator, they would surely dig deeper. But Master is different. He is the foremost sword cultivator in Tiannan. In his eyes, there is only the path of the sword. Perhaps gathering exceptional talents from across the land is merely his pastime. Soon, slaying.Behold led Li Shi to the registration desk to complete his enrollment. As a direct disciple, he would receive a second-rate peak, a complete volume of the Xiantian Gong, several secret manuals, and various techniques. He could claim low-grade magical artifacts and a complete set of attire for direct disciples, along with a monthly stipend of 800 mid-grade spirit stones. Ordinary disciples could only choose third-rate caves, often crowded as a single peak contained more than 10 caves, while direct disciples could select an independent peak. Song Yamoan explained. The choice of peak, the steward inquired. Purple Cloud Peak. Song Yamoan declared on Li Shi's behalf. It was once the cave of an elder at the Golden Core stage, who recently perished while exploring, devoured by a beast. The spiritual energy there is of decent quality, and the scenery is quite pleasant, Song Yamoan elucidated. All right, I shall register it now. The steward began the documentation. Song Yamoan further clarified, the low-grade magical artifact, the celestial vessel, can be used by those at the chi refinement stage, and when infused with spiritual energy. It can reach speeds comparable to that of Foundation establishment. With a cheerful demeanor, the steward handed Li Shi a storage bag containing various sect garments. The Xiantian sect's methodologies and several mid to low-grade chi refinement artifacts, along with an abundance of books. Direct disciples can come here to receive resources for cultivation each time they achieve a breakthrough in their practice. The steward, a consummate practitioner at the core formation stage, wore a broad smile as he regarded Li Shi, who remained an ordinary mortal, thus underscoring the esteemed status of a direct disciple. Typically, it is the Foundation establishment or even chi refinement cultivators who attend to disciples when they come to receive their allocations. Yet it is the steward himself who personally greets those of direct lineage. Observing that you, my friend, hold the esteemed title of a direct disciple yet still tread the path of a mortal, I present you with this vial containing a third-tier health-enhancing elixir. As a token of my goodwill, the steward placed a small vial into Li Shi's hands. Li Shi glanced at Song Yamoan, and seeing no reaction from him, he tucked it away. After the two completed their registration and received the token for Xian Peak, they made their way outside. That nourishing pill is merely of the third tier. As a body refiner, you might as well treat it like candy. I shall gift you a vial of fifth-tier Xianlong pills, to be consumed one every 10 days. Do not exceed this limit. Hearing Song Yamoan's words, Li Shi felt genuinely touched, silently bestowing upon him the label of a good person in his heart. Now, I shall lead you to Xian Peak. The two proceeded towards their destination. By the way, be sure to carry the token of the direct disciple with you at all times. Within it lies a fragment of my master's sword intent, capable of severing any foe beneath the nascent soul stage and aiding you in escaping peril. However, it will only activate defensively and cannot be triggered actively. It serves as a last resort, Song Yamoan explained. Li Shi instantly realized that the token of a direct disciple was the most significant distinction between a direct disciple and others. However, what was the sword light that the master had infused into his body? Li Shi pondered this further. Song Yamoan appeared momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the implication. That too was a manifestation of sword intent. Given your unique circumstances, it is understandable for the master to leave something behind within you. Fear not, with the master's temperament. It is merely a tracking mechanism. If you genuinely care for our Xiantian sect, consider it merely an additional means of safeguarding your life. So that's it. He fears that I might flee. Li Shi once again thought of Yi Xiao. Why had he not used this sword intent token to eliminate Zhang Fengyu when he first met her? Li inquired of Song Yamoan, expressing his confusion. Unlike others, his senior sister possessed a uniquely crafted token, specially made by their master, which enabled her to escape from any perilous situation without inflicting harm. For she declared that her enemies were hers to vanquish. The demon cultivator met his demise, drawn to death by the tombstone of the blood spirit ancestor. This incident left his senior sister in a state of displeasure, lamenting her inability to deliver the final blow, cursing the blood spirit ancestor for an extended period, vowing to sever his head with her sword. Li Shi once again gained a fresh perspective on Yi Xiao. Before long, the two boarded a flying vessel and arrived at Xian Peak. There, they were greeted by a throng of enchanting maidens, dancing and frolicking. The elder of the core formation had certain peculiar tastes. You may dismiss them afterward. In truth, the elder who encountered danger harbored no unusual proclivities, but merely kept a bevy of exquisite mortal women who sang and danced daily. It was merely art. If it were truly some kind of dual cultivation sorcery, the Xiantian sect would have surely expelled them long ago. Where is the steward of Xian Peak? Song Yamoan inquired. Here, came the reply. As an elderly man with a face full of white beard stepped forward. 8th layer of chi refinement? Song Yamoan questioned. Oh, I'm Fengyu. 82 years old this year. Time is fleeting, and with no hope of foundation establishment, I have come here to serve as steward, the old man replied. Well then, my junior brother, who is new to this place and knows little, please make the necessary arrangements. Song Yamoan presented the Ziyun Mountain token to him. Fengyu's spirits lifted. Being addressed as junior brother by Song Yamoan suggested he was also a direct disciple. Direct disciples were far more esteemed than those elders in the core formation stage. Those old-timers were notoriously impoverished, and even after serving as steward for over a decade, he had not seen a hint of generosity from them. Direct disciples, on the other hand, were all favored children of heaven, often unreserved in their use of resources. If he could procure some potent elixirs, Feng Yu might still entertain the thought of foundation establishment. With this in mind, Feng Yu felt invigorated, perhaps even on the cusp of a grand ascent. Song Moen gave Li Shi a few instructions and cautioned him regarding his cultivation. I shall not inquire about your fortunes, but please remember, the path of immortality is fraught with challenges, and mere chance will not guarantee a smooth journey. You must never neglect your cultivation. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. I shall certainly keep my focus on my practice, Li Shi replied earnestly, nodding. With that, Song Moen took flight on his sword and departed. Lead me to the main cave dwelling of Ziyun Peak, Li Shi said, a hint of excitement in his voice. Please, follow me, Feng Yu replied, dispersing the curious dancers and guiding Li Shi to the cave dwelling. Though referred to as a cave, it was an entire complex of buildings. Incomparable to those of ordinary disciples, such grandeur was reserved solely for the elders of the core formation stage and direct disciples. You may leave now. And dismiss those women as well. Do not disturb us unless necessary. Understood, Feng Yu said, departing. Li Shi was exhilarated, beginning his search for an ant nest. Fortunately, the formations of Ziyun Mountain were not akin to the isolating formations of Zhangfengyu, but rather followed the natural order, with the seasons cycling in harmony and all living things competing. A multitude of creatures and biological resources abounded. Li Shi quickly discovered an ant. Smack! An attribute point increased by 1. How delightful! Li Shi couldn't help but hum softly. Feng Yu felt that this direct disciple truly lived up to the title. Shrouded in mystery. Aside from delivering meals, no one was permitted to approach him at any other time. It remained unclear what he was researching. Yet his cultivation still appeared to be that of a mere mortal. Could it be that a mortal body could delve into the path of immortality? Feng Yu was struck with awe. News of the sect leader accepting a 4th direct disciple had spread within the sect, yet few sought out Li Shi. Remaining hesitant and curious about the identity of this enigmatic 4th disciple, for cultivators, time seemed to slip away in the blink of an eye. On the 4th day at Ziyun Mountain, during midday, Feng Yu once again placed the meal at the entrance of the cave dwelling as instructed. The dwelling was situated halfway up the mountain, and Li Shi had commanded that no one was to ascend from that point. Feng Yu adhered strictly to this directive, never crossing the line. For a cultivator, such caution and humility were essential. Master, lunch is served. Understood, came Li Shi's voice from within, sounding faint and preoccupied. Feng Yu dared not inquire further and hastily departed. Inside the courtyard, Li Shi was breathlessly sprawled over the table. For the past 3 days, he had focused solely on one task, slaughter. Spiders, insects, ants, all were mercilessly exterminated. During this time, Li Shi had discovered 3 anthills. The first 2 were small, yielding a total of 1,300 ants, while the third boasted a staggering 2,100 ants, including other gains. He accumulated a total of 6,600 attribute points. A portion of this also came from mosquito larvae caught in a pond on Ziyun Mountain. Regrettably, the plankton did not count as a kill, yet it seemed reasonable had his plan of 1 billion elite soldiers succeeded back in the death row. Wouldn't he have transcended to the nascent soul stage, then to the transformation stage, and eventually become an immortal? 10 ascensions a day would shatter the void and lead to immortality. It was uncertain where one might find such vast ant colonies. They must be related to their species, as those swarms numbering in the tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, were not the same as the ants he had encountered in his previous life. Li Shi was aware that a colony known as the red imported fire ant could comprise hundreds of thousands of individuals. Additionally, there existed the army ant, which could form nests containing millions. It is reasonable to presume that such vast nests would be found deep within the mountains and forests. After all, Xuantiangong is a sanctuary for cultivators, devoid of such colossal populations. There is no need for haste. One can take their time. In recent days, Li Shi has been utterly consumed by a singular focus on the act of killing. However, exterminating ants is not a simple task, particularly when it involves unearthing their colonies. Were it not for his status as a body refinement practitioner, he would likely find it insurmountable. The mountainside bears witness to numerous pits, excavated to considerable depths by his efforts. Concurrently, Li Shi has come to understand through the texts distributed by his sect just how arduous the path of a body refinement practitioner truly is. It is a journey fraught with difficulty. Typically, Cultivators do not squander their time honing their physical forms. Once a practitioner steps into the realm of chi refinement, they can manipulate spiritual energy to cast spells, while body refinement practitioners merely gain a modicum of strength. Consequently, they have gradually been phased out of the cultivation world. According to Feng Yu, there are fewer than 10 body refinement practitioners within the entire Shintian sect, which boasts a staggering total of 100,000 disciples. Among these practitioners, half are sword cultivators, merely serving as an aid to the sword path without any intention of pursuing longevity in this endeavor. Now is the time to augment his abilities. Yet he must do so without attracting undue attention. Li Shi pondered for a moment, then successfully elevated his physical cultivation, which had been severely injured. Back to the 8th layer of body refinement. Allocation successful. Physical body, 8th layer of body refinement. It was also time for him to step into the 2nd layer of chi refinement. This would enhance his efficiency in slaying. Allocation successful. Cultivation, 2nd layer of chi refinement. Li Shi had already attained the 1st level of chi refinement, yet he had not absorbed even the slightest trace of spiritual energy, rendering Zhang Fengyu and Yi Xiao oblivious to his advancement. However, that day, Yi Tianjia discerned at a glance both his current cultivation level and the condition of his physical form prior to his injuries. The spiritual energy here is remarkably abundant. Reaching the 2nd level of chi refinement, Li Shi endeavored to absorb the spiritual energy from the air. This place is in stark contrast to the desolate spiritual energy of Stone City. Moreover, Xian Peak is inhabited by elders of the core formation stage, ensuring a rich supply of spiritual energy complemented by several formations designed to cultivate it. Within mere breaths, Li Shi began to feel the invigorating sensation of spiritual energy entering his body. Such a delightful sensation. Spiritual energy limit, 200. Each level increase raises the limit by 100. Spiritual energy reserve, 11, 200. 2nd level of chi refinement, 8th level of body refinement. Indeed, this is sufficient. Li Shi has no immediate plans to further advance his chi refining cultivation. The primary reason lies in the system's indication that he can reselect his spiritual roots. However, each attempt to draw new roots would result in the complete loss of his current cultivation level. Thus, Li Shi has decided to refrain from focusing on his training for the time being. The process of reselecting spiritual roots requires 1,000 attribute points, allowing him to take his time with this decision. Li Shi brought his lunchbox, enjoyed his meal, and then made his way towards the back mountain. Thus, days passed one after another. During this period, Li Shi diligently mastered the fire dragon technique, expending 100 attribute points to achieve proficiency in this spell. This ordinary incantation could be seamlessly grasped with a mere 100 points, sparing Li Shi the need to waste time on further study. He then executed a fiery dragon whirl to obliterate an ant nest. As the resonant sounds echoed around him, Li Shi couldn't help but hum a tune. 7 days later, Song Emoan arrived at Ziyun Mountain. In recent days, Li Shi has transformed the hillside of Ziyun Peak into a veritable stronghold, eradicating all pests and vermin in his wake. He has amassed over 41,000 attribute points. Upon witnessing Li Shi, dust-covered and disheveled, descending from the back mountain with a hoe in hand, Song Emoan remained silent for a considerable time. Does my junior disciple harbor an affinity for agriculture? A modest hobby, perhaps, that nurtures both body and mind, and may even aid in the comprehension of the Tao, Li Shi remarked with utmost seriousness, albeit with a hint of jest. Song Emoan shook his head and elucidated the purpose of his visit. This year, the Shintian sect has yet to meet its recruitment quota. Thus, the recruitment pavilion has issued a directive dispatching foundation establishment disciples to various nearby cities in search of spiritual roots. I have been assigned a mission to Shiqing. The path of alchemy is fraught with challenges, and it is prudent to take respite from time to time. After a moment's contemplation, Li Shi nodded in response to Song Emoan's inquiry. I shall accompany you, senior brother, to conclude some earthly matters. Li Shi contemplated the inexpensive younger sister. Since he had inherited the identity of the original owner, he ought to fulfill the necessary karmic obligations. If the junior disciple had any family, they could come and reside together. This was the privilege of a direct disciple, for the mundane world was also a part of cultivation, as Song Emoan reminded him. Li Shi nodded slightly. Very well, let us set forth at once. When it comes to cultivators, we depart without hesitation. 2nd layer of chi refinement. My junior brother is not lagging in his pursuit of immortality, Song Moan remarked, taken aback by Li Shi's cultivation level, and expressed his admiration. Li Shi did not display any physical prowess, yet Song Emoan sensed that Li Shi's vitality seemed to have strengthened somewhat. It's acceptable, Li Shi remarked, scratching his head. Your cultivation is limited and your spiritual energy insufficient. Let us travel together on the flying boat. Very well. While sword flight would be swifter for short distances, considering Li Shi's circumstances and the lengthy journey ahead, the flying boat was undoubtedly more suitable. The two set off towards Stone City. Li Shi has recently come to understand that he resides in a place known as Tiannan, located at the southernmost tip of the Zhangqiang continent. A majestic, towering mountain range, known as the Tianyi mountain range, serves as a formidable barrier, isolating Tiannan from the rest of the continent. This mountain range is teeming with fierce beasts, and even a Yuan-ing stage cultivator would face mortal peril should they attempt to breach it. Within Tiannan, there exist 4 human nations, Imogua, Nanliang, Digua, and Xingua. It is said that a millennium ago, there was only the Liang kingdom, but conflicts and divisions led to the emergence of these 4 nations. The Nanliang kingdom claims to be the legitimate heir of the Liang kingdom, yet its strength is rather lacking. The sects of cultivators are scattered throughout these 4 nations, asserting their independence from worldly affairs, never intervening in mortal matters. Should a cultivator unleash their wrath, they could easily decimate a city, an act that would utterly sever the foundations of the cultivation realm and, thus, is strictly prohibited. Tiannan is vast, home to numerous sects, among those of notable renown. There are approximately 17 or 18 sects, divided into righteous and demonic factions. The righteous sects are led by Xintian sect, Mingyu sect, Jioding Pavilion, Fengming Valley, and Xingyun Gate. The demonic sects, though weaker, are spearheaded by Yuming Temple, Shuihan sect, Huanlu Valley, and Inshur City. The Xintian sect is situated in the Qiyun mountain range in the northern part of the Nanliang kingdom, with Mogwa's Shicheng line just to the north. Senior Brother Song, how shall we go about locating the spiritual route? Li Shi inquired. This flying vessel truly deserves its reputation as a low-tier magical artifact. Merely infusing it with spiritual energy allows for the formation of a protective shield. However, the spiritual energy within the bodies of Qi refinement practitioners is rather sparse, and thus they cannot sustain flight for long before exhausting their reserves. There exists a specialized treasure known as the Spirit-Seeking Disc, which obviates the need for us to conduct an extensive search. Ah, replied his companion, as the two of them soared through the skies aboard the vessel. At this pace, we shall reach Stone City before dusk. Just as Song Yamoan concluded his statement, 2 dark clouds appeared before the flying vessel, obstructing their path. Stop. Surrender your spirit stones and magical artifacts. Spare yourselves from death. We are all cultivators. It would be a pity to perish. I hope you, fellow practitioners, will act wisely. Li Shi's pupils constricted slightly. The imposing aura of these 2 individuals was no less formidable than the pressure Zhang Fengyu exerted upon him. At the very least, they were cultivators in the late foundation establishment stage. Is this a form of aerial robbery in the realm of cultivation? Li Shi hurriedly glanced at Song Yamoan, only to find him expressionless, as if it were merely an ordinary occurrence. From his waist, he retrieved a fiery red pill and tossed it towards the 2. Kid, I'll give you credit. Wait, what kind of pill is this? Before the 2 could finish their words, the red pill erupted instantaneously, transforming into a blaze of dark red flames. The 2 foundation-building cultivators were enveloped in an instant, their summoned dark clouds incinerated without a trace. You seek death. This fire is not right. The flames licked up their bodies, proving impossible to extinguish. Song Yamoan struck again, unleashing a beam of golden light from his fingertips that entered the bodies of the 2, temporarily restraining them. Simultaneously, a treasure shaped like a cauldron ascended into the air, enlarging rapidly, and then it came crashing down upon one of their heads. In an instant, brain matter splattered, and blood rained down from above. The 2 late-stage foundation-building cultivators were reduced to lifeless corpses. Song Yamoan's series of actions flowed seamlessly, resembling a meticulously rehearsed execution sequence, leaving Li Shi in utter astonishment. Is this it? They died just after the first encounter? Is it truly so simple for a genius of a great sect to slay cultivators of the same level? That 5th-tier Yefire pill was a byproduct of my failed alchemy, specifically designed to incinerate evil entities. The golden light technique is a secret transmission of my Xuanian Gong, an Earth-tier low-level secret art, which you may cultivate once you reach the foundation-building stage. Song Yamoan casually explained these points to Li Shi before beginning to inspect the storage bags of the 2 cultivators. Junior Brother Li, remember, never let your guard down. Even now, some cultivators may leave self-destructive traps within their storage bags, just like this one. At that moment, a gleaming orb of light was captured by Song Imoen, who swiftly hurled it away. Boom! A violent explosion echoed from afar. Song Imoen dispelled the restrictions on the storage bag, took a glance, and nodded in satisfaction. It seems they had accumulated some wealth. They must have robbed quite a few passing cultivators. After speaking, Song Imoen tossed a storage bag to Li Shi. Li Shi hastily caught the item. Those who witnessed it shared in the moment, while his junior brother held on to it. The two set off once more. After a brief respite, Song Imoen finally arrived at Shurcheng as the sun dipped below the horizon. Shurcheng was far more tranquil than Li Shi had anticipated. The entire lord's residence had been thoroughly cleansed by Zhang Fingyu's bloodshed, which led him to expect chaos within the city. Upon inquiring, Li Shi learned that, following the incident, the Imo country had swiftly responded by appointing a new lord. An official announcement was made, claiming that the Qin family had perished due to food poisoning. Though the higher-ups within the city were well aware of the true events, they maintained a veil of silence, even assisting in suppressing the news. For the common folk, the Qin family had become nothing more than a tale shared over dinner. Regardless of their former power and influence, they had met an irrevocable end. However, another development occurred. The newly appointed lord quickly collaborated with the court to issue a proclamation, declaring that the former lord, Qin Fan, had conspired with spies from the Nanyang kingdom to frame the innocent citizens of the Imo country, thus committing a sin deserving of divine retribution, even in death. He would be held accountable, with his entire clan's remains left to rot in the wilderness, unburied. The Imo country's leadership clearly surmised the underlying motives. This was an act of atonement, or rather, a demonstration of allegiance. Yet they refrained from preemptively notifying General Li Xinshuang of the national defense. Junior brother, let us find an inn to rest for the night. We shall commence our search for the spirit roots tomorrow. Agreed. Li Shi, accompanied by Song Imoen, had reserved a tavern. Once the arrangements were finalized, Li Shi turned to Song Imoen and said, Senior brother, it is still early, and I have a younger sister in the mortal realm whom I wish to visit. Indeed, Song Imoen replied succinctly. Every cultivator must traverse this phase. Some may be ruthless and heartless, abandoning the mundane world in a bid to sever their ties to it, while others may choose to support their parents and bless their families, thus refining their earthly attachments. Song Imoen did not interfere, merely offering a reminder: one must not allow regret to fester, lest it give rise to inner demons that could hinder their path to immortality. Li Shi understood. He recognized this opportunity might prove beneficial. Unless absolutely necessary, one should refrain from revealing their cultivation prowess. Song Imoen tossed Li Shi a satchel. Li Shi took a glance inside and discovered it brimming with gold ingots and silver coins, the most valuable currency in the mortal realm. Thank you, senior brother. What was there to be thankful for? To cultivators, such treasures held little worth. Those who practiced the mystical arts could soar through the skies, master various array formations, and effortlessly seek out and mine gold. Li Shi made his way towards the Chuanfang Pavilion in the northern part of the city. Li Shi did not inherit the memories of the original owner, but he could discern them from Qin Fan's reactions that day. Li Xinshuang is mostly wronged. Soon, Li Shi arrived at the Chuanfang Pavilion. The Chuanfang Pavilion is the largest establishment of its kind in Shurcheng, where carriages of the affluent and noble are parked at the entrance, and there is even a designated area for the stabling of horses. People are constantly coming and going. As Li Shi stepped through the vibrant, colorful entrance, he was immediately surrounded by a throng of women. I am here to find Li Qianqian. This name was one he had learned from Qin Fan. Another seeker of Qianqian? A plump madam squeezed her way forward, the first to scrutinize Li Shi's attire. In an effort to remain inconspicuous, Song Imoen had specifically advised Li Shi to don a simple disciple's robe. The garment appeared quite ordinary, a plain white outfit. Yet upon closer inspection, the silk material was of exceptional quality. Coupled with Li Shi's recovered injuries and his now handsome visage, he bore the demeanor of a refined gentleman, exuding an air of aloofness that suggested he was not to be trifled with. The madam quickly calculated in her mind, then approached to introduce herself. Oh my, you seem unfamiliar, yet you seek Qianqian too? But Qianqian is the star attraction of our Guifang Pavilion. Proficient in both the arts and etiquette, she offers performances but does not sell her body. Many dignitaries and wealthy patrons have spent lavishly, yet have not had the honor of an audience with her. It is quite difficult to arrange such a meeting. The madam continued her chatter, attempting to grasp Li Shi's arm. Li Shi smiled faintly and said, Difficult to meet? Call her here. I wish to take her away. The matron furrowed her brow, subtly signaling to her subordinates while forcing a smile. Young master, you jest. This is the gathering of Blossom's Pavilion. Just as the matron was about to voice her dissatisfaction, she observed Li Shi producing a gold ingot and placing it in the bosom of a nearby woman. The matron's expression shifted, quickly revealing a look of astonishment. It turned out he was a person of distinction. Li Shi let out a huff, seizing a handful of gold ingots and casting them towards the madam. Startled, the madam quickly used her bosom to catch them, successfully grasping the majority. However, the impact left her in pain, and her chest rapidly turned a shade of deep purple. The expansive area of her bosom was marred with bruises. Upon inspecting the ingots, she discovered they were all genuine gold. "Quick, call for Qianqian. Deliver these to the noble," the madam shouted. Before long, Li Shi encountered Li Qianqian. She held her pipa, partially obscuring her face, and in comparison to the instrument, she appeared quite petite. As the daughter of Li Xinshuang, Li Qianqian is naturally well-versed in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, not to mention her striking beauty, which is further complemented by her once prestigious status. It is evident that the matron has been supporting Li Qianqian in her role as a talented woman, profiting from her abilities. One might say that this arrangement serves as a transaction between her and Qin Fan. Li Qianqian walked over slowly, her demeanor numb. Yet Li Shi could distinctly hear her heartbeat quickening, revealing her evident anxiety. Li Shi, brother. The Li family belongs to a prominent lineage, with Li Shi having 7 or 8 siblings. The original owner and Li Qianqian are half-siblings, and their interactions have been rather limited. Thus, their address towards each other lacks familiarity. Li Qianqian was clearly taken aback, yet she found it hard to believe. "It's me." Upon seeing Li Shi's response, Li Qianqian could no longer contain her emotions. She threw aside her pipa and rushed over to embrace Li Shi, altering her words. "Brother, I have contemplated ending my life several times, but I never anticipated that you were still alive." Li Qianqian unexpectedly burst into tears while embracing Li Shi. Li Shi, wishing to avoid trouble, swiftly departed from the Qiufeng pavilion with Li Qianqian. However, he remained blissfully unaware of the several gazes that stealthily lingered upon him. In an elegant chamber atop the pavilion, 3 individuals keenly observed the unfolding scene. Clad in striking crimson robes, 2 were male and 1 was female. The 2 men possessed strikingly handsome features, radiating an alluring charm tinged with a hint of mischief. The sole woman, enchanting and resplendent, donned a vivid red dress that accentuated her graceful figure, rendering her irresistibly captivating amidst the vibrant attire. It was evident that all 3 were cultivators, having established a soundproof barrier as they deliberated over Li Shi and his companion. "What should we do? Such a remarkable spiritual root cannot be allowed to fall into the wrong hands. In my opinion, he is merely a low-level qi refinement cultivator, likely emerging from some obscure corner, parading before mortals." "Indeed, it is quite laughable," the woman in red chimed in with a giggle. "Do those 2 appear to be somewhat familiar? Did she call him brother? What of it? Such a splendid furnace cannot be squandered. Is there not enough of a bad brother for her? Begone. Are you to be my furnace, or shall I be yours? How about we each serve as the other's furnace for a day? Would you prefer to be on top or beneath? Inside is also an option, you know." Li Shi guided Li Qianqian towards the inn, skillfully evading the bustling crowd around them. Li Shi Gei. As Li Qianqian appeared on the verge of tears once more, Li Shi hurriedly reassured her, "I have slain Qin Fan to avenge our kin, so do not weep any longer." Li Shi was momentarily at a loss for words, and could only respond in this manner. So it was that the entire Qin family had fallen victim to the hands of Li Shi's brother. "Did you administer the poison?" Oh, it appeared she had interpreted the notion of the Qin family's food poisoning as an act of lethal poisoning by Li Shi. Li Shi extended his hand, and a burst of flame soared into the sky, only to vanish in an instant. It was a fire dragon technique, a skill accessible even to qi refining cultivators. Though simple and of limited lethality, it was nothing short of a miracle in the presence of mere mortals. "What is this?" Li Qianqian gazed in astonishment. "I had narrowly escaped death in the death row, and, by a stroke of fortune due to possessing a spiritual root, became a disciple of the Xiantian sect, a sect dedicated to the cultivation of immortality. An immortal? Brother Li Shi is indeed the legendary immortal. Could it be that I too might?" Li Qianqian exclaimed with delight. Li Shi shook his head, poised to explain that becoming a cultivator was not as simple as it seemed. As the matter of spiritual roots had already disqualified 99% of mortals, a fate determined by innate talent. Suddenly, Li Shi raised his gaze towards the front. Before them stood 3 figures clad in crimson, obstructing their path. All 3 were qi refinement cultivators. The one in the center stepped forward first, clasping his hands in greeting. and said, "Greetings, fellow cultivators. I am Guan Tianyu, an inner disciple of Joy Valley. I have come to the mortal realm for leisure, and by chance, I discovered such exceptional spiritual roots. I am here to invite you both to join Joy Valley. Are you independent cultivators? Joy Valley?" Li Shi furrowed his brow, somewhat perplexed about whom the other party referred to regarding spiritual roots. However, he soon noticed that the gaze of the individual remained fixated on Li Chanqian. Li Chanqian? Li Shi was taken aback. System: allocate points to spirit exploration technique. Allocation successful. Attribute points -100. Spirit exploration technique has been learned. The spirit exploration technique is a common spell used to test spiritual roots. Li Shi grasped Li Chanqian's arm, and as his spiritual exploration technique entered her body, he momentarily froze in astonishment. Li Chanqian turned out to possess a superior fire spirit root. Taoist friend? Taoist friend? Guan Tianyu, feeling slighted as Li Shi disregarded him, wore a rather displeased expression. After all, he was a cultivator at the 8th level of qi refinement. Yet here stood Li Shi with cultivation merely at the 2nd level, exhibiting such arrogance. Humph, does this Taoist friend look down upon me, the Joy Valley? Guan Tianyu's eyes narrowed, already plotting to teach this junior a lesson. Regardless of whether he was an independent practitioner or a disciple of some sect, his demise here would leave no trace for investigation. Upon hearing Guan Tianyu's words, Li Shi finally reacted, turning to face him. "Do you see the attire I wear?" Li Shi inquired. "What?" Guan Tianyu was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by Li Shi's statement. "Your judgment is even worse than that of an old madam from a brothel. Begone. I am a disciple of the inner sect of the Xiantian sect." Li Shi retorted coldly. "What? The Xiantian sect?" Guan Tianyu was taken aback, scrutinizing Li Shi's pristine white garments. They were indeed exquisite, but still, damn it, all you righteous cultivators favor white attire. What are you trying to portray? Who can ascertain which sect you belong to? 9 out of 10 practitioners of the righteous path don white. This trend has even permeated the ranks of independent cultivators. How absurd. Humph. Seeking death. Guan Tianyu scoffed. What of being a disciple of the inner sect of the Xiantian sect? Alone, and with cultivation merely at the 2nd level of qi refinement, you dare to be so audacious? With that, the three prepared to seize Li Chanqian, a superior spirit root. For the cultivators of Joy Valley, it was the perfect furnace. If utilized properly, it could bolster decades of cultivation. A flicker of thought crossed Li Shi's eyes as he pondered within. Guan Tian was a cultivator of the 8th layer of qi refinement, while the other two were at the 6th layer. Could he, relying solely on his 8th layer of body refinement, contend with them? Probably not. And then there was Li Chanqian. He found it difficult to ensure her safety. Thus, Li Shi smiled, a smile tinged with exasperation, as if he had been unwittingly ensnared in a cunning scheme. It was truly a case of being forced to masquerade as a pig while devouring a tiger. Li Shi murmured softly and began to allocate his points. System: allocate points to reach the 9th level of body refinement. Allocation successful. Physical body. 9th level of body refinement, 01000. Wasn't the body refinement realm only up to the 9th level? Shouldn't the next step be to temper the physical form and attempt to achieve the golden body? At least, that's what the book on common knowledge in the cultivation world stated. But why did it seem that points could still be allocated? It simply transformed from 100 points to 1,000 points. Li Shi began to attempt to allocate additional points. System: allocate 1,000 points to physical body. Allocation successful. Physical body. Refinement level 10, 01000. Refinement level 10. An unprecedented realm. Completely unheard of. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, as Li Shi could complete the point allocation in an instant. At that moment, a blood sword materialized in Guan Tianyu's hand. Li Shi suddenly charged forward. "You, Guan Tianyu." Witnessing the surging blood energy emanating from Li Shi was taken aback. A body refinement warrior. Unlike qi refinement practitioners, who can only conceal their cultivation through specific spells, a body refinement warrior's energy fluctuations are not easily masked unless they engage in combat, making their true strength elusive. Guan Tianyu had made a grave error by positioning himself too close to a body refinement warrior, especially one as unprecedented as Li Shi, who had reached the 10th level of body refinement, a realm unheard of in the entire Tiannan region. Guan Tianyu barely had time to cast a spell, relying solely on his protective energy to shield himself. In the next instant, Li Shi's fist struck. With a thunderous crash, Guan Tianyu's protective energy was shattered like fragile bubbles, and the powerful blow landed squarely on his head. Guan Tianyu was sent flying, his skull caved in. blood splattering in a grotesque display. By the time he hit the ground, he was barely clinging to life, gasping for breath. A mere punch had undone an 8th-level Qi refinement practitioner. Of course, Guan Tianyu's utter lack of preparedness contributed significantly to his downfall. The other two onlookers were struck with terror, abandoning Guan Tianyu to flee in haste. Do not escape. Li Shi leaped forward with remarkable speed, akin to lightning. Swiftly catching up, his blood surged with fervor as he delivered a single, powerful kick that sent another man soaring through the air. The blow struck him squarely in the back, causing him to lose his breath mid-flight. The last remaining woman, filled with terror, fled in desperation, conjuring spells to assault Li Shi. Li Shi, unwilling to let the tiger return to the mountain, closely pursued from behind, his blood surging like a tempest. Resembling a deity of slaughter, he effortlessly dispersed the few spells cast by the woman, rendering them utterly incapable of inflicting any harm upon him. Li Shi pursued relentlessly, but suddenly noticed the woman turning back. The look of fear had vanished from her face, replaced by an expression of malice, her eyes radiating a murderous intent. A flash of light illuminated her palm. Die. A beam of earthy yellow light shot towards Li Shi's forehead, emanating the aura of a foundational cultivation artifact. Moving with astonishing speed, her earlier display of fear and flight was merely an act. Li Shi exerted all his strength, twisting his neck at an awkward angle, nearly breaking it as he barely evaded the magical artifact. Bang! Another kick sent the woman flying, crashing against the wall and crumpling into a heap. Li Shi seized the earthy-hued radiance, forcibly suppressing it with his vital energy, causing his palm to split and bleed. Moments later, a talisman resembling a stone needle emerged. In the next instant, Li Shi swiftly approached the bodies of the three individuals, delivering a final punch to ensure they were irrevocably deceased. Only then did he collect their magical artifacts in storage bags, hastily departing with the astonished Li Tranqian. The actual duration of the conflict between both parties was merely 20 seconds. Within the inn, Li Shi recounted the events to Song Moen with unwavering honesty. Song Moen raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Are you implying that with just 3 punches and 2 kicks, you dispatched a cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refinement and 2 at the 6th? Indeed, Li Shi nodded in affirmation. Song Moen scrutinized Li Shi for a moment, then chose not to dwell on the matter further. He nodded thoughtfully, stating, "The practitioners of Joy Valley are notorious for such nefarious deeds, scouring the lands for suitable high-grade spiritual roots to serve as furnace vessels for their cultivation. At times, they even resort to abducting disciples from other sections. It appears that possessing a spiritual root may not necessarily be a blessing." Li Shi let out a bitter laugh. Zhang Fengyu intends to use it for alchemy, while Joy Valley seeks to employ it as a furnace vessel. In the realm of cultivation, the cycle of slaughter and schemes is unceasing. The demonic sect of Joy Valley no longer regards mortals as their kin. Furthermore, do not be misled into believing that righteous cultivators are inherently virtuous. They merely pursue different paths of cultivation. Song Moen shook his head, as if he wished to articulate something further but ultimately refrained, instead shifting the topic. Your younger sister possesses a high-quality fire spiritual root. This is indeed a cause for celebration. You siblings are fortunate to share a connection with the celestial. Truly a testament to the favor of the heavenly path. Li Shi smiled and nodded, yet only he was aware of the truth. This celestial opportunity belonged solely to Li Tranqian. He was merely a bystander. Subsequently, Song Moen criticized Li Shi for pursuing the woman from Joy Valley. Every cultivator has the potential to possess hidden strengths and opportunities, and one must never underestimate any practitioner. Instances abound in the cultivation world where lower-tier cultivators have triumphed over their higher-tier counterparts. Do not become one of those cautionary tales. Li Shi was quite receptive to advice, nodding in agreement as he reflected on his own reckless behavior. Though he often made light of being the protagonist of a novel or a child of destiny, he was acutely aware that he possessed but a single life. Lately, it seemed he had become somewhat complacent. However, as a direct disciple of his master, endowed with the protection of his master's sword intent, confidence was indeed a virtue, as it facilitated the flow of thoughts and prevented the emergence of inner demons. Song Moen added, "Junior brotherly, there is something I must convey. While you may have promising prospects in the realm of body refinement, this path is undeniably fraught with challenges. In this world, the number of cultivators who have achieved a golden body is fewer than those who have attained the nascent soul stage, let alone the legendary sacred body. The path of a body refiner is both a dead end and a difficult journey. Although I have shared much, the ultimate choice rests with you." Song Moen was indeed an exemplary senior brother. Li Shi nodded and expressed his gratitude once more. At that moment, Song Yimou glanced at the timid Li Qianqian and offered her a gentle smile. Since my younger sister has received a celestial boon, it is only fitting that I, as her elder brother, present some congratulatory gifts. With that, Song Yimou retrieved 3 vials of elixirs and a manual from his storage pouch. This vial contains the beauty elixir, which, when taken once a month, can preserve one's youthful appearance. However, it should not be consumed excessively. Otherwise, one may revert to a juvenile state, which is undesirable. The remaining 2 vials contain my specially formulated fire pulse nourishing elixir, which is highly beneficial for cultivators with a fire affinity. Even for those of ordinary physique, it can still enhance their spiritual roots. As for the technique, the fire spirit technique is a mid-level Xian rank skill, not the most exceptional. But I currently lack a more suitable method for cultivators of fire affinity. I shall seek one in due course. While I need not elaborate on the beauty elixir, it is evident that the fire pulse nourishing elixir is of considerable quality, especially when paired with a mid-level Xian rank technique. It constitutes a truly splendid gift. Li Shi, however, observed that Song Mon was still extracting items from within. He soon produced a 3-zhang length of red silk and presented it to Li Qianqian. "Thank you, Brother Song," Li Qianqian exclaimed, her voice tinged with trepidation as she hurriedly accepted the gift, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. "This is the Binding Heaven silk, a spiritual treasure forged by one of my elders. It can autonomously engage in combat without the need for spiritual energy infusion. Below the dance stage, no one can harm you. It transcends mere magical tools and treasures, embodying a spiritual essence that elevates it beyond the realm of the ordinary." Li Shi stood in astonishment. This was no ordinary treasure. Such spiritual artifacts were possessions many core formation cultivators had never laid eyes upon. And even nascent soul practitioners would not turn their noses up at them. Did Song Yimou truly just gift it away? Noticing Li Shi's expression, Song Yimou chuckled lightly. "Junior brother, do not regard treasures from the perspective of a wandering cultivator. It is merely a postnatal spiritual artifact. I possess at least 6 or 7 more. And this particular item does not align with my combat style. It is perfect for your esteemed sister." Very well, very well. You have plenty, do you not? Are we not brothers in this? Shouldn't you also bestow upon me a little something? Li Shi began to ponder whether Song Yimou would acquiesce to his demands. Ahem. Li Shi recalled the stone needle he had seized from the disciples of the Joy Valley, and thus he presented it to Song Yimou for examination. This object appeared to be a Xian Wang needle, a mid-tier magical artifact containing a trace of Xian Wang energy. Capable of piercing through the defenses of most cultivators, a rather useful item indeed. As for the several storage bags he had obtained, they contained merely a few hundred low to mid-grade spirit stones and some talismans and medicinal pills. Judging by Li Shi's current standards, this seemed somewhat impoverished. After all, the individual he had confronted was merely an ordinary inner disciple of the Joy Valley. It was reasonable for them to possess limited resources. As the night deepened, it was prudent for Qianqian, being immortal, to retire early for rest. "Brother, please rest well," he said, as Brother Song settled in for the night. Li Shi contemplated securing another room for Li Qianqian. However, Li Qianqian declined the offer. "Brother, I am terrified this might be a dream." Once again, the night was filled with celestial beings engaged in mystical battles, and an abundance of elixirs and treasures bestowed upon her, leaving Li Qianqian momentarily dazed. After all, she was merely 15 or 16 years of age. Li Shi, feeling helpless, booked a twin room, prompting Li Qianqian to relent. As the night deepened, the bright moonlight bathed the blue tiles, the candlelight extinguished, and the mundane world slipped into slumber. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Smack. Attribute point increased by 1. Brother? There's a mosquito. Oh. Smack. Attribute point increased by 1. Brother? What is it? Shall we close the window? Let us wait a bit longer for some fresh air. Oh. The following day, at dawn, Li Shi awoke. Some cheer-refining cultivators forego sleep, substituting it with cultivation. However, Song Yimou had specifically cautioned Li Shi that this practice is inadvisable. It is only after establishing a foundation that one's body can naturally generate spiritual energy, allowing for sleeplessness. While it is not impossible to do this during the cheer-refining stage, it is simply unnecessary, at least for direct disciples. The situation is different for loose cultivators. Upon awakening, Li Shi sat cross-legged on his bed, embarking on an attempt to cultivate the Xiantian Gong, a technique exclusive to disciples of the Xiantian sect. In the preceding days, he had refrained from engaging with the techniques, primarily due to concerns that any alteration in his innate roots would reset his progress in cultivation. The Xiantian Gong, A mid-tier earth-grade technique, was crafted by the ancient founder of the Xiantian sect, and as a direct disciple, Li Shi was granted access to the complete text. This technique could facilitate his ascension to the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, a realm once attained by the founder himself. The Xiantian Gong is divided into 6 realms. If one could reach the second layer before establishing their foundation, they would be considered a genius. Clang. The mid-tier earth-grade technique, Xiantian Gong, has been recorded. Xiantian Gong. First layer, 01000. Initially, the truncated version of the blood spirit technique, which was also of mid-tier earth grade, required merely 100 attribute points to reach the first layer, whereas the Xiantian Gong demands a staggering 1,000 attribute points. Should I attempt to randomly alter my innate roots? A single random attempt necessitates 1,000 attribute points. And with over 41,000 points at my disposal, I could afford 4 consecutive attempts. However, such a transformation of innate roots is exceedingly rare in the realm of cultivation. Even more astonishing than a rapid advancement in cultivation level, I require a treasure that conceals both my cultivation level and innate roots. Li Shi pondered for a moment. He decided to seek out Song Emoan. Shortly thereafter, Song Emoan arrived, knocking at the door. And the 3 of them exited the inn together. Let us first indulge in a morning meal. It has been nearly 3 years since I last savored the food of the mortal realm. Song Emoan guided them to a modest stall, where they ordered some fried dough sticks, rice porridge, and pickled vegetables. As they dined, Li Shi discreetly inquired of Song Emoan, senior brother Song. I reflected upon our conversation last night. The trio at Happy Valley could effortlessly discern my status as a cultivator, which poses certain inconveniences. Is there a magical artifact that conceals one's cultivation level and prevents others from prying into one's essence? With a pickled vegetable in hand, Song Emoan replied, within the secret techniques you possess, there are indeed methods such as the turtle breath technique and the concealment technique that can be cultivated later. However, if we speak of the most effective means, it is this. As he spoke, Song Emoan deftly retrieved a dark green stone from his waist and placed it into Li Shi's palm. This is a spirit suppression stone, he continued, chewing as he explained. It serves as a method for concealing one's cultivation level below the core formation stage, capable of suppressing the fluctuations of one's spiritual energy. In fact, others would be unable to even perceive your spiritual root. The only drawback is that it may affect the flow of your own spiritual energy when not in use. Simply store it in your spatial pouch to maintain its isolating properties. Li Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could it be that the script he had in hand was actually that of a protagonist living off others' fortunes? Li Shi expressed his gratitude with a cheerful smile and placed a piece of pickled vegetable into Song Emoan's bowl. After the 3 of them finished their meal, they wandered into a narrow alley where Song Emoan summoned a flying boat. Boarding the vessel, he cast a formation that rendered it invisible to ordinary eyes. I shall remain vigilant aboard the flying boat, he declared. Song Emoan produced a dark bronze disc adorned with intricate patterns, at its center a needle-like pointer. This artifact, known as the spirit-seeking disc, could sense spiritual roots within a radius of 1,000 meters. As soon as Song Emoan activated the disc, the pointer began to spin. He cast a glance at it but shook his head in disappointment. The fluctuations of mixed spiritual roots are not worth pursuing. We shall first seek the quality ones. The trio traversed the skies above Stone City aboard the flying boat. The city's population was approximately 70 to 80,000, yet after an hour of searching, they had only detected 2 spiritual root signatures, both of which were of the mixed variety. It was no wonder that Zhang Fengyu had been so elated upon discovering Li Shi's golden spiritual root in the prison. After another half-hour of searching, Song Emoan sighed and stated, there is nothing within the city. We must venture to the surrounding villages. Is it possible that other sects have already arrived ahead of us? Li Shi inquired. Strictly speaking, Stone City is adjacent to Maizanian Gong. For other major sects to search for spiritual roots here would be to disrespect us, Song Emoan replied, though he shook his head again. However, such matters are often merely unwritten rules. On the surface, each sect still relies on fate to recruit disciples. Oh, I see. It appears that even in the realm of cultivation, there is competition for sources of life, or perhaps it should be termed fate. Soon, the 3 arrived outside the city, wandering around the outskirts and the surrounding mountains. Such a strong fluctuation of thunder elements. Song Emoan suddenly exclaimed with joy. Could it be the legendary thunder spiritual root? Li Shi speculated. No, someone is undergoing a tribulation. Let us go. Song Emoan urged with excitement. A tribulation? That is indeed worth witnessing. But why are you so thrilled? Senior brother? Li Shi asked hesitantly. Junior brotherly, the thunder tribulation is not something an ordinary person can endure. Typically, only those in the nascent soul stage, or even the transformation stage, can face such challenges. Song Emoan elaborated enthusiastically. Moreover, aside from high-ranking cultivators, exceptionally gifted individuals who invoke heaven's jealousy can also attract the thunder tribulation. Master Wang Hao, for instance, built his foundation at 12 and formed his core at 16, both times encountering tremendous thunder tribulations. Alas, I have never witnessed it myself. As Song Emoan continued to explain to Li Shi, he poured a surge of spiritual energy into the flying boat. Senior brother Song, is it not somewhat perilous for us to approach so closely? Li Shi asked with uncertainty. Ha ha ha. Junior brother, there are few in the entire Tiannan region who pose a threat to us direct disciples. Song Emoan laughed heartily, brimming with confidence. The flying boat swiftly plunged into the misty mountains. Li glanced around, faintly perceiving the glimmering silhouettes of other flying vessels converging from various directions, as well as sword-wielding cultivators passing by, seemingly drawn to the commotion. Typically, one would scarcely encounter a single cultivator, yet at the slightest disturbance, they all emerged like flies attracted to a foul odor or vultures drawn to a decaying carcass. The Cloud Mist mountain range lies to the east of the Stone Kingdom, characterized by its steep and rugged terrain, crisscrossed by ravines. Zhang Fengyu had initially established his cave dwelling here precisely for its concealment. Before long, Li observed a massive tempestuous cloud gathering in the sky ahead, with thunder and lightning cascading down incessantly. To his surprise, it was not a cultivator undergoing tribulation. Song Moan halted the flying vessel, and Li gazed towards the tempest below. He beheld a colossal vortex of spiritual energy gradually taking shape. Merely approaching it made Li feel as though his cultivation had subtly increased, as if he were benefiting from its presence. Scattered around, several cultivators had already congregated, all observing intently. It was not a being transcending tribulation, but a manifestation of an alternate space. Within that vortex likely lay an ancient cave dwelling or an independent realm crafted by a high-level cultivator. Song Moan exclaimed with a hint of excitement. What abundant spiritual energy! Shall we venture inside? Li inquired. Absolutely not. Why would we enter? It is perilous within, Song Moan replied, shaking his head in disbelief. Yet, he soon found a mountain peak to land on, retrieving a massive alchemical furnace and beginning to organize an array of medicinal ingredients. I intend to refine pills using the thunder. Song Moan swiftly ignited the furnace, commencing the alchemical process, tossing various peculiar herbs into the cauldron. Li Shi stood in astonishment, observing Song Emoan's actions. After a quarter of an hour, an increasing number of cultivators gathered around, yet none dared to venture into the secret realm, all merely probing the situation. Song Emoan, however, remained utterly focused on the herbs within the alchemical furnace. Suddenly, the furnace trembled violently. A subtle aura of spiritual energy began to converge inward, and the carefully arranged spirit stones that Song Emoan had set up quickly dimmed, absorbed by the furnace. Noticing this, Song Emoan felt a surge of joy and, with a swift incantation, shouted, "Thunder, come forth." In an instant, spiritual energy surged through him as he pointed his hand towards the storm clouds above, as if summoning something. The next moment, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the alchemical furnace. With remarkable speed, Song Emoan swiftly closed the lid, eagerly awaiting the outcome. Boom! A deep rumble echoed, the sound waves radiating outward as the furnace shook violently, stirring up a cloud of dust. Li Shi swiftly covered Li Qianqian's ears. "I have succeeded," exclaimed Dao Yi, filled with exhilaration. Before them, Song Emoan unveiled the alchemy furnace, extracting 5 peculiar dark pills, each adorned with a blue, twisted lightning pattern on its surface, presenting an extraordinary sight. With palpable excitement, Song Emoan caressed the lightning designs on the pills, poised to share his findings with Li Shi, when suddenly a voice pierced the air. "Song Emoan, while others eagerly await the emergence of rare treasures, here you are, indulging in lightning-infused alchemy." An unharmonious voice interrupted, as a man clad in red descended from the sky, casting a derisive glance at Li Shi and Li Qianqian before fixing a defiant gaze upon Song Emoan. Li Shi immediately recognized that the attire of this individual closely resembled that of the 3 disciples from Happy Valley he encountered the previous night, suggesting a shared lineage. "Guchen, what brings you here?" Song Emoan asked, a frown of disdain etched upon his face as he stowed away his elixirs. "Why shouldn't I be here? This Yunwu mountain range hardly appears to belong to your Zuaniangang," Guchen retorted with a scoff. Song Emoan, putting away his elixirs and alchemical furnace, regarded the man in red with a look of utter contempt, sarcastically stating, "Since you are aware that there are rare treasures inside, why not venture in and retrieve them?" "Coward. Not at all. What if I were to perish within?" "That would certainly be a source of great amusement," Gu Qin replied nonchalantly, before turning his gaze toward Li Shi. "I've heard that Xuaniangong has recently taken in a new direct disciple. I presume that must be you?" he inquired. "I am Gu Qin from Happy Valley." Though his words were laced with politeness, his eyes leered at Li Shi's companion, Li Qianqian. Wearing an expression that was thoroughly distasteful, Li Shi suddenly felt a surge of wicked fire rising within him, not born of anger, but of lust. Li Qianqian's expression turned increasingly bewildered, her cheeks even flushed slightly. "Get lost," Song Yimou cursed with a grim countenance, his voice akin to a thunderclap, instantly rousing both Li Shi and Li Qianqian from their stupor. A long sword materialized in Song Yimou's hand, pointed menacingly at Gu Qin. "Song Yimou, I'm not addressing you. I am speaking to this gentleman." "Get lost," Li Shi echoed the curse. Gu Qin scrutinized Li Shi intently for a moment, hesitating briefly before gradually ascending into the air. The tempers of the direct disciples of the Xiantian sect seemed to be cut from the same cloth. "Yishio is like this, Song Yimou is like this, and you too, which truly baffles my thoughts." As Gu Qin departed, Song Yimou glared in his direction, gritting his teeth for a while before turning to introduce Li Shi. "This man is named Gu Qin, a direct disciple of an elder from the Happy Valley. There is no sect leader in Happy Valley. Instead, the 12 elders deliberate together, and he holds a certain status. These scoundrels practice sinister arts and are quite detestable." Song Yimou spat out disdainfully. "Did you have a conflict with him, senior brother?" Li Shi inquired. "I did not, but my senior sister did." The tone of Song Yimou's voice noticeably changed when he mentioned Yi Xiao. "This man has a foul mouth and offended my senior sister, who chased him and slaughtered her way to Happy Valley. In the end, she blocked the entrance for 3 days and nights before leaving, and not a single soul from Happy Valley dared to emerge. Bah, a bunch of cowards. Is Happy Valley really that cowardly?" Li Shi asked, astonished. "My master accompanied her." "Oh, I see. That makes sense." Li Shi nodded in agreement. "It seems Yi Tianjia is quite protective. Junior brotherly, could you do me a favor?" Song Yimou suddenly asked. Li Shi was taken aback, pondering what kind of urgency required my assistance. "Together, we shall eliminate Gu Qin." "Ah, if we can vanquish Gu Qin, my senior sister will undoubtedly be pleased, and her joy will bring me happiness as well." Li Shi opened his mouth in exasperation. Why did Song Yimou seem to transform into a different person at the mere mention of Yi Xiao? It appeared to be rather excessive. However, Li Shi harbored a desire to eliminate this individual named Gu Qin. Merely inciting the flames of desire within him and Li Qianqian was a path to self-destruction. Kill. He had already chosen the path of demise. Upon hearing this, Song Yimou nodded in appreciation. The phrase "already chosen the path of demise" was indeed formidable. Li Shi smiled silently. Gu Qin did not retreat but remained at a distance, attentively observing the fluctuations of the spiritual vortex. He was not alone in this endeavor. A dozen or so cultivators from the Joy Valley had gathered, both male and female, adorned in matching crimson robes and skirts. No wandering cultivators dared to approach their vicinity. A core formation cultivator had arrived. Song Yimou raised his head in acknowledgement. Li Shi then discovered an elderly man clad in a blue robe hovering in the high skies. Within the Cloud and Mist Mountain range, there exist 2 minor sects, the 5 Elements sect and the Banga sect. This individual is the sect leader of the Banga sect, a practitioner at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. As Song Yimou completed his introduction, the Banga sect leader, after observing the swirling aura of spiritual energy, descended slowly beside him. However, the leader of the Xiantian sect, Song Yimou, was addressed as a fellow Taoist by this white-haired elder, a Golden Core practitioner. "Do you know me?" Song Yimou inquired. 5 years ago, I had the fortune of attending the 200th birthday celebration of the Peachwood Sword Immortal at the Xiantian sect, and we had a brief encounter. The leader of the Banga sect, Nyo Digu, replied with a smile. "The Peachwood Sword Immortal is a title of Yi Tianjia, who wields a peachwood sword that suppresses all nascent soul cultivators in the southern realm." "Oh, what is your surname, sect leader?" Song Yimou asked, curious since they were acquainted. "Nyo Digu, you may call me Taoist Nyo," he responded. "Is there something you require, Taoist Nyo?" Song Yimou's tone conveyed a hint of impatience towards the pleasantries, as he remained focused on Gu Qin's movements, contemplating how to eliminate him. "I have learned that you are a genius in alchemy, and today I would like to present you with a pill formula," the elder proclaimed. "Oh." Song Yimou's interest was piqued. Only alchemy and Yi Xiao could truly capture his attention. "Are you acquainted with the origins of my Banga sect?" Digu inquired. Not at all. Please get to the point, Song Emoan urged. My Banga sect was established over 300 years ago. 3 centuries passed. My grandfather was a late-stage Qi refinement practitioner. He, along with several fellow Taoists, ventured overseas from Nanliang and returned heavily injured, subsequently founding our sect. He eventually passed away, leaving behind our Banga sect. 3 days ago. Song Emoan listened eagerly as Digu recounted his grandfather's tale. Perhaps his grandfather indeed led a legendary life. But it felt akin to a tedious story penned by a lackluster novelist. Song Emoan remained disinterested until Digu finally reached the crux of his narrative. My grandfather once obtained a giant clam from overseas, which contained several volumes of cultivation techniques. It was through this knowledge that our Banga sect was established. Among these was a long-preserved pill formula, which I now present to you, fellow Taoist, Digu stated. Thank you, fellow Taoist. I would like to take a look. Song Emoan replied, a hint of excitement in his voice. A pill formula discovered overseas? It could possess unique effects. This pill is known as the golden marrow pill. As Song Emoan received the formula that Digu offered, he quickly scanned it. This is a body-refining pill, Song Emoan exclaimed, his excitement growing. His sister, a sword cultivator, would greatly benefit from such a refining pill. Although Song Emoan possessed numerous body-refining pills, excessive consumption of the same type could diminish their effectiveness. And the specific effects varied. Naturally, the more, the better. The ingredients listed were potent. Earth residual vine, century-old partridge flower, heavenly heart fruit, and blood of a tiger demon at the golden core stage. The materials are indeed fierce, aligning with the nature of the pill. It appears to be authentic. This is, without a doubt, an excellent formula. Song Emoan carefully tucked away the elixirs and cast a discerning glance at Digu. Do you have any particular needs, my friend? I, Song, shall certainly accommodate them. Upon hearing this, Digu felt a surge of joy and promptly expressed his request. I am but a frail old man with little time left. Yet I find myself stagnating in the mid-stage of the golden core realm, my hopes of ascending to immortality long extinguished. However, my son, at the tender age of 28, has established his foundation and displays remarkable talent. I wish to procure some foundational elixirs for him. That is easily arranged, Song Emoan responded, producing several vials and jars, numbering 7 or 8, which he handed to Digu. Each container bore instructions for usage and dosage for his perusal. Thank you, esteemed Taoist Song. Digu expressed his gratitude as he accepted the elixirs, contented, before retreating to guard the swirling aura of spiritual energy nearby. After observing the transaction between the two, Li Shi glanced around at the increasing number of wandering cultivators and sect practitioners gathering nearby, unable to restrain himself from asking, Senior brother, are we to remain here indefinitely? Patience is key. Patience. Indeed, there will always be those who cannot resist temptation. Boom. As soon as Song Emoan's words fell, the spiritual energy vortex trembled once more, and a rich stream of spiritual essence surged forth, almost resembling liquid spirit. It appeared that this was the lair of at least a nascent soul cultivator. And the treasures within must be extraordinary, given the density of the spiritual energy. Now, even Song Emoan found himself intrigued by what lay within the vortex. Rumble. Dark storm clouds gathered in the heavens once again, and several bolts of lightning struck down, plunging into the vortex as if swallowed by an abyss, leaving no trace of their passage. Yet after a moment, strange sounds seemed to emanate faintly from within. Song Emoan furrowed his brow at this sight. Junior brotherly. We should withdraw. Understood. Li Shi did not question the reasoning behind it. Since Song Emoan had decided to depart, it was indeed the right course of action. The unusual commotion suggested potential danger. Song Emoan piloted the flying vessel into the air and, after offering a brief explanation to Li Shi, cast a spell. Suddenly, a bird made of ethereal energy soared into the sky and vanished in an instant. What is this? Li Shi inquired. This is a spirit bird for delivering messages. Initially thought to be merely the manifestation of a core formation cultivator's dwelling, the circumstances imply it may have been left by a nascent soul cultivator. I have already sent a message to our sect. It is safer for Master to be present, Song Emoan elucidated. After traveling a considerable distance, Song Emoan finally brought the flying vessel to rest upon a mountain peak. From this vantage point, they could still see the distant storm clouds. After waiting for a quarter of an hour, several streaks of light appeared on the horizon, swiftly traversing the sky like meteors streaking low. Nascent soul cultivators have arrived, Song Emoan announced. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted from that direction, resonating like rolling thunder. Someone might be attempting to enter the vortex, slaying.Behold speculated. After another quarter of an hour, they observed multiple streaks of light fleeing from the vortex, accompanied by faint cries of despair. Run, without hesitation. slaying.Behold directed the vessel to flee at great speed. After covering several dozen miles, a figure materialized beside the flying vessel. It was none other than Utianjia. Master! slaying.Behold exclaimed. Master! Li Shi also greeted his esteemed mentor with respect. Quickly returned to the sect. Within that vortex lies the corpse of a nascent soul cultivator. Preserved beyond decay and nurtured by potent spiritual energy for countless years, transformed into a corpse puppet. We must not leave it here. I will investigate further. It must not fall into the hands of the In-Corpse City. With that, Utianjia's figure vanished. Li Shi was aware that In-Corpse City was the largest demonic sect in Tian and specializing in the crafting of corpses. It appeared that Gu Qin had failed in his attempt. Sighing, he remarked, then we should return to the sect. As slaying.Behold piloted the flying vessel toward their sect, they noticed that numerous scattered cultivators were hastily heading toward the vortex, each one seemingly impatient. Are these scattered cultivators not afraid of death? Li Shi inquired. They seek to engage the corpse puppets in combat with the nascent soul cultivators, hoping to seize the opportunity to enter the cave realm and acquire spiritual treasures. Isn't that how it is often depicted in tales of ascension? slaying.Behold replied, pondering the literature he had perused. This is not a task suited for our direct disciples. slaying.Behold shook his head. It is far too perilous. Li Shi comprehended the underlying principles and nodded in agreement. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Li Shi and his companions returned to the Xiantian sect. slaying.Behold first escorted the two to the registration office, where he directly registered Li Qianqian as an inner disciple and facilitated the necessary formalities. Subsequently, he guided them to Ziyun Mountain. You should focus on your cultivation. Dear junior brother, establishing your foundation is of utmost importance. Li Shi understood this well. slaying.Behold nodded, stowed away the flying boat, and departed on his sword, exuding an air of mastery. Soon after, Li Shi sought out the steward, Feng Yu, to arrange suitable accommodations for Qianqian. Qianqian, you shall remain here to cultivate. All right, brother. Li Qianqian embraced Li Shi, who gently patted her back. Now that Qin Fan has passed away and worldly matters have come to an end, since heaven has bestowed upon us the chance for cultivation, we must strive to tread the path of immortality. Only after embarking on this journey of cultivation does one realize that time is elusive. It slips away like water between one's fingers, beyond our control. However, this is merely the case for ordinary cultivators. Li Shi is exceptional. Li Shi can be said to lead a remarkably fulfilling life each day. For the entirety of Ziyun Peak is quite vast, teeming with an inexhaustible multitude of insects, rodents, ants, and beasts. He tirelessly traverses the terrain daily, engaged in an unending battle against them. In the blink of an eye, half a month has swiftly elapsed. Li Shi's attribute points have reached 330,000, with the majority contributed by the ants. Had it not been for the desire to avoid appearing too peculiar and raising suspicions among others, Li Shi could have amassed even more. Nevertheless, in the eyes of Feng Yu, the steward of Ziyun Peak, Li Shi remains an eccentric individual, often elusive and wandering throughout the mountains. The fauna on Ziyun Mountain has dwindled significantly. It is high time to extract a commendable spiritual root. Within the secret chamber of the main cave of Ziyun Mountain, Li Shi is seated in a meditative posture, transferring the spirit stones from his pockets into his storage pouch. His cultivation has manifested at the 7th level of qi refinement. With a deep breath, he has elevated his cultivation to facilitate the act of slaying. With a mere flick of his hand, he unleashes several fire dragons in rapid succession, capable of decimating multiple swarms of ants simultaneously, yielding impressive results. In an instant, thousands of attribute points have been acquired. 330,000 attribute points. Surely, this is sufficient to draw a satisfactory spiritual root? System. Commence the extraction of the spiritual root anew. Clang. The extraction of the spiritual root is underway. Attribute points minus 1,000. A medium-grade fire spiritual root has been extracted. Li Shi's cultivation vanished in an instant, reducing him to a mere body cultivator possessing a medium-grade fire spiritual root. A medium-grade fire spiritual root? Li Shi was greatly dissatisfied. Draw again. Clang. Attribute points minus 1,000. A low-grade earth spirit root has been extracted. Continue. A high-grade water spirit root has been extracted. Li Shi hesitated for a moment. Since there exists a system, everything must be optimal. Continue. A low-grade thunder spiritual root has been extracted. Damn. Why is it low-grade? Continue. Let us aim for a heavenly grade. A mutated spiritual root would suffice as well. Continue. Extraction in progress. Continue. Extraction in progress. Continue. Extraction in progress. Continue. Continue. Li Shi became increasingly exhilarated. Continue. He had drawn a top-tier ice spirit root. What? Is this it? A mutated spirit root, yet still a heavenly spirit root. Utterly perfect. A total of 58 draws. 58 attribute points. A heavenly ice spirit root acquired at the cost of 58,000 lives of ants. Strictly speaking, Li Shi was rather fortunate, wasn't he? System. Allocate points to reach the 9th level of Qi refinement. Allocation successful. Attribute points -900. Cultivation, 9th level of Qi refinement, 01000. Spiritual energy reserve, 0900. Spiritual energy cap, 900. As expected, just like with physical cultivation, after reaching the 9th level of Qi refinement, there exists a 10th level. It is not the foundation establishment. However, the required attribute points have now escalated to 1000. Allocate 1000. Cultivation, 10th level of Qi refinement, 01000. Allocate 10,000. Allocation successful. Cultivation, 20th level of Qi refinement, 01000. Spiritual energy reserve, 02000. Spiritual energy cap, 2000. Li Shi's cultivation has reached the unprecedented realm of the 20th level of Qi refinement. A pinnacle never before seen in the realm of immortal cultivation. While the 10th level of Qi refinement may be the domain of certain prodigies, the higher echelons of this practice belong solely to Li Shi, a feat unmatched by any other. The upper limit of spiritual energy escalates with each level. Can one truly accumulate indefinitely in Qi refinement? Would reaching the 999th level allow for the annihilation of a nascent soul with a mere punch? Such a notion seems implausible, as the essence of spiritual energy does not undergo a qualitative transformation. Li Shi infused himself with 100 points of spiritual energy, only to discover that while his upper limit of spiritual energy had indeed increased, his overall strength remained unchanged. However, although he did not grow stronger, he found himself endowed with greater endurance. Li Shi's current reservoir of spiritual energy has reached dozens of times, if not more, than that of an ordinary Qi refining practitioner. Moreover, he has noticed a peculiar lack of coordination within his body, accompanied by a sensation of distension and pain, as well as a slight dullness in his neural responses. Is this saturation? Could it be that the abundance of spiritual energy within him has become overwhelming for his corporeal form? System. Allocate 10,000 attribute points to my physical body. The allocation was successful. Physical body. Body refinement mastery, level 20, 01000. Instantly, the discomfort from the distension vanished, and his body regained its harmony, allowing the flow of spiritual energy to become seamless once more. It appears that the cultivation of the physical body must align with the refinement of Qi. This is a unique challenge in my training. Is it truly necessary to elevate my Qi refinement to 100 levels, or even beyond? Would achieving a foundation at 100 levels in Qi refinement render me even more formidable? In recent days, Li Shi perused numerous texts concerning the realm of immortal cultivation. These volumes document that the 10th levels of both physical refinement and Qi refinement have indeed been recorded throughout history, yet such accounts remain unverified, resembling ethereal tales that perhaps only exceptional individuals could attain. Moreover, the texts do not elucidate whether such a constitution implies greater strength post-foundation establishment. It may be that the region of Tian-Nan is simply too diminutive, as it constitutes merely a corner of the continent, isolated by the Tian-E mountain range, rendering these secrets little known. However, it is indisputable that the spiritual energy following foundation establishment is significantly greater than that of an ordinary foundation, providing a substantial advantage. First, let us elevate the Xiantian skill. System, allocate 1000 points. Allocation successful. Xiantian skill, level 1, 010000. Upon reaching the first level of the Xiantian skill, one can employ two secret techniques: the Xiantian palm, which condenses internal spiritual energy into a palm imprint capable of striking foes from a distance, and the Xiantian shield, which harnesses internal spiritual energy to form a protective barrier outside the body, far sturdier than a typical spiritual shield. Yet, Li Shi was taken aback to discover that while the first level of the Xiantian skill required merely 1000 attribute points, the second level demands a staggering 10,000. It is no wonder that achieving the second level before foundation establishment is considered a mark of genius. Could it be that, following this pattern, the third level necessitates 100,000? The fourth level? 1,000,000? How many ants must one slay? Li Shi gradually activated the Xiantian technique, and soon a layer of frost enveloped his body. However, he felt no discomfort. This was likely due to the celestial ice spirit root altering his constitution. There was no need to hastily establish a foundation. Accumulating attribute points remained the paramount task. Li Shi took out the spirit sealing stone, concealing his cultivation, and stepped out of the cave. Brother, Li Qianqian descended from the heavens, her heart brimming with excitement as she stowed away the binding sky ribbon. Over the past fortnight, her cultivation had progressed to the first layer of qi refinement, even hinting at an ascent to the second layer, possessing a superior fire spiritual root. Her training speed far surpassed that of ordinary cultivators. The binding sky ribbon, as a postnatal spiritual treasure, possessed its own intelligence, enabling Li Qianqian to soar through the skies without expending her own spiritual energy. Not even foundational or golden core cultivators could easily harm her. It was time for me to attempt flight as well. Li Shi summoned his flying vessel, stowed away the spirit restraining stone, and stood upon it, attempting to infuse it with his spiritual energy. Brother, the pressure of your spiritual aura is immense. It surpasses that of any qi refinement cultivator I have ever encountered, Li Qianqian exclaimed, astonished by the profound cultivation emanating from Li Shi. Li Shi smiled faintly and remarked, through my relentless efforts, I have made a breakthrough in my cultivation. Perfectly fitting for this occasion. All achievements stem from sweat and diligence. Let us not become complacent. Indeed, Li Qianqian nodded solemnly. In the next moment, the flying vessel soared into the sky. Typically, those engaging in qi refining cannot sustain a flying vessel for extended periods, as spiritual energy can only support it briefly. However, Li Shi was different. His endurance surpassed theirs by several magnitudes. Ha! Li Shi could not help but laugh. He did not activate his protective spiritual energy, allowing the fierce wind to strike against him. This sensation made Li Shi truly realize that he was, in essence, a cultivator, rather than merely a cold number displayed by the system. Li Shi spiraled in the air for a few moments before descending through the clouds. As he swept over the summit of Ziyun Mountain, he extended his right hand and unleashed a formidable Xiantian palm. Boom! A colossal imprint was left on a massive boulder at the peak, its surface now marred by a network of fissures. At this moment, Li Shi gained a clear understanding of his own strength. Had he encountered the severely injured Zhang Fengyu at this time, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. Li Shi touched down on the ground and exchanged a few words with Li Qianqian regarding cultivation matters. He then mentioned that if she needed anything, she could always seek assistance from Fengyu. As a direct disciple enjoyed considerable privileges. Finally, unable to suppress his eagerness, Li Shi encouraged her to diligently pursue her training before making his way back to the rear mountain once more. Li Qianqian gazed at Li Shi's silhouette. Her lips parted as if to speak, yet ultimately, no words emerged. What Li Shi was unaware of was, Li Qianqian's brother, in his former life, might not have been a truly wicked individual. Yet, his demeanor towards Li Qianqian had always been one of indifference, so this sudden display of warmth and concern was perplexing. Nevertheless, Li Qianqian chose to perceive this change in Li Shi as a transformation brought about by recent events. As the only family member in the world, it was only natural for them to grow closer. Perhaps Li Shi's jubilant appearance in the sky signaled a shift. Gradually, members of the sect began arriving at Ziyun Peak, eager to meet this fourth-generation direct disciple. If it were an ordinary individual, Fengyu could easily decline their visits. However, as several esteemed elders from the sect also came to pay their respects, Fengyu approached Li Shi with a suggestion. Master, it is customary for cultivators upon reaching the core formation or even foundation establishment stages to host a celebratory banquet. You might consider organizing a similar event, such as a disciple's initiation feast. Yet, Li Shi was reluctant. The primary concern was that if the guests were core formation cultivators, they would be able to see through the spirit restraining stone, thereby uncovering Li Shi's concealed cultivation level and his superior ice spirit root. What repercussions would arise should he reveal his qi refinement level of 20 and his exceptional ice spirit root in front of Yi Tianxia? Li Shi was hesitant to gamble. If it were merely immortal who had reached the 8th layer of body refinement, it could be attributed to the secret teachings of body refinement practitioners. However, the transformation of spiritual roots and the attainment of the 20th layer of qi refinement was simply too astonishing, even if Yi Tianxia truly did not mind. What of the elders? Even if the entire Xiantian sect united in solidarity, treating Li Shi as an innate genius, the news would inevitably spread. If those practitioners of the demonic path learned of it, disaster would befall him. At that moment, Li Shi would surely become the target of all, akin to the flesh of Tang Song, attracting countless demons eager to claim his life. After careful consideration, Li Shi resolved, I shall enter seclusion. I must decline all visitors. Find me a suitable reason. Fang Yu, feeling helpless, could only convey to the outside world that Li Shi's rapid advancement in cultivation was concerning. And in order to prevent the emergence of inner demons, he required a period of closed-door training. Thus, Li Shi not only appeared peculiar in Fang Yu's eyes, but also became a figure of intrigue within the entire Xiantian sect, a disciple rarely seen. He became the most enigmatic of all. As time flowed and the cycles of day and night continued, 2 months swiftly passed. Winter arrived, blanketing the entire Xiantian sect in a layer of pristine snow, the wide expanse stretching across the mountains, cloaked in a silvery sheen. The Xiantian sect possessed formations capable of isolating ice and snow, ensuring perpetual spring within its confines, yet seldom employed such measures. The sect adhered to the principles of nature, believing in the cyclical flow of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, and that within this grand tapestry of existence lay the laws of the Tao, beneficial for cultivation and the comprehension of profound truths. During these 2 months, 2 significant events transpired in the southern realm. The first was the hidden corpse puppet of the nascent soul stage, which was ultimately discovered and seized by Corp City. The 2 nascent soul ancestors of Corp City emerged from their graves, joining forces with the current lord of the city. Together, the 3 late-stage nascent souls acted to reclaim the corpse puppet, intending to refine it into a new creation, utilizing a special secret technique. The former ancestors of the nascent soul stage were preserved within the ancestral grounds, which rendered Corp City the foremost evil sect in the southern realm, a force no one dared to provoke. Yu Tianjia was present at the time, but did not engage in conflict. However, it was said that he berated the lord of Corp City vehemently, bringing great embarrassment to the latter. Nevertheless, with the acquisition of a nascent soul-level corpse puppet, Corp City's strength surged, becoming even more formidable. Unexpectedly, a dramatic turn of events unfolded. When the lord of Corp City attempted to refine the corpse puppet, it suddenly went berserk, its power soaring, and inflicted severe injuries upon the lord. It is said that the lower half of his body suffered a grievous injury. The corpse puppet nearly rampaged through the city of the undead, but fortunately, 2 venerable nascent soul ancestors hastily emerged from their graves, managing to subdue it. This brought a rare moment of joy to the cultivation world. The second matter of concern was the disappearance of a saintess from the Valley of Joy, a place known for its earth's spiritual roots. Apart from the exceedingly rare celestial spiritual roots, Earth's spiritual roots are deemed prodigious talents worthy of nurturing by the entire sect. Among the 12 elder council members of the valley, there are 2 saintesses and 4 holy sons, with Gu Chun being one of the latter. Following the saintess's mysterious vanishing, with neither corpse nor trace left behind, the Valley of Joy was incensed, suspecting that a nascent soul cultivator was involved. It is well known that the saintess possessed defensive measures at the nascent soul level, making it unthinkable for an ordinary core formation cultivator to confront her. The Valley of Joy was enraged, but after a brief fury, tranquility was restored. Some claimed to have seen the saintess return to the valley, which led to a temporary cessation of hostilities. However, in the following days, a peculiar incident occurred that raised eyebrows. Passers-by reported hearing rhythmic, muffled sounds emanating from within the Valley of Joy. The noise was thunderous, akin to the earth splitting apart, as if some force were excavating the very ground. The rumbling prompted speculation that the valley was clandestinely plotting something. Yet, none of this pertained to Li Shi. In the Xiantian sect, atop Ziyun Mountain, the rear slopes were submerged in snow up to his ankles. However, for Li Shi, this was of little consequence. He deftly traversed the snowy expanse, leaving only the faintest impressions in the snow. Alas, winter had rendered even the ants elusive. Over the past 2 months, Li Shi had amassed a staggering 130,000 attribute points. Presently, Ziyun Mountain was devoid of even a single ant. Insects and rodents had all but vanished, creating an eerie desolation. This phenomenon even drew the attention of Fang Yu, who suspected a malfunction in the sect's formations had caused the demise of local fauna, prompting him to prepare a report for the sect. Fortunately, Li Shi intervened to stop him. Li Shi channeled the spiritual energy within his body, causing the snowflakes that settled upon him to scatter. It was time to attempt the foundation establishment. Li Shi found himself in a state of inner turmoil, contemplating whether he should depart from the Xiantian sect and retreat into some secluded corner of the mountains to live as a hermit. Such a choice would spare him the troubles of exposing his cultivation. However, he soon dismissed this notion, for within him resided a trace of Yi Tianji's sword intent. After all, there were plenty of wandering cultivators outside, scavenging for spiritual roots, and without the protection of Yi Tianji's sword intent, even a casual golden core practitioner could easily bring about his demise. If someone from the sect came, Feng Yu would be there to intervene. As for Yi Tianji personally arriving, so be it. Li Shi has given up. After all, he has always been right under their noses. His peculiar behavior must have reached Yi Tianji's ears. And that sword intent, can it truly only trace? Li Shi could not offer any assurances. Song Moen claimed that the sword energy within him could not only safeguard his life at critical moments, but also possessed tracking abilities. No matter where he was, Yi Tianji could sense the general vicinity. This was a unique technique of sword cultivators. However, could that sword intent truly be limited to mere tracking? Li Shi entered the cave and settled into a cross-legged position. Perhaps a solution could be sought from the system. System. Allocate points to reach the 100 layers of Qi refinement. Clang. Points allocated successfully. Attribute points. -80, 000. Cultivation level. 100 layers of Qi refinement. 010000. Spiritual energy storage. 159. 910, 000. Indeed, after reaching the 100 layers of Qi refinement, the points required to advance to the next level had escalated to a staggering 10,000. Sensing discomfort within his body, Li Shi promptly began to enhance his physical form to keep pace with his cultivation progress. System. Allocate points to reach the 100 layers of body refinement. Allocation successful. Attribute points. -80, 000. Cultivation level. 100 layers of body refinement. 010000. After assessing his physical condition, Li Shi identified a troubling issue. His strength had increased only marginally, far less than the significant changes he had experienced prior to reaching the 9th layer of body refinement. Li Shi was contemplating whether to continue adding points when suddenly the system notification chimed. Ding! Shall we commence the foundation building? Shall we begin to forge the golden body? Is it now possible to lay the foundation? Li Shi hesitated for a moment but ultimately resolved to lay a foundation for cultivation. There was no need to elevate his qi to a staggering 999 layers, as it would be a waste of attribute points. After all, with the aid of the system, he need not fear encountering bottlenecks in his future cultivation endeavors. System, commence foundation establishment. In the realm of cultivation, there are generally two methods for establishing a foundation. The first method involves using oneself as the base. When the spiritual energy is sufficiently abundant, one can alter their physical constitution and achieve an immortal foundation. The second method relies on external objects, whereby one refines a treasured item into their own immortal foundation. Each method possesses distinct advantages and disadvantages. The former is more arduous but offers greater benefits for future cultivation, as it is considered the orthodox approach in the realm of cultivation. Conversely, the latter is relatively simpler and often results in greater power. However, if the treasured item is damaged, it may lead to the deterioration of one's immortal foundation and potentially hinder future paths, causing insurmountable bottlenecks. In truth, there are additional unique methods for foundation establishment, though they are not universally applicable. To Li Shi's knowledge, Yi Shiyu exemplifies such a special foundation. Her cultivation is characterized by the unity of her sword and self. It is neither based on an object nor on the physical body. Yi Shiyu has constructed her immortal foundation upon the essence of her sword. Should she lose her sword's essence, her immortal foundation would be lost as well. Yet, as long as the essence of the sword endures, so too shall her immortal foundation remain eternal. Li Shi was still pondering how the system established a foundation when it unexpectedly presented him with two choices. Ding! Please select a path. Establishing a physical body requires 1 million attribute points for the celestial foundation. Establishing a treasure requires 500,000 attribute points. The treasure is calculated separately. Hiss. 1 million attribute points just to establish a foundation? This feels like robbery. Although Li Shi was quite dissatisfied, he understood that such exorbitant costs were likely due to his cultivation level having reached the 100th layer of Qi refinement. If he were at the 99th layer, would it not require 10 million attribute points? Then there was the treasure foundation, which generally possessed superior combat power. In any case, he would not need to worry about encountering bottlenecks in his cultivation, as the system would always be there to assist him. With the power of the system, he only needed to consider whether it was strong or not. However, what did the treasure as calculated separately mean? After a moment's hesitation, Li Shi opted for the treasure foundation. Ding! Randomly selecting a treasure. You have obtained the innate spiritual item, Thousand-Year Dragon Bloodgrass. Will you use it to establish your celestial foundation? Redrawing will cost 100,000 attribute points. How much? Redrawing requires 100,000 attribute points? Li Shi was taken aback. At that moment, the system displayed information about the dragon bloodgrass, a wondrous plant steeped in dragoness blood, a century in medicinal properties, a millennium in vitality, and a potential to harness the essence of the heavens and the earth over 10,000 years, manifesting the spirit of the dragon. Li Shi was far from content and gritted his teeth. Redraw. Clang. The primordial spiritual object, the dual lotus, was drawn anew. Shall it serve as the foundation for ascension? Dual lotus, a lotus with two blossoms, capable of manifesting an external incarnation, sharing the same heart and roots, yet existing as separate beings. An external incarnation? Li Shi felt a surge of joy as a thought crossed his mind. What if he could manifest an external incarnation while concealing his true self? Wouldn't that provide an unparalleled sense of security? Could the unity of heart and root confound Yi Tianji's sword intent tracking? Li Shi could not guarantee it. This is it. I shall establish my foundation. Clang. Attribute points minus 500, 000. Foundation is being established. Li Shi was momentarily taken aback. 3 seconds later, the interface remained unchanged. It still displayed the words currently building foundation. What does this mean? What on earth is currently building foundation? Is it even possible to fail at building a foundation? Li Shi felt a sudden and intense fluctuation of spiritual energy surrounding him, as the ethereal forces from all directions rapidly converged to create a colossal vortex of spiritual energy. Visible to the naked eye, Li Shi inwardly gazed at his dantian and beheld a pair of intertwined lotus flowers blooming within. They were the very nucleus of the vortex. The spiritual energy within Li Shi was rapidly depleted, drawn into the twin lotus blossoms, leaving him in a state of emptiness in an instant. This is not good. Li Shi swiftly produced hundreds of spirit stones, casting them around him. To his astonishment, all the stones quickly dimmed, their spiritual energy entirely consumed. Drawn into his body and absorbed into his dantian, the vortex of spiritual energy surrounding him seemed to possess boundless suction. As Li Shi felt the ethereal essence ceaselessly converging into his dantian, entirely beyond his control, resembling a black hole. Simultaneously, dark grime oozed from his skin, transforming him into a figure of mud, expelled from his body by the overwhelming spiritual energy. The rich spiritual essence surged within Li Shi, transforming into a vital liquid that coursed through his meridians, ultimately accumulating and flooding into his dantian. Boom! A faint rumble of thunder resonated from outside. Could it be? Is this the tribulation? Li Shi never anticipated that his foundational establishment would create such a tremendous commotion. This was the onset of a tribulation. Was it not said that only geniuses could undergo tribulations? He considered himself. Wait a moment. It seemed he was an unprecedented figure in the realm of chi refinement, having reached the extraordinary 100 layers, a pioneering existence in the world of cultivation. In the external world, a storm of thunderclouds had already formed above Ziyun Mountain, a dark mass spanning Tinjiang, with lightning coalescing within. This was the thunder tribulation. Ziyun Mountain. Could it be that mysterious fourth disciple? Indeed, to become a direct disciple is no ordinary feat. Even the process of foundational establishment could summon a tribulation. Meanwhile, at the peak of Xiantian's sect, Yi Tianji opened his eyes. To achieve foundational establishment in less than 3 months was a testament to his exceptional talent. Typically, one regarded as a genius would achieve this within 5 years. Yet even among geniuses, there are prodigies, such as Yu Shiyao, who took merely over 8 months to establish her foundation, nearly advancing one small realm each month. At that time, Yu Xiao's aptitude astonished the entire Tiannan region. With her innate sword heart and such a remarkable talent for cultivation, she was undoubtedly a paragon of genius not only in Tiannan but throughout the entire cultivation world. Yi Tianji truly did not expect Li Shi to accomplish foundational establishment in just 3 months, even surpassing Yu Shiyao and attracting the thunder tribulation. You have indeed surprised me. Yi Tianji chuckled lightly. Numerous figures soared into the air, some riding swords, others on flying boats, converging from all directions of Xiantian sect to witness the thunder tribulation above Ziyun Mountain. It was indeed rare for cultivators to face tribulations. A Tinjiang radius? That was sufficiently impressive for a genius. However, he recalled that his senior brother Wang Hao had summoned a 100-zhang thunder tribulation during his foundational establishment. It was comparable to the tribulation of a spiritual treasure's emergence. Not everyone possessed the lineage of the Lei Hu clan like senior brother Wang Hao, who was naturally attuned to thunder. The crowd began to compare Li Shi with Yi Tianji's senior disciple, Wang Hao. Wait, the thunderclouds are still expanding. This is merely the beginning of his foundational establishment. They observed as the thunderclouds in the sky rapidly enlarged, swiftly exceeding 100 meters and continuing to grow. Lightning crackled in the void, surging through the dark clouds like a galloping dragon. Below, in the cave dwelling, Li Shi was bewildered. He had already expended several hundred spiritual stones, yet the spiritual energy was utterly insufficient. How careless of me. The process of refining to the 100th level of qi condensation was indeed an overwhelming endeavor. The dual lotus began to tremble faintly, and the whirlpool of spiritual energy surged. There was not enough energy to support the foundation building. It threatened to collapse. Fortunately, the system could augment the spiritual energy reserves. With a capacity of 10,000 units, the reserves were now depleted, and Li Shi began to frantically allocate points. System, fill the spiritual energy. In an instant, spiritual energy began to surge forth. But the newly generated energy was rapidly absorbed into his dantian, as if it were a bottomless pit. After 10 breaths, system, fill it up. After another 10 breaths, system, fill it up. Again, fill it, outside. Onlookers gazed in astonishment as the thunder tribulation above Xian Mountain rapidly expanded, now nearly 1,000 feet high. What a jest! Have I conjured my own inner demons? How could the foundation building of a cultivator summon a thunder tribulation of such magnitude? And it continued to grow. Is this what it means to be a genius? I observed genius as a mere mayfly witnessing the vast sky. My heavens! Before the crowd could fully express their astonishment, they witnessed the thunderclouds above expand by yet another kilometer. It was as if the heavens were enraged, ready to smite those who disrespected them. A tremendous rumble brewed within the clouds. Song Yimou soared on his sword, his mouth agape as he beheld the ever-expanding storm clouds. Was this summoned by Junior Brotherly? A graceful figure approached from the horizon, gliding on a sword beside Song Yimou, her expression peculiar as she gazed at the thunderclouds. It was Yi Shiyao. Had Li Shi truly summoned this? Was he already building his foundation? Such a commotion for foundation building? Hearing Yi Shiyao's rapid-fire questions, Song Yimou shook his head in exasperation. How would I know? Such a prodigy exists in this world. What inheritance has he obtained? Yi Shiyu furrowed her brow, suddenly feeling a twinge of concern. This thunder tribulation was no trivial matter. He might fail. In the next moment, the Xiantian sect's grand formation suddenly activated. A mighty tide of spiritual energy surged towards Ziyun Mountain. His master was aiding him. Song Yimou looked up to see Yi Tianji's figure appearing in the sky. Within the cave dwelling, she desperately allocated attribute points, yet he still could not keep pace with the speed of the spiritual energy whirlpool. The whirlpool continued to grow. His dantian began to tremble once more. Stop absorbing it. Is insatiability your desire? In the next instant, the Xiantian grand formation drew all the spiritual power over. Akin to an ocean. Was this the sect's grand formation? Yi Tianji was assisting me. Li Shi silently expressed his gratitude in his heart, then turned his gaze towards the twin lotus blossoms. At the center of the spiritual energy vortex, the twin lotus shone brilliantly, an extraordinary emerald green, exuding a rich vitality that even gave rise to several lotus leaves. The vortex of spiritual energy continuously converged upon it, and Li Shi faintly sensed that the moment was approaching. What is this? A vast amount of spiritual energy ultimately accumulated at the roots of the twin lotus. Gradually, it formed a pond. At this moment, the pond was steadily expanding. Who would construct their foundation in such a manner? Boom. Li Shi knew without a doubt that such a foundation was utterly disallowed by the Xiantian realm. The rules of the heavenly Tao were rejecting him. The heavenly tribulation was set to escalate further. System, you have summoned the heavenly Tao. Why don't you take action? I should confront the heavenly Tao. The onlookers surrounding Ziyun Mountain were already in a state of bewilderment. At this moment, the thunderclouds above Zuanianzong had expanded to 100 miles. Astonishingly, it continued to grow. 100 miles of thunder tribulation? Is this not an anomaly that only occurs when a cultivator undergoes tribulation at the Yuanying stage? An elder at the Jiedon stage murmured in disbelief. Such a thunder tribulation would surely overwhelm even a Jiedon cultivator, wouldn't it? No way. The Jiedon stage would be annihilated. This is no mere tribulation. It seems it is destined to escalate. The heavenly Tao is intent on annihilating these aberrations. This kind of heavenly tribulation cannot be survived. No need to panic. Aren't we still backed by the sect master? Yes, indeed. There is still the sect master. Yi Tianji's face twitched. What on earth have you done? The heavenly Tao cannot tolerate you. Typically, when cultivators face the thunder tribulation, It serves both as a test and a refining process. Much like how Song Mon utilized the tribulation for alchemy, the tribulation contains the essence of the great Tao, capable of tempering the physical body. It is both a divine punishment and a reward for prodigies. But Li Shi is different. The heavenly Tao has likely discovered the system. The heavenly Tao has come to silence him. They aim to seal my identity. Li Shi erupted in a torrent of invective. The cultivators of the Xiantian sect gazed skyward, pondering whether this formidable thunder tribulation would transform the enigmatic disciple into a radiant butterfly emerging from its cocoon, or lead to their demise, becoming mere legend. They had never witnessed such a magnificent thunderstorm. The foundational cultivation had summoned a tempest of thunder spanning miles. All the cultivators of the Xiantian sect held their breath, their hearts racing as they paid homage to the heavens. Having recently endured several heavy snowfalls, the ethereal energy tides on Ziyun Mountain stirred the snowflakes into a dazzling display, swirling gracefully in the air and creating a breathtaking panorama of white. Below lay a sea of snowflakes propelled by the energy vortex, while above roared an ocean of thunder. Beauty emanated from the earth, while peril loomed from the sky. Boom! A divine thunderbolt descended from the stormy clouds, its blinding light exploding forth, obscuring vision. Those beneath the golden core realm felt a searing pain in their eyes, unable to suppress the tears streaming down their faces. Agony etched upon their features as they struggled to open their eyes. Boom! The divine thunder did not strike Ziyun Mountain directly, but rather collided with the Xiantian Grand Formation. The deafening roar left those who had ventured too close to the epicenter reeling, their ears ringing. All members of the Xiantian sect, withdraw immediately. Yi Tianzhi's expression shifted, and he commanded urgently as the elders swiftly led their disciples away, retreating from the vicinity of Ziyun Mountain. In the next instant, multiple streaks of lightning fell from the heavens, akin to colossal dragons plummeting to earth, crashing down upon the Xiantian Grand Formation, the thunderous cacophony resounding incessantly. From within the storm clouds emanated a chilling aura of slaughter, cascading like a torrential flood, striking with ferocity. The roaring thunder reverberated, booming relentlessly. As violent forces shattered all resistance, enveloping everything in searing lightning, all directed towards the Xiantian Grand Formation. The cave where Li Shi resides resonates with the impending tremors. Should this thunderbolt descend, it could very well annihilate Ziyun Mountain. No, the entire Xiantian sect might face destruction. Fang Yu had long since escorted Li Qianqian and a multitude of attendants away, swiftly departing under the guidance of a core formation cultivator, endeavoring to distance themselves as much as possible. Will my brother be all right? Li Qianqian inquired anxiously, her gaze fixed on the direction of Li Shi. Fang Yu, having never witnessed such a spectacle, found himself at a loss for words. Theoretically, with the protection of the Xiantian Grand Formation and the sect master present, it should be safe, shouldn't it? Suddenly, a colossal phantom of a dual-petaled lotus materialized in the sky, standing resolutely beneath the tribulation of thunder, casting a shadow over the entirety of Ziyun Mountain. What is this? Another omen. Why do I feel as though it is challenging the heavenly path? Everyone was astonished. Even Yi Tianzhi was visibly moved once more. What kind of phenomenon is this? Is this truly just the result of foundation establishment? Li Shi began to perspire profusely. He felt anxious. Within his dantian, beneath the twin lotus blossoms, a pool of water had formed, spanning approximately 10 zhang in circumference, situated at the core of his dantian. Above the water, numerous lotus leaves had sprouted, and there were also buds of lotus flowers poised to bloom, emerging from the surface. Li Shi sat cross-legged, his long black hair cascading down, his skin luminous as if illuminated from within. His physical form was undergoing a profound evolution, a necessary step to establish a foundation for ascendance. This was a complete cleansing. Yet, in the next moment, the tribulation of thunder descended in its entirety. With a resounding boom, it felt as though a tempest of lightning surged down from the heavens, shaking the entire Xiantian Great Formation. The earth trembled, and countless disciples gazed upward in awe. The relentless black lightning continued to bombard the formation. The shimmering barrier of the Xiantian Great Formation twisted and contorted. Faint sounds of impending shattering echoed ominously. This magnitude of power rivaled that of a Yuan-Ing stage attack. No, such force could annihilate a Yuan-Ing. If a Jedon cultivator were caught within, they would perish in an instant, unable to withstand even a moment. It was an ocean of lightning, roaring down like a ravenous tide, crashing relentlessly. It resembled a multitude of purple suns erupting upon the Xiantian Great Formation. Numerous cultivators, who were already far removed, found themselves shaken to the core, their eardrums bleeding, their souls trembling. Without the Xiantian Great Formation, the Xiantian sect would have been utterly obliterated. This was not merely a tribulation, it was a slaughter. Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed upon Yi Tianjia. Although astonished, Yi Tianjia remained unperturbed. A peachwood sword appeared in his hand, slowly ascending into the air. Did the heavenly Tao truly believe there was no one in the Xiantian sect to confront it? Yi Tianjia had also faced a heavenly tribulation when he formed his Yuaning. At that time, he wielded a peachwood sword, cleaving through the tribulation and restoring light. Today, he would do so once more. With a thunderous roar, he gently swung the peachwood sword, as if parting the heavens themselves. An intangible sword aura surged upward, slicing through the tempest of lightning. A single stroke, and the heavens were opened. The disciples of the Xiantian sect erupted in cheers. The sect master is magnificent. The sect master had indeed cleaved through the tribulation with a single sword strike. But suddenly, everyone was taken aback. An invisible pressure descended from above, causing every soul to shudder. The sky shifted once more. From within the storm clouds, lightning took form, revealing several towering figures, each standing 1,000 feet tall. Resembling deities of annihilation, they wielded weapons forged from thunder itself. They were not mere humanoids. Phoenixes, dragons, cheilants, and other mythical beasts emerged, each distinct yet united by their terrifying presence, nearly collapsing the void above. All were rendered speechless, witnessing the manifestation of heavenly thunder. What a revelation of cosmic laws this was. Such occurrences were only whispered of in ancient legends, recorded in tomes long dismissed as fanciful tales. Heavenly tribulations, reserved for those who would ascend. Yi Tianjia smiled. In moments of silence, one may find laughter. Little rascal, you truly startled me. After his laughter subsided, he soared into the sky, sword in hand, the radiance of his blade cutting through the storm, battling the thunder with fierce determination. In the present day, the commotion surrounding the Xiantian sect has captivated the attention of countless cultivators. The ominous aura of the thunder tribulation has long since permeated the area, and the tempestuous skies have become impossible to conceal, nearly enveloping the entire Xiantian sect. Figures from various sects have gathered to witness the spectacle. What has transpired within the Xiantian sect? Is it possible that Yi Tianjia is about to ascend? Unthinkable. Yi Tianjia is merely at the nascent soul stage. Where could he possibly ascend? Could he be on the verge of becoming a god transformation cultivator? Such a thunder tribulation is exceedingly rare. Swiftly, inform the ancestors. A transformation is afoot within the Xiantian sect. Boom. Inside the Xiantian sect, Yi Tianjia, like a celestial swordsman, battles against several beings formed from the power of thunder. This is a conflict unlike any seen in Tiannan before. At the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, he combats beings manifested from lightning. Only Yi Tianjia could achieve this. Any other at the nascent soul peak would have perished. Haha. Yi Tianjia laughs heartily, brimming with vigor, utterly unafraid. He cleaves apart colossal lightning entities, 100 times his size, scattering them like fragments of thunder. Yet, his white robes are slightly soiled. Cough. In truth, Yi Tianjia has sustained some minor injuries, though not insignificant. The radiance of the lightning is so dazzling that no one notices. The thunder tribulation appears to be nearing its conclusion. The oppressive sea of thunder has descended entirely. Yet it has all been intercepted by Yi Tianjia and the Xiantian Great Formation. The heavenly tribulation seems to be losing its momentum. It is on the brink of ending. Swish. With a single stroke, Yi Tianjia obliterates the last humanoid lightning creature, lifting his gaze to the heavens. The thunderclouds begin to dissipate. Sunlight spilling through the cracks like water, the snowflakes below, vaporized by the intense heat of the thunder, ascend into the air, momentarily resembling smoke and mist, shrouding the Xiantian sect in a veil of haziness. Within Ziyun Mountain, Li Shi exhales a sigh of relief. It should be over. Has he truly survived the thunder tribulation? This is merely the foundation establishment stage. If he were to reach the core formation stage next time, the onlooking disciples of the Xiantian sect are already petrified with fear. Silence. Such a prodigy could aid our Xiantian sect in unifying Tiannan. Haha. Our Xiantian sect has gained another unparalleled genius. Unexpectedly, they have truly witnessed him overcome it. Song Yimouan shakes his head with a light chuckle. Hearing these words, Yi Tianjia's expression twitches. Is this Li Shi undergoing tribulation? Clearly, it is Yi Tianjia who is transcending the tribulation. It is the Xiantian sect that is enduring this trial. Yi Shiyao, brandishing her silver sword, is eager to engage, her eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. Fully prepared for a duel with Li Shi. No matter how formidable or monstrous Li Shi may be, it will not diminish her resolve. Buzz. Suddenly, As if the very heavens trembled, everyone is taken aback. Boom. The void quakes. Countless patterns materialize. In the sky, a colossal image enveloping the cosmos emerges. The profound designs make one dizzy at a mere glance, fracturing the void. The thunderous echoes of shattered souls resonate continuously. What is that? The image before them was profoundly enigmatic, as if the essence of the Tao had materialized, poised to shatter all that lay in its wake, sending shivers through their very souls. The Xiantian Great Array suddenly trembled. A cacophony of shattering echoed forth. In certain areas, fractures had already emerged, utterly beyond resistance. For the first time, Yi Tianzi's expression shifted dramatically, his countenance taut with tension. Was it not over yet? Could this also be a heavenly tribulation? With no lightning descending, what were these intricate patterns? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. Might these be the very patterns of the Tao? A knowledgeable elder of the Foundation establishment speculated. What exactly is Li Shi? How could he provoke the heavenly Tao to such an extent? Could it be that a celestial being's failed reincarnation is at play? No need for haste, since the sect leader has taken Li Shi as his personal disciple. He must have foreseen this eventuality, another elder conjectured. There is merit in this thought. Otherwise, why would the sect leader have accepted him as a disciple? Surely, it was anticipated. The elders spoke with unwavering conviction, believing that Yi Tianzi had certainly foreseen these developments. Indeed, let us observe. Yes, let us see how he will respond. In the high skies, Yi Tianzi's face twitched violently as he overheard the elders' whispered exchanges. Li Shi was bewildered. So, he would not perform anymore. The heavenly Tao did not acknowledge Li Shi's realm. It sought to utterly extinguish him. The will of heaven and earth was clearly targeting Li Shi. The onlookers felt their hearts race, utterly perplexed by the unfolding situation. Regardless of who was transcending the tribulation, it was imperative that they did not succeed. A grand diagram of the heavenly Tao descended from the heavens. Even from a great distance, it crushed the Xiantian Great Array. The aura of annihilation spread, causing some disciples of Xiantian sect to begin spitting blood. Yi Tianzi raised his gaze towards the sky, his aura erupting. Standing defiantly against the pressure of the heavenly Tao diagram, his white robes billowing in the wind. He exhaled slowly, pointing the tip of his sword towards the heavens. The seemingly unremarkable peach-wood sword exuded no aura, standing in stark contrast to the slowly descending heavenly Tao, resembling a mere withered branch. Ding! The two clashed. An almost inaudible sound echoed. The heavenly Tao diagram remained unmoved, yet the intricate patterns within it trembled incessantly, inducing a sense of dread. Uft! Yi Tianzi spat out a mouthful of blood, fortunately concealed by the surrounding lightning, preventing anyone from witnessing it. Damn it! Li Shi, I curse you. Yi Tianzi silently cursed, his entire being trembling with power, the sword intent soaring skyward. Blossoms of delicate peach flowers sprouted from the peach-wood sword, as if new life had been birthed. Remarkably, it withstood the descent of the diagram. Meanwhile, within his cave, Li Shi, still quite far from the heavenly Tao diagram, suddenly began to bleed. His soul trembled. Even at such a distance, the heavenly Tao diagram still inflicted harm upon Li Shi. What the hell? Pfft. Li Shi spat out a mouthful of blood, staining his garments. Alas, it seems this protagonist of a thrilling tale cannot fulfill his role. Yet, in the next moment, the twin lotus blooms in his dantian swayed gently, and his injuries healed rapidly, even the fissures on his body restored to perfection. However, the oppressive force of the heavenly Tao diagram lingered, unyielding. This caused Li Shi's body to oscillate between rupture and recovery in a relentless cycle. If there is a next time, Li Shi would never again engage in the arduous task of refining qi to 100 layers before establishing his foundation. The system has betrayed me. Clang. Foundation establishment successful. Spiritual energy reserves. 6245-610-0000. I did it. The vortex of spiritual energy ceased its tumult, and within Li Shi's dantian, the Tinjiang spiritual energy pool, the twin lotus swiftly replenished his spiritual energy, nearly inexhaustible, never to diminish. Yet, the heavenly Tao diagram remained, intent on annihilating Li Shi. Such a defiance of the natural order could not be permitted to exist. In mid-air, Yi Tianzi's figure wavered. His expression darkened as he suppressed the blood threatening to surge from his throat, yet his grip on the sword remained steadfast. He could not retreat. Should the heavenly Tao diagram descend, the entire Xiantian sect would be doomed. Now, Yi Tianzi could only endure alongside the heavenly Tao diagram. Damn it! Yi Tianzi conjured a message talisman, sending it towards Li Shi. In the depths of his cave abode, experiencing successive corporeal collapses, Li Shi suddenly received Yi Tianzi's avian message. Flee. Leave Xiantian's sect at once. Let us see if the heavenly Tao diagram will pursue you. Li Shi was momentarily taken aback, but then a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. This is indeed a solution. Excellent. Master, just hold on a little longer. Li Shi, under immense pressure, rose to his feet, blood spilling from his mouth as he swiftly boarded the flying vessel and fled from Ziyun Mountain. Hurry up. I can't hold on any longer. Just as Li Shi escaped Ziyun Mountain, he received another transmission from Yi Tianjia. Yi Tianjia, proud throughout his life and never conceding inferiority to his rivals, found himself in a situation that was truly overwhelming. Li Shi dared not linger, swiftly retreating into the distance. How curious. That figure appears strikingly familiar, almost like junior brotherly. Song Emoan remarked with a hint of perplexity as he observed Li Shi seemingly piloting a flying vessel. How could that be? Master is still contending against the heavenly Tao. Yi Xiao glanced at her master, who stood resolutely, sword raised towards the heavens to obstruct the celestial diagram, her face alight with admiration. Goodness, it truly resembles junior brotherly. Song Emoan exclaimed in astonishment as he discerned the figure more clearly. Yi Xiao turned her head, only to see Li Shi's silhouette already appearing on the horizon. Moving with remarkable speed, Li Shi discovered that his foundation establishment was indeed remarkably potent. Not to mention, the speed at which he maneuvered the flying vessel was nearly several times that of Song Emoan. It is worth noting that Song Emoan is a practitioner in the late stage of foundation establishment, while Li Shi has only just begun this journey. Moreover, his reserve of spiritual energy amounts to a staggering 100,000. Coupled with the dual blossoming lotus and the continuous nourishment from the spiritual energy pool, Li Shi's spiritual energy flows almost inexhaustibly. Li Shi spent a quarter of an hour finally escaping from the Xiantian sect. Yi Tianjia coughed up 2 more mouthfuls of blood, his arm beginning to tremble. Just as Li Shi fled the range of the thunder tribulation, the heavenly Tao diagram gradually faded away, vanishing without a trace. Returning to the great path, the sky was as clear as a mirror. At the same time, the other practitioners and rogue cultivators gathered around the Xiantian sect witnessed Li Shi burst forth. Before anyone could utter a word, they beheld the image of the heavenly Tao diagram slowly manifesting in the sky. The heavenly Tao diagram was pursuing Li Shi. It would not cease until it had extinguished him. The crowd was struck with horror. What the hell? Run. Quickly, flee. The heavenly Tao diagram aimed to annihilate Li Shi. In a flash, a figure appeared beside Li Shi. It was none other than the bloodied Yi Tianjia, with a smile gracing his lips. Yi Tianjia seized Li Shi by the neck and swiftly retreated into the distance, soon escaping the range of the heavenly Tao diagram once more. Master, where are we going? Li Shi was astonished to witness the ground beneath his feet transforming rapidly, alternating between mountains and plains, as the earth swiftly passed by. The speed of a nascent soul cultivator was indeed astonishing, and Li Shi felt almost dizzy from watching it. Gift. Yi Tianjia glared at Li Shi, gritting his teeth. A quarter of an hour later, in the city of Yin Corpses, the city lord, Tian Wenjing, emerged from his meditation, retrieving a vial of elixir and downing its contents in one swift motion. That day, the nascent soul corpse puppet had suddenly gone berserk, its cultivation levels soaring unexpectedly, leaving him grievously wounded and turning him into a laughingstock within the southern cultivation world. Fortunately, with the assistance of 2 elders, he managed to recapture and refine the corpse puppet. Contemplating this, Tian Wenjing let out a cold chuckle, unable to suppress a smirk. With the acquisition of a late-stage nascent soul corpse puppet, the support of the 2 elder ancestors from the tomb, and his own power, the city of Yin Corpses now boasted 4 nascent souls. Haha, just wait until I recover. The Xiantian sect is nothing against me. In his youth, Yi Tianjia had been pursued by the city of Yin Corpses, resulting in the deaths of several of Tian Wenjing's disciples at his hands, prompting Tian Wenjing to personally hunt him down. The enmity between them had long since escalated. Initially, Tian Wenjing regarded Yi Tianjia as merely a talented junior. However, no one anticipated that Yi Tianjia would advance to the nascent soul stage against all odds, saving the precarious Xiantian sect from collapse. It would have been inconsequential. But who could have known that Yi Tianjia, even in the early nascent soul stage, would dare to exchange injuries while pursuing 2 late-stage nascent soul cultivators? So rebellious. So arrogant. A single sword strike shook the southern realm. It was utterly outrageous. With a peachwood sword, he manifested supreme sword intent, instilling fear across all of the southern region. Now, as a late-stage nascent soul, none dared provoke him. However, that was in the past. Now, with 4 late-stage nascent souls in the city of Yin Corpses, Bolstered by the Blood Soul sect and Joyful Valley, the righteous forces were undeniably insufficient. The advantage lay with me. With this thought, Tian Wenjing couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha. Suddenly, a voice echoed from above, interrupting Tian Wenjing's laughter. Tian Wenjing, I curse your mother. Who? Yi Tianjia. Tian Wenjing roared in fury, but then a glimmer of joy emerged. You dare to venture alone into my city of corpses? Do you think my city is as cowardly as Joyful Valley? Tian Wenjing's aura erupted, shattering the structure above him as he soared into the skies to confront Yi Tianjia. Simultaneously, two towering presences surged forth from the ancestral grounds. They were the two late-stage nascent soul ancestors. Then, a figure gradually floated into view, revealing the late-stage nascent soul corpse puppet. For late-stage nascent souls, could Yi Tianjia truly defy the heavens? A grin spread across Tian Wenjing's rugged face. Was Yi Tianjia perhaps mistaken in his cultivation? Had he lost his mind? Tian Wenjing finally noticed that Yi Tianjia was holding onto a person. Unlike other sects, the disciples of Corp City were notably quiet, exhibiting a degree of social anxiety and rarely communicating with other cultivators. They held no interest in probing into the secrets of other sections. Thus, the events occurring today in Xuanianzong were unbeknownst to Corp City. Yet, this did not hinder Tian Wenjing from recognizing the extraordinary nature of the individual in Yi Tianjia's grasp. A heavenly grade I spirit root. What could Yi Tianjia possibly want with this person? Yi Tianjia broke into a grin. Old thief Tian, have you acquired a new corpse puppet? Quite the display of strength. Aren't we? Yi Tianjia, you have truly become increasingly audacious. How dare you step into my Corp City? Tian Wenjing chuckled coldly. Why can't I come? In fact, I am here to present you with a gift, Yi Tianjia replied with a smile. As soon as the words escaped his lips, Tian Wenjing's expression abruptly shifted, and he looked up at the sky. High above, intricate and mysterious patterns began to emerge, a mighty celestial force gathering ominously. What is this? Yi Tianjia, what have you done? Yi Tianjia chuckled lightly. Did I not say? I have come to bestow a gift. Hurry and receive it. Tian Wenjing attempted to respond, but it was too late. Rumble. The air crackled with a destructive aura. The celestial diagram had taken form and was descending. What is this? It is falling. It cannot be allowed to descend. Stop it. Countless disciples within Corp City gazed in terror at the slowly descending celestial diagram, and some chi-refining disciples, unable to withstand the pressure, began to disintegrate. Boom. The grand formation of Corp City activated, and a colossal figure of corpse energy materialized. Its arms raised to the heavens, barely staving off the descent of the celestial diagram. Yet, the overwhelming celestial might was specifically effective against the malevolent. The arms of the corpse giant were rapidly vanishing, as if being evaporated, as they witnessed the continuous collapse of the structures in Corp City and the deaths of numerous disciples. Tian Wenjing and his three companions could no longer afford to care about anything else, channeling all their efforts to delay the descent of the celestial diagram. Indeed, the fall of the celestial diagram had slowed, yet it persisted in its gradual descent. They could not halt it. The individual in Yi Tianjia's grasp, Li Shi, had begun to spit blood once more. Yi Tianjia, observing that the four nascent soul masters of Corp City, along with the formation, were still inferior to his singular might, couldn't help but chuckle. A bunch of useless fools. Yi Tianjia. Tian Wenjing's eyes widened in fury, as if he were about to spew fire. The entire Corp City was shrouded beneath the celestial diagram. Countless disciples awakening from their slumber only to be crushed by the overwhelming celestial might. How had Yi Tianjia provoked such an attack? This was virtually a calamity targeted at transformation stage cultivators. Had Yi Tianjia already reached the brink of such a breakthrough? How could that be possible? The notion flickered briefly in Tian Wenjing's mind, before he turned to gaze at the figure of Li Shi, held aloft in Yi Tianjia's grasp. Could it be that this gifted individual with a heavenly spirit root was about to face tribulation? Yet he had merely established his foundation. No matter how talented he was, he could only attract 100 zhang of thunderous tribulation. But what did this truly signify? The heavens were unleashing their deadly intent. Tian Wenjing understood that there was no time to delay. The four of them could not possibly halt the descent of the heavenly Tao diagram. Yi Tianjia, expeditiously vacate the city of corpses. Otherwise, from this day forth, we shall be locked in an unending conflict with your Xiantian sect. Tian Wenjing's thunderous roar reverberated throughout the city of corpses, akin to the rumbling of rolling thunder. Yet, in the face of this menacing outcry, Yi Tianjia merely curled the corners of his mouth in a derisive smile. with his right hand firmly clutching the peach-wood sword that shimmered with a faint spiritual light. His gaze transformed into one of unparalleled sharpness. In the next instant, Yi Tianzhi's figure surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, hurtling towards Tian Wanjing. Simultaneously, a torrent of robust spiritual energy surged from within him, infusing the peach-wood sword, while an imperceptible sword intent coiled and swelled, causing the blade to radiate a dazzling brilliance. He pressed forward against the weight of the heavenly Tao diagram, maintaining an astonishing speed. Yi Tianzhi was acutely aware that this was an opportune moment. If he could inflict a severe blow on Tian Wanjing, it would deliver a heavy blow to the city of corpses. Thus, he unleashed his most potent techniques without reservation, vowing to seize the advantage in this fierce confrontation. "What are you doing?" "You." Tian Wanjing's expression shifted dramatically, astonished by Yi Tianzhi's decisiveness. He had no choice but to free a hand to cast a counterspell. "Dragon pursues the sun," Tian Wanjing swiftly chanted, a thick, dark aura erupting from his body, taking the form of a colossal dragon that howled forth, its roar spreading decay as it charged towards Yi Tianzhi. The city of corpses possessed two major secret arts, one for refining corpses and controlling bodies, and the other for manipulating dark energy. While similar in nature, their effects were worlds apart. The dark energy, when unleashed, could wither all things. Even a wisp of it could spell death for an entire city of mortals. But his opponent now was Yi Tianzhi, the foremost sword cultivator of Tiannan. With a mere peach-wood sword, he dared to challenge all sword cultivators across Tiannan. Yi Tianzhi's form was akin to the very edge of a sword, having attained the ultimate realm of unity between man and sword, and he was undaunted as he charged forward. The dragon had scarcely howled before Yi Tianzhi cleaved its head asunder with his sword, the vast dark energy twisting in the sky as it struggled, emitting a silent roar. With one hand grasping Li Shi and the other wielding his sword, Yi Tianzhi swiftly dismembered the dragon into several pieces. Dark energy sought to invade Li Shi, but before it could approach, it was shredded into dust by the sword chi that crisscrossed the surroundings. The so-called dark energy, which could wither all things, was now as insubstantial as ordinary smoke, dissipating upon contact. Yi Tianzhi traversed the air, appearing before Tian Wanjing in an instant. And with a swift stroke of his sword, he declared, "Arrogant." With a mighty roar, Tian Wanjing summoned forth a copper mirror, seemingly unremarkable, save for the ominous skull that dangled from its apex. In the next instant, a brilliant, multicolored radiance erupted from the mirror, obliterating all manner of malevolent energies, be they of shadow, spirit, or sword, that lay in its path. An ancient divine artifact? Yi Tianzhi's expression turned icy as he unleashed a flurry of sword energies in an attempt to thwart the onslaught. Though his strikes indeed severed the radiant beams, the outcome was less than favorable. Complete annihilation eluded him. Remarkably, those beams seemed to possess a will of their own, pursuing Yi Tianzhi relentlessly. Fascinating. This ancient treasure bore the resonance of a divine instrument, its brilliance an embodiment of profound cosmic laws. It must have been forged by a transformation adept. One could only wonder from whence Tian Wanjing had acquired it. Yi Tianzhi was compelled to evade while wielding his sword energies. At that moment, calamity struck anew. With Tian Wanjing preoccupied in battle, an ancestor who had just emerged could no longer withstand the pressure of the celestial diagram, spitting forth a mouthful of black blood, his spiritual energy momentarily leaking away as though a vital pillar of the firmament had been removed. This sudden surge of pressure precipitated a chain reaction, causing another ancestor to also spew blood. Crack. The arm of a Yuan corpse puppet fractured. The heavens seemed to cave in. Not good. Tian Wanjing swiftly raised the copper mirror, channeling all his might as the multicolored radiance surged forth once more. Boom. It blossomed like a resplendent flower in full bloom. Boom. The radiant beams barely managed to withstand the descent of the celestial diagram. Yet this was not a sustainable solution. Tian Wanjing's complexion paled, and before he could utter a word, Yi Tianzhi's figure vanished once more. Perish. A figure clad in white materialized beside Tian Wanjing, sword raised to strike at his head. Yi Tianzhi was astonishingly resolute, disregarding all else in his intent to slay Tian Wanjing. How dare you? Two Yuaning ancestors swiftly intervened, forsaking their resistance against the celestial diagram to assail Yi Tianzhi, their spiritual energy coalescing into colossal claws of corpse energy aimed at him. Yi Tianzhi dared not be reckless and was forced to evade. Boom. Observing their attack miss, the two Yuaning ancestors refrained from pursuing and hastily redirected their efforts to counter the celestial diagram. In that fleeting moment, the diagram descended yet another 10 feet. The edifices of the entire corpse city crumbled under the strain, leaving the disciples below the foundation establishment stage utterly helpless against the overwhelming pressure. Bodies shattered, souls disintegrated. Corpses lay strewn across the ground, accompanied by wails of despair. Among the cries was that of Li Shi. The celestial diagram loomed perilously close. Li Shi's corporeal form, repeatedly fracturing, struggled to mend itself. Had it not been for his extraordinary foundation and Yi Tianjia shielding him from a portion of the celestial might, he would have been utterly vanquished long ago. The pain was unbearable. Li Shi winced in pain and cursed. Enough with the cries. This time, we shall eradicate the Yin Corpse City. I shall erect a monument in your honor. From now on, our Xiantian sect shall venerate you as a hero. Even in the underworld, you can ascend to the status of a ghostly immortal. Ha. Yi Tianjia chuckled softly, preparing to strike down Tian Wenjing with his sword. Startled, Tian Wenjing hastily summoned his powers, yet he dared not let the heavenly Tao diagram fall, resulting in a comical display of frantic movements. Yi Tianjia, have you thought this through? If you force me into a corner, I shall self-destruct my nascent soul for you to witness. Oh, the spectacle of a nascent soul's explosion. It has been quite some time since I last beheld such a sight. Realizing that a direct confrontation was futile, Tian Wenjing softened his tone. For cultivators, life is singular. Is it truly worth it? All for the sake of enlightenment. Ha. Yi Tianjia felt an invigorating clarity he hadn't experienced in ages. The last time he felt this spirited was when he broke through to the nascent soul stage, pursuing and slashing at two mid-stage nascent soul practitioners. Li Shi, in his hand, could only offer a helpless smile. Recognizing that Yi Tianjia had entirely embraced himself as a weapon, this was an act of revenge. Revenge for concealing secrets. First, assist me in annihilating the Yin Corpse City. Soon, we shall venture to Happy Valley and the Nether Temple. Form an orderly queue, one at a time. Yi Tianjia laughed heartily, his white robe billowing, exuding an overwhelming sword intent. Li Shi was bewildered. Yi Tianjia intended to use him to annihilate the demonic sect of Tian'an in one fell swoop. But he could no longer endure it. Where was the system? Please, save him. Li Shi's body shattered several times once more. The heavenly Tao diagram descended several zhang, and the faces of Tian Wenjing and his companions turned ashen. They were too preoccupied to even curse Yi Tianjia. Clang. A familiar sound resonated within, and Li Shi exhaled in relief. Warning. Encountering the annihilation of the heavenly Tao. Immortal state activation in progress. Activation cancelled. This state cannot survive under the annihilation of the heavenly Tao. War God state activation in progress. Activation cancelled. This state cannot survive under the annihilation of the heavenly Tao. Hundredfold enhancement activation in progress. Activation cancelled. Dragon and Phoenix divine body activation in progress. Activation cancelled. Black flame prison activation in progress. Activation cancelled. Host detected to be in a state of extreme peril. No means of evasion. No means of prolongation. To ensure the continuity of the system, please select a suitable new host to inherit the system. Note, if the inheritor perishes while the original host survives, the killing system will revert to the original host. Everything is for the preservation of the system. Li let out a breath, momentarily forgetting to inhale, nearly suffocating himself. What? A final commission? A system entrusted with his legacy? Yi Tianjia was fully engaged in pursuing Tian Wenjing when he noticed Li Shi's face suddenly darken, presenting an expression of indifference to life and death. Disciple, do not lose heart. For the righteous path, my foot. Li Shi disregarded his opportunistic mentor, having finally come to terms with reality. It appeared that he was not the protagonist, rather, the system held that title. Tian Wenjing spat out a mouthful of blood, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Yi Tianjia, I never anticipated such an outcome today. He glanced at the city of corpse spirits, where casualties had exceeded half, and the hundreds of thousands of corpse puppets he had crafted lay shattered beneath the heavenly Tao diagram. Tian Wenjing shook his head, as if casting aside something significant. An intangible wave spread forth, reminiscent of something pulsating incessantly. Tian Wenjing's complexion began to redden, his spiritual energy collapsing like a grand edifice. As a diminutive figure slowly emerged from his celestial spirit, this figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Tian Wenjing, albeit appearing youthful, with a resolute expression as it sat cross-legged, embodying Tian Wenjing's primordial spirit. In the next moment, fissures began to appear upon his primordial spirit. Tian Wenjing was resolutely preparing to self-destruct his primordial spirit. Wenjing, no. Allow us to intervene. If you perish, the city of corpse spirits shall meet its end. Two elders, having emerged from their graves, spoke up. Due to the nature of their secret arts, Their rationality was severely diminished, often rendering them somewhat dazed. Yet, in this moment of urgency, a glimmer of spiritual light sparkled in their eyes. Yi Tianjia, too, wore a look of astonishment, taken aback by Tian Wenjing's resoluteness. No. Tian Wenjing fixed his gaze upon the two elders. Your bodies have already undergone corpseification. Your self-detonation would yield little effect. Depart swiftly with the remaining disciples. He turned to Yi Tianjia. Allow me to make this final stand and thwart Yi Tianjia. What of the heavenly Tao diagram? I shall overturn it. The two elders understood the urgency of the situation, hastily departing alongside the primordial spirit puppet. Tian Wenjing's complexion flushed. His primordial spirit swelling as waves of destruction began to surge forth. Yi Tianjia recognized that he could no longer linger. He seized Li Shi and fled. Seeing Yi Tianjia attempt to escape, Tian Wenjing panicked. Yi Tianjia, where do you think you're going? At that moment, Tian Wenjing's spiritual energy surged forth, matching Yi Tianjia's speed as he swiftly closed the gap, intent on obliterating Yi Tianjia. The heavenly Tao diagram, unimpeded, descended silently, annihilating all in its path. Yet for an instant, it could not suppress Tian Wenjing's momentum. Tian Wenjing, I shan't play this game any longer. I am leaving. Ha! Yi Tianjia chuckled, dashing at full speed to evade the heavenly Tao diagram, quickly exiting its bounds. In the next instant, the heavenly Tao diagram above the city of corpse spirits gradually vanished. All returned to tranquility, save for Tian Wenjing. Tian Wenjing halted at the edge of the city of corpse spirits, his primordial spirit riddled with cracks. Both he and his primordial spirit panting heavily as they stared at Yi Tianjia. Yi Tianjia, still holding Li Shi, paused, a smile adorning his face as he regarded Tian Wenjing. Yi Tianjia, depart at once. If you dare take another step forward, I shall self-destruct in an instant. You will at least be gravely injured. Are you not concerned about other sects encroaching upon your Xuandiangong? At this moment, the heavenly Tao diagram began to manifest once more, and a divine might descended, causing a trickle of blood to escape from Yi Tianjia's lips. He had already sustained injuries beneath the heavenly Tao diagram. Now, Yi Tianjia faced a choice: either plunge into the city of Yin corpses, risking annihilation in his attempt to eradicate it, or hastily flee with Li Shi. Yet, regardless of his decision, the heavenly Tao diagram remained unaffected, continuing its descent. Yi Tianjia realized that the city of Yin corpses could no longer hinder the fall of the heavenly Tao diagram. A change of location was imperative. Tian Wenjing had ruptured his primordial spirit. Even if it did not explode, it was surely injured, and that was sufficient. Tian Wenjing, we shall meet again in the future. Yi Tianjia swiftly departed with Li Shi, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. The heavenly Tao diagram vanished. Tian Wenjing gazed grimly at the dilapidated city of Yin corpses, forcefully mending the fissures upon his primordial spirit. The injuries Yi Tianjia bore were far graver than Li Shi had anticipated. He had withstood the descent of the heavenly Tao diagram with merely a peachwood sword, ensuring that no one in Xuandiangong was harmed, nor had a single building collapsed. Such a feat eluded even the 4 late-stage primordial spirits of the city of Yin corpses. Puffed. Yi Tianjia coughed again, no longer concerned about appearances, splattering blood even onto Li Shi. Li Shi shook off his thoughts. You little rascal. Figure something out. Should we go to Happy Valley, or the Ghost Temple? Perhaps the Blood Soul sect? Yet, I doubt they can stop us. Li Shi fell silent. Has he lost his voice? Yi Tianjia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and pressed on with all his might. Your little secret has piqued my interest. Li Shi shook his head. Trust me, you would not be interested. The system's prompt lingered in his mind. Unmistakably clear. Choose an appropriate new host to inherit the system. The implication was evident. You cannot protect me. It is time for a replacement. In truth, it would be quite simple for Li Shi to save his own life. He merely needed to transfer the system to Yi Tianjia. Subsequently, the heavenly Tao diagram would pursue Yi Tianjia relentlessly, striking him until his demise. Meanwhile, Li Shi could retreat unscathed, and in due course, the system would return, possessing the unparalleled foundation that has existed since time immemorial. The pinnacle of qi refinement, the dual lotus of birth, and the spirit qi pool would form the most extraordinary foundation in existence. Of course, Li Shi could also bequeath the system to another. One mouthful of blood was spat by Li Shi, and another by Yi Tianjia. Master, are there truly no transformation stage cultivators in Tiannan? Upon hearing Li Shi's inquiry, Yi Tianjia pondered for a moment. I do not know. There may be, or there may not be. It has been nearly 2 millennia since a cultivator in Tiannan ascended to the transformation stage. Surely, there must be some ancient beings. or perhaps transformation stage cultivators from other regions. It all depends on fate. Yi Tianji's speed was extraordinary in less than an hour. He approached the vicinity of Happy Valley once more. Perhaps we could ultimately attempt to enter the Tian-E mountain range, where there are transformation stage beasts. It would be an opportune moment for my master to hunt one of these creatures. With that, the Tool Lishi nodded in agreement. As Yi Tianji neared Happy Valley, the area swiftly went on high alert. 12 figures leapt into the air. They were undoubtedly the 12 elders of Happy Valley. Among them, 3 possessed cultivation at the nascent soul stage, 1 in the late nascent soul, and 2 in the mid-nascent soul, significantly weaker in combined strength. Yi Tianji. Before he could utter a word, Yi Tianji swung his sword decisively. Boom. The strike collided with the grand formation of Happy Valley, creating a breach through which Yi Tianji swiftly entered with a laugh. Yi Tianji, the leading elder, a striking woman clad in a revealing red dress, experienced an array of expressions, ultimately revealing a bashful demeanor. Tianji, you must leave quickly. I am capable of accommodating any request. What have I done to displease you? I would personally pay you a visit. Her voice was alluring, like pebbles rippling through water, each layer crashing upon Li Shi's heart. He felt as though the heavens were collapsing around him, blood surging, ensnared by her words, even contemplating striking Yi Tianji. This was the allure of Happy Valley, a spell notorious for its nefarious reputation within the cultivation world. Yet, if mastered to perfection, even nascent soul cultivators would succumb, unable to resist its temptation. Countless cultivators have fallen into the hands of the wicked of Happy Valley, reduced to mere slaves. Moreover, the elder of Happy Valley herself was a paragon of beauty. Humph. Yet, Yi Tianji let out a cold snort, remaining entirely unfazed. Just as he intended to rouse Li Shi, he observed Li Shi conjure a chilling spell in an instant, striking his own lower region and encasing it in a solid block of ice. The supreme ice spiritual root inherently commanded the frigid essence. Hiss. Li Shi shivered a few times, regaining his senses. Truly a worthy disciple of the master. Yi Tianji praised, laughing heartily as he soared forward on his sword. In the next moment, the heavenly Tao map materialized. What is this? Stop him. No. First, we must halt this map. The same scene replayed itself. The disciples and elders of Happy Valley often shared moments of joy within the sect. Yet for those in the realm of cultivation, it was a den of demons, where even body refiners would be reduced to mere skeletons upon entry. But now, they could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. Their faces turned ashen at the sight before them. The scene that had just unfolded in the city of corpses was now reenacted in Happy Valley. The heavenly Tao map descended. However, Happy Valley's formidable forces consisted solely of 1 late-stage nascent soul elder and 2 mid-stage nascent soul elders, while the rest had yet to reach the nascent soul stage. In a blink, they were overwhelmed, the map crashing down with a deafening roar. The heavenly Tao map fell for dozens of feet before it finally came to a halt. 2 mid-stage nascent soul elders spat out blood. This was the pressure of the heavenly Tao. This is bad. Yi Tianji, you. Yi Tianji rushed forward, his sword in hand resembling a sickle reaping the harvest. And in an instant, 4 core formation elders were severed, their lives extinguished. You. The Grand Elder, clad in a vibrant red gown as fierce as flame, her garments billowing in the wind, narrowed her beautiful eyes. In an instant, a beam of red light shot forth from her hand, morphing into a massive fan that glowed a deep crimson, as if ablaze with fervent flames. With a graceful flick of her jade hand, she grasped the blood-red fan and swung it fiercely towards Yi Tianji. Instantly, a tempestuous crimson wind surged forth, akin to a great dragon with bared fangs, sweeping towards Yi Tianji with a cataclysmic force. The fierce red wind nearly obscured the sky. Yi Tianji's gaze sharpened, his sword moving in a flurry, unleashing countless razor-sharp sword energies that streaked through the air like lightning, directly cleaving towards the roaring gale. Each strike of sword energy encapsulated his lifelong mastery of swordsmanship, producing a piercing sound that echoed through the void. Yet, despite the astonishing power of Yi Tianji's strike, the tempest appeared to possess boundless strength. Though the sword energies tore through it, the wind continued to howl. With a thunderous crash, Yi Tianji was propelled back 100 feet, his garments flapping wildly, long hair dancing in the gust. A precious treasure. Again, a mere 100 feet was but a fleeting moment for a nascent soul. Yi Tianji bore a smile. Yet it sent a shiver down the spines of the Happy Valley crowd. This could spell disaster for the sect. It is over. With the heavenly Tao map in hand, Yi Tianji wielded a treasure imbued with the essence of the heavenly Tao. However, this treasured artifact does not distinguish between friend and foe. And both Yi Tianji and Li Shi are simultaneously spitting blood. Yitianjia had initially diverted some of his strength to assist Li Shi in resisting the oppressive force. However, he soon discovered that Li Shi's foundation was nearly impervious, and his physical recovery ability was nothing short of terrifying. This meant that Li Shi's resilience was almost greater than that of a core formation cultivator. He would not perish easily. Consequently, Yitianjia ceased to allocate any strength to Li Shi, fully dedicating himself to shielding his own life while launching an assault on the two Yuanying elders of the Joy Valley. No. One Yuanying elder was brutally cleaved in two by Yitianjia's strike. Boom. The Grand Elder retaliated, fanning his hand towards Yitianjia, who had no choice but to retreat. The elder was drenched in sweat, slowly mending his body. A Yuanying cultivator could recover from any grievous wound as long as their Yuanying remained intact. The Grand Elder shot a fierce glance at Yitianjia and, to Yitianjia's astonishment, lifted her long skirt, revealing her form beneath. Yitianjia furrowed his brow, ready to disdainfully mock her, but he witnessed the Grand Elder turn and slowly bow towards the depths of the Joy Valley. Grand Elder Lu Ruyan, I implore you to lend your aid. Yitianjia's expression shifted slightly. Lu Ruyan referred to someone as a senior. Yet, after several breaths, the valley remained utterly silent. The heavenly Tao diagram once again crashed down. Lu Ruyan hastily braced herself against it, her complexion turning pale in an instant. At that moment, a colossal bear was charging from the rear of the Joy Valley, moving with astonishing speed and carving a deep trench into the earth. What in the world? That is the heavenly Tao diagram. Am I losing my mind? I'm helping you, for heaven's sake. The bear cursed as it continued its mad dash. A fortnight ago, a bear of the transformation stage emerged from the Tianyi mountain range. The Tianyi mountain range isolates the southern heavens, its vastness eclipsing even the entirety of the southern region. Rumors of fearsome beasts of the transformation stage had long circulated. Yet Joy Valley never anticipated being sought out by one. The beast transformed into a human form, abducting a missing saintess to serve as its subordinate, and subsequently followed her to the Joy Valley, directly confronting Lu Ruyan. Upon realizing the intruder's cultivation had reached the transformation stage, Lu Ruyan dared not oppose and complied with various concessions, even contemplating the possibility of incorporating the being into Joy Valley. In a righteous sect, such actions would be tantamount to betraying one's own master. Yet, in the realm of the demonic path, power trumped all, and everything could be forsaken for strength. Moreover, a transformation stage beast possessed vitality and strength surpassing that of any corporeal cultivator's golden body. The overwhelming vitality nearly rendered Lu Ruyan trembling. Having engaged in dual cultivation with the beast for several days, her own strength had grown, and the creature was willing to allow Lu Ruyan to absorb its life force. She had anticipated that it would aid her in this moment, but instead, it fled. Lu Ruyan's eyes reddened as she recalled the days when it had even revealed its true form to her. Ah, cursed fate. Lu Ruyan, filled with urgency and desperation, felt her resistance against the power of the heavenly Tao map wane. The map came crashing down. She spat a mouthful of fresh blood, her body riddled with cracks, her garments torn asunder. The two remaining mid-stage nascent soul elders fared no better, grievously wounded, one of them having already plummeted to his demise. Yitianjia arrived swiftly, raising his sword to deliver a decisive blow to the elder who had fallen, utterly annihilating him. The nascent soul shattered, a life extinguished. This exemplified Yitianjia's formidable prowess. Yet, a smile no longer graced his lips. The descending heavenly Tao map inflicted further injury upon him, striking at his internal organs. He could not remain here any longer. Moreover, Yitianjia could not bring himself to slay Lu Ruyan at this moment. Should she and the fallen elder perish, his own wounded body would be unable to withstand the weight of the heavenly Tao map, leading to his own demise. Lu Ruyan, it seemed, had just exhibited fluctuations indicative of the transformation stage. Yitianjia squinted slightly, the sword in his hand radiating with energy. In that fleeting moment, he had faintly sensed a terrifying aura retreating, swiftly distancing itself from the map's grasp. Yitianjia, if this map descends, we shall both meet our end. Lu Ruyan did not respond but glared fiercely at him. Yet, after a brief pause, her tone shifted. Yitianjia, a talent such as yours, the foremost sword cultivator of the southern heavens, how could you perish alongside me? Hear me out. Let us join forces to hunt that transformation stage beast together. Lu Ruyan, it appeared, was resolute, contemplating setting aside her vendetta to collaborate with Yitianjia. A transformation stage beast? Yitianjia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his sword arm trembling slightly as he exerted all his strength against the encroaching heavenly Tao map. Boom. Even so, the map continued its inexorable descent. Yitianjia had already expended too much energy, and with his injuries, he found himself at a disadvantage. In his prime, coupled with the indiscriminate suppression of the heavenly Tao map, he would have dared to confront the transformation stage beast with his indomitable pride. But now, Yi Tianjia resigned himself to fate. He believed it prudent to abandon Li Shi and flee. The devastation wrought upon Joy Valley in the city of Yin corpses was already a significant gain. As for the Yuming Temple and Blood Soul sect, they could consider themselves fortunate to have escaped this calamity. The pressure from the heavenly Tao map was overwhelming. If he lingered within its confines any longer, he risked injuring his very foundation. If he could forsake Li Shi at this juncture, Yi Tianjia was confident he could evade the perilous range before the map's descent. Coughing blood, he cast a glance at Li Shi. As Li Shi coughed up blood, he gazed at Yi Tianjia. Discerning the latter's intentions, he was ready to forsake him. Lu Ruyan glanced between Yi Tianjia and Li Shi, bewildered by the silent exchange between the two. "Do not cast me aside just yet. I possess a strategy." Li Shi suddenly interjected. Yi Tianjia hesitated momentarily before responding. "Speak." "I have a plan." Li Shi felt that it was time to take a gamble. He meticulously re-examined the system's prompts. Warning: encountering the annihilation of the heavenly path. Detection indicates that the host is in extreme peril. To ensure the continuity of the system, please select a suitable new host to inherit the system. Note: if the inheritor perishes while the original host survives, the killing system will revert to the original host. Everything is for the survival of the system. If the new inheritor dies, the system shall return. This exchange suggests a potential means to evade the constraints of the heavenly path, a method of concealment. However, was it truly so simple to evade the heavenly path? Capture a disciple from the joyful valley, Li Shi commanded. Upon hearing his words, Yi Tianjia did not hesitate, propping the heavenly path diagram with his sword. His gaze sweeping downward, where a disciple from the joyful valley was swiftly summoned. It was a male disciple at the 9th level of Qi refinement. System: Inherit. A sudden stirring occurred within Li Shi, and in the next moment, the system interface in his mind vanished as if it had never existed, leaving an unsettling emptiness that momentarily discomforted him. Yi Tianjia suddenly sensed a release of pressure, the weight of the sword diminishing drastically. The heavenly Tao diagram had not disappeared, yet the overwhelming aura of annihilation had dissipated significantly, as though it had lost its purpose. The heavenly Tao diagram hesitated, revealing a hint of human-like bewilderment. The system was gone. The captured disciple from Joy Valley suddenly jolted, a voice echoing in his mind. "Clang. Congratulations on the new residence. Kill him," Li Shi shouted urgently. Responding to the command, Yi Tianjia raised and then lowered his sword, reducing the disciple to mere fragments. The new system inheritor barely had time to register the sound. Clang. The slaughtering system has returned. Please note, the heavenly Tao remains locked. Boom. The oppressive force of the heavenly Tao diagram surged once more, causing Yi Tianjia's hand, which held the sword, to tremble involuntarily. Lu Ruyan and another elder could not afford to utter a word. They were all straining against the descending heavenly Tao diagram. What should we do? Li Shi swiftly devised a plan in his mind. It was evident that at the very moment the system was handed over, the Tao of Heaven indeed hesitated for a brief instant. A fleeting hesitation. What if I were to prolong this process? Could it compel the Tao of Heaven to remain in perpetual uncertainty? I require more individuals. Yi Tianjia furrowed his brows, yet did not refuse. He directly summoned dozens of disciples from Joy Valley. System: Inheritance. Li Shi once again bestowed the system upon the disciple furthest to the left. The system vanished once more. In a line, from left to right, one by one, they were slain. In the span of 2 breaths, one was killed. Yi Tianjia could not comprehend Li Shi's intentions. Yet he sensed that Li Shi was not in a state of madness. It was likely connected to his secret, thus he complied earnestly. With a mere thought, a continuous barrage of sword qi surged forth, executing the directive given by Li Shi to eliminate one disciple of Happy Valley every 2 breaths from left to right. They possessed no power to resist, their blood cascading through the air. Lu Ruoyan and another Yuanying elder were already spewing blood incessantly, utterly incapable of halting Yi Tianjia. Lu Ruoyan's gaze flickered, contemplating whether she could seize the opportunity to escape. Happy Valley may perish, but she must not die. Meanwhile, Li Shi was also relentless, continually abandoning the system. System: Inheritance. Clang. Congratulations to the new. Swipe. The sword she struck, crushing the new host. System: Inheritance. Clang. Congratulations to the new. Swipe. Another disciple of Happy Valley fell. Li Shi incessantly repeated the process, causing the system to continuously shift between himself and the disciples of the Joy Valley, rendering it impossible for the heavenly Tao to pinpoint his location. The heavenly Tao diagram truly came to a halt, momentarily suspended in stillness, its once formidable aura dissipating significantly. Hope flickered. In a sudden burst of opportunity, Lu Ruyan seized the moment, abandoning the Joy Valley to transform into a streak of crimson light and escape. Yi Tianjia chose not to pursue but instead turned his gaze towards Li Shi. How long can this last? In theory, as long as there are continuous individuals available. I can keep the heavenly Tao diagram from locking onto me. Excellent. Yi Tianjia laughed heartily. With that, he unleashed a sword strike, directing a formidable sword energy towards the sole remaining Yuanian cultivator of the Joy Valley. No, Lu Ruyan, you, without any formation or the obstruction of the heavenly Tao diagram. The mid-Yuanian cultivator could not withstand Yi Tianjia's sword and was instantly obliterated. Rest assured, Lu Ruyan will catch up with you on the road to the Yellow Springs. Yi Tianjia directly gathered hundreds of Joy Valley disciples and began his pursuit of Lu Ruyan. The heavenly Tao diagram lingered hesitantly in the air, while Yi Tianjia transformed into a radiant stream of sword light, chasing after Lu Ruyan. Simultaneously, the hundreds of Joy Valley disciples were all drawn to Yi Tianjia. Trailing behind him, from a distance, they resembled a long serpent racing through the sky. A serpent formed by the disciples of the Joy Valley, both comical and terrifying. For every 2 or 3 breaths, one disciple would meet their demise at the hands of Yi Tianjia, exploding into a spray of blood, which was even shattered to pieces by the sword energy, leaving no chance of survival. In merely 100 breaths, Lu Ruyan and Yi Tianjia had both escaped the confines of the heavenly Tao diagram. A small fraction of the Joy Valley disciples had already perished. The heavenly Tao diagram did not pursue. It remained suspended above the Joy Valley, gradually becoming transparent. This indicated a trend towards disappearance. Hope blossomed. Li Shi did not dare to be careless and continued to inherit his system in sequence. Behind him, a long snake formed by cultivators erupted into a burst of fireworks within the span of a few breaths. Passers-by were left aghast, mistaking it for a performance art by a nascent soul cultivator. Each was terrified to the point of losing their wits. Yi Tianjia, why must you kill me? If you seek vengeance, why not go to Corpse City and find that old rascal Tian Wenjing? Lu Ruyan cried out anxiously ahead. Yi Tianjia snorted coldly. Humph. How do you know I haven't already gone? That old wretch Tian Wenjing, with 4 late-stage nascent soul cultivators, is not easily dealt with. Lu Ruyan fled with all her might, yet she could not match Yi Tianjia's speed. Yi Tianjia was far too swift. He had already perfected the Shantian art, and coupled with his invincible sword domain, his speed was nearly at the pinnacle for a nascent soul cultivator. As she neared Yi Tianjia's attack range, Lu Ruyan was utterly panicked. Tianjia, stop. Wait. Do you remember? We once shared a bond. I even treated you to a meal. Upon hearing this, Li Shi was taken aback. It seemed that Yi Tianjia had a storied past, having had such an encounter with an elder of the Joy Valley during his youth. The tale of a genius sword immortal and an elder of Joy Valley? Yi Tianjia's expression twitched at this recollection, and he instead pursued her even more fervently. Are you referring to the time you wished to refine me into your furnace? My sword has a proper thank you for you. No. Well, I did have that thought. I genuinely liked you back then. Who wouldn't he be fond of a young sword immortal? Lu Ruyan exclaimed. Lu Ruyan, you shall perish. Yi Tianjia bellowed. Lu Ruyan hastily produced a blood-red fan, fanning it behind her in rapid succession, conjuring a fierce gale that was interspersed with a multitude of pink powder, nearly forming a curtain of pink. Yi Tianjia unleashed a series of sword strikes, expanding his sword domain to slice through the raging winds. Shantian Palm. Yi Tianjia followed up with a Shantian Palm, thoroughly dispersing the obstructive winds. However, this brief respite allowed Lu Ruyan to escape a considerable distance. The two continued their chase for a moment longer, while the disciples of Joy Valley behind them had nearly finished their slaughter. If one can inherit a system, what of other beings? A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Li Shi's eyes as he swiftly exclaimed, Animals. Bring forth some creatures. Ants would be ideal. It is only the ants that I cannot forget. What on earth? Yi Tianjia could no longer contain his bewilderment, his face a portrait of confusion. Initially, the intent to take a life seemed justifiable, perhaps tied to Li Shi's secrets, but why ants now? Yi Tianjia, with his formidable primordial spirit, pondered endlessly but could not fathom in what scenario a swarm of ants could impede the descent of the heavenly Tao diagram. The two were utterly unrelated. Nevertheless, Yi Tianjia employed his spiritual sense to sweep the earth, swiftly locating an anthill. He promptly gathered tens of thousands of ants, placing them into his spirit beast pouch before tossing it to Li Shi. Li Shi took the spirit beast pouch and infused it with spiritual energy. observing a multitude of ants scurrying within. System. Inherit. In the next instant, his mind went blank. What the hell? This is incredible. The killing system is truly indiscriminate, even allowing for insects to be reborn as an ant, dominating the heavens through the killing system. What a delusion. Li Shi let out a cold snort, directly infusing spiritual energy into his spirit beast pouch, crushing the ant that had just acquired a system and was bewilderedly waving its antennae. I can do it. I can prevent the heavenly Tao diagram from descending. Excellent. Yi Tianjia laughed heartily, on the verge of catching up to Lu Ruyan, when suddenly a voice rang out. That heavenly Tao diagram isn't pursuing you? A deep voice resounded as a burly man with a scruffy beard strode forward, each step transcending space, arriving before them in mere moments. He cautiously observed the sky while eyeing Yi Tianjia and his companion. His aura was restrained, yet exuded an invisible oppressive force, akin to a predatory beast concealing its ferocity. A transformation God-stage beast. Yi Tianjia's expression shifted slightly as he quickly transmitted a message to Li Shi. Can we still summon the heavenly Tao diagram? It should be possible, Li Shi replied, uncertain whether the heavenly Tao had completely vanished or was temporarily hiding due to the lack of a target. Great. As long as I can bring forth the heavenly Tao diagram, I am confident in engaging him in battle. At the very least, I should be able to retreat unscathed. Yi Tianjia's eyes sparkled with fervent combat spirit. Can the foremost sword cultivator of Tian truly slay a transformation God-stage beast? Of course, this is contingent upon the indifferent heavenly Tao diagram not crashing down upon us. Lu Ruyan, filled with joy, approached without hesitation. Senior. No. Master. She rushed forward and embraced the burly man's arm, a dignified nascent soul cultivator behaving like a delicate maiden before the transformation God-stage beast, weeping incessantly. Coupled with her tattered attire from fleeing, Lu Ruyan's fair skin was exposed, presenting a scene that made Li Shi click his tongue in astonishment. The Valley of Joy is indeed lost. The young woman has nowhere to turn, wishing only to serve as a slave or concubine, a mere accessory to her master. The burly man dared not underestimate the situation, wrapping his arm around Lu Ruyan, yet his gaze remained fixed on Yi Tianjia and Li Shi, ever prepared to flee. How did you attract the heavenly Tao diagram for suppression? Although the power of the heavenly Tao diagram summoned was somewhat diminished, it was still a force that could only be encountered during the tribulation of ascension. What secrets do you conceal? This curiosity was the reason he had come again. Having been at the transformation God stage for nearly 1,000 years, he had yet to break through. Though demonic beasts enjoy extended lifespans, they too face their limits. Watching his lifespan dwindle while remaining unable to ascend into immortality, he couldn't resist the urge to discover what had drawn the heavenly Tao diagram. Could it be some newly emerged treasure? Or perhaps a forbidden celestial tome not permitted in the lower realms? Regardless, as a transformation god, he believed he could ultimately escape unscathed. Moreover, Lu Ruyan was an extraordinary woman, allowing him to experience pleasures that only humans could comprehend. It seemed that humanity possessed such intriguing diversions, prompting his lingering interest and regret for not having arrived in the human world sooner to partake in such experiences. You wish to know? Very well. Li Shi, my disciple. Show him. Yi Tianjia sneered coldly. Absolutely. Startled, the robust man quickly retreated a great distance. Simultaneously, Yi Tianjia took Li Shi and headed in the opposite direction. You dare to deceive me. Realizing he had been tricked, the man transformed into a swirling black wind, enveloping Lu Ruyan as he pursued Yi Tianjia. The cultivator in the transformation stage was swifter than Yi Tianjia had anticipated. As if the very fabric of the universe aided his advance, traversing the space with remarkable ease. In mere strides, he closed the distance to Yi Tianjia. The oppressive aura of the transformation stage left Li Shi gasping for breath. Li Shi, release the heavenly Tao. Yi Tianjia bellowed. Here it comes. Li Shi halted the process of inheriting the heavenly Tao. The Han man was momentarily taken aback, pausing once more. After a brief interval, when no response came forth, he suspected he had been deceived again. Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses, a thunderous roar echoed through the heavens. An enraged voice descended from above, resonating with celestial authority that instilled fear in the hearts of mortals. Suddenly, a myriad of intricate patterns flared to life. In the void, images of various birds and beasts emerged, alongside grand vessels, Buddhist pagodas, meditation staffs, colossal swords, talismans, ferocious creatures, and auspicious symbols like dragons, phoenixes, and cheilants, swiftly materializing. All things and paths were inscribed upon this canvas. A colossal diagram of the heavenly Tao manifested, casting an immense shadow over the land. The sheer pressure caused Li Shi to spew forth blood, while Yu Tianjia nearly plummeted from the sky. It appeared as if the essence of all existence was etched within, embodying the 3,000 laws of the universe. Why does this feel amiss? The magnitude of this power seems somewhat disproportionate. Li Shi struggled to heal, his body drenched in blood. It seemed he had gone too far. Yu Tianjia licked his lips, devoid of the heart of a sword immortal, and was ready to flee. Yet, the expanse of the heavenly diagram was far too vast this time, almost dozens of times larger than before. Escape was utterly impossible. But why was this so? Had the heavenly Tao, long toyed with and provoked, finally grown enraged? Its might was overwhelming, as if it could obliterate the very heavens and earth, enveloping an immeasurable distance. The burly man was equally flustered. He recalled that this phenomenon was never so terrifying, was it? Initially, it was merely a collection of grand principles. But now, it manifested as 3,000 laws, with the rules of all things intertwined. This was the true manifestation of the great Tao. He abandoned Lu Ruyan and transformed into a shadowy wind, attempting to flee into the distance. However, he found that his previous speed had vanished. The space around him was thick and seemed to confine him. Even the passage of time appeared to slow. This space had been ensnared. The man's expression shifted as he struck the void with both fists. Boom. He sought to rend a fissure in the fabric of reality with sheer physical strength and escape this place. The power of the heavenly diagram was overwhelming. Perhaps it could even slay those on the divine transformation path. Yet, as his fist connected with the void, there was nothing but a resounding bang. No response whatsoever. Had I failed? The space here was impervious, as if it had been solidified into one entity. Why was this so? Oh woo. The man transformed into a colossal bear, towering 1,000 feet high, his vitality surging to the heavens, exuding a ferocious aura. With immense paws, he struck the void once more. Boom. The great bear was sent flying, yet the space remained unyielding. Not a single fissure appeared. This realm was beyond the reach of even those who had undergone divine transformation, as if it were a wall frozen in time. It is the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao seeks his demise. It is a binding of heaven and earth. This realm has been secured. What on earth is this? How have you called forth the full wrath of the heavenly Tao for annihilation? Is it possible that you possess some celestial-grade treasure? The great bear roared in fury. I damn well have no celestial-grade treasures, but I do have a useless system. Li Shi began to sweat profusely, even when he sensed something was amiss. He continued to inherit the heavenly Tao. However, he discovered that he could not transmit the system. This glitch had also been sealed. Warning. Warning. After emitting 2 warnings, the system transformed into a cacophony of white noise. Have I been locked out? It felt as though this realm was ensnared by an infinite power. All laws were invincible. The myriad paths of the 3,000 Tao were difficult to comprehend. This expanse could only await the arrival of the diagram of the heavenly Tao, which would then obliterate all within it. Just as Li Shi felt that all was lost, a sudden rift appeared in the celestial diagram above. It was as if an immense curtain had been torn, and a beam of light cleaved through the heavenly tapestry, descending from the skies and illuminating Li Shi. In the next moment, the system within his mind became astonishingly clear once more, and the white noise vanished. Li Shi was momentarily taken aback, then filled with joy. It seemed that his connection was quite formidable, effortlessly tearing through the influence of the heavenly Tao diagram. He had merely been hindered by a signal disruption. However, Li Shi was soon struck by another wave of astonishment. The heavenly Tao diagram was gradually mending itself. Although his system had reignited, it bore no new features. No discovery of an invincible button either. It merely flickered back to life, yet remained locked. Inheritance was unattainable. It was merely a continuation of the connection, not of life itself, was it? Boom. The fissures closed, and the heavenly Tao diagram was once again perfected. Upon it, the rules of all things had indeed been refined. It pressed down with tremendous force, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. Poof, poof, poof. Li Shi, Yu Tianjia, and Lu Ruyan simultaneously spewed forth blood, their breaths faint, particularly Li Shi, whose body was on the verge of collapse. Ultimately, it was Li Shi who continuously coughed up blood. Damn it, fool. Quickly, fetch your celestial artifacts to save us. Is it not some celestial technique? Our lives hang in the balance. The gigantic bear of the transformation stage howled frantically, pressed down by the heavenly Tao map, blood gushing from its body as well. It strained to comprehend, convinced that Yu Tianjia and his companion possessed something extraordinary. Otherwise, it was inconceivable. If I had it, I would have revealed it already. Damn bear, what are you barking about? Despite being on the brink of death, Li Shi still managed to retort at the giant bear. Is the heavenly Tao so ruthless? Did you offend its mother or something? A majestic beast of the transformation stage, engaging in a verbal skirmish as if it were a mere human quarrel. Enough. I concede my defeat. The giant bear cursed and suddenly produced a red metallic token. It appeared quite ordinary, devoid of any aura fluctuations. The bear, with a pained expression, touched the token and, gritting its teeth, crushed it. The 5 elements assist. Heaven responds. Earth submits. All methods converge. The celestial abode issues its orders. Spirits and deities accompany. The universe shifts. In the next instant, a colossal black vortex took shape, albeit gradually shrinking. It momentarily broke through the confines of the heavenly Tao seal. The Great Migration Order. Yitian's pupils constricted, vaguely discerning what the giant bear had shattered. Boom. The heavenly Tao map descended completely. It was akin to a desperate strike. With a thunderous clap, it obliterated everything. Mountains and rivers were instantaneously reduced to dust, and those beneath the heavenly Tao map, heedless of the danger, all plunged into that vortex. Alas, this mountain range, under the weight of the heavenly Tao's descent, became devoid of life. As if an immortal had erased it, transforming it into a desolate wasteland devoid of vitality. Due to irresistible forces, this book has encountered a brief intermission. The plot has become too dense. From henceforth, Zhang Ming shall be renamed Zhang Zhe, Lu Yao shall be renamed in Lan. Lu Shiji shall be renamed in Shiji, Lin Langtian shall be renamed Lin Jiuxiao, Shutian Hall shall be renamed Kuixing Hall, and the burning decision shall be renamed the mankind decision. Should any errors arise, promptly chastise the author. This is an endless ocean. The seawater sparkles under the brilliant sun, and a small boat floats upon the surface. Su Tianan is organizing today's catch. 3 blue autumn fish for strapback fish, and, lo and behold, a coxcomb fish. Today's haul is rather impressive. Su Tianan plans to return early. Lingering on the sea in such weather is not prudent. After all, unlike the affluent who possess large, shaded vessels, his small boat is equipped with only a modest cloth canopy for shade. Plop! A tremendous splash echoed, startling Su Tianan, who turned to gaze into the distance. At this moment, the surface of the sea was calm, and anything nearby would be easily visible. Oh! Su Tianan vaguely perceived a shadow floating on the surface of the sea. He raised his oar and cautiously approached the figure, only to discover that it was indeed a person, a bloodied individual whose lifeblood had mingled with the seawater, creating a crimson pool, clad in tattered white garments. The person was riddled with wounds, as if they had rolled through a field of blades, with injuries densely scattered across every inch of their body. A typical person would have succumbed to such injuries long ago. The inexplicable appearance of this individual sent a shiver down Su Tianan's spine. Could that splash have been the sound of someone plummeting from the heavens into the sea? A normal person would not simply fall from the sky. Su Tianan quickly connected the dots. Perhaps this individual was a celestial being. Although he had never encountered a deity, his father had, and it was a source of great pride for him. After a moment of scrutiny, Su Tianan abruptly turned to leave, vigorously paddling his oar. Flee! Flee! His father had once warned him that certain celestial beings regarded mortals as mere insects, and a single moment's miscommunication could lead to deadly consequences. It was best not to provoke such trouble. As Su Tianan hastened to vacate the area, his oar sliced through the water with a whooshing sound, only to be interrupted by a sudden thud from the stern of the boat, as if something had grasped the rear of his vessel. Stunned, he hesitated and turned to look. There, the bloodied youth in white was gripping the boat's tail with one hand, flashing a grin at him. Holy moly! Su Tianan exclaimed. And without thinking, he brought the oar crashing down upon the youth's head. With a resounding crack, the oar splintered into 2 pieces. Realizing the gravity of his offense against a celestial being, Su Tianan quickly began to stammer apologies. Please spare me, O Divine One. I was merely startled. Li Shi remained silent, believing that his smile was quite benevolent. Ahem. Li Shi coughed up a mixture of fresh blood and seawater, tumbled back onto the boat, but ultimately lost his balance and rolled into the cabin. He lay motionless at the bottom of the boat for quite a while. Su Tianan hesitated for an extended period before approaching to inspect him, only to discover that Li Shi had once again lost consciousness. Summoning his courage, Su Tianan attempted to lift him, contemplating the idea of casting Li Shi into the sea. The thought of immortals was far too terrifying. It would be better to discard him, lest he become entangled in some unforeseen fate. Su Tianan was acutely aware that what cultivators sought was the innate quality of celestial roots. Without such a quality, no matter how great the opportunity, it would be futile, and one could never ascend to immortality. However, Just as he had lifted him a couple of times, he caught sight of Li Shi's eyes wide open, silently gazing at him. Immortal Master, Su Tianan was about to plead for mercy when he realized something was amiss. It turned out that Li Shi bore too many wounds, and his eyelids had fallen away, leaving his eyeballs exposed, giving the illusion that he was awake. In reality, he was still in a stupor. Su Tianan trembled in fear. After such a fright, he dared not lift him again, and instead retreated slowly with a broken oar. It seemed he had become entangled with an immortal. Li Shi believed that the Great Relocation Order was certainly not intended for low-ranking cultivators. They simply could not withstand it. They would be torn to shreds by the chaotic currents of time and space, not to mention the bizarre sounds and streams of light, which could leave one dizzy and disoriented, shattering the very essence of their soul. Li Shi owed his survival to the protective talisman bestowed by Yi Tianjia, a token of a direct disciple. The sword intent contained within had been nearly exhausted, barely preserving Li Shi's life. Nevertheless, he recalled that a trace of Yi Tianjia's sword intent still resided within him, yet it remained dormant, perhaps awaiting a moment of dire necessity. Despite this, Li Shi had sustained countless fractures, and the ruptured meridians were but a minor concern. His entire body was marred with wounds, and even his eyelids had vanished. Fortunately, his essence remained intact. The twin lotus and the spiritual energy pool still thrived, and the healing of his injuries was merely a matter of time. Li Shi awoke once more, coughing up a mouthful of crimson blood. As he rotated his eyes to survey his surroundings, he realized he was ensconced within a modest chamber. At that moment, he heard commotion emanating from outside. "Humph, Su Tianan, I hear you've brought back a man. Let me see him," a resonant male voice declared, imbued with arrogance. "This island lord, I, too, ventured out to capture, and upon encountering this individual upon the sea, I was momentarily moved by compassion. Hence I brought him back." Su Tianan responded. "Humph, I care not for your reasons for rescuing this person. All I know is that our bitter owl has acquired yet another laborer. Ha! Step aside." As he spoke, a rotund and portly figure strode into the room. "Anyone who can move must work for me." Upon entering, he beheld the bloodied form of Li Shi lying on the bed, and immediately gasped in shock. Can he even survive? The corpulent man approached, noting Li Shi's torn skin, the absence of eyelids, and the unclear condition of his internal organs. Oh, his eyes are still open? He is not dead? At that moment, Su Tianan also entered, quickly bowing to the portly man. "Island Lord." Meanwhile, Li Shi, still prone on the bed, transmitted a message using spiritual energy directly into Su Tianan's ear. "Conceal my identity." Su Tianan shuddered slightly and subtly nodded in understanding. The Island Lord snorted in displeasure, exclaiming, "I expected to find a robust man, but instead, it's a wretched being. Toss him out at once. He merely wastes air on this isle." With that, the Island Lord departed in dissatisfaction, while Su Tianan hurriedly followed him out. A few minutes later, Su Tianan returned to gaze at the bedridden Li Shi. "Oh, immortal, is this arrangement acceptable? You may rest and recuperate here. Once you are healed, you may leave." Su Tianan asked for nothing more than some mortal silver in return. It was evident that despite the Island Lord's tyrannical demeanor, Su Tianan wished to avoid entanglements with the immortal, preferring to live his own life, whether one deemed him honest or merely cautious. Su Tianan began to tend to Li Shi, even preparing fish soup for him. Li Shi's physical transformation astonished Su Tianan. By the dawn of the following day, new skin had begun to grow over Li Shi's wounds. By sunset on the second day, Li Shi could even articulate simple words and sit up. Coupled with the healing elixirs stored in his spatial bags, his recovery was remarkably swift. During these 2 days, Su Tianan, devoted to caring for Li Shi, refrained from deep-sea fishing, instead opting to catch smaller fish and various shellfish in the shallow waters for Li Shi's nourishment. Li Shi sometimes declines. These items hold little value for his recovery. Instead, he relies solely on the twin lotus and the spirit pool to nurture his wounds, allowing for a swift recuperation. Of course, the primary reason for his refusal is their unpalatable taste. This world offers little in the realm of gastronomy, especially on this remote island. The fishy flavor makes Li Shi feel nauseous. By the 3rd day, he is able to rise and move about, though some internal injuries still require rest. In his mind, the system interface has reverted to its original state, no longer displaying the celestial lock. Perhaps it is due to the complete descent of the heavenly diagram. Or perhaps because of the Great Migration Order, Li Shi has successfully extricated himself from this predicament. Li Shi inquired and learned that this place is called Q Island. A small isle with fewer than 1,000 inhabitants, it is isolated from the world and rather barren. The island is ruled by a singular lineage, with no sects willing to establish their presence here. Curiously, the lifespan of the island's residents is notably short. Sutianan, despite being merely 20 years of age, possesses the visage of a man in his 30s, not a sign of precociousness, but rather an indication of premature aging. Li Shi sensed that something was amiss on this island. The name Suffering Island itself was rather peculiar. By the fourth day, his injuries had largely healed, and the flow of spiritual energy began to circulate smoothly. Li Shi felt it was time to depart. As for what might be affecting the longevity of the islanders on Bitter Hardship Island, he had found no answers. He would warn the islanders as he left. Whether they chose to leave or remain would ultimately be their decision. Li Shi sought a place imbued with the presence of cultivators to inquire about the location and its significance within the cosmos. Immortal. In 2 days, the annual Blue Crab Festival will commence on Bitter Hardship Island, during which tens of thousands of blue crabs shall ascend upon its shores, marking a curious event for the island. Should the immortal be interested, it would be a splendid sight to behold, Su Tianin elaborated. Tens of thousands? He mused, envisioning a dense throng that could blanket the beach. Li Shi then resolved not to leave. It was not merely for the sake of attribute points, but primarily because he had never encountered such a spectacle before. After another 2 days, Li Shi's injuries had healed significantly. During these 2 days, he roamed around the Bitter Hard Island twice, but found no signs of spiritual energy or secrets, just an ordinary little island. The island's master, having seen Li Shi venture out, immediately recognized that Li Shi's miraculous recovery from the brink of death was no ordinary feat. He nearly knelt before Li Shi, calling him an ancestor, while cursing Su Tianan for concealing Li Shi's true identity. Li Shi nonchalantly shook his head, merely reminding him that it was Su Tianan who had rescued him. The island master swiftly grasped the situation, lamenting loudly that he wished to bestow the position of deputy island master upon Su Tianan. As the sun dipped towards the horizon, drawing near to evening, swarms of green crabs began to emerge from the sea, surging onto the sandy shore. Indeed, they were densely packed, and it was not merely tens of thousands, but perhaps even hundreds of thousands. Li Shi found himself with a staggering 200,000 attribute points, initially troubled by their insufficiency, until he laid eyes upon the beach teeming with blue crabs, instantly filled with elation. Heaven must be aiding me, he exclaimed. Yet, he quickly corrected himself, recalling how fate had sought to thwart him just moments prior. This is my opportunity. What has heaven to do with it? Every year at this time, the inhabitants of Bitter Suffering Island would capture vast quantities of blue crabs for sustenance. However, this year, they encountered Li Shi. As he stepped onto the sandy shore, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy enveloped him. The islanders looked on in astonishment as Li Shi unleashed a barrage of fire dragons, tempests, and ice swords, wreaking havoc across a considerable expanse of the beach. Some even fell to their knees in fear, though these spells were merely low-tier incantations, easily cast by those in the chi refinement stage. Li Shi, now a foundational cultivator, wielded them with a potency that set him apart from ordinary practitioners, surpassing many late-stage foundation cultivators in might. Take, for instance, his Fire Dragon spell. A standard fire attribute spell typically conjured by foundation cultivators would produce flames merely stretching 10 zhang in length. Yet, within Li Shi's hands, the flames flowed endlessly, rendering him akin to a humanoid flamethrower. The spiritual energy within him surged forth ceaselessly, akin to an oceanic tide. Spiritual Energy Reserve, 98, 900, 100. 000 Spiritual Energy Limit, 100, 000. Li Shi was unaware of the spiritual energy reserves typical foundation building cultivators possessed. However, it was reasonable to assume that their capacity was less than a mere tenth of his own, even during the later stages of foundation building. Song Mon needed to pause for rest and recuperation while journeying from Zentiangong to Shiqing. Yet, Li Shi felt invigorated, as if he could soar for 10 days and nights without the slightest need for respite. The rate at which he consumed spiritual energy was outpaced by the rate at which he replenished it. Moreover, Li Shi discovered a delightful revelation. His storage bag had not been lost within the temporal vortex, but rather had manifested within his Dantian. Within that pool of spiritual energy, his celestial foundation was akin to having independently opened a realm of space. A Tenjong pool of spiritual energy constituted an entirely separate domain. It was said that those who attained the transformation of spirit could carve out realms within their bodies, thus creating their own worlds. And yet he had achieved a semblance of this at the foundation building stage. Though it measured only 10 zhang, this was indeed a remarkable and extraordinary feat. At this moment, Li Shi resembled a formidable artillery platform, unleashing a tempest of spells, fire dragons, storms, and ice blades, each cascading from his hands in an unending stream, devastating the sandy beach over and over again. The blue crabs soared through the air, their severed limbs and crab roe scattered about. The system chimed robustly, the cacophony resonating like a war drum as his attribute points surged relentlessly, refreshing with each moment. After a quarter of an hour, Lishi ceased his incantations. The beach now bore the scars of a battleground. Not a single blue crab remained. Even the sand had crystallized under the intense heat, transforming the shore into a dazzling expanse that shimmered like snow. Ice blades pierced the earth, while the remnants of storm-torn blue crabs littered the ground. This onslaught had yielded over 80,000 attribute points, but it was merely the beginning. The blue crabs no longer ventured ashore. Instead, they congregated in the shallows, hesitating, alongside a multitude of fish, octopuses, and other marine life. Why did these blue crabs annually ascend in such numbers at this time? Observing this spectacle, Lishi was perplexed. He initially attributed it to tidal changes or instinctual behavior. However, such a vast migration must surely have an underlying cause. System. Allocate points. Water avoidance technique. Casually expending several hundred attribute points to max out the water avoidance technique, Lishi plunged into the sea, heading towards the source of the blue crab assembly. Lishi moved with remarkable speed, swiftly reaching the boundary where the shallow sea meets the depths. Here, one could observe countless green crabs diligently making their way towards the island. Lishi continued to plunge deeper into the ocean, and at last, a distant glimmer caught his attention. As he approached, he realized it was a shimmering cave, constructed of various corals and adorned with an array of gemstones. Towering 6 zhang high, it appeared immense, resembling a colossal mouth beneath the water, akin to the lair of some magnificent creature. Lishi meticulously examined the cave entrance, finding no signs of ingress or egress. As he attuned himself to the surrounding environment, the reason for the collective ascent of the blue crabs became apparent to him. The oxygen in these waters was so scarce that it was nearly absent. A multitude of lifeless fish drifted aimlessly, and even certain fungi had begun to perish. Reflecting on the Blue Crab Festival on Bitter Suffering Island, which had persisted for many years, he pondered whether this cave consistently siphoned the surrounding oxygen at this time of year, thereby compelling marine life to venture ashore. However, it was not merely oxygen that was being extracted. The vitality of the surroundings was similarly being consumed. The nearby coral reefs had succumbed to death, and Lishi even sensed an unsettling withdrawal of his own internal energy. This could very well explain the advanced age of the island's inhabitants. Something was draining the life force and spiritual essence from this marine expanse. What lay within the cave? Lishi meticulously examined the entrance of the cave and detected no signs of danger. Reflecting upon the annual cyclical changes of the cave and recalling certain esoteric knowledge from the realm of cultivation, he began to formulate several hypotheses. Could it be that this place was a naturally occurring celestial haven, nurturing some innate spiritual treasure? Indeed, many innate spiritual treasures originate in such a manner, such as the purple gold fire gourd that flourishes in volcanic lava, the void vine that thrives in the emptiness of the cosmos, and the ice spirit flower that is nurtured within layers of frost and frigid realms. After conducting another thorough inspection, Lishi grew increasingly convinced of his conjectures. However, he refrained from entering recklessly and instead settled into a meditative posture. Following his successful foundation establishment, a new point allocation option appeared on the system interface, allowing him to enhance the twin lotus blossoms. Lishi was captivated by the dual blooming lotus, which possessed the ability to manifest an external incarnation, leading him to choose it as his foundation for ascension. The dual blooming lotus, 010000. The first level requires a staggering 10,000. System, allocate points. Clang. Points successfully allocated. Dual blooming lotus level 1, 01000000. The dual blooming technique has been unlocked. Dual blooming technique. Summon an external incarnation, sharing heart, root, and life, yet living separately. The death of the external incarnation does not affect the essence. The second level upgrade astonishingly demands 1 million attribute points. Lishi was taken aback for a moment, then calmed his mind and began to contemplate the twin lotus blossoms. Gradually, the image of a pair of intertwined lotus flowers emerged around him, enveloping him in their essence. Lishi felt a new longing taking shape, a sentiment akin to his own, born of the same essence, as if a single soul were maneuvering two bodies. A new Lishi emerged, bare and slowly materializing beside him. Both Lishis opened their eyes simultaneously and exchanged a grin. Suddenly, the unclad Lishi's expression shifted dramatically. He clutched his mouth and cried out in panic as torrents of seawater surged into him, his face a mask of alarm, his eyes rapidly reddening under the pressure of the water. What on earth? How could his external manifestation be a mere mortal? Li Shi swiftly repelled the ocean's waters with his spiritual energy, creating a vacuum beneath the sea. Fortunately, the depth here was not particularly great. Had it been deeper, the pressure of the water would have been unbearable. His external incarnation exhaled deeply, conducting a thorough examination and discovering no abnormalities, completely ordinary. Simultaneously, a new interface emerged within the system. Title: Dual Lotus Incarnation. Cultivation level: Mortal. The external incarnation of the Dual Lotus was, astonishingly, a mere mortal, nearly succumbing to drowning. It was akin to creating a new account, necessitating a fresh start in cultivation. However, this was indeed a fortuitous development. A new account implies boundless possibilities, a new identity. The potential for growth is limitless. From now on, you shall be known as Li Ba, for Ba and she share a kinship, both signifying the act of traversing. Li Shi patted Li Ba's shoulder, and Li Ba responded with a smile, returning the gesture. The two exchanged glances, sharing a moment of laughter. Li Shi spent 900 attribute points to elevate Li Ba's cultivation to the 9th level of Qi refinement. The information within the system has also been updated. Name: Li Ba. Cultivation: 9th level of Qi refinement, spiritual root, medium-grade water spiritual root, physical body, mortal. Subsequently, Li Shi instructed Li Ba to master the water avoidance technique. Now, it is time to explore what lies within. Li Shi gazed at the immense coral cavern. Li Ba nodded, rose to his feet, and performed a water-repelling incantation as he made his way into the cavern. Li Shi gazed at the extravagant silhouette of Li Ba, momentarily taken aback, before suddenly regaining his composure. Wait, hold on. He isn't even dressed yet. Once Li Ba had adorned himself appropriately, he finally ventured into the cave. Stay focused. Keep your spirits high. Don't lose face. Bring back the treasure. Li Shi cheered him on from the rear. Li Ba extended his hand and gestured a middle finger in response. Li Ba traversed the cavern, feeling as though he were wandering within the maw of a colossal creature. The atmosphere was eerily silent, devoid of any signs of life, with not a whisper to be heard. Gradually, the ground began to reveal an abundance of pearls and shells, which crunched beneath his feet with a soft crackling sound. After walking several dozen paces, the shells and pearls multiplied, eventually carpeting the floor in a resplendent array, glimmering like a magnificent pathway. A radiant light illuminated the entire passage, emanating from enormous gemstones embedded in the cave walls, their white brilliance casting a glow throughout the cavern. Additionally, an array of peculiar corals thrived within the cave, each more bizarre than the last. Was there a spiritual essence present in this place? Li Ba closed his eyes, reflecting for a moment. Although somewhat tenuous, there was indeed a presence of spiritual energy. Li Ba continued his advance, the spiritual energy around him growing increasingly dense. After traversing several dozen more steps, the richness of the spiritual essence had nearly reached that of Ziyun Mountain, its intensity almost rivaling that of the most esteemed sacred grounds. This was a natural paradise, a celestial cave. At long last, Li Ba arrived at the terminus, where he beheld the source of all the extraordinary phenomena within the cavern. It was a colossal clam. Li Ba suddenly recalled the encounter with Nyodig, the sect master of the Bangyuzong, during his meeting with Songyamoan. His grandfather had once ventured out to sea, where he discovered several ancient texts and elixirs within the shell of a colossal clam. Wasn't this giant clam akin to stumbling upon a treasure chest in the wilderness? However, Li Ba surmised that the giant clam encountered by Nyodig's grandfather could not have been as immense as the one before him, which spanned several dozen zhang, comparable to a vast dwelling. If it were another creature, such a size would certainly indicate a core formation stage demon beast. Had it attained sentience? Li Ba stealthily approached, only to suddenly furrow his brow. Is it dead? Li Ba discovered that the skin of the colossal clam was a pallid hue, resembling stone. Its enormous maw agape, revealing an empty interior marked by traces resembling desiccated fossils. This was a deceased giant clam. But what could be nourished by such an abundance of spiritual energy? After Li Ba confirmed repeatedly that the colossal clam had perished, he ventured into its shell and finally beheld the entity that incessantly absorbed spiritual energy. There stood an extraordinary coral, resembling crystal in its clarity. Upon the crystalline coral, a small, shimmering object was tirelessly drawing in the spiritual essence. Upon noticing Li Ba's entrance, the small object unexpectedly soared into the air, fleeing into the distance. A treasure of spiritual essence. Li Ba was overjoyed and manipulated the spiritual energy to seize it. However, That entity effortlessly evaded Li Ba's grasp, remaining completely unaffected. Li Ba let out a cold snort, and in the next moment, Li Shi outside the cave echoed with a similar disdainful huff. System. Foundation establishment. Li Ba was merely an ordinary cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement, requiring only a mere 1,000 attribute points to establish his foundation. Without any apprehension of impending tribulations, let alone being singled out by the heavenly Tao. In the next moment, Li Ba experienced a meteoric rise in his cultivation. He established his foundation effortlessly. In an instant, he acted swiftly, capturing the small creature that was scurrying about. It was evident that this little being possessed very little intelligence. Merely darting around aimlessly, Li Ba gazed at the object in his hand, finally discerning its true nature. Li Ba was momentarily taken aback. What he held was, astonishingly, a hairpin. Or rather, it resembled a hairpin, its entirety radiating a silvery hue, adorned with intricate, twisted patterns reminiscent of dragon motifs. At its apex sat a delicate crystal coral, within which a lustrous white pearl was embedded. The pearl itself showcased a dragon design, from which cascaded 7 tassels. Their texture akin to the sheen of agate yet remarkably soft, each embellished with a petite pearl. Exquisite, yet somewhat unrefined, it bore an almost crooked charm. This slight irregularity was not unseemly. Rather, it possessed a unique aesthetic allure. To put it plainly, this object appeared not to be a product of human craftsmanship, but rather a manifestation of nature's artistry. Was this how it was always meant to be? Could this be a treasure of the heavens and earth? Li Ba temporarily tucked away his belongings, intending to venture out and explore further. Other treasures should not be overlooked either. Li Ba took out his storage bag and began to pack the numerous exquisite corals that thrived in this place, brimming with spiritual energy, each holding considerable value. He also extracted the colossal crystal coral, which housed the hairpin, from the remains of the giant clam. Even the luminous pearl that had grown within the cave was carefully collected by Li Ba. As he neared the completion of his packing, he turned his gaze towards the carcass of the giant clam. This too was a valuable find. However, its immense size rendered it impossible to transport. Li Ba left reluctantly. Li Shi ruthlessly exterminated all the blue crabs and various fish in the shallow waters. Subsequently, he returned to the shore, disregarding the kneeling of others, and sought out Su Tian, tossing him a vial of elixir along with several taels of gold and silver. This elixir, one taken every 6 months, has the power to extend life by a decade. Su Tian hastily knelt in reverence, and at that moment, the island master, astonished by Li Shi's actions, commanded that Su Tian be appointed as the deputy island master. Li Shi cast a glance at the island's leader, who was drenched in perspiration, and subsequently presented him with a vial of elixir. There exists a distinction between mortals and immortals. I must take my leave now. The lifespan of the inhabitants on this island is relatively short, a consequence of an anomaly beneath the sea, which I have now rectified. Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted in joy. Thank you, esteemed immortal. We bid farewell to the esteemed immortal. To the island's denizens, Li Shi was an enigmatic figure. While tales of immortals had been recounted in the past, and some had even encountered them, who among them had ever witnessed an immortal exuberantly capturing crabs upon the shore? It was indeed peculiar. Should fate allow, we may meet again in the future. As he uttered these words, Li Shi directed his gaze towards the island's leader. Understanding the sentiment, the leader promptly nodded with a smile, recognizing that Li Shi's statement was meant to safeguard Su Tian's position and deter any treacherous thoughts. With that, Li Shi ascended aboard his celestial vessel, soaring into the sky. Upon reaching a secluded spot, he stepped from the water's surface, and the two exchanged knowing smiles before departing from the island of suffering. Li Shi was unsure why the sight of Li Ba's face, which bore an uncanny resemblance to his own, evoked a laugh. No, he must maintain a facade. Such an extraordinary coincidence could easily attract attention. Two individuals who looked strikingly alike could not merely be explained away as twins. Li Shi first employed a technique of disguise, beginning to alter Li Ba's appearance. Such minor arts are essential for the direct disciples of the Shantian sect, encompassing hundreds of techniques, including the turtle breathing technique, invisibility technique, and spirit-seeking method, among many others. Although these are not particularly powerful spells, they are remarkably practical. Generally, a solitary cultivator who acquires even 1 or 2 of these techniques can lead a rather prosperous life. This highlights the often self-deprecating humor among cultivators regarding the disparity between the sect's favored sons and daughters and the wandering practitioners. What one dedicates a lifetime to cultivate and strive for may merely be what others possess by nature. Li Shi briefly disguised Li Ba, dressing him in black attire and adorning him with a conical hat. One was a youth clad in white, the other a figure shrouded in black beneath a hat. That would suffice. Li Shi found the right direction and journeyed northward. Li Shi was unaware of the identity of this maritime expanse. It could potentially belong to the southern seas of Tiannan, or perhaps it lay in another direction of the continent, or even in uncharted waters. Thus, he journeyed northward for a full 2.5 days. At long last, he encountered the presence of humanity once more. It was an enormous sea vessel, appearing quite peculiar, devoid of the sails commonly found on ships. Li Shi observed and soon realized that ahead of the vessel, there were a dozen colossal fish, comparable in size to giant whales, propelling the boat forward at great speed. Despite their immense bodies and formidable presence, these giant fish lacked any aura or sense of oppression. They were merely ordinary creatures. It appears that the mortals here possess their own unique way of life. Li Shi gazed from afar, and after a moment, he stepped onto the celestial vessel, hovering above the maritime craft. Employing his cloaking technique, he circled it twice, ensuring it was indeed a vessel belonging to mortals. Subsequently, he utilized a probing spell, sweeping over it multiple times. Once assured, he dispelled his invisibility, revealing his form. An immortal, someone exclaimed. Could it be a sea bird? Truly a celestial master. Another marveled. He possesses the ability to fly. He must be a foundational stage immortal. Look quickly. In no time, the occupants of the ship recognized Li Shi's arrival. Amidst a chorus of exclamations, one after another, individuals began to emerge from the cabin, numbering perhaps a couple of hundred, densely clustered at the bow of the ship. Upon witnessing Li Shi and his companion gliding through the air on their celestial vessel, this throng bowed deeply in reverence, some even kneeling in homage. It appeared that the level of respect for cultivators here surpassed that in Tiannan. In the ensuing commotion, a middle-aged man, adorned in the most opulent attire, forced his way through the crowd and stood before them. Two esteemed immortals have graced us with their presence. We are exceedingly honored. Might the celestial masters have any requests? We shall strive with all our might to fulfill them. Li Shi stowed away the flying boat and, alongside Li Ba, leapt to the bow, startling those around them into a state of fearful retreat. Li turned to the middle-aged man and smiled gently. Where are you headed? The middle-aged man replied earnestly, We are aboard the merchant ship of Tianhe Trading Company, and we are bound for Falling Star Island to deliver goods. Oh, what a coincidence. I too am on my way to Falling Star Island. I hope you do not mind my company for a while. Of course, we do not mind at all. I shall prepare the guest quarters at once. I am Luda, and should you require anything, please do not hesitate to ask. Luda appeared quite excited and showed great respect towards Li. Li Shi found Luda's excitement somewhat perplexing, yet Luda quickly elucidated, when traveling with an immortal, how could one possibly decline? We yearn for such encounters. How could we dare to mind? Yearn for such encounters? Li Shi inquired with curiosity. Luda paused, scrutinizing Li Shi, and speculated, could it be that you hail from a lineage of cultivators? Alas, you are unaware of the perils that besiege us mortals upon the vast seas, where monstrous beasts occasionally assail merchant vessels. Typically, we honor one or two cultivators with our company, but alas, I am unable to offer additional spiritual stones to sustain an immortal's presence. Luda's words left Li Shi astounded. The notion that merchant ships would employ cultivators as guardians, albeit likely those of the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages, was something unheard of in Tiannan. In the realm of Tiannan, the cultivation world adheres to a strict separation between the celestial and the mundane. With cultivators rarely engaging with secular dynasties, at least, that is the facade. Is the coexistence of immortals a result of the unique environment here? What cargo do you transport? Li Shi asked, intrigued. Upon hearing this, Ludi appeared somewhat anxious. Li Shi discerned the underlying fear of being implicated in murder and smuggling. It seemed I had inquired about matters best left unspoken. No. The immortal master explained that it was cargo transported from the southern heavens. Southern heavens? Upon hearing Luda mention that this place was in the South China Sea, Li Shi had already harbored suspicions. Now, with the mention of the southern heavens, his assumptions were further solidified. Indeed, this was a maritime region even further south than the southern heavens. Truly, our journey back and forth has spanned a considerable 6 months. Li Shi engaged in a brief conversation, inquiring about the goods belonging to Luda and his companions, which primarily consisted of medicinal herbs for alchemy and minerals that were absent from the South China Sea. Li Shi once again requested a map from Luda and subsequently arrived at the guest room prepared for him by Luda. Upon entering the room and conducting a thorough inspection, Li Shi unfurled the map. At that moment, he gained a profound understanding of his current location. During his time at the Xiantian sect, Li Shi had paid little attention to the regions further south of Tianan, only being aware of several islands after venturing into the South China Sea. In truth, the entire Tianan region maintained a rather distant relationship with the South China Sea. The map even marked the location of Kui Island. The South China Sea is home to over 300 islands, excluding the numerous tiny islets. These islands are governed by an organization known as the Tianhe Alliance, which functions similarly to a terrestrial kingdom, exerting dominion over the surrounding areas. The capital of the Tianhe Alliance is a cluster of islands consisting of 7, including Falling Star Island, making it the most bustling locale in the entire South China Sea. Additionally, there exists a place called Tianhe Island, which is not indicated on the map. However, it is noted that an esteemed sect known as Tianhe sect resides there, comprised of cultivators who remain largely inaccessible to ordinary mortals, who only know of its name. Nevertheless, if Li Shi's conjecture holds true, the actual rulers of the Tianhe Alliance are likely the practitioners of the Tianhe sect. The emergence of this situation is likely tied to the harsh conditions of the South China Sea. Unlike land, where demons and beasts typically dwell in forests or remote areas, the ocean presents a different scenario. The vast expanse of water allows any creature to roam freely. In such an environment, the lives of mortals are undoubtedly challenging, which perhaps explains the existence of the Tianhe Alliance. Li Shi pondered for a moment, closing the map as he silently contemplated his next course of action. Despite the looming threat of the heavenly path, the system could not be disregarded. At worst, he would simply need to adopt a more discreet approach. He would cultivate his core as necessary, so long as it did not involve any of the elusive 7-colored pills, 5 elements pills, heavenly pills, super golden pills, or the production of multiple cores. As long as he maintained a steady course, there should be no issues, right? Hopefully. Luda remarked that they had been adrift upon the ocean for 5 months, with still a full 2 months' journey remaining to Falling Star Island. They had sailed for over a month without encountering any significant danger. During this time, Li Shi had stealthily descended into the depths of the sea on several occasions to hunt schools of fish. Now that he had become a Foundation Establishment cultivator, his killing speed had increased several-fold, and the sheer number of fish schooling together rivaled that of an ant swarm, if not exceeded it. However, Li Shi's activities had created quite a commotion. The crew would occasionally hear tremendous roars emanating from the depths, resembling the howling of the wind during a tsunami or the fearsome growls of a dragon, instilling a sense of dread. There were even instances when Li Shi and Li Ba became frenzied, annihilating the nearby schools of fish within mere hours. The blood had turned the sea a deep crimson. From the surface, it appeared as a shimmering expanse of red, a truly terrifying sight. The crew, frightened, speculated that a monstrous beast lurked beneath the waves and cried out for Li Shi. Having returned early and dressed, Li Shi opened his door, stepped onto the ship's bow, and shouted loudly, casting a few spells into the water for show. He assured the crew that the underwater beasts had been frightened away. Naturally, the crew rejoiced, venerating Li Shi as if he were a deity, bowing deeply in his presence. Luda was also quite pleased, though he found it curious that they had recently encountered so many beasts, especially given that they had not strayed from their course. Luda could never have imagined that the chaos in the sea was instigated by Li Shi himself. He had even sent a generous supply of gold, silver, and 5 mid-grade spirit stones to him. While Li Shi paid little mind to the wealth, he was astounded by Luda's possession of spirit stones. It was known that even the emperor of the mortal realm in Tianan would not have a single stone to his name. However, contemplating the situation made sense. In the South Sea, where immortals and mortals coexisted, spirit stones served as the most effective medium of exchange. It was no wonder that mortals could hire cultivators for protection. Another half-month passed. One morning, Li Shi returned from his underwater hunting expedition, having amassed over 40,000 attribute points. His spirits high as he hummed a tune while playing chess with Li Ba in their quarters. You were cheating. Nonsense. How could the manifestation of his outer self be deemed cheating? Blast it. Li Shi, adept at multitasking, had steadily honed his skills through relentless practice and playful antics, becoming increasingly proficient in manipulating his external avatars. He could now command 2 bodies to engage in disparate activities simultaneously, a feat made possible by the unique nature of the dual lotus. Suddenly, he was jolted by a cacophony emanating from outside the cabin. Moments later, hurried footsteps approached. The footsteps halted at the door, and after a brief pause, Luda's voice resonated. Has the immortal master emerged from his chamber? There are disturbances in the outside world, and Lu dares to intrude. Li Shi opened the door and inquired, what is the matter? There are pirates blocking the way. We are currently in a standoff. I implore you, master, to come and take a look, Luda replied urgently. Oh, pirates? Li Shi furrowed his brow as he followed Luda onto the deck. Arriving at the bow of the ship, before them loomed a formidable black vessel, obstructing their path. It was the early morning hour, and a thick fog enveloped the sea, draping everything in a gossamer veil. The mist swirled and billowed, dense as ink, rendering distant sights nearly indistinguishable. Even the details of the imposing black ship became obscured, with only its massive silhouette and towering mast faintly discernible, exuding an air of grandeur. In the past, they had encountered pirates, and with the aid of the harpoon gun at the bow, they typically managed to evade capture. However, the fog was so dense today that they inadvertently collided with the pirate ship. There was no way to avoid it, and thus they found themselves in dire straits. Ludu explained. At that moment, voices arose from the ship. People on the bow. We are the Black Crane pirate crew. It is fate that brings us together today. Quickly surrender your valuables. If we are forced aboard, it will not merely be a matter of plundering your riches. Li Shi cast a glance across, observing two vessels that were entirely cloaked in black, adorned with flags depicting the visage of a bearded old man. Could this Black Crane pirate crew be a notorious faction? Li Shi inquired, expressing his bewilderment. He had never heard of such a thing. There were countless pirate crews, and the Heavenly Alliance had attempted to eradicate them multiple times. Yet they always seemed to fall short. It was worth noting that behind the Heavenly Alliance stood the cultivators of the Heavenly Sect. Yet they were unable to eliminate even the pirates? At that moment, a voice resonated from across the way. Do you know the origins of my Black Crane pirate crew? Our leader is an immortal. Immortal? This made sense. It turned out that behind the pirate crew also lay cultivators. Just then, Luda ascended to the bow of the ship and began to shout, Over there. We are a merchant vessel of the Heavenly Alliance. It would be wise for you to retreat and avoid causing any trouble. As soon as Luda's words fell, an ancient voice boomed from the opposite side, powerful yet frail, echoing in the ears of all present. Ha ha, what of the Heavenly Alliance? In this fog-laden sea, who would know if you were devoured whole? Even a nascent soul cultivator would struggle to uncover the perpetrator. Initially, we contemplated robbing and releasing you. But since you belong to the Heavenly Alliance, we shall keep you all. Li Shi's expression changed abruptly. The voice resonated with a spiritual energy. Is this their leader? I am Jiangbia. Remember my name. When you reach the underworld and the King of Hell inquires, you shall have a reply. In the next moment, an elder clad in a black robe soared from the opposite vessel, cackling coldly as he gazed down upon the crowd from above. Li Shi focused his gaze and sighed in relief. An old man at the 9th level of chi refinement? Nevertheless, Li Shi dared not be careless, for the opponent might possess hidden capabilities. With this thought, he stepped back, retreating behind the crowd, while Li Ba advanced, shielding the others behind him. What of the Tianhe Alliance? Haha. This old man has 1,000,000 blood mosquitoes in his spirit beast pouch, yearning for sustenance. Once the blood mosquitoes are unleashed, a calamity will befall them, ensuring that the Tianhe Alliance will find not a trace of evidence. Jiang Biehe took out a blood-red pouch, caressing it with affection. Lost in thought, when suddenly a voice arose from below. What do you say is inside? 1,000,000 blood mosquitoes. 1,000,000 attribute points. Jiang Biehe was momentarily taken aback and looked down to see a man clad in black, wearing a conical hat, gazing up at him and inquiring. The stranger did not conceal his cultivation, thus the bearded man immediately discerned that he was a Foundation Establishment cultivator. A Foundation Establishment cultivator. You are indeed capable of hosting one. Truly extravagant. But what of it? Ha ha ha. You do not tread the path of immortality. To hear the name Jiang Biehe is akin to seeing the moon reflected in water or flowers in a mirror. Should you enter the realm of immortality, you will see me as a mere mayfly gazing at the vast sky. Jiang Biehe's audacious words momentarily stunned Li Shi. Ha. Do you know? There are 3,000 paths to the Great Tao. I, Jiang Biehe, shall claim one. The path of insect control shall etch my name in history. Despite being merely at the 9th level of chi refinement, Jiang Biehe showed no fear of Li Ba below. He had never accepted defeat. His spiritual roots were lacking. His aptitude for cultivation woefully poor, so much so that his master had scorned him, and the fairy he pursued had ridiculed him. Approaching a century, he was barely managing the 9th level of chi refinement. Yet, he was obsessed with the path of spirit beasts, dedicating half his life to studying beast control, creating secret techniques, and compiling them into a tome. He had even raised 1,000,000 blood mosquitoes. Harnessing the power of these 1,000,000 blood mosquitoes, he could slay even late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators and delay core formation cultivators for a time. Countless Foundation establishment cultivators had perished at his hands. Would he fear a mere early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator? With this resolve, Jiang Bieta hesitated no longer and opened his spirit beast pouch. A dense swarm of blood mosquitoes surged forth, darkening the skies like a crimson cloud, rushing downward. The buzzing sound sent shivers through the hearts of all. These were no ordinary blood mosquitoes. They had been refined by Jiang Bieta countless times. Li Ba swiftly unleashed a series of spells, summoning fire dragons and lightning. He then propelled a mid-tier magical artifact into the swarm of mosquitoes. The attribute points increased by 1. In an instant, hundreds of blood-sucking mosquitoes perished. Yet in comparison to the million-strong swarm, the effect was minimal. Li Ba maintained an unwavering expression, swiftly conjuring a colossal protective shield that enveloped the entire vessel. In the next moment, the blood mosquitoes collided with the barrier, akin to a mountain crashing down. The spiritual shield rippled momentarily, yet it remained unbreached. While the densely packed proboscises of the blood mosquitoes sent shivers down one's spine. Haha, how long can your spiritual shield endure? 100 breaths? Or perhaps a quarter of an hour? Jiang Bia's lips curled slightly, revealing a smirk of disdain. He dismissed the resistance below entirely. Clutching a beast-controlling pouch that seemed to possess an inexhaustible void, continuously releasing a swarm of terrifying blood mosquitoes. These were no ordinary insects. They had evolved to the level of demonic beasts. Each blood mosquito possessed formidable strength and a terrifying capacity for blood-sucking, capable of draining the lifeblood of a cultivator at the first level of qi refinement with ease. For others, even those of profound cultivation, it would be exceedingly challenging to simultaneously command such a multitude of ferocious blood mosquitoes. However, Jiang Bia, through years of meticulous study and the creation of a unique secret method, coupled with extensive practice, could manipulate these fearsome creatures with the finesse of an extension of his own limbs. Indeed, in the realm of beast mastery, Jiang Bia exhibited extraordinary talent and aptitude. He often boasted of being a genius in the art of beast control, and it seemed that such self-praise was not entirely unfounded. The standoff continued, with Jiang Bia remaining unperturbed. Time slipped away quietly. Nearly a quarter of an hour had passed. During this interval, the surging blood mosquitoes swirled in the air, forming a dark crimson cloud that exuded an intense sense of oppression, yet they still failed to breach the defenses. The spiritual energy has not yet been depleted? Jiang Bia mused, slightly taken aback, but attributed it merely to his opponent's surplus of spiritual energy or some method of replenishment, remaining indifferent as he continued to wait leisurely. On the ship beneath him, the pirate crew mirrored his calm, entirely unconcerned. They had yet to witness a cultivator withstand even a quarter of an hour against such blood mosquitoes. All had been reduced to mere remnants, not a trace left behind. The proboscises of the blood mosquitoes were even lined with sharp teeth, and once they drained a person to the point of desiccation, they would grind the corpses to extract every last drop, leaving nothing to waste. Meanwhile, Luda and his companions paled as they gazed upon the sky-darkening swarm of blood mosquitoes, particularly horrified by the grotesque and fearsome proboscises. However, Luda quickly noticed that Li Ba remained unfazed, even appearing somewhat exhilarated. What about the other immortal master? Luda turned to search, only to spot Li Shi at the rear of the crowd. Li Shi had brought over a reclining chair, leisurely lying back while occasionally waving his hand to unleash a magnificent aura into the spirit energy shield. This blood mosquito was indeed extraordinary, capable of absorbing and devouring spiritual energy. No wonder Jiang Bia was so fearless. Any ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator would find themselves drained of energy in less than a quarter of an hour. Even those in the later stages of Foundation establishment, with a solid foundation, could potentially perish if they lacked powerful offensive capabilities. Furthermore, with such a multitude of blood mosquitoes, the effectiveness of certain magical artifacts would be severely diminished. Jiang Bia was truly an exceptionally rare talent. His accomplishments in the art of beast taming rivaled even the innate sword heart of Yi Xiao. It is noteworthy that Jiang Bia was only at the 9th level of qi refinement. How could he possibly control such a vast number of blood mosquitoes? This was simply contrary to reason. Had it not been for the limitations of his cultivation aptitude, he might have become a formidable figure in the demonic path, renowned throughout the realm of cultivation. Alas, he had encountered me. Li Shi reclined on the lounge chair, smiling as he leisurely spent time with Jiang Bia. With such a multitude of blood mosquitoes under his control, could Jiang Bia not feel fatigued? Surely, these blood mosquitoes would also experience exhaustion. Li Shi was entirely confident that he could make Jiang Bie encounter difficulties before his own spiritual energy was depleted. Li Shi maintained his composure. Yet it was evident that Jiang Bie could no longer contain his impatience. In the sky, after failing to breach Li Ba's defenses for an extended period, Jiang Bie let out a cold snort. Heaven did not give birth to me, Jiang Bie. The path of spirit beasts is as dark and unfathomable as an abyss. Now, it is an eternal night. This is where it ends. Jiang Bie produced another spirit beast pouch, from which hundreds of golden beetles erupted, surging into the swarm of blood mosquitoes. These 500 gold-devouring horned insects have been nurtured for decades. Fed daily with a variety of metal ores, their shells are indestructible. Their mandibles are transformed to devour anything. Once, Jiang Bie had slain an injured core formation cultivator. However, the gold-devouring horned insects posed a risk of losing control, making them quite troublesome to manage. Complete refinement would require time, and Jiang Bie had yet to fully master them. Gold-devouring insects. At that moment, Li Shi furrowed his brow. He seemed to recall encountering them in a book detailing the world's peculiar creatures. Indeed, they were ferocious aberrations. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The gold-devouring horned insects clung to the spiritual energy shield, their bizarre mandibles, akin to files, effortlessly gnawing small holes. In an instant, one of the insects had already burrowed its way inside. Li Shi's tranquil expression subtly shifted as he rose from the recliner, swiftly grasping the incoming golden horn devouring insect. Concurrently, the Xiantian technique within him activated, conjuring a golden shield that rapidly emerged, substituting for Li Ba's spiritual barrier. The Xiantian technique he practiced was a mid-tier Earth-level skill, enabling him to manifest the Xiantian palm and Xiantian shield upon reaching the first tier. This golden luminescent barrier was the Xiantian shield, imbued with a strand of mysterious yellow energy as heavy as 1,000 pounds. At that moment, as Li Shi stood, the breath-concealing technique dissipated, prompting Jiang Bie to narrow his eyes upon sensing Li Shi's cultivation level. Another foundation-building practitioner? What treasures does this fleet transport that it can afford to support 2 foundation builders? Could it be precious medicinal herbs or rare ores? Jiang Bie was momentarily startled, yet his heart swelled with delight. The daily nurturing of the golden horn devouring insect required a substantial amount of various ores, and robbing this Tianhe Alliance ship would perfectly replenish his supplies. However, what kind of technique was this golden shield? Why was it impervious to attack for such a short duration? Jiang Bie's gaze flickered. Jiji, the golden horn devouring insect, held firmly in Li Shi's grasp, struggled fiercely, gnawing at Li Shi's finger and managing to break through the skin. It was worth noting that Li Shi had achieved the 100th layer of body refinement. No wonder this devouring insect instilled such fear in others. Even foundation-building practitioners exhibit minimal physical transformation, relying heavily on their cultivation and techniques. It was no surprise that the reputation of this devouring insect was so formidable. Crack. Li Shi exerted all his strength and squeezed hard. Crack. Although he could crush it, he felt a distinct resistance. Truly, it was a primordial malevolent insect. Moreover, these creatures had begun to gnaw at the Xiantian shield, even rendering several areas translucent. It seemed that a swift resolution was imperative. Given that Jiang Bie had already summoned 2 formidable weapons in succession, he likely had no significant trump cards remaining. Besides the blood mosquito and the golden devouring horned insect, there was one more aspect to be wary of concerning Jiang Bie, his mode of flight. It is essential to note that Jiang Bie had remained airborne from the outset. A chi-refining cultivator, whose spiritual energy had yet to undergo a qualitative transformation, could not achieve flight but could only traverse the void briefly. Jiang Bie, however, relied on his spirit companions for flight. Several winged creatures flapped their wings beneath his feet and on his back, lifting him into the air. Who are you, esteemed one? Do you possess a name? Or are you a guard sent by the Heavenly Harmony sect? Jiang Bie inquired. You likely haven't heard of my name. I am Tian Wenjing. Tian Wenjing? Jiang Bie furrowed his brow. Indeed, he had never heard of this name. Fellow cultivator, if you depart now, I shall pretend you never existed. Should you choose to remain, my spirit insects are not to be trifled with. Is that so? Li Shi raised an eyebrow and glanced around. Regardless of whether you are merely stalling for time or sincerely advising me to depart, there is one thing I comprehend. Are you, in fact, threatening me? Boom. Li Shi leapt into the air, a surge of spiritual energy erupting forth as he unleashed a continuous barrage of spells. Simultaneously, he raised his hand towards the heavens, casting forth a profound celestial palm. The immense golden palm imprint instantly crushed the swarms of blood mosquitoes, creating a hollow space amidst their ranks. Li Shi left Li Ba to protect the others and surged towards Jiang Bieha with explosive speed, disregarding the surrounding gold-eating insects and blood mosquitoes. His velocity was among the elite levels of foundation-building cultivators. Li Shi was confident in his ability to slay Jiang Bieha amidst the encroaching swarm. Jiang Bieha was taken aback by Li Shi's swiftness, only to see the insects at his feet and all over his clothes rapidly unfurl their wings, propelling him backward. Simultaneously, those moths emitted a copious amount of dark purple smoke, concealing Jiang Bieha's form within the haze. This smoke was undoubtedly highly toxic, as its acrid scent swiftly permeated the air. At this moment, the two were separated by a distance of over 10 meters. Li Shi retrieved a detoxification pill and swallowed it. As a direct disciple of the Xiantian sect, such trifles were distributed in abundance each month. Li Shi, undeterred, raised his hand and unleashed a formidable Xiantian palm. With a resounding crash, a golden palm print soared into the sky, penetrating the haze with astonishing force, scattering the mist as it continued its relentless advance toward Jiang Bieha's face. What? Jiang Bieha gasped in shock, his heart racing with uncertainty. The power of this palm technique was almost comparable to that of the late foundation establishment stage. Yet, the young man before him appeared to be merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Jiang Bieha's gaze flickered as he produced a black token. In the next instant, a black curtain of light materialized. Boom. The Xiantian palm struck the curtain, creating a web of intricate cracks, yet it remained unbroken. However, Jiang Bieha had no time to catch his breath, for Li Shi was already charging at him from the right, throwing a punch with tremendous force. The gust of the punch whipped through the air, stinging Jiang Bieha's face. It was worth noting that Li Shi was also a practitioner at the 100th level of body refinement. Although the advancements in later stages were not as pronounced as in the early stages, it was still a simple matter to crush someone at the foundation establishment stage with a single blow. A body refinement practitioner. How incredibly ferocious. Jiang Bieha's expression shifted, and with a sudden swing of his arm, he hurled forth a terrifyingly large blue centipede, moving with blinding speed. This centipede was astonishingly massive, its gaping maw revealing 2 rows of razor-sharp fangs glimmering with a chilling light, capable of effortlessly crushing any solid object. Its body was adorned with a myriad of intricate blue patterns, intertwining like mysterious runes, exuding an eerie yet powerful aura. Suddenly, the centipede opened its mouth, unleashing a dazzling bolt of lightning that surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, hurtling directly toward Li Shi with destructive intent. The might of this lightning was formidable. Li Shi, startled, dared not confront it head-on. In a flash, he shifted his body, activating all his muscles to evade with remarkable speed. The residual force of the lightning grazed past him, sending a tingling sensation through his side, as if he had been struck by electricity. Meanwhile, the giant centipede returned to cling to Jiang Bieha, peering curiously at Li Shi, its mouth crackling with electricity. Li Shi furrowed his brow, compelled to halt mid-air. Simultaneously, Jiang Bieha's blood mosquitoes and gold-devouring insects encircled him, buzzing ominously yet refraining from assault. My esteemed friend. It appears I have misjudged you. With such remarkable cultivation, I suggest you and your companion depart swiftly. Let us part ways here. Jiang Bieha squinted, scrutinizing Li Shi, pondering his true identity. A scion of the Heavenly Harmony sect? Perhaps a wandering cultivator with extraordinary fortunes? Or someone hailing from the southern realms of the cultivation world? Aren't you quite arrogant? Li Shi scoffed lightly. Are you not coveting this ship's cargo? How fortunate, for I am equally intrigued by your insect-taming techniques. Would you be so kind as to enlighten me? Upon hearing this, Jiang Bieha chuckled. Oh, since you wish to learn, I fear you may lack the fate to do so. Oh, do you believe you can slay me? Li Shi replied with a smile. No. Given that you have no intention of vacating my sight, you are already a dead man. Before Jiang Bieha could finish his sentence, a swarm of blood-sucking mosquitoes and golden insects surged toward Li Shi. Simultaneously, the thunderous centipede clinging to his shoulder sought an opportunity, ever poised to unleash a divine lightning strike upon Li Shi. In the face of the encirclement, Li Shi remained utterly unperturbed. System. Allocate points. Since entering the foundation establishment phase, he had yet to attempt point allocation. He had merely allocated points during the foundation establishment stage. Surely, the heavenly Tao would not be so petty as to restrict him, would it? Cultivation level. Foundation establishment. 01000000. The system indicated that a total of 1 million attribute points were required to reach the pinnacle of foundation establishment. The first third constituted the early stage, and so forth, with the million attribute points culminating in the peak of foundation establishment. As for whether the system would unleash any peculiarities upon reaching that pinnacle, Li Shi was unaware. He allocated 500,000 attribute points to his cultivation. Li Shi originally had a certain number of attribute points, and combined with the recently acquired points from fishing, he amassed a total of 1,100,000 attribute points. The allocation was successful. Attribute points, 500,000. Cultivation, foundation establishment, 500,000,1,000,000. Spirit Chi limit, 150,000. Li Shi's cultivation has once again surged, and he let out a hearty laugh as he simultaneously raised the Xiantian shield and unleashed a flurry of magical attacks with fervor. Li Shi felt it was still insufficient and began to allocate additional points to his skills. Whenever Li Shi engaged in the system's point allocation, he would enter a state of temporal suspension, akin to a half-invulnerability. Skills such as Destruction Technique, Thunderbolt Seal, Mouth Thunder, 10,000-pound water, Blink Sword Technique, and Sky Climbing Technique. Furthermore, Song Moan had previously demonstrated the ability to immobilize a late-stage foundation establishment practitioner with the Golden Light Technique. Li Shi diligently allocated his points. Within the system, the prompts for point allocation flowed like a river. Attribute points minus 300, attribute points minus 1,000, attribute points minus 1,300, attribute points minus 15,000, attribute points minus 20,000, attribute points minus 50,000. Meanwhile, the Golden Light Technique of the Earth-level lower-tier secret arts directly consumed a staggering 100,000 attribute points from Li Shi. In the end, he expended a total of 400,000 attribute points to enhance various spells. Li Shi is currently terrifyingly powerful. While he may still have some distance to cover before easily slaying those in the Jiadan stage, beneath that realm, he is invincible. What have you done? In Jiang Bie's eyes, Li Shi seemed momentarily dazed, and then his entire cultivation level surged dramatically. Jiang Bie felt that he had reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Li Shi paid him no heed, his hands dancing as he unleashed a torrent of spells and mystical techniques, seemingly without regard for his spiritual energy. With his current limits and recovery speed, as long as he avoided those spells that demanded immense energy, Li Shi could continue this relentless display indefinitely. In terms of endurance, he was nearly inexhaustible. Jiang Bie gaped in astonishment, his white beard trembling. He could not comprehend the scene before him. The bounties placed upon him by the nascent soul cultivators had never concerned him. Yet now, the self-proclaimed genius Jiang Bie found his confidence shattered like never before. He had never encountered such a battle of wills. He remained oblivious. Li Shi possesses a system. Genius? That merely serves as the threshold to witness his prowess. Among the talents that Li Shi is acquainted with, during the foundation establishment stage, it is likely that only the indomitable Yi Shiyao, with her innate sword heart, could capture his attention. To measure me, it would be more appropriate for Yi Shiyao to take on that task. Jiang Bie was rendered speechless in astonishment. Yet, Li Shi had already completed his enhancements. Li Shi merely raised his hand slightly, instantly unleashing 3 bolts of thunder seal. Boom. The explosive lightning created 3 enormous voids amidst the swarm of blood mosquitoes. Although the golden-eating worms did not perish, they were rendered paralyzed by the electric shock. Their movement slowed. Yet, Li Shi's offensive showed no signs of abating. He continued to cast thunder seals in rapid succession. Simultaneously, he parted his lips slightly, releasing a bolt of lightning even more formidable than that emitted by the thunder centipede, which surged into the swarm of blood mosquitoes like a thunderous dragon. Secret art. Thunder from the mouth. Within the system, a resonant clang echoed, and numerous blood mosquitoes were instantly charred to death. Li Shi suddenly vanished, rushing towards Jiang Bie. And from a distance, he formed a hand seal with his right hand. Just as Jiang Bie was about to retreat, an overwhelming dizziness engulfed him. In the next moment, excruciating pains surged from his head, as if countless needles were relentlessly piercing his skull. Secret art. Destruction spell. In the throes of such agony, Jiang Bie found himself unable to control his spiritual insects. The thunderous centipede clinging to him even aimed its head at its master, crackling with electric sparks. Li Shi's movements did not falter. He blinked slightly, and an intangible flash of sword light vanished in an instant. A secret technique. The blink sword art. Swish. Jiang Bie struggled to maintain his consciousness, exerting every effort to evade, yet he was still wounded. The strike of the blink sword art nearly severed his arm. Why do you possess so many secret arts? Enduring the excruciating pain to his very soul, Jiang Bia seized the thunder centipede that aimed to attack him and stored it within his pouch. Simultaneously, he summoned two enormous white spiders, each as large as a human head. As soon as these spiders materialized, they extended their fangs, intent on sinking them into Jiang Bia. Get away! Jiang Bia enveloped the two spiders with his spiritual energy and hurled them towards Li Shi. He was incapable of exerting complete control over these creatures. The spiders were evidently not ordinary. Their massive, dagger-like fangs gleamed ominously. Meanwhile, their backs unfurled translucent, blood-red wings, resembling two ferocious beasts that lunged toward the oncoming Li Shi. Li Shi unleashed a formidable Shintian palm. Boom! The two colossal spiders were sent flying, yet remained unscathed, with only their exteriors slightly soiled. In the next moment, they lunged forward once more. Humph! Li Shi let out a cold snort, his footsteps seemingly treading upon the air as if he were about to ascend a staircase. Swish! Li Shi's speed surged once more, doubling in intensity. With astonishing reflexes and angles, he deftly maneuvered around two white spiders, racing straight towards Jiang Bia. Secret technique. Ascending the heavens. Jiang Bia found himself at a loss. Li Shi was now merely a step away from him. The outcome of this battle of wits was already determined. Indeed, the conclusion had been sealed. Die! Jiang Bia suddenly roared. In the next instant, his right eye erupted violently, the fluid within the eyeball splattering outward. A diminutive shadow darted forth, moving so swiftly that it appeared only as a blur, directly aimed at Li Shi's head. In Jiang Bia's mind, he could already envision the scene of Li Shi's skull being pierced. This was a cursed insect he had nurtured for 50 years, residing within his right eye, subsisting on his blood and spiritual energy. Years ago, a wounded core formation cultivator had met his demise in a similar manner. If even a core formation could not defend against it, what was he to do? Jiang Bia clenched his teeth, revealing a cruel smile. Li Shi couldn't help but marvel at Jiang Bia, a person who consistently exuded an air of superiority with every word he uttered. Indeed, he possessed the merit to do so. Li Shi regarded Jiang Bia as a truly remarkable individual. Li Shi blinked repeatedly, unleashing a flurry of blinding sword techniques to intercept the shadow. The blinding sword technique was notoriously difficult to comprehend and demanded a tremendous amount of spiritual energy. Typically, one could manage only 3 to 5 releases in the late stages of foundation establishment before needing to rest to prevent spiritual disarray. However, Li Shi was unfazed. As if afflicted by a peculiar ailment, his eyes darting wildly. It was as though two blades clashed against each other, producing a continuous symphony of metallic strikes. The shadow was momentarily sent tumbling, yet it swiftly regained its composure and charged forward once more, as swift as lightning. Li Shi was taken aback. How could this fellow be so thick-skinned, truly deserving of being the creature capable of slaying the nascent soul? With a startling sound, a layer of dark blue liquid materialized before Li Shi, obstructing the shadow. A secret technique. 10,000 tons of water. The shadow plunged into the 10,000 tons of water, its speed drastically diminished, momentarily immobilized. Li Shi flicked his fingers once more, unleashing two dazzling beams of golden light. One surged towards Jiang Bia, while the other hurtled towards the shadowy figure. It was the Earth-level lower-tier secret technique of the Xiantian sect, the golden light technique. Both were momentarily immobilized. The time was sufficient. Li Shi ascended swiftly, skillfully employing the art of skyward climbing to evade the insect, gliding past it with agility, and seizing Jiang Bia by the neck with a decisive grip. Crack! Li Shi exerted only a slight force, yet Jiang Bia's complexion turned pale, and the bones in his neck seemed to have shattered into numerous fragments. Li Shi raised his right hand, inserting his finger into Jiang Bia's left eye, twisting it mercilessly until it was a grotesque mass of flesh and blood. After confirming the absence of any insects, he proceeded to examine Jiang's nose and mouth, ensuring there were no hidden substances. Ah! Jiang Bia shrieked in agony, desperate to cling to life. Just put away your insects. At that moment, whether it was the blood mosquito, the gold-devouring worm, the white spider, or the black bug, they all surged towards Li Shi once more. Jiang Bia exhaled softly, his complexion pallid. He understood that he had been utterly defeated. A man who could deftly evade the pursuit of a core formation cultivator had succumbed to this mere youth. He coughed up fresh blood and formed a hand seal in his grasp. Li Shi fixed his gaze intently upon his every movement. Should there be even the slightest misstep, he would not hesitate to eliminate him. In the next moment, although the blood mosquito and the golden devouring insect exhibited signs of restlessness, they ceased their actions. However, the two spiders and the black insect remained in place, wavering indecisively while emitting eerie, unsettling cries. Capture them and confine them within the insect pouch. Li Shi swiftly seized the insect pouch from Jiang Bieda's waist and infused it with his magical energy. Within the pouch, there seemed to exist an inexplicable allure. After a moment's hesitation, both the white spiders and the black insects once again darted inside. Li Shi finally discerned that the black creature was, in fact, a pure black mantis. Simultaneously, he observed Jiang Biahe being grasped by the neck and lifted by the adversary. The members of the Black Crane pirate crew, realizing their defeat was inevitable, surrendered en masse. Lu De, recovering swiftly from his astonishment, summoned his subordinates to apprehend the pirates. Li Shi again employed the same method, attempting to include the blood mosquito and the gold-devouring insect into his insect pouch. If separated, they would engage in mutual slaughter. Jiang Biehe, who was being choked, said with great difficulty. Li Shi stated that only by collecting all the insects could this crisis be deemed resolved. Li Shi, carrying Jiang Biehe, descended onto the deck and nodded to Lu De before entering the cabin. Upon reaching the guest room, Li Shi unleashed a devastating spell directly into Jiang Biehe's mind. Li Shi grasped the dimensions well, merely leaving him in a haze of consciousness, without completely extinguishing it. System. Enhance the soul search technique. Enhancement of the soul search technique successful. Li Shi seized Jiang Biehe's head with a firm grip, instantly refining him. In that fleeting moment, all of Jiang Biehe's secrets were laid bare before Li Shi. Jiang Biehe, a name that stood apart among cultivators. In his youth, he was discovered to possess a mixed spiritual root and was taken as a disciple by a small sect known as the Qingmu sect, which comprised merely a handful of members, with the sect leader being the only foundation establishment cultivator. After 3 years of cultivation, Jiang Biehe ascended to the first level of qi refinement, and a decade later, he reached the 4th level. At this juncture, the sect leader, disillusioned with maintaining such a diminutive sect, dispersed all disciples. In the prime of his youth, Jiang Biehe's spirit had already begun to wane. With such poor aptitude, he felt the path to immortality was beyond his reach. His life would remain unremarkable. The celestial maiden he had pursued for years departed, choosing instead to form a partnership with his rival, who mockingly labeled him as a waste, a veritable failure in the world of cultivation. Jiang Biehe, you waste. How dare you sully the name of a celestial maiden? Open your eyes and see your own worth. They scoffed. If a pretty name could change fate, I would rename myself Zhang Wudi. His adversaries berated and humiliated him, even seeking to end his life. By a stroke of luck, he escaped and stumbled upon a hidden cave on a desolate island, where he discovered several books on insect manipulation and some peculiar insect eggs preserved within a green gourd that had remained viable after countless years. Jiang Biehe embarked on a study of insect control, never imagining he possessed such extraordinary talent in this domain. Building upon the knowledge from those texts, he dedicated over a decade to research and cultivation, ultimately inventing numerous new techniques for insect manipulation. He nourished blood mosquitoes with his own blood, enduring excruciating pain to sever a fragment of his soul to feed a thunderous centipede. Utilizing spirit insects, he launched covert attacks, severely injuring 2 foundation establishment cultivators and imprisoning their souls using forbidden methods, transferring them into the body of a white jade spider. For decades, he nurtured a parasitic mantis within his own eye, allowing it to drain his blood and siphon his spiritual energy. I, Jiang Biehe, shall not be inferior to anyone, he vowed. At the age of 30, though his hopes of becoming an immortal seemed dim, he remained spirited and undeterred, holding those exalted beings in contempt. By the age of 40, tales of him began to circulate throughout the South Sea, a sinister cultivator who commanded insects, instilling fear in many. At 50, he began exploring the perilous arts of replacing spiritual roots, but ultimately refrained from attempting such dangerous practices. Instead, through various means, elixirs, spiritual liquids, and dual cultivation, he finally ascended to the 9th level of qi refinement. At 60, Jiang Biehe, now at the pinnacle of the 9th level, encountered an injured core formation cultivator, leading to a clash of egos and an eruption of conflict between the two. At last, Jiang Biehe paid the price of losing more than half of his spirit insects to slay that core formation cultivator. The audacity of refining qi to kill those of the core formation stage. At 70, Jiang Biehe found his cultivation stagnating, as the specter of death loomed ever closer. In desperation, he began to explore the art of soul transference, hoping to seize the body of another once his lifespan waned. confident that with his innate talent in insect manipulation, he could ascend to greater heights upon the path of cultivation. However, soul transference necessitated a formidable spirit. Those in the nascent soul stage could accomplish it with ease, akin to quenching one's thirst. Yet he remained merely at the chi refinement stage. Foundation establishment might offer a chance to cleanse his soul, meaning that such transference required establishing a foundation. Otherwise, his spirit would remain feeble. Yet he found himself unable to establish a foundation. It seemed as though he was ensnared in an impasse. In the midst of this deadlock, a wild notion ignited within his mind to transfer his own spirit insects, the very insects he had nurtured with his essence and fragments of soul. The process would undoubtedly be far simpler than for others. Gnawing commenced his research. This endeavor spanned over 2 decades in the blink of an eye. He had nearly touched the brink of success. The dream of transferring his own spirit insects and cultivating to the pinnacle of the immortal realm, perhaps even achieving immortality, was within reach. In the celestial realm of white jade capital, with its 12 towers and 5 cities, I shall caress my own crown. I too can cultivate to attain eternal life. Gnawing, have you forgotten the vows you once made? The echoes of youthful inquiries resounded within his heart. Not a moment could be forgotten. Gnawing jolted awake. Across the table, he beheld Li Shi, meticulously polishing a wine cup and pouring him a drink. Li Shi is not fond of alcohol. However, he relishes the exquisite wines of the immortal realm. The flask in his hand, unearthed from Gnawing's storage pouch, contains a most extraordinary brew. Its unique aroma is utterly captivating, so much so that a mere whiff seems to enhance one's cultivation, imparting an ethereal quality. It evokes a genuine sensation of prolonging life. After just a single sip, a delightful inebriation envelopes him, as if his body has been cleansed by a divine essence, leaving every organ rejoicing. His stomach rumbles, his senses exult, and his limbs and bones emit pleasurable sighs. Li Shi even let out a fart. It was an odd sensation. A complete sense of ease, slightly tipsy yet with a mind that felt remarkably clear, as if he had ascended to another realm. How did Taoist Jiang concoct such remarkable wine? It was truly extraordinary. The soul-searching technique merely skimmed the surface. Li Shi was too indolent to delve into the minutiae. Li Shi poured a glass of wine for Gnawing, sliding it across the table with a smile. Gnawing's expression was peculiar, momentarily unable to comprehend the scene before him. What was transpiring? The other party was serving him his own wine? What did awesome even mean? It was evident that the individual before him was not a cultivator from the South Sea, but rather from the southern region of Tian. Gnawing reached this conclusion. The phrase awesome must be a dialect from Tian. Although unfamiliar with the term, it did not hinder Gnawing's understanding of Li Shi's intent. This wine was concocted with the venom of a toxic bee, brewed for 3 years, combined with spiritual plants and herbs. I see. Li Shi nodded. Observing the other lift his glass to continue drinking, Gnawing could not help but inquire, "Aren't you afraid it might be poisonous?" "Not at all." Li Shi shook his head. "I poured a large mouthful into you while you were unconscious, and only drank after I saw you were fine." No wonder he reeked of alcohol. Gnawing attempted to sit up. Li Shi did not restrain his movements. Even Gnawing felt that his injuries were somewhat mending. His nearly severed right arm had seemingly reattached. Yet, he did not believe that Li Shi would be without precautions, likely having placed some form of restriction within him that could easily lead to his demise. "What exactly do you intend to do? Are you seeking to learn my methods for dealing with parasites?" Gnawing contemplated an open discussion with his counterpart if the other party was willing to release him. Imparting some techniques for pest control would not pose a problem. Survival was paramount. "I have delved into your soul, and I can replicate your secret arts." Li Shi raised an eyebrow and replied, "Heh." Gnawing chuckled. "Some things cannot be replicated merely through knowledge. Even if you were to grasp all my secret arts, it would never be as swift as learning directly from me." Li Shi stowed away the wine jug and summoned a golden devouring insect for study. "In truth, I harbor no interest in your accomplishments in insect manipulation. However, I am quite intrigued by your methods of mass breeding these creatures. Given the right conditions, to what extent could you proliferate the population of blood mosquitoes?" This was the true aim of Li Shi. 1,000,000 blood mosquitoes would equate to 1,000,000 attribute points. Imagine if the numbers soared into the tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Such an abundance of attribute points would be a windfall. It would be more exhilarating than any elixir. In that scenario, it would be akin to a buffet feast, instantly decimating millions. Contemplating this, Li Shi could not help but let out a soft chuckle. Gnawing was perplexed by Li Shi's sudden laughter. He appeared quite pleased. Yet he was acutely aware that his life was in the hands of the other, leaving him with no room for negotiation. After a moment's hesitation, gnawing replied, I have not attempted it. Theoretically, the breeding of spiritual insects has no upper limit, as that limit is dictated by resource constraints. However, should the population become excessively large, there exists a risk of losing control. Loss of control? Lishi exclaimed. That is an advantage. Does this not provide a legitimate reason to eliminate them all? Lishi had achieved his objective and thus rose to his feet. I have placed a restriction within your body, with but a thought. I can cause your very soul to wither and perish. This is a highly advanced secret technique. Do not entertain thoughts of resistance. My intention is quite straightforward, to have you breed blood mosquitoes or any other insect that may serve my purpose. Very well, gnawing replied without hesitation, nodding in agreement. Regardless of what thoughts occupied gnawing's mind, he had no choice but to acquiesce at this moment. Luda subsequently presented a new batch of spiritual stones and various treasures as a token of gratitude towards Lishi. Master of the Immortals, I never anticipated that you possessed such formidable abilities, capable of subduing a fiend of this caliber. Lishi did not refuse and accepted everything. But one mysterious wooden box particularly captured his attention. What could be inside? Luda quickly explained, our primary trading partner in the southern Liang Kingdom is the royal family. It is said that their ancestors were great cultivators. This is a treasure left behind by them. You have saved our lives. So I scoured the entire ship and managed to find this item to reflect some level of prestige. However, I cannot ascertain its authenticity. Even the royal family of southern Liang treats it merely as a curiosity, having spent 30 medium-grade spirit stones to acquire it. 30 medium-grade spirit stones. That is no trivial sum. If converted into true gold and silver in the mortal realm, it would amount to a small mountain. Lishi is no longer the naive novice who first entered the realm of cultivation. At that time, Yushiyo insisted that she sign a contract, claiming that saving him had cost her 27,000 high-grade spirit stones. Nonsense. Lishi opened the box and peered inside, intending to discover what treasures were preserved by the royal family of the southern Liang Kingdom. However, something seemed amiss. Lishi nearly bit his tongue, casting a peculiar glance at Luda. No wonder this item had been preserved by the imperial family of the southern Liang for so long without being discarded. Who on earth would want such a thing? The box contained a red women's undergarment, essentially lingerie. Upon observing Li Shi's reaction, Luda appeared to have anticipated this moment. Do not be alarmed, my friend. This object is anything but ordinary. With that, Luda unsheathed a dagger and plunged it fiercely into the garment. The blade met the fabric without producing a sound, as though it had penetrated cotton, leaving not a single scratch behind. Oh, upon closer inspection, Lishi discerned that this garment was crafted from a peculiar type of silk, undoubtedly of exceptional quality. The material was indeed extraordinary, adorned with strange golden patterns. It bore a resemblance to the mystical designs typically found on talismans. However, these patterns appeared to have been artistically enhanced, rendering them even more exquisite. Yet, if that were all, it would hardly captivate Lishi's interest. Lishi retrieved the xianhuang needle from his storage pouch. This mid-tier magical artifact had been seized during the incident in Shiqing when he eliminated that woman from Joy Valley. Since Luda had gifted this item to him, it seemed permissible for him to attempt its destruction, did it not? Lishi wielded the xianhuang needle and thrust it down with great force. To his astonishment, an unexpected outcome occurred. The needle, propelled at an astonishing speed towards the garment, seemed to collide with something as yielding as cotton. No, even cotton would have been crushed upon impact. Yet, there was not a sound. It merely created a barely perceptible dent before coming to a halt. What nonsense is this? Lishi's strike was one that few in the foundation establishment stage could withstand. Could it be that the ancestors of the southern Liang royal family were female cultivators of the nascent soul stage? This would explain the existence of such a provocative garment. Within it, there even lingered traces of Taoist techniques. This was a part of battle attire. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Li Shi, deep in the South Sea, a place untouched by human presence for millennia, save for the occasional passing of a beast, lay a cavern at the ocean's abyss. The cavern was shrouded in dust. As if neglected for centuries, devoid of any vitality, the flora withered and perished, even the walls bore cracks. At the center of the cavern, a resplendent figure in a crimson gown, though immaculate, was lifeless, resembling a statue. It was a strikingly beautiful woman, seated with her head bowed, her gown trailing on the ground. This silent spectacle persisted for 1,000 years, as if it were destined to remain unchanged. Suddenly, the woman opened her eyes. As her gaze pierced the stillness, the desolate surroundings rapidly revived. As if reborn, The dead spiritual plants regained their vigor, and the dust was swept away. It was as though life had been restored. A swirling vortex of spiritual energy materialized in an instant. In the next moment, thunder rumbled from the heavens. Had a nascent soul been present, they would have been astonished. Such a heavenly tribulation could obliterate even a nascent soul. The woman in the crimson gown smiled enchanting, calmly stepping into the tempest of thunder. Boom, boom, boom. The tribulation raged for 7 days and nights, annihilating all living beings in the surrounding waters. An unfathomable amount of seawater evaporated into nothingness. A shroud of white mist enveloped the horizon, stretching from the sea's surface to the heavens. After 7 days, the storm subsided, and the woman in the crimson gown descended from the sky. After nearly 1,000 years of seclusion, Liang Yinglan had finally stepped into the god transformation realm. The lifespan of a nascent soul cultivator could reach up to 1,500 years. Before her time came to an end, she had comprehended the great path and ascended to the god transformation stage. What fate awaited the Liang kingdom she knew not. As Liang Yinglan descended, the once dormant crimson gown, untouched for millennia, once again radiated with brilliance, illuminating the heavens and the earth. She raised her jade hand delicately, shattering the void, and stepped into it, vanishing from sight. Luda had departed. Though the provocative garment was indeed peculiar, it was highly likely a remnant of a nascent soul's battle attire, which explained its formidable, nearly indestructible nature. Li Shi exhausted all means yet could not breach the defenses. Alas, time has erased everything for millennia. The once glorious Liang kingdom has endured countless wars, fragmenting into 4 disparate nations. Although the southern Liang claims to be the legitimate heir of the Liang dynasty, who can truly ascertain such a claim? The intricate relationships have long since become obscured, and the rightful lineage of the Liang bloodline remains a matter of ambiguity. The nascent soul cultivator has likely perished. Presently, the southern Liang royal family consists entirely of mortals, devoid of even a single individual with spiritual roots. Having devolved into a mundane dynasty, perhaps lacking discernment, which has resulted in a portion of the nascent soul cultivator's battle attire being lost to the world. Yet, even if one were to be aware, what significance does it hold? It is but a piece of battle gear, unlike a magical artifact that can summon destruction. Indeed, this item is commendable. However, it serves no purpose for Li Shi. What could he possibly do with it? Use it as a shield? It would certainly prove effective. No golden core cultivator could hope to shatter it. Though it is somewhat small, it could barely safeguard his chest. How absurd. What kind of time traveler employs such an item as a weapon? A disgrace. A humiliation to the very essence of time travelers. Thus, Li Shi casually tossed it to Jiang Biehe. After examining it, Jiang Biehe was overjoyed. A splendid find. He declared it suitable for the nesting of a parasitic mantis. That creature is inherently vicious, capable of shredding anything to pieces, making it exceedingly challenging to care for. This item is indeed a perfect match. Li Shi was unaware of the extent of the troubles he had evaded through his actions. Jiang Biehe, too, was oblivious to the existence that had set its sights upon him. The parasitic mantis, even more so, was ignorant as it frantically sharpened its claws, which gleamed with a sinister sheen, peering curiously, exuding an air of majesty. Jiang Biehe was blind in both eyes, one lost to the parasitic mantis and the other to Li Shi's assault. Such injuries during the qi refinement stage were notoriously difficult to heal, and Li Shi had intended to offer some precious healing elixirs he had saved from his days as a direct disciple. To his surprise, Jiang Biehe required none of it. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he retrieved 2 enormous white insect eggs from his spirit beast pouch and, after a ritual of refinement, they astonishingly transformed into 2 genuine eyeballs, one black and one white, remarkably lifelike. Li Shi exclaimed in astonishment, "What a genius!" Jiang Biehe then endeavored to learn a dialect from the southern region. Luda's fleet journeyed for another 10 days before finally nearing Falling Star Island. In the sky, the occasional sight of passing cultivators could be seen, some hastening away, while others were en route to Falling Star Island. The sea, after all, differs significantly from the mainland. In the southern lands, many mortals may go a lifetime without glimpsing a cultivator. However, upon the surface of the ocean, both cultivators and mortals alike require a place to rest, and Falling Star Island serves as the most prominent sanctuary, thus bustling with activity. Li Shi understood that it was time for him to depart. Li Shi did not disturb Luda. Instead, he quietly left with Li Ba and Jiang Biehe. Falling Star Island, though named an island, is in fact a small piece of land. It is the largest landmass in the entire South China Sea. Li Shi estimated that it was roughly 1/3 the size of Tiannan. The influx of people here was even greater than he had anticipated. Li Shi and his companions chose a harbor, ascended to the island, and made their way directly toward the heart of the isle. The periphery of the island is inhabited by mortals, while the central region, known as Deep Shan, is reserved for practitioners of the mystical arts. Having probed the soul of gnawing, Li Shi was already well acquainted with this locale. However, a dilemma presented itself. gnawing was of some repute, and his wanted posters were occasionally spotted on Falling Star Island. The island featured a bounty board from the Heavenly Harmony Alliance, which displayed numerous notices concerning pirates and demonic cultivators. Among them, gnawing's bounty stood at an astonishing 800 mid-grade spirit stones. This sum equates to 8,000 low-grade spirit stones. gnawing had indeed become a notorious figure among demonic cultivators, and notably, he was the only one at the chi refining stage, making him a singular presence on this wanted list. It seemed venturing deep into the island was no longer an option. A mere bounty could be easily managed against mortals with a simple application of disguise. However, encountering fellow cultivators posed a significant risk of exposure. Thus, avoiding the island's interior became a prudent course of action. Most practitioners typically rented caves within Falling Star Island for their cultivation, as the formations concentrated spiritual energy inward, rendering the periphery almost devoid of any such essence. But what of it? Ultimately, it did not impede my cultivation. Li Shi does not rely on spiritual energy for cultivation. Li Shi and the two others found an inn on the outer island and decided to stay there for the time being. Li Shi began to contemplate his future endeavors. With a system in place, theoretically, he could continue his cultivation solely through the slaughter of fish and insects. However, this notion was fundamentally flawed. The system could only allocate points and lacked the essential techniques, secret arts, and other necessities required in the realm of cultivation. Li Shi is acutely aware of the terrifying power of secret arts and magical treasures. In the late stage of foundation establishment, Songmon could effortlessly slay two cultivators of the same realm who sought to rob him, all thanks to these two items. A dignified practitioner at the late stage of foundation establishment, considered among the elite, could not even endure a breath against an opponent of equal cultivation. Li Shi must engage with the realm of cultivation to avoid the fate of becoming a mere footnote to a nascent soul genius, who could effortlessly dispatch him with a single strike. Furthermore, the act of taking life is inherently fraught with complications. While pursuing schools of fish or exterminating insects may appear straightforward, it ultimately demands a considerable investment of time. Thus, Li Shi has chosen to retain gnawing, ensuring that he can occasionally partake in a sumptuous banquet at his place. Li Shi eagerly anticipates whether he can successfully cultivate his myriad blood mosquitoes. However, such an endeavor undoubtedly requires a considerable amount of resources. These resources, too, must be seized, snatched, stolen, and deceived, virtues essential in the realm of cultivation. Moreover, there lies another matter concerning the origin of the system. On that day, the Taoist diagram descended, severing the system's signal, which momentarily rendered it into mere white noise. Yet, in the next instant, a beam of light effortlessly penetrated the Taoist diagram, awakening the system. Does the system possess self-awareness? Or is it the handiwork of an extraordinary existence? Am I merely a pawn? Hiki. Li Shi suddenly let out a light laugh. What's the matter? Should we use it or not? Of course we should. And we should use it thoroughly. Li Shi pondered deeply, casting aside all worries. His thoughts became clear and enlightened. Li Shi commenced his life of fishing on Falling Star Island. Truly, as the foremost island, its biological resources are remarkably abundant. Li Shi engages in relentless slaughter, ensuring a minimum of 200,000 to 300,000 attribute points daily. Remarkably, on one occasion, he even amassed an astounding 500,000 attribute points in a single day. Li Shi, who had nearly exhausted his attribute points, experienced a remarkable resurgence, now boasting a total of 330,000. Yet, such fortunate days came to an abrupt end after merely 5 days, deep within the heart of Falling Star Island. This area is laden with numerous mountains and caves, where countless rogue cultivators and minor sects procure dwellings to aid in their cultivation. Years ago, a multitude of both large and small sects, along with rogue practitioners, converged here, led by the Heavenly Harmony sect, to establish the Heavenly Harmony Alliance. Each sect contributed their respective formations or spiritual stones, constructing the Heavenly Harmony Grand Formation, which transformed the previously desolate expanse of the sea, devoid of any spiritually rich cultivation grounds. Within the mortal management office of the Heavenly Harmony Alliance, a discussion was underway in a certain loft where several chi refining period officials convened. Their jurisdiction encompassed matters concerning mortals. Recently, the rampant rise of pirates had become a pressing issue. I proposed that we request action from the sect. It was time for another major purge. Are these demonic cultivator pirates to take us, the Heavenly Harmony Alliance, for fools? A fresh shipment of goods from Tian has already arrived, consisting merely of some inexpensive herbs and ores. Is small change not considered money? I ask you, is small change not money? Humph. Do not misconstrue my meaning. Misconstrue? Are you, perchance, supporting those pirates behind the scenes? Old rogue. You. The Mortal Management Office, being solely responsible for mortal affairs, naturally lacked any substantial benefits and was comprised of a few old chi refiners with no hope of foundation establishment. Enough bickering. Let us first examine this matter. Recently, there has been a significant die-off of fish in the waters surrounding Falling Star Island. Do any of you have insights on this? Is this something we should concern ourselves with? We are not their parents, I asserted, though we manage mortal affairs. It is unnecessary for us to oversee fishing matters as well. They should handle it themselves. The crowd erupted in heated discussions and loud protests. Cough, cough. It appears you all have not grasped the gravity of this situation. Within a 10-mile radius of Falling Star Island, fish shoals have vanished entirely. Within 100 miles, fish, shrimp, turtles, clams, crabs, and snakes lay lifeless, leaving behind a plethora of damaged remnants and creating vast vacuum zones in just a few days. The vicinity of Falling Star Island has almost turned into a wasteland. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. What is happening? Are demonic cultivators indiscriminately slaughtering? Good heavens! Have you ever heard of demonic cultivators slaughtering fish for cultivation? Are they attempting to establish a fish foundation? Refine a fish pill? Or perhaps concoct a fish infant? Could it be that blood is needed for cultivation? How much blood can a fish contain? Strange, indeed. Truly bizarre. Send someone to keep watch. We must ascertain whether it is the work of demonic cultivators. Li Shi understood that a rabbit does not eat the grass near its own burrow. However, he found himself in a predicament. He had ventured into the more distant waters before, yet the back and forth consumed an inordinate amount of time. Perhaps it would be more efficient for him to reside at the ocean's depths, rest when fatigued, and resume his pursuits once rejuvenated. Li Shi resolved to venture into the sea. In recent days, Jiang Bretta had been tirelessly roaming, in search of abundant resources necessary for the refinement of spirit insects, and was unable to leave for the time being. Thus, Li Shi decided to leave Li Ba and Jiang Bieha on Falling Star Island, while he himself embarked alone into the depths of the ocean, intending to enter a state of seclusion for cultivation. Li Shi plunged deep into the ocean, spending several days journeying, having traversed nearly 1,000 miles away from Falling Star Island's abyss. Upon reaching this point, Li Shi resolved not to proceed any further. For beyond lay a realm where signs of human activity were scarce, and the presence of monstrous beasts had markedly increased. Li Shi even encountered a sixth tier on the verge of forming its. The cultivation methodologies of inhumans differ, yet they bear a resemblance. Prior to formation, do not adhere to the concept of foundation establishment. Their progress relies solely on the strength of their bloodline, categorized from first tier to sixth tier. A sixth tier is comparable to the pinnacle of human foundation establishment. Following this stage, they form a, thus classified as a forming. Subsequently, akin to cultivators. They refine their divine souls, endure tribulations to transform into infants, and ultimately seek enlightenment of the Tao, advancing to the stage in pursuit of the elusive possibility of becoming an immortal. Li Shi encountered a pinnacle sixth-tier unicorn shark, a creature that most foundation-building cultivators would typically avoid in the vast ocean. However, Li Shi was different. Li Shi acted decisively, leveraging his formidable physique honed through 100 layers of body refinement and the ceaseless flow of spiritual energy. He unleashed a barrage of secret techniques, obliterating his targets beyond any semblance of life. The horn of the unique unicorn shark was particularly remarkable, suggesting it could serve as an excellent material. Li Shi retained it, using this moment as the inception of his grand enterprise of slaughter. Every living creature he encountered met its demise at his hands. Li Shi plunged into a relentless frenzy of slaughter for 3 consecutive days and nights, annihilating all living beings in the vicinity, transforming the landscape into a desolate wasteland where even the worms nestled in the ocean floor's sediment could not endure. Li Shi's attribute points had surged to 5,500,000, signifying the demise of 5 million beings at his hands. On this day, he ventured into a new sea, intent on continuing his slaughter. However, he was unexpectedly treated to a spectacle. Honor, from this day forth, in this vast world, I, Zhang Zhe, shall roam with great pride. A pair of individuals approached, with Zhang Zhe tightly embracing the young lady in his arms, his words brimming with dreams of the future. My clean divine body has now awakened. Haha. Henceforth, my name, Zhang Zhe, shall surely earn its place within the heavenly alliance. The girl in his embrace, Lan, blushed deeply, giggling with her eyes narrowed, lost in her own thoughts. Lanner, my age is merely that of the 6th level of Qi refinement, yet you do not abandon me. Your love for me is more precious than any celestial fortune. Zhang Zhe smiled. Brother Zhe, your words are truly sentimental, but I like it. And Lan replied with a chuckle, secretly turning her head away, revealing a hint of disdain. Brother Zhe, has your Taiyin divine body truly awakened completely? And Lan asked playfully. Haha, naturally. My previous slow progress in cultivation was due to my body not having awakened. By the way, Lanner, what exactly did you bring me to this unfamiliar sea for? Did you not say you had a surprise for me? Zhang Zhe exclaimed joyfully. Of course. And Lan was about to weave another excuse when her expression suddenly brightened. She beheld several figures descending from the sky, obstructing their path, all of whom were core formation cultivators. Zhang Zhe was taken aback. Hee. Zhang Zhe, it's time to contribute. The leading cultivator sneered. Zhang Zhe recognized the peak core formation cultivator as Lan's father, Shiji, but before he could inquire, he was seized by Shiji's hand. The peak core formation cultivator was far beyond what Zhang Zhe could withstand at present. Haha. Zhang Zhe, did you genuinely believe my Lanner would take a liking to you? You are but a wild dog. If it were not for the divine body, how would you have such an opportunity? And Shiji laughed heartily. He had thoroughly researched that the Taiyin divine body relied on a unique spiritual vein within the body. By extracting it and employing a special method, he could nurture it within Lan, thereby inheriting the divine body intact. Zhang Zhe let out a pained scream, the ensuing agony causing him to break into a cold sweat. He finally grasped the reality, and Lan and her father had set their sights on his spiritual vein. And Lan, I love you so much. For you, I will consume you. Zhang Zhe found himself ensnared by Shiji's sorcery, a razor-sharp blade piercing through his back. The pain was excruciating, nearly rendering him unconscious. Dig deeper. A faint voice of Lan echoed in the distance. Zhang Zhe let out a desperate roar, akin to a cornered beast, gradually succumbing to the void of unconsciousness. It took Lan and Shiji half an hour to meticulously extract the Taiyin divine vein, ensuring no harm befell it. As they gazed upon the unconscious and nearly lifeless Zhang Zhe, Shiji raised his hand, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Father, cast him into the sea. This wretch dared to make advances towards me. It disgusts me. I wish to feed him to the fish. My daughter possesses a heart so ruthless. Splash. Father, let us depart. He is but a worthless creature, unworthy of further consideration. The group swiftly exited, evidently believing Zhang Zhe's fate was sealed. TSK. Li Shi surfaced from the depths of the sea, gazing at Zhang Zhe, who was slowly descending. TSK. You mustn't perish. I am eagerly awaiting the continuation of this tale. Li Shi carved out a cavern beneath the sea. Subsequently, a few spiritual stones arranged a rudimentary formation that expelled the seawater, placing Zhang Zhe upon a level expanse. The formation techniques were newly acquired, and the individual was just rescued, barely clinging to life. The lunar divine body? Fascinating. Li Shi examined Zhang Zhe's injuries. His entire back was brutally sliced open. By all accounts, he should have perished by now. Yet, it was unclear what conviction sustained him. Lan, I will devour you alive. I want you dead. Even in the throes of unconsciousness, Zhang Zhe continued to curse and berate. TSK. Those were your words. I saved you. So do not go back on your promise. Ensure that you consume her alive. Li Shi retrieved a healing elixir and channeled his energy to mend Zhang Zhe's wounds. Li Shi may lack the healing techniques of Song and Moen, yet he possesses other invaluable attributes. Li Shi retrieved a pool of spiritual energy from his dantian and poured it generously over Zhang Zhe's wounds. In recent days, the dual lotus had flourished remarkably, even producing numerous lotus leaves that adorned a significant portion of the spiritual energy pool. The dual lotus had reached level 1, 6, 551, 000,000, and even the experience bar on the system interface was steadily rising. If this continued, the dual lotus might very well upgrade on its own. As the pool's water cascaded onto Zhang Zhe's back, it took but a moment for the wounds to begin sprouting granulation tissue, slowly mending themselves. Is it truly so effective? One could hardly blame him. The The potency of this spiritual liquid was akin to that of premium spiritual stones, a veritable elixir of unparalleled quality. Li Shi emerged from his cave, grasping a fish, and promptly crushed its tail before casting it into his dantian. Within the confines of his dantian, the tailless fish began to swim. After 100 breaths, Li Shi observed that a new bud had sprouted from the severed tail. Perhaps it was the influence of the dual lotus that fostered this remarkable healing effect, surpassing even the efficacy of the spirit liquid recorded in texts. The potency of my spirit liquid is comparable to that of the finest spirit stones. In the future, should I find myself short of spirit stones, I could simply sell my spirit liquid. Li Shi retrieved the fish he had thrown in and crushed it with a firm grip. An attribute point was added, for wastefulness was not an option. In the future, he could seek out peculiar creatures to nurture within. Li Shi meticulously examined Zhang Zai's condition and, upon confirming his survival, exited the cave dwelling, continuing to immerse himself in his grand endeavors of slaying. On Falling Star Island, within a certain tavern, the transformed Jiang Biehe engaged in conversation, procuring the necessary supplies for his insect cultivation. Were the century-old star spirit herb, the fire poison spirit leaf, and the light silk flower powder. Additionally, I require the metals I specified. Certainly, replied the rotund man seated across from him, a cultivator of the 6th layer of Qi refinement, as he handed Jiang Biehe a storage bag. However, might I inquire about the variety and quantity of metals you require? It seems rather extensive. Are you using them for artifact crafting? Humph, Jiang Biehe scoffed coldly. If you are aware of your presumption, then do not ask. My apologies, I was too forward. The man's expression stiffened momentarily, but he quickly regained a smile. 3 days hence, there will be a gathering of cultivators on Yuhuan Island, featuring both independent practitioners and sect influences. If you have any needs, you may wish to attend. I shall be present as well. Oh, I appreciate the heads up. Yuhuan Island is a small isle adjacent to Falling Star Island. Upon leaving the tavern and returning to his residence, Jiang Biehe pushed open the door to find Li Ba seated cross-legged, playfully teasing a golden devouring insect. Noticing Jiang Biehe's return, Li Ba casually inquired, "There's a genius on Falling Star Island, named immortal. Are you familiar with him?" Jiang Biehe was oblivious to the relationship between Li Ba and Li Shi. However, observing their intimate rapport, he dared not harbor any ill thoughts. He chuckled derisively, dismissing the notion. "Oh, I know him, a 16-year-old who has established his foundation. Some say he may attain the Dan stage before he turns 22. That does make him a genius, I suppose. But compared to me, Jiang Biehe, the future path is boundless. How could..." Jiang Biehe began to wax lyrical again. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Lead me to the means to alter my cultivation aptitude. What is Mo Chun compared to the likes of me? Li Ba has already automatically blocked Jiang Biehe's words. At this moment, Jiang Biehe mentioned the gathering of cultivators on Yuhuan Island in 3 days. A gathering of cultivators? It might be worth a visit. Let the main body handle the matters of life and death, indulgence in food, drink, and leisure, as well as witnessing the myriad trivialities of the cultivation world, shall be entrusted to my external incarnation. In 3 days after the sun sets, after disguising himself, Li Ba set off with Jiang Biehe to attend the gathering of cultivators on Yuhuan Island. Prior to their departure, Li Ba inquired whether Jiang Biehe was concerned about exposing his wanted status. Such gatherings of cultivators are often a mix of individuals, including many rogue practitioners who have strayed from the path. Thus, there is little cause for worry. Yuhuan Island belongs to a sect called Yuhuan Zone within the Heavenly Alliance, and the organizers of this event are also from Yuhuan Zone. The island is relatively small, perhaps slightly larger than Zuaniangang. As night fell, a considerable number of people had already gathered. Numerous vessels and flying ships were docked around Yuhuan Island, and the distant sounds of revelry could be heard. It appeared to be quite a lively affair. Upon their arrival on the island, Li Ba and his companion found themselves in a bustling area populated by cultivators. To their astonishment, the scene resembled that of a mundane marketplace, with practitioners hawking their wares at every turn. The pouch worn by transformation stage cultivators. "Yours for merely 10 mid-grade spirit stones," exclaimed one vendor. "The rare beast, the unicorn fox, priced at 30 mid-grade spirit stones. Are you attempting to rob us for such a diminutive creature? How can you demand 10 or 30 mid-grade spirit stones? Do not speak without knowledge. Once the unicorn fox attains human form, it becomes an exceptional beauty, and there are many who desire it. Behold the divine artifact, the swallowing heaven sword. With a single strike, it renders all techniques powerless. Yours for just 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Li Ba was momentarily taken aback. Cultivators, when unrestrained, resort to murder and plunder. In regulated environments, they resort to deceit and trickery hardly distinguishable from mortals. Deception is an essential skill for those who cultivate. Jiang Bieha remained unfazed. A seasoned participant in such gatherings, unperturbed by the commotion. As for that so-called talisman, its authenticity as an artifact worn by a nascent soul cultivator was dubious. Even if it were genuine, without decades or even centuries of use, it remained merely a mundane object. Unless it belonged to a venerated figure, it held little collectible value. Not even a spirit stone could justify its worth. The unicorn fox was even less valuable. For a unicorn fox would require at least the formation of a golden core to transform into human form, consuming a vast amount of resources. Regarding the so-called heaven-swallowing sword, Jiang Bieha expertly approached the stall and examined it. A sword capable of devouring an opponent's spiritual energy during combat. Too expensive. Let's negotiate, he proposed. The vendor, a Taoist dressed as a Qi refinement cultivator, chuckled in response. This is no ordinary treasure. I trust you can discern its value. Please, make an offer. 30 mid-grade spirit stones, Jiang Bieha replied. Deal. The vendor quickly agreed. Jiang Bieha, however, set down the heaven-swallowing sword and turned to leave without hesitation. Once outside, he explained to Li Ba, though it sounds impressive, capable of siphoning an enemy's spiritual energy. It's grossly exaggerated. Its actual cost is at most 3 mid-grade spirit stones. The effect is akin to a few sneezes from an adversary, merely expelling some spiritual energy. Jiang Bie's whimsical analogy left Li Ba both amused and perplexed. Can one set up a stall freely here? Li Ba inquired. Having left behind the resources collected from the cave of Suffering Island, those spiritually nourished shells and corals, after years of cultivation, were indeed treasures worth attempting to sell. To set up a stall, one must pay a rental fee of 1 mid-grade spirit stone to the Jade Ring sect. Jiang Bieha sought materials for breeding insects, while Li Ba located the sect steward, paid the fee, and set up his stall. Exquisite corals, beautiful shells, exceptional materials for refining weapons. Fellow cultivators, come and negotiate. These shells, pearls, and corals had been nurtured for countless years in a natural paradise, inherently sturdy and suffused with spiritual energy. They served as excellent refining materials. A rare find indeed. Soon, several cultivators gathered around Li Ba's stall, engaged in lively discussion. Friend, what are these? The quality appears impressive. Indeed, the hardness of this shell is remarkable, shimmering as if infused with years of spiritual energy. Unfortunately, what practical use do these materials offer? They can be fashioned into breastplates. Ha! What a delightful idea. It may indeed be feasible. What an extraordinary individual. A cultivator of Qi refinement proposed a suggestion that elicited a wave of laughter from the onlookers. Li Ba's face darkened. I can't believe it. Don't sell it. No. I'm not jesting. The Qi refining cultivator who made the suggestion meticulously examined all the shells and corals, his eyes growing increasingly bright. I shall take them all. Boss. Name your price. All of them. Is this person out of their mind? Wait, isn't this individual from the illusory weaving pavilion? The illusory weaving pavilion? Isn't that the small sect known for crafting battle garments and armors? This assertion is misguided, in terms of strength. The illusory weaving pavilion hardly holds a position within the Heavenly Union. Yet, when it comes to wealth, who knows how many battle garments and armors they will produce next year? They are indeed affluent. They possess ample funds. Thus, it follows. The crowd arrived at a rather amusing conclusion. Is he truly intending to fashion a bra from shells? Songkin listened to the discussions around him and curled his lip in disdain. Just a bunch of aesthetically ignorant Philistines. What enabled the illusory weaving pavilion to stand out among so many artifact refining sects and become the foremost power in battle garments and armors in the South Sea? It was not solely the quality of the garments. There was also an element of aesthetics. These exquisite shells and corals possess both strength and beauty. While they may not appear attractive when viewed as standalone components, when paired with other fabrics and designed thoughtfully into skirts and garments, they would undoubtedly be unique and appealing, especially in terms of chest protection. Moreover, these shells vary in size, perfectly suiting different models. Countless female cultivators are bound to adore them. They will become the new fashion trend in the South Sea. The more Song can contemplate it, the more exhilarated he became, increasingly affirming his thoughts within. Upon witnessing such a substantial enterprise, Li Ba naturally felt delighted, yet he found himself troubled by the issue of pricing. His unfamiliarity with the market rates weighed heavily on his mind. After a moment of hesitation, Li Ba feigned maturity and, with a composed smile, remarked, "Friend, whatever price you propose, I shall accept." To his surprise, it was indeed his acquaintance, Tian, since he was invited to set a price. Songkin pondered for a while and suddenly, with an air of mystery, whispered, "Do you accept barter?" Barter? Li Ba was taken aback for a moment. Considering that the spirit stones held little value for him, he nodded in agreement. "Friend Tian, please follow me." Li Ba gathered his stall and followed Songkin to a secluded corner. Observing the sparse crowd around him, Li Ba felt a sense of hesitation. This seems amiss. Doesn't he it? Have I fallen into a trap? What if a group suddenly appears and robs me? Fellow cultivator, I possess a secret manual. Would you be interested? Songkin glanced around, ensuring no one was paying attention, and mysteriously revealed a book, its ancient appearance only partially visible to Li Ba. What is this? Why do I feel as though I've walked into a scheme? What expression do you wear, fellow cultivator? Do you suspect me to be a deceitful rogue? With that, Songkin unveiled the cover for Li Ba to see. The mantra of the river? What kind of practice is this? Are you aware, fellow cultivator, that there exist wondrous entities in this world, such as the extraordinary flames, waters, and soils? Oh, I know a little. Such nomenclature is merely descriptive. Li Ba possesses a modicum of knowledge regarding the extraordinary, akin to rare treasures, unique flora, peculiar insects, unusual waters, and distinctive stones. In this world, there exists a variety of elements: fire, water, earth, collectively referred to as the extraordinary, each exhibiting remarkable effects. There are tales of alchemists who ascended to the 8th tier through the utilization of a rare flame, as well as legends of extraordinary soil nurturing potent medicinal herbs. However, the likelihood of encountering such phenomena is exceedingly rare, even more so than finding celestial treasures. This profound technique was once conceived by a formidable practitioner who, upon discovering a unique water source, formulated a method that aids in the refinement of such waters. Would you, dear friend, consider exchanging for such a treasure? Ah, I shall not. Li Ba is not foolish. Given that it is referred to as extraordinary, how many such items exist in the world? If one cannot encounter it, would this secret method not be utterly useless? To have no utility whatsoever? Unexpectedly, Songkin merely chuckled and inquired, "Do you know what day it will be in half a year?" Li Ba wore a perplexed expression. What day would it be in half a year? What connection did it have to their dealings? The Kueishing Hall would re-emerge in half a year. Kueishing Hall? What was that? Observing Li Ba's bewilderment, Songkin, exasperated, remarked, "My friend, have you been secluded in deep meditation for so long that you are unaware of such a thing? You don't even know about the Kueishing Hall?" As Songkin elucidated, Li Ba came to understand. In the South Sea, there exists a hidden realm known as the Kueishing Hall. It is an ancient sanctuary filled with countless treasures, spiritual herbs, techniques, and divine artifacts, offering various opportunities from antiquity. The Kueishing Hall manifests once every millennium. It has been 999.5 years since its last appearance, and in just half a year, the Kueishing Hall shall descend once more. It is said that during the last emergence, there was a mysterious water within the Kueishing Hall. Songkin, in a guiding manner, continued at that time. Should you encounter this extraordinary water, everyone else will be unable to tame it, forced to watch helplessly, while you, my friend, could seize it with this technique and instantly refine it, astonishing all. Wouldn't that be splendid? Indeed, it would be splendid. However, that sounded utterly preposterous. I would sooner believe a ghost. Zhang Fengyu is far more convincing than you. Li Ba shook his head and said, "No exchange. If you wish to change, it will require additional payment." After a moment of hesitation, Songkin gritted his teeth and spent 200 mid-grade spirit stones, along with the necessary decision, to acquire nearly 1,000 shells and corals from Li Ba. "How many shells and corals do you have left, my friend?" Songkin inquired. "Plenty." Li Ba pondered for a moment and added, "Indeed, a great many." Li Ba has nearly emptied the entire cavern. Songkin was taken aback. Could it be that this individual has stumbled upon a wondrous paradise adorned with shells? If, dear friend, you possess more, I implore you not to sell them to others. Should this endeavor succeed, I shall procure them from you at a premium. Today shall mark the rise of my renown. Songkin is indeed a remarkable character, for he has conceived the ingenious idea of crafting battle armor from shells and corals. Li Ba was also willing to engage with this individual. "How should I contact you?" Songkin presented a wooden tablet to Li Ba. This is a spirit communication tablet. By infusing it with spiritual energy, we can converse. All right. After bidding farewell to Songcan, Lishi continued to stroll through the market, simultaneously pondering the recently acquired technique. The advanced mystical method, known as the mysterious technique, has been recorded. Mysterious technique comprising 6 levels 010000. An advanced level of the mysterious technique? The first level requires a staggering 10,000 attribute points. It seems the mystical method is indeed authentic. Li Ba did not suffer any loss. Ha ha ha. Brother Imo-chin truly knows how to jest. Suddenly, a melodious and delicate voice entered Li Ba's ears. Li Ba raised his gaze and beheld a strikingly beautiful woman, who was affectionately clinging to the arm of a tall young man. Her face was adorned with a radiant smile, and she would occasionally lower her head, playfully behaving in a coy manner. Li Ba was taken aback. Oh, is that Enlon? Zhangze is still waiting to devour you whole. Enlon was embracing a tall man, observing a spirit beast stall, laughing and chatting. The man was extraordinarily tall and handsome, and judging by Enlan's address, he was none other than Imo-chin, one of the 4 prodigies of the Tianhe Alliance. Imo-chin wore a smile that exuded comfort, yet he displayed no affectionate gestures, treating Enlon as if she were an ordinary woman, which was a stark contrast to Zhangze. Enlon, what about your suitor Zhangze? Imo-chin inquired. Humph. Why bring him up, brother Imo-chin? He's just a waste, Enlon pouted. Indeed, merely a waste, Imo-chin replied, his gaze still playfully fixed on Enlon. What he truly thought remained a mystery. A few days prior, Enlon had suddenly awakened the legendary Tying divine body, astonishing the entire Tianhe Alliance, prompting even the reclusive elders to emerge from their seclusion to witness it firsthand. Upon confirming the authenticity of her Tying divine body, the elders of the alliance were naturally overjoyed. It was then that Enlan's father, Inshiji, one of the elders, proposed the idea of a union between Enlon and the new generation prodigy of the Imo family, Imo-chun. In the past, given Enlan's qualifications, such a match would have been deemed inappropriate, even unworthy. But the circumstances had changed. The Tying divine body, it was almost certain to achieve the nascent soul stage, and might even reach the divine transformation stage. The elders gladly accepted this proposal, instructing Imo-chun to cultivate a closer relationship with Enlon. At that moment, Imo-chin suddenly turned his head, directing his gaze towards Li Ba. This foundation-building fellow has been staring at us for a full 2 breaths. What could it signify? Li Ba was taken aback. What an eerie sixth sense! Li Ba had long concealed his foundational cultivation with a technique of breath-holding, and his gaze was particularly obscure. How could he be perceived? Nevertheless, Li Ba maintained an impassive demeanor and approached calmly. Are you the prodigious Imo-chun from that day? It is indeed a privilege to behold such a talent, Tian remarked, expressing his desire to observe him a moment longer. Li Ba bowed and spoke. Afterward, he turned his gaze towards Enlon. Such a celestial maiden, with her ethereal beauty, is indeed a perfect match for you. Li Ba emphasized the phrase perfect match with a pronounced tone. Upon hearing Li Ba's flattery, Enlon felt quite pleased, her face brimming with delight. However, Imo-chin's reaction was different. He wore a peculiar expression, narrowing his eyes as he inquired, What is it that you are anticipating, my fellow Taoist? Li Ba's mind jolted. What is happening? Li Ba was unaware that Imo-chin had cultivated a secret technique, enabling him to keenly perceive the myriad emotions and desires of those around him. Even the most concealed sentiments, buried deep within one's heart, could be discerned. Li Ba's anticipation for the subsequent storyline involving Zhangze, Enlon, and Imo-chin was perceptibly sensed. Though Li Ba was still unaware of the entirety of the situation, he swiftly responded by concocting an excuse. Anticipation? What do you mean by that, Taoist friend Imo-chin? If we speak of anticipation, it is, of course, the hope that the 2 immortal lovers may achieve renown across the southern sea and attain the path of immortality. As for my own talent, it is lacking, and I fear even the prospect of forming a core is beyond my reach. Imo-chin nodded thoughtfully. This line of reasoning was indeed sound, thus. Another admirer of his, perhaps? Such individuals were ones he encountered countless times each day. Nevertheless, he relished this sensation. After casually bestowing a piece of spirit stone upon Li Ba, Imo-chin and his companion took their leave. Li Ba gazed silently as the 2 departed, a smile gracing his lips. In the depths of the South Sea, a colossal octopus flailed its multitude of tentacles, attempting to strangle the cultivator ensnared within its grasp. Yet, in the next moment, a magnificent golden palm print soared into the sky. Boom! The enormous octopus, having already formed a demon core, was utterly shattered. Its severed limbs scattered in disarray. Li Shi surged forth from the carcass of the octopus, his entire being radiating with an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy. In a bid to enhance his lethality, he had ascended to the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. Cultivation level. Pinnacle of foundation establishment, 010000000. Indeed, despite having reached the zenith of foundation establishment, the button for the core formation had yet to manifest, allowing him to continue allocating points within the foundation establishment realm. However, Li Shi was not foolish. He had no intention of investing further points. The prospect of achieving the most formidable foundation establishment in history, culminating in an unprecedentedly mighty golden core, would surely drive the heavenly path into madness. Once more, it would pursue him relentlessly. Li Shi intends to progressively enhance his cultivation. He plans to wait until he is sufficiently strong to withstand the heavenly Tao of this realm before attempting to elevate each level of Li Ba to its utmost potential. Currently, Li Shi, at the pinnacle of foundation establishment, is already capable of slaying golden core beasts. Li Shi returned to the cave he had carved out beneath the sea. Zhang Zhe leaned despondently against the rock wall, devoid of spirit, resembling a wretched dog. You have returned, my friend. I am deeply grateful for your rescue. Zhang Zhe had expressed his thanks to Li Shi on multiple occasions. You imbecile, is this the state in which I wish to find you? But Zhang Zhe faltered, for the spiritual veins necessary to cultivate the Taiyin divine body had been forcibly extracted, leaving him to plummet back to the realm of mortals. His spiritual root was damaged, and after several days, he could not even step into the first layer of qi refinement. His pent-up rage had transformed into utter despair. His condition felt akin to a death sentence, an execution for the inability to cultivate. The prospect of vengeance had slipped away. Do not despair, I can assist you. Li Shi said with a smile. How could you possibly save me, esteemed senior? Upon hearing that he still had a chance, Zhang Zhe struggled to rise and knelt down, his address shifting to one of utmost reverence. Since Li Shi has said so, it is evident that he possesses confidence. As for the method, it naturally involves leveraging the system. Given that the current spiritual energy pool can heal Zhang Zhe's severe injuries, what if it were to be upgraded once more? Presently, Li Shi's attribute points have reached an astonishing 979,000, nearing the monumental threshold of 10 million. Aware that his cultivation might easily attract the attention of the heavenly path, Li Shi has resolved to approach the matter from a different angle. Thus, he decided to expend 1 million attribute points to elevate his dual lotus to the second level. The enhancement was successful. Dual lotus level 2, 010000000. At the very moment of his successful enhancement, he felt an overwhelming surge of power akin to a torrential flood, suddenly pouring into his dantian. Boom. The once tranquil spiritual energy pool, as still as a mirror, was instantly transformed into a tempestuous maelstrom, violently surging forth. It resembled an extraordinarily ferocious hurricane that had abruptly descended, howling and roaring, intent on tearing apart this minuscule realm. Oh my, it hurts immensely. Li Shi's complexion changed dramatically as excruciating pain surged from his dantian. He suddenly felt an intense pressure, as if his dantian were being expanded. Simultaneously, the resplendent twin lotus flourishing within the aura pool voraciously absorbed immense energy, moving like a graceful dancer swaying to the rhythm of a tempest. The petals of the lotus quivered gently, radiating an enchanting luminescence that intertwined with the surrounding swirling aura, creating a breathtaking tableau. Yet, Li Shi could scarcely afford to admire the beauty. His eyes rolled back as he nearly succumbed to the agony. Zhang Zhe was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden distress of the eminent figure before him. Senior, what has happened? It's nothing, merely a breakthrough in cultivation. It will pass. Shortly, more astonishing occurrences were unfolding within the dantian. Due to the overwhelming density and vitality of the aura, voluminous white mist began to rise from the aura pool. This mist, ethereal as celestial clouds, coiled around the twin lotus in a delicate embrace. The entire scene took on an air of unfathomable mystery, resembling a realm of immortals that captivated the senses and left one awestruck. The dantian had transformed into a magnificent paradise exceeding 100 feet in expanse. In the next moment, patches of lotus leaves flourished across the aura pool, and buds began to emerge from the water's surface, poised to bloom. Zhang Zhe gazed in astonishment as Li Shi gradually regained his composure. An invisible aura emanated from him, enveloping Zhang Zhe in a wave of tranquility, as if he had undergone a cleansing by the very essence of the aura. What has transpired? In Li Shi's dantian, the vast spiritual energy pool has settled into tranquility, its surface adorned with countless lotus leaves, shrouded in rising white mist. Numerous flower buds are poised to bloom, presenting a truly ethereal scene. The ascension to this level has not been in vain. Yet the sensation of violent expansion is rather uncomfortable. Li Shi stood up. Zhang Zhe offered to assist, but Li Shi declined, stating, "There is no need. I have once again surpassed my previous cultivation." Li Shi waved his hand and began to probe into his dantian. "Surely, the amount of spiritual energy I possess now rivals that of a core formation cultivator, if not surpassing it. The vast reservoir of spiritual energy is virtually inexhaustible. The system indicates that my spiritual energy capacity has reached an astonishing 1 million. Li Shi had roughly calculated that releasing the Xiantian palm required approximately 500 units of spiritual energy, meaning that with 1 million, he could unleash it 2,000 times. Even if he resorted to the blink sword technique, which doubled the energy consumption, he could still blink 1,000 times. This was an exceptionally advanced secret art. Ordinary cultivators would consider such techniques as trump cards in battle. Even more astonishing was the speed at which his spiritual energy replenished. Nearly 10,000 units were generated with each breath. With this vast spiritual energy pool, Li Shi became a veritable paradise of fortune. And what of the newly sprouted lotus leaves and flowers? What peculiarities could they possibly hold? As Li Shi contemplated this, a new prompt emerged within the system. One that had never appeared before. Spiritual plant. Heart leaf, heart lotus, heart root, heart lotus seed, heart lotus stem. This spiritual plant, derived from the twin-petaled lotus, boasts effects comparable to innate spiritual treasures. It can cultivate a supreme, exclusive lotus spiritual root. It recognizes its true form as the master. Rebellion is not permitted. The introduction is succinct, yet the effects are extraordinary. Within the depths of his dantian lies a vast pool of water, teeming with countless lotus leaves. Each leaf is on par with the caliber of innate spiritual treasures. This exemplifies the remarkable cost-effectiveness of the system as attribute points. The necessity of millions of attribute points for upgrades is not without reason. Li Shi plucked a lotus leaf from the spirit pool, pondering how it could possibly transform into a spiritual root. Gazing at the leaf in his hand, he found himself at a loss. Should he consume it? That seemed implausible. It was astonishingly tough, akin to a stubborn stone, and it had only been detached due to the weakness at its connection. Since biting into it was futile, he wondered what would happen if he attempted to refine it within his body. Thus, Li Shi began to experiment with various techniques. First, he considered guiding the leaf into Zhang Zhe's dantian. The dantian is the reservoir for the cultivation of vital energy within the human body. If he could integrate the lotus leaf into it, perhaps he could utilize the spiritual power contained therein to gradually refine it, much like establishing a foundation for ascension. However, as he channeled his energy, he discovered that the leaf seemed to possess a will of its own, stubbornly refusing to enter Zhang Zhe's dantian. Next, Li Shi turned his attention to Zhang Zhe's soul, the core of one's spirit. If he could merge the leaf with it, he might uncover a method of refinement. Unfortunately, despite his relentless efforts, even employing the secret techniques of the Xiantian sect, the lotus leaf remained unresponsive to the soul. In a final attempt, Li Shi sought to draw it into the spirit platform, a realm regarded as the source of mental clarity and wisdom. It is here that spiritual cultivators can connect with the divine, yet to his dismay, the leaf remained impervious to his efforts. After a series of frustrations, Li Shi came to realize that this entity was not a mere ordinary object. It was a spiritual plant, endowed with unique vitality and consciousness. Consequently, conventional methods of refinement appeared utterly ineffective against it. Faced with such a perplexing dilemma, Li Shi felt momentarily powerless. Wait a moment. The system indicated that this object grows its spiritual root through parasitism. Parasitism. Could it be? Li Shi cast a radiant glance at Zhang Zhe, a brilliant idea blossoming in his mind, inspired by the frenzied Jiang Bia. Under Li Shi's penetrating gaze, Zhang Zhe shuddered violently. Senior, I have a plan. It can grant you a new and powerful spiritual root. However, you must pledge your allegiance to me from this moment forth. Serve as my subordinate, and only then can you seek vengeance. Are you willing? Aye. Zhang Zhe hesitated for but a fleeting moment before gritting his teeth and declaring, I am willing. Unlan, I desire your demise. The various components of the heart lotus each possess unique effects. The leaves, flowers, roots, lotus seeds, and the rhizome. Yet, at present, the lotus blossoms remain as mere buds. Yet to unfurl, and naturally, the lotus seeds are absent. Thus, Li Shi resolved to utilize the leaves on Zhang Zhe, the heart leaf, the very lotus leaf in his hand. "Ah, Senior, it hurts so much. Endure it a little longer." "Senior, what is this?" Zhang Zhe inquired, puzzled. "A primordial spiritual treasure, an unparalleled spiritual plant, capable of manifesting spiritual veins. Call me again, and I shall silence you." Li Shi elucidated a phrase, subsequently silencing Zhang Zhe's cries. With the Xianwang needle, he made a substantial incision across Zhang Zhe's back. Unlike in Lan and her daughter, who sought to excavate his divine veins, Li Shi aimed to implant a spiritual root within him. Unable to find a method for refinement, he opted for a more direct and forceful approach, the coercive implantation of the spiritual root. The flesh and blood would serve as the soil, while the host would provide the nourishment. This is the essence of parasitism. Observing the gory wound on Zhang Zhe's back, Li Shi placed a lotus leaf directly into the opening, followed by a generous application of spiritual liquid. In the next moment, the roots of the lotus leaf began to sprout profusely within the flesh, gradually merging into it. The palm-sized lotus leaf completely integrated into Zhang Zhe's body. As the flesh slowly healed, enveloping the lotus within, inside, a new, wildly growing, foreign, and powerful spiritual root took residence within Zhang Zhe. 3 breaths later, a resounding boom resonated as spiritual energy surged from Zhang Zhe's body. He had ascended to the first level of qi refinement in mere seconds. An unparalleled spiritual root. Overcome with excitement, Zhang Zhe hastily settled into meditation, silently attuning himself to the newly birthed spiritual root. Meanwhile, on Li Shi's system interface, beneath the information of Li Ba, a new entry emerged. Name: Zhang Zhe Cultivation. First level of qi refinement spiritual root. Leaf spiritual root. Li Shi paused for a moment, attempting to allocate a point. He successfully assigned an attribute point to Zhang Zhe's cultivation. Astonishing. The implications were self-evident. He could effortlessly utilize the countless lotus flowers and leaves within the spiritual energy pool to create a multitude of subordinates. Furthermore, their spiritual roots would be akin to the offspring of a dual-petal lotus. As long as he exchanged for the dual-petal lotus, all would inevitably bow in submission. The leaf spiritual root? A spiritual root unprecedented in the realm of cultivation. What about the other parts? The lotus spiritual root? The root spiritual root? No. The regeneration of the lotus. Wasn't he that akin to Neza? Could he nurture a multitude of Neza? A wildly ambitious notion surged within Li Shi's mind. One that proved difficult to dispel. The heavenly Tao. What are you really? I shall directly cultivate a legion of prodigies and overthrow you. If you possess the capability, strike them all down. Naturally, all must be deliberated with caution. News of the forthcoming emergence of the Kueishing Hall had already spread across the South Sea. Once every millennium, each occurrence invariably drenched in bloodshed, countless cultivators had perished in the struggle for opportunities. This had long been a tradition in the South Sea's cultivation world. Amidst this bloodbath, an unknown number had attained that elusive celestial fortune. There were tales of individuals obtaining a single elixir, soaring from foundation establishment directly to nascent soul. Some had acquired a treasured sword, an ancient spiritual artifact, containing a trace of Tao patterns. It was claimed by a downtrodden minor sect. A nascent soul cultivator attempted to seize it, only to be met with annihilation before they could even make a move. The elder of that minor sect, nearing the end of their days, wielded the ancient spiritual treasure to decisively slay the nascent soul cultivator. The Kueishing Hall was a grand event for the entirety of the South Sea, held once every millennium. It is essential to understand that nascent soul cultivators typically only enjoy a lifespan of 1,500 years. Thus, in the lead-up to the grand event, an unceasing wave of violence, robbery, and deception unfolded. Concurrently, various gatherings and auctions commenced, all aimed at bolstering one's strength before entering the Kueishing Hall. On the 6th day following the assembly at Yuhuan Island, Li Ba had attended numerous gatherings and small auctions, gaining considerable insights and grasping the general situation of the South Sea's cultivation world. And today, Li Ba arrived alone at the heart of Falling Star Island, intending to partake in a grand auction organized by the Celestial Alliance, which summoned cultivators from all corners. Given that the auction was orchestrated personally by the Celestial Alliance, Jiang Bie chose not to attend, aware that his presence could easily attract attention. The auction was set upon a vast platform within Falling Star Island, where pristine, colossal stone tiles extended into the horizon, reaching towards the sky. Yet, even such an expansive space felt somewhat inadequate. At the center stood a monumental structure encircled by a towering platform, which was undoubtedly the venue for the auction. Li Ba has indeed underestimated the influence of the Kuwaiting Hall's appearance in the world. The crowd is overwhelming, resembling a swarm of ants. Could it be that practitioners from the entire South Sea have gathered here? It is utterly insane. Although most are merely chi refiners, the influx of newcomers continues to surge, causing countless cultivators to push forward. Look, the leader of the Yuhuan sect, Pu Yuhuan. She is nothing short of a celestial being. What do you mean? She is a celestial being. Pu Yuhuan is a tall woman clad in a green dress. Her skin is fair as jade, radiating an intoxicating glow that leaves many practitioners around her spellbound. Despite the Yuhuan sect being a small faction, Pu Yuhuan, as a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, oversees the entire Yuhuan island. The power of the South Sea is not significantly inferior to that of Tianan. It is said that the leader of the Tianhe sect, who is simultaneously the head of the Tianhe alliance, Lin Jiuxiao, is a peak nascent soul cultivator on the brink of transforming into a deity. Here they come. The contemporary four talents of the Tianhe alliance. The Tianhe alliance, despite its unity, is rife with internal strife and competition. The title of the four talents arises from their comparisons. However, Li Ba is somewhat surprised that this generation's four talents, aside from Imo Chun, are all women. The four enter through a designated passage in succession. Imo Chen arrives first, embracing in lawn, with a smile playing on her lips as they walk in. Countless female cultivators cast envious glances at Imo Chun, the paragon of excellence, while many others regard in lawn as a thorn in their side, wishing to take her place. Following her are three women, each embodying a distinct style. One is tall, arriving on a sword, exuding an air of heroism. She is Mo Ying, a celestial maiden from the same family as Mo Chun. The Mo family is a prominent clan within the Tianhe alliance, and with two geniuses emerging, they are indeed in the limelight. No wonder in Lan cherishes Mo Chun so dearly. Next, two women descend gracefully from a resplendent giant flower, linked arm in arm. One possesses a frosty beauty, radiating an aura that seems to freeze the air around her, while the other, dressed in a delicate white gown, occasionally covers her mouth with a soft laugh. This pair of female cultivators naturally attracts attention. They are in Bing Yin and Murong Yuan. The icy demeanor of Bing Yin is palpable. Merely approaching her feels like a chill enveloping my spirit. This sensation, fellow Taoist, you wouldn't be enjoying this, would you? It is said that the two are close friends. Their intimate relationship raises eyebrows. Could it be a close bond of mutual admiration? Shoo. If you wish to perish, don't splatter me with your words. In this generation of prodigies, the number of female immortals is astonishing. If only I could seize an opportunity from the Kuwaiting Hall, I might also return with a beautiful companion. A toad wishing to feast on swan flesh. Who are you calling a toad? Li Ba swiftly discovered the entrance, where the prodigies of the Celestial Harmony Alliance and the Jedon practitioners were required to pay 10 medium-grade spirit stones to gain entry. While 10 medium-grade spirit stones may not seem excessive, it constitutes a substantial sum, particularly for ordinary chi refinement practitioners. It appears that the Celestial Harmony sect intends to seize this opportunity to amass a considerable fortune. Nevertheless, a significant number of practitioners were willing to pay the spirit stones, as most chi refinement cultivators opted to purchase tickets to participate in the auction. After all, even if they did not intend to bid on any treasures, the chance to broaden their horizons was indeed invaluable. As the brilliance of the formation flickered, Li Ba entered the auction hall, where he found a considerable crowd bustling within. At that moment, he cast his gaze in one direction and broke into a smile. There, two figures had just taken their seats, one named Li Shi and the other Zhang Zhe. Indeed, the main body had returned. During this period of seclusion, Li Shi had amassed a staggering 15 million attribute points, a windfall. Furthermore, there was another reason why Li Shi chose to attend this auction. Li Shi suddenly realized that he was wealthy, indeed, exceedingly affluent. It is well known that spirit stones serve as the currency within the realm of cultivation. For possessing spirit stones enables one to cultivate even in areas devoid of spiritual energy. Low-grade spirit stones are the most common, while a medium-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 10 low-grade stones. A high-grade spirit stone, in turn, equals 10 medium-grade stones. Beyond these, there exists the rare and precious top-grade spirit stone, which, despite its value, is seldom encountered and is akin to a treasure of immense worth. However, aside from top-grade spirit stones, there exists another form of asset, spirit liquid. A small vial of spirit liquid is nearly equivalent to hundreds of high-grade spirit stones and is significantly easier to absorb than even the finest spirit stones. A single vial of spirit liquid is more precious than the most extraordinary natural treasures. How fortunate, then, that he possesses a spirit pool measuring 100 zhang, with its quantity to be measured in tons. Li Shi and Zhang Ze distanced themselves and did not sit together. Li Shi, Li Ba, and Zhang Ze each took a position in different corners, surveying the auction hall. After a brief interval, the auction finally commenced. Esteemed friends, a commanding voice reverberated throughout the venue. It was Lin Jiuxiao, the leader of the Heavenly Harmony Alliance. He expressed gratitude to all attendees, particularly acknowledging the support from his friends from the Southern Sea. Li Shi stroked his chin, although he had yet to see the person. The aura emanating from him felt even more formidable than that of Yi Tianjia. After all, it was said that Lin Jiuxiao had already reached the threshold of semi-divine transformation, with his spiritual platform having half transcended into the divine realm, already stepping over the threshold. However, Li Shi felt that in a true confrontation between the two, Yi Tianjia might not necessarily be defeated. Lin Jiuxiao impressed Li Shi like a towering mountain, while Yi Tianjia resembled a sharp sword capable of cleaving through that mountain. It is worth noting that Yi Tianjia was merely 205 years old, whereas Lin Jiuxiao had already surpassed a millennium. As soon as Lin Jiuxiao's words fell, praises erupted from the ships above. Lord Lin, you jest. What is there to commend? Merely witnessing your emergence from seclusion is a privilege in itself. Lin Jiuxiao had been in seclusion for many years, seemingly emerging due to the recent events surrounding the Kueishing Hall. Perhaps he too sought to seize some fortune to achieve a complete ascension to the divine realm. Lin Jiuxiao, we are old acquaintances. Let us dispense with pleasantries. Let us commence and reveal the treasures. Why the rush, old ghost? Lord Lin, has it not been nearly a century since we last met? Lin Jiuxiao, do you still possess your starry moon tea? I find myself quite tempted. These voices echoed throughout the auction hall, clearly emanating from Yuan and cultivators. Ha ha. Lin Jiuxiao laughed heartily. Once the auction concludes, it shall be time for us old fellows to gather. Though termed a gathering, it was essentially a discussion regarding the matters surrounding the emergence of the Kueishing Hall. Li Shi casually tossed a mid-grade spirit stone to a female attendant in the chi refinement stage, requesting her assistance in providing a massage service. Lin Jiuxiao, in this instance, employed his magical powers to project his voice throughout the venue, serving not only to communicate, but also to fulfill another purpose. In an auction, the greatest fear is the absence of integrity, as the organizers struggle to maintain order among the cultivators present. This display was intended to showcase the strength of the Celestial Alliance, instilling fear in those with malevolent intentions. Li cast a glance at Zhang Ze and instructed, "You shall steal the spotlight shortly." Zhang Ze nodded silently in acknowledgement. "Now, I hereby declare the commencement of the Tianhe Alliance auction." Lin Jiuxiao's voice resonated throughout the venue. Meanwhile, in Tiannan, many days had elapsed since Yi Tianjia had engaged in battle alongside his mysterious disciple. Speculation regarding the identity and whereabouts of this enigmatic figure was rampant among the onlookers. On this particular day, news emerged of Li Shi competing with a group of rogue cultivators for a newly surfaced treasure. This occurrence soon stirred the attention of the higher echelons of various sects. Yet they remained oblivious to the underlying truths. Upon returning to the Xiantian sect, the figure of Li Shi shifted, dispelling the illusion to reveal the visage of Yi Tianjia. Each day I venture out. Should anyone dare to underestimate our Xiantian sect, my disciple Li Shi shall soon transcend to the core formation stage. Yi Tianjia, disguised as Li Shi, continued to perpetuate the ruse within the sect. A prodigy capable of drawing the wrath of the heavenly Tao with mere foundation establishment. Imagine the might if he were to reach core formation. The Xiantian sect would be momentarily invincible. Yi Tianjia pondered, where has Li Shi vanished to? He could only discern, through the sword intent lingering within him, that Li Shi was to the south, in the South Sea, on Falling Star Island. At the auction venue, an elderly, stout man descended from the heavens onto the high platform, adorned in garments embroidered with the emblem of the Heavenly Alliance. He appeared exceedingly aged, yet bore an expression of benevolence, radiating vitality. This was a mid-core formation elder. With a smile, he stepped forward and saluted the audience. "I am Pangda. It is my honor to preside over this event. As the leader has already spoken, I shall refrain from further ado. Let the auction commence. The first batch consists of 10 items. Bring them forth." A group of enchanting maidens emerged from the side, each delicately balancing a massive shell in their hands. All were Foundation Establishment cultivators. They gracefully ascended and alighted upon the high platform, presenting the shells before Pangda. Curious cultivators leaned in, eager to glimpse the contents within the shells, yet all they could discern was a flickering radiance, obscured by a spell to thwart prying eyes. Esteemed friends, behold. The first item up for auction is this. Pangde approached the first shell, dispelling the concealment spell to unveil a bamboo tube. Recommended by the Elder Council of the Heavenly Alliance, this is the secret technique of copper skin and iron bones. As cultivators, you ought to understand that the path of body refinement has been largely abandoned due to its arduous nature. However, this technique allows for a temporary infusion of spiritual energy onto the skin and bones, facilitating a fleeting enhancement of one's physical form. I trust you can appreciate the extraordinary nature of this item. Moreover, should one possess the capability, innovation based on this technique is entirely feasible. The starting bid is 300 mid-grade spirit stones. Friends, such an opportunity must not be missed. With eloquence and evident experience, Pangde extolled the merits of this technique. It was clear that in the realm of cultivation, excellence could be found in every discipline. Astute individuals would recognize that this technique was not particularly formidable nor intricate. As for the prospect of further innovation, how many could truly achieve that? Nevertheless, for the average cultivator, this technique held a certain allure. Thus, as soon as Pangde's words fell, the sounds of bidding erupted, the atmosphere in the hall growing lively, possibly aided by some prearranged supporters from the Heavenly Alliance. In less than 100 breaths, the price soared to 500 mid-grade spirit stones. Indeed, it is a grand auction. How could an ordinary chi refinement cultivator possibly produce such a vast sum of spirit stones? 700 mid-grade spirit stones. Ultimately, this secret technique was acquired by the distinguished guest, Mo Chun, from the VIP area. Mo Chun, with a languid demeanor, embraced Lan, his eyes half closed, and casually bid on the tome. Lan reclined in his arms, her laughter ringing like delicate chimes, as she peeled an orange to feed him. Perhaps overwhelmed by the throng, Mo Chun remained oblivious to the figure on the elevated platform behind them, whose eyes blazed with fury, teeth clenched, fists so tightly gripped that blood oozed from them. Zhang Zhe's uncharacteristic display did not go unnoticed by nearby cultivators, who recoiled in fright and quickly shifted their seats. A maid, having observed Zhang Zhe's distress, approached to inquire but halted abruptly. She saw him bow his head, the armrests of his chair splintering under his grip, fingers curled like claws, veins bulging, and his spiritual energy surging uncontrollably in a tempest of rage. Fool, that Mo Chun possesses the ability to sense others' emotions. Do not allow him to perceive your turmoil. Are you so inept that you cannot even master your own feelings? From a distance, Li Shi's thunderous admonition echoed in Zhang Zhe's mind, gradually soothing him into a semblance of calm. With the first auction item sold, the event officially commenced. Many were eager to witness the peculiar treasures that would be presented, their heads craned in anticipation. Those unable to afford the entrance fee could only listen from outside, unable to see the spectacle within. Yet this did not deter their enthusiasm, as they gazed longingly at Mo Chun's casual display of 700 mid-grade spirit stones. That Pangde is truly a remarkable talent. Regardless of the item, he can extol its virtues to such a degree that one might overlook its flaws. It seems Pangde is indeed the appointed auctioneer for the Heavens Harmony Alliance. Before long, the first round concluded with all 10 items successfully auctioned, and astute observers noted that they fetch prices exceeding their intrinsic value. It can be said that the allure of the Heavens Harmony Alliance's auction, attracting such a multitude of cultivators, is not only due to the influence of the Starry Pavilion's emergence, but also the rarity of the items themselves. Each piece, if presented externally, could incite a fierce battle. 5th-tier healing elixirs, the demon cores of Jedon's stage flood dragons, and shattered 6th-tier alchemical cauldrons. And this is merely the overture. The nascent soul cultivators aboard the aerial ships have yet to make a bid. Treasures capable of enticing them into the fray have yet to be unveiled. Li Shi naturally held no interest in such matters. At this juncture, he found no necessity for them. They bore no relevance to him. However, as the value of the auctioned items ascended steadily, becoming increasingly rare, it gradually coaxed the lofty nascent soul cultivators aboard the ship to voice their intentions. I shall take this item, one declared. It is fated to be with me. Why not bestow it upon me? Another added, the Song family requires this item. I implore you to part with it. You have the audacity to continue raising the bid, exclaimed another. Why have you ceased to increase your offer? Do you desire it? Have you more spirit stones than I? You, shouted an elder. Do you wish to cling to life even longer? Among them were those with long-standing grievances who vied against one another in a most distasteful manner. while several core formation elders engaged in a heated exchange over a vial of longevity elixir. They had long consumed countless ordinary longevity pills, yet this particular type, never before seen, was worth sacrificing everything to acquire. Ultimately, that exceptional elixir, capable of extending one's life by 20 years, was purchased by a core formation elder for the price of 500 high-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 50,000 low-grade stones. This staggering price left the unaffiliated cultivators in awe, and they observed with keen interest. Their horizons significantly broadened. After all, such a high-caliber auction was a rarity, occurring only once in several centuries. Soon after, another item was presented. However, this time, it was somewhat peculiar. A massive cage draped in cloth was brought forth. Esteemed friends, I trust you are all quite curious about what this unique auction item could be. Now let us unveil it. With the great white cloth removed, the contents of the cage were finally revealed. Gasps of astonishment echoed through the hall, for within the cage was a young maiden. Lishi was taken aback. No, that is not human. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the girl's skin was covered in dense silver scales, concealed beneath her clothing. Simultaneously, her pupils were golden and slit-like. Currently cowering in the corner of her cage in fear, those with keen eyes would have already discerned that she was a dragon-human girl, possessing the pure bloodline of the dragon clan. Deep within the South China Sea, dragons reside, akin to the majestic Tianyi mountain range that separates the heavens from the south. In the vast, unfathomable depths of the ocean, there exists a mysterious realm belonging to demonic beasts. Here, formidable demon beasts at the nascent soul stage are not uncommon. They lurk in the shadows of the deep sea, surveying the territory of the Alliance of the Heavens. The tumultuous depths of the South China Sea remain a deathly forbidden zone, unexplored by humanity, for tens of thousands of years. The sporadic eruptions of sea beast tides have echoed like the roars of demons, sweeping toward human territories with overwhelming force. Some isolated islands, defenseless against this terrifying tide of sea monsters, are ultimately devoured entirely, leaving behind only desolation and silence. Fortunately, with the establishment of the Alliance of the Heavens and the advancement of Lin Jiaxiao's cultivation, improvements have been made. The demon beasts of the South China Sea no longer dare to act with impunity. However, legends tell of a colossal dragon slumbering deep within the South China Sea. A dragon at the transformation stage. Transformational cultivators can live for up to 10,000 years, while demon beasts can survive for 2 to 3 decades. Such a span of time is ample for the world to undergo significant changes. In the realm of demon beasts, bloodlines such as dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins are regarded as the pinnacle of existence, occupying an exalted status among divine beasts. This bloodline embodies boundless power and miraculous abilities, compelling all beasts to submit. Yet now, the Alliance of the Heavens dares to present a dragon-human girl as an auction item. This dragon-human girl is not the run-of-the-mill hybrid bloodline. She possesses the true essence of dragon blood. Amidst the gasps of astonishment from the crowd, Pangda slowly produced a bowl of herbs and placed it before him. He then approached the cage, pricking the arm of the dragon-human girl with a needle. The girl trembled all over, unable to resist, revealing that her strength was quite feeble. Pangda collected a few drops of her blood in a jade bowl and turned to pour it slowly onto the herbs. It was merely an ordinary linglong flower, aged 100 years. As the girl's blood dripped onto the flower, an extraordinary transformation occurred. The leaves of the linglong flower began to shake, its branches twisting and elongating, growing to the same height as Pangda in mere moments. But that was not the end. The flower's bloom suddenly tilted upward, and a series of dragon roars resonated. Boom! Suddenly, all of this ceased. The surface of the linglong flower rapidly flushed red and heated up, transforming into a vivid crimson. Flames erupted, and the entire linglong flower was reduced to ashes. I believe everyone has witnessed the manifestation of true dragon blood within living beings. This exquisite flower simply cannot withstand the internal power of dragon blood. This dragon girl was personally captured by our esteemed leader from the South Sea. According to our leader's speculation, she is a being born from the union of a true dragon in the Yuaning stage and a human. She has inherited the bloodline of a true dragon at the Yuaning level. A true dragon? How many Yuaning cultivators have even laid eyes on such a creature? The most they have encountered are mere flood dragons. As the inheritor of the true dragon bloodline, she is indeed a treasure trove. Dragon blood can be refined into pills. It can be used in alchemy. Dragon scales can be fashioned into armor. Dragon horns can be transformed into treasures. Dragon elixirs are the pinnacle of demonic pills. She currently stands at the level of a 5th-tier demon beast, but with the power of her bloodline, it will not be long before she can produce a dragon elixir. Esteemed guests, the starting bid is 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Let the auction commence. The auction price swiftly soared to an astonishing height. 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. It is worth noting that at that time, Li Shi, as a direct disciple of the Xiantian sect, earned merely 800 medium-grade spirit stones in a month. Adding it all up over the year, it amounted to nearly 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones, which translates to just 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Of course, direct disciples do not rely solely on that meager salary to survive. Song Yimou earns an uncountable sum from selling pills every day, while Yu Shiyu relentlessly hunts demonic cultivators, amassing several storage bags daily. Importantly, this is merely the starting price. On the auction stage, ordinary cultivators in the audience were abuzz with discussion. This is indeed 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones. What an eye-opener. This dragon girl is truly beautiful, if only I could. Dream on. This is no longer within our reach. We can only watch as those gnawing cultivators and renowned talents from major sects bid for her. What has preceded was merely an appetizer. The real auction items that have drawn the gnawing cultivators here are yet to come. Indeed, as Pangda's words fell, a thunderous voice erupted from the aerial ship above. 1,005 high-grade spirit stones. 2,005. Soon, other gnawing cultivators began to bid. 3,000. Esteemed guests, allow me to acquire this item. I will refine it into pills and share with all of you. Oldemo, your reputation is known far and wide, and besides, how dare you flaunt your alchemical skills? Do not embarrass yourself. I bid 5,000 high-grade spirit stones. 8,000. 1,000. This voice did not originate from above, but was shouted by Emoing at the forefront. Li Shi, observing everything, appeared slightly astonished. Although Emoing is one of the 4 great talents, 1,000 high-grade spirit stones is no small sum. This must be a significant sacrifice. Perhaps she has some grand purpose? Youngster, do not act impulsively. This item is fated to be mine. Do not meddle. I bid 11,000. The gnawing cultivator known as Old Imo continued to raise the bid. 13,000 high-grade spirit stones. Senior Imo Shuyan, this item is indeed of great use to me. I must contend for it. I implore you to relent. Imo Ing, with her unyielding demeanor, truly deserves her place among the 4 great talents, exuding an air of confidence. Imo Suyin scoffed, choosing not to bid further. Fellow Taoist Imo Ing offers a bid of 13,000 high-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone else willing to bid? At that moment, silence enveloped the entire venue, as everyone held their breath, eager to see to whom this dragon maiden would ultimately belong. The astonishing price left the gathered cultivators astounded. Those outside the auction hall, upon hearing such a figure, felt their spirits tremble in awe, exclaiming in disbelief at the sheer magnitude. Is this truly the realm of the affluent? Is there anyone else willing to place a bid? Li Shi licked his lips, contemplating the prospect of capturing the essence of this dragon girl. His ingenious team's plan to rebel against the heavenly Tao necessitated the presence of such a promising entity. A dragon girl as a subordinate was indeed a source of satisfaction for him. Thus, with a subtle indication from Li Shi, Zhang Zhe cleared his throat and proclaimed, I offer a cubic of spiritual liquid, a premium spiritual liquid. His voice resonated through the silent auction hall, momentarily startling the audience before it erupted into a cacophony of noise. The precise valuation of the spiritual liquid remained ambiguous. Yet it was generally accepted that its worth was approximately 1.5 times that of a premium spirit stone. This valuation was still somewhat theoretical, as spiritual liquid was exceedingly rare, typically forming only after eons of spiritual energy accumulation in blessed realms. Furthermore, the absorption and cultivation from spiritual liquid proved to be more seamless and convenient than from premium spirit stones, rendering it far more versatile. After all, spiritual liquid could be employed in alchemy to enhance both the success rate and quality of elixirs, and it served as a potent healing agent, making it an undeniable currency of value. A mere small vial of spiritual liquid was already deemed exceptionally precious. Consequently, upon Zhang Zhe's announcement, Pang Panda was momentarily taken aback. Are you using the unit cubic? A cubic of spiritual liquid? Is that correct? The entire auction hall fell into a momentary silence. Following this pause, a chorus of murmurs and gasps filled the space, and Zhang Zhe felt the weight of attention directed towards him, even from the aerial vessels above. Is this Zhang Zhe from the Zhang family? A cultivator recognized him. Do you know him? Could he be the son of a significant figure within the Alliance of Heaven? Not quite. The Zhang family once held considerable influence within the Alliance, but they have since fallen from grace. Rumor has it that his father was consumed by a beast after offering a cubic of spiritual liquid. Surely, this opportunity must have arisen from that. A cubic of spiritual liquid. What is its worth in spirit stones? Has he discovered some treasure trove? Such horror. The crowd speculated in hushed tones. In stark contrast to the audience's awe, a singular figure in the VIP section was visibly shaken. Zhang Zhe. And Lan struggled to rise from Imo Chen's embrace, her eyes wide with shock as she turned toward the direction of the voice. That voice was all too familiar to her. It was indeed Zhang Zhe. He was alive. Noticing Lan's sudden change in demeanor, Imo Chen raised an eyebrow with interest. Oh, so that is Zhang Zhe. And Lan began to speak. But before she could finish, Imo Chen raised a brow and shook his head, saying, "And Lan, I am quite disappointed in you." The mother and daughter had not confided in anyone regarding their past actions towards Zhang Zhe, yet astute individuals had already pieced the puzzle together. It was rumored that Zhang Ze's ancestors had once possessed the Tying divine body. Now, with Zhang Zhe missing and Lan awakening the Tying divine body, such coincidences seemed implausible. What does this mean, Brother Imo Chen? Anlin had yet to comprehend the situation. Mistakenly believing that Imo Chen had discovered her nefarious deeds and deemed her excessively ruthless for seizing another's divine pulse, thus looking down upon her. Just as she was about to defend herself, she was taken aback by Imo Chen's cold demeanor, his derisive laughter cutting through the air. "I must say, you have greatly disappointed me. Can you enlighten me? Why is Zhang Zhe still alive?" Imo Chen was unperturbed by his partner's merciless nature, however. He feared the possibility of her being a fool. It was at that moment Anlin grasped the truth. Imo Chen was appalled that she had left behind lingering consequences after her actions. How could Zhang Zhe survive if he fell into the sea in such a state? And yet, he had even gained some fortune? Anlin murmured in disbelief. Imo Chen furrowed his brow. "So, you did extract Zhang Ze's divine pulse? And you merely watched him plummet into the sea? You did nothing? You didn't ensure his demise?" Imo Chen expressed his incredulity. "Anlin, your intellect is quite concerning. Your wits have plummeted to an alarming low during this endeavor." Feeling the disdainful gaze of Imo Chen upon her, Anlin was overwhelmed by a surge of blood rushing to her head. Her once fair complexion flushed crimson like a ripe apple, as if she might bleed at any moment. The fury within her erupted like a volcano. Yet, this anger was not directed at Imo Chen, who had caused her humiliation, but rather at Zhang Zhe, who stood not far away. Suddenly, Anlin turned her head sharply. Her beautiful eyes now ablaze with wrath, glimmering with a chilling light, resembling two razor-sharp blades aimed directly at Zhang Zhe. If that murderous gaze could manifest physically, Zhang Zhe would have undoubtedly been torn to shreds by now. Zhang Zhe, however, did not meet Anlin's gaze, deliberately averting his eyes, fearing he might lose control and strike out. The agony of having his soul severed was a torment he could never forget. "Dear friend, I must remind you, this auction is organized with the utmost effort by the Alliance of Heavenly Harmony, and any form of deception is strictly prohibited." Pangda's intention was clear. He feared Zhang Zhe might inflate the bid, considering his cultivation level appeared to be merely at the qi refinement stage. "Humph," Zhang Zhe scoffed. And under Li Shi's command, he produced a jade vial and hurled it directly onto the platform. The exchange between Li Shi and Zhang Zhe relies on the oneness characteristic of the dual-born lotus, rendering them unafraid of being discovered by nascent soul cultivators. Naturally, while they speak of oneness, it is primarily the dual-born lotus that serves as the guiding entity. All derived heart lotuses are merely subservient to the main entity. Pangda utilized spiritual energy to seize the jade vial thrown by Zhang Zhe. Despite the considerable distance, he retrieved it in mere moments. Upon opening it slightly to perceive its contents, the gathered individuals witnessed a noticeable flush of color suffusing Pangda's countenance. Without further ado, they comprehended that the item was indeed authentic. "Esteemed friend, please feel free to bid as you wish." Pangda chuckled, even bowing slightly to the chi-refining Zhang Zhe. Before tossing the jade vial back, this esteemed friend offers one portion of top-tier spiritual liquid, equivalent to having served as an auctioneer for quite some time. Pangda found himself momentarily calculating the price, underscoring the rarity of the spiritual liquid. Such a substance typically manifests in a small vial only at the moment of foundation establishment or during the formation of a core, representing a transformation of spiritual energy, born of the laws of heaven and earth, rather than mere quantity. One portion is approximately 1,500 top-tier spiritual stones. Should any fellow cultivators wish to continue bidding, an offer exceeding 20,000 high-grade spiritual stones is required. With Pangda's words, the atmosphere within the auction hall reached its zenith. 1,500 top-tier spiritual stones may not seem excessive, equivalent to 15,000 high-grade spiritual stones. Not significantly more than Mo Ying's offer. However, top-tier spiritual stones are a rare commodity. Have you seen anyone bidding with top-tier spiritual stones? When engaging in a battle of wits, possessing even a single top-tier spiritual stone ensures a continuous flow of spiritual energy, nearly doubling one's chances of victory. This is precisely why Pangda made such a proclamation. Valuables without a market cannot be equated in such a manner. Otherwise, the auction would be rendered unfair. Mo Ying sighed, realizing that acquiring this dragon girl was beyond her means, as her opponent was far too affluent. Yet, the dragon girl was undeniably of great utility to her. With this thought, she cast a couple of glances towards Zhang Zhe, committing his presence to memory. Does any other esteemed friend wish to place a bid? Pangda called out thrice, but silence prevailed. Those lofty nascent soul cultivators may possess spiritual stones, yet they clearly did not deem a dragon girl worthy of such a price. Congratulations to this esteemed friend. You have secured the dragon girl. After the auction concludes, you may retrieve your slave from the back. Pangda continued, esteemed guests, we are now halfway through this auction. The remaining items to be auctioned are somewhat peculiar, yet they should possess considerable allure for those with specific needs. Bring them forth. On the auction platform, Pound smiled warmly as he waved his hand downwards. Subsequently, the floor of the elevated stage slowly cracked open, revealing a colossal object being gradually raised. It turned out to be an enormous withered branch, seemingly fallen from a giant tree, devoid of leaves and appearing utterly lifeless. As you may all know, our esteemed leader of the Heavenly Alliance has a penchant for tea and possesses a starry moon tree, whose leaves brew a delightful tea. However, in comparison to the owner of this withered branch, the Alliance leader once remarked, the difference is vast. This is a branch from the legendary 10,000 Paths tea tree. Pound's voice resonated with fervor, yet as his words settled, the audience in the auction hall exchanged puzzled glances, clearly bewildered. What is the 10,000 Paths tea tree? Such a name was entirely unfamiliar to them. However, the cultivators of the nascent soul stage aboard the floating ship exhibited a markedly different reaction upon hearing the name. Their composure visibly faltered. Are you certain this is a withered branch of the 10,000 Paths tea tree? Where did your Heavenly Alliance acquire it? Inquired the excited nascent soul cultivator, Mo Shuyan. Esteemed elder, to speak candidly, this was obtained by our leader a millennium ago during his venture into the previous iteration of the Starry Hall. This revelation sent a shockwave through the crowd. A millennium ago, Lin Jiuxiao acquired the withered branch of the 10,000 Paths tea tree. Humph, Lin Jiuxiao, your secrecy is as solid as rock. This remark came from another nascent soul cultivator, who clearly bore no fear of the reputed #1 cultivator of the South Sea, Lin Jiuxiao. Just then, Lin Jiuxiao's voice rang out. Indeed, this object is of such rarity that it is not suitable for widespread announcement, hence it has remained undisclosed to all of you. Friend Lin, if I recall correctly, when the Starry Hall opened a millennium ago, you had yet to reach the nascent soul stage, correct? A feminine voice interjected, likely belonging to the leader of the Jade Ring sect, whom Li Ba had encountered. I indeed had not reached the nascent soul stage, merely at the pinnacle of the golden core. This statement rendered the atmosphere among the nascent soul cultivators somewhat awkward. When Lin Jiuxiu was at the pinnacle of the golden core, they had already attained the nascent soul stage. Now, a millennium later, Lin Jiuxiu stood on the cusp of transcending to the divine transformation stage, while they remained nascent soul cultivators. However, soon after, someone spoke up, interrupting this tense ambience. Since the 10,000 Paths tea tree is so precious and you, friend Lin, have preserved it for a millennium, why present it now? The voice was unfamiliar, emanating from the same vicinity as Mo Shuyan. Who is this nascent soul female cultivator accompanying Mo? The gathered nascent soul cultivators were left in a state of confusion. Old Mo is accustomed to solitude. Who could this nascent soul female cultivator be? Lin Jiuxiao cast his gaze toward the source of the unfamiliar voice. This fellow cultivator is quite a stranger to me. The more one encounters her, the more familiar she becomes. The voice of the female cultivator resonated softly, ethereal as a gentle breeze sweeping through the auction hall, sending a shiver through one's heart and stirring the spirit. To put it simply, it was utterly enchanting. The other cultivators felt a rush of blood to their heads. Their curiosity piqued to behold the visage of this woman, willing to risk everything for a mere glimpse. Yet, for Li Shi, a pang of apprehension gripped his heart, and his expression shifted subtly. He recognized that voice all too well. It belonged to Lu Ruyin, the very Lu Ruyin who had entered the vortex of the great translocation with him. What was she doing here? Li Shi furrowed his brow, realizing the unfortunate truth. Happy Valley was no more. It was highly likely that Lu Ruyin had fallen into the South China Sea. And considering that Happy Valley had already been reduced to a mere shadow of its former self, there was little reason to return. Thus, the other party's association with that gnawing cultivator named Imo Su Yin was due to. Li Shi recalled the bear demon of the transformation realm that had tasted the sweetness of Lu Ruyin. A dignified beast of the transformation realm had spent a lifetime in the depths of the Tianyi Mountains in solitude, only to emerge and become entranced by Lu Ruyin's lewd skills. This illustrates the formidable nature of Lu Ruyin. Li Shi had inquired and discovered that the enigmatic nascent soul cultivator named Imo Su Yin was a solitary individual, rarely engaging with others, utterly absorbed in his pursuit of the Tao. To his astonishment, such a peculiar practitioner had also fallen under the sway of Lu Ruyin. Truly, Lu Ruyin is an extraordinary woman. Wherever she goes, she possesses the ability to persuade others effortlessly. Her charm is indeed unparalleled. Lin Jiuxiao marveled at this. Dismissing any lingering doubts, after all, he was merely dealing with a foreign nascent soul cultivator. Be they an ancient hermit returning from seclusion or an outsider from Tiannan, he felt no concern. This was the confidence befitting the foremost figure of the South Sea, a confidence akin to that of Yi Tianjia from Tiannan. Subsequently, Lin Jiuxiu elaborated on the reason for presenting the Wan Dao Tea tree. In truth, I am reluctant to part with it. Yet this entity is on the verge of losing its last vestige of spiritual essence. Upon acquiring the Wan Dao Tea tree, Lin Jiuxiu had discovered that this seemingly withered would still possess vitality. Overjoyed, he endeavored to nurture the Wan Dao Tea tree, hoping to revive this ancient, preserved innate spiritual root. However, despite nearly a millennium of efforts, he had been unable to restore it to life. After reaching the half-step divine transformation stage, he even employed a fragment of his divine transformation essence in a desperate attempt to rejuvenate the Wan Dao Tea tree. Yet this only resulted in the growth of a single tender leaf, which quickly withered once more. The aspiration to resurrect the Wan Dao Tea tree remained a distant dream. Observing the gradual disappearance of its internal life essence, he could no longer contain his impatience and decided to auction it, hoping that fellow cultivators might possess the means to restore it to vitality. Heh. At that time, a few tea leaves would suffice, he remarked, his voice echoing throughout the auction hall, enlightening the audience. They then understood that Lin Jiuxiao was compelled to take this course of action. Should the resurrection of the Wan Dao Tea tree prove impossible, it would still serve as an excellent material for artifact refinement. Yet it could not compare to the potential of a revived Wan Dao Tea tree. As Lin Jiuxiao's words lingered in the air, the gathered nascent soul cultivators fell silent, deep in thought, contemplating the pros and cons. If Lin Jiuxiao himself could not achieve the resurrection of the Wan Dao Tea tree, could they? Meanwhile, Pang Deshan seized the opportunity to explain to those unfamiliar with the name of the Wan Dao Tea tree. In ancient times, the concept of innate spiritual roots was well known. Among them are the immortal apricot, fusang tree, primordial green lotus, twin lotus blossoms, void vine, world tree, and others. The Wan Dao Tea tree is one such entity. It is a being birthed from the great Tao, claiming the essence of heaven and earth, absorbing the laws of the great Tao to give rise to life. Every leaf of the Wan Dao Tea tree encapsulates the laws of the great Tao, allowing cultivators to comprehend the Tao and gain insight into one of the myriad paths within the 3,000 Tao. And now, let the bidding commence. The starting price is 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. As this figure was announced, an unexpected silence enveloped the auction hall. No one dared to place a bid. 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. The price appears to be affordable only for those of the yuanying stage. After a few moments of astonishment, a yuanying cultivator spoke up. Senior Lin Jiuxiao, do the earth vein mother liquid, Taichu Xian water, Jiutian true water, and spirit chi liquid have any efficacy for the Wan Dao Tea tree? Indeed. Lin Jiuxi replied, yet he sighed immediately after. The Wan Dao Tea tree seemed akin to an unfathomable abyss. I have employed all the substances you mentioned, only to witness them swiftly absorbed by it, rendering them utterly ineffective. If my conjecture holds true, rejuvenating it through the irrigation of spirit liquids would require an immense quantity. The assembly of yuanying cultivators fell into a contemplative silence. The term immense was astonishingly used to describe these exceedingly rare spirit liquids in existence. The individual, named Zhang Zhe, who could produce a single vial of spirit qi liquid, had already astonished the crowd, presenting a tremendous opportunity. Yet now, as Lin Jiuxiu indicated, even a vial of spirit qi liquid would merely be a drop in the ocean. The atmosphere grew hushed, with no one daring to place a bid. 100,000 high-grade spirit stones is not an insignificant sum, unworthy of a withered Wandao tea tree. Within the ship, Lin Jiuxiu shook his head in resignation. It seemed the Wandao tea tree was destined to go unsold. However, he had anticipated this outcome. After all, if even he could not resolve the issue, who could? At that moment, a familiar voice resonated through the auction house. It was Zhang Zhe again. This time, his voice trembled slightly, for he sensed all the Yuanying cultivators directing their gazes towards him. I will offer 10 vials of spirit qi liquid. Is that sufficient? If not, I can increase my bid. Zhang Zhe, who had initially spoken with confidence, gradually lost his vigor under the scrutinizing stares of the Yuanying cultivators. Come on. Stay spirited. Don't lose face. Li Shi, harnessing the authority of the dual lotus, ignited a fire within his heart. Lin Jiuxiu, with a look of astonishment, turned his gaze towards Zhang Zhe. Just how much does this young man possess? At present, the eyes of the entire auction gathered upon Zhang Zhe, countless fervent gazes converging, eager to penetrate his secrets. The concept of the 10-direction spirit liquid? It transcends mere forms of spiritual energy. The generation of spirit liquid is exceedingly rare. Firstly, it may arise from the accumulation of countless years within a blessed realm, often yielding only a small jar, no larger than a basin. Secondly, during critical breakthroughs in cultivation, such as the foundation establishment or core formation stages, practitioners may witness a qualitative transformation of spiritual energy into liquid. The ability to achieve these stages relies heavily on the momentary transformation of spiritual energy, underscoring its rarity. Moreover, a third method involves high-level practitioners, such as those in the nascent soul or spirit transformation stages, wielding immense magical power to forcibly compress large quantities of spiritual energy or even spirit stones. When compressed to their limits, they can produce a form of pseudo-spirit liquid. In comparison to the naturally generated spirit liquid, this pseudo-variant lacks the intrinsic spirituality imparted by the laws of the Tao, significantly diminishing its efficacy. Additionally, the process is laborious and time-consuming, deterring advanced practitioners from investing their efforts in such endeavors. Peng De had already examined Zhang Zhe's spirit liquid, and it was evident to all that it was of the highest quality. Its effects were even more potent. Peng De, having merely caught a whiff, was left flushed with excitement. What the crowd remained unaware of was that Zhang Zhe's spirit liquid, strictly speaking, was the bathing water derived from the innate spiritual plant known as the dual lotus. Thus, it was all the more extraordinary. The spirit liquid is not easily obtained, and its applications in alchemy, cultivation, and combat make it exceptionally valuable. And now, he claims to possess tenfold? All eyes turned towards Zhang Zhe. Countless minds began to entertain alternative thoughts, speculating on the hidden wealth behind his claim. It is highly likely that Zhang Zhe had discovered a blessed realm rich in concentrated spirit liquid. At this moment, who among the cultivators present would not be as eager as a fly drawn to blood, salivating at the prospect? Li Shi and Li Ba displayed remarkable theatricality, their gazes following the crowd's attention towards Zhang Zhe, their faces shrouded in gloom as they fixated on him, embodying avarice with vivid intensity. Among the multitude of stares, several emanated the spiritual pressure of nascent soul cultivators. Zhang Zhe trembled, drenched in sweat, feeling as though his life was on the brink of termination. In the next moment, Lin Jiuxiu's voice resonated, calm and unhurried, gently addressing the assembly. Peng De, have you lost your wits? This voice dispelled the oppressive aura of the nascent soul practitioners present, granting Zhang Zhe a moment of reprieve. At that moment, the dazed Peng De regained his composure, realizing his own lapse in decorum. A fellow cultivator has offered 10 jars of premium spirit liquid. Is there anyone else willing to bid? Bids must not be less than 150,000 high-grade spirit stones. Peng De's voice echoed throughout the venue. Boom. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, shocked by the staggering figure. Yet, everyone understood that this price was not exorbitant. It was, in fact, somewhat conservative. However, the greater curiosity centered on how much spirit liquid Zhang Zhe possessed. The nascent soul cultivators aboard the ship were the most exhilarated. The question lingered. Did Zhang Zhe possess sufficient spirit liquid to revive the myriad Dao tea tree? After the initial uproar, an intriguing silence enveloped the atmosphere. No one dared to bid. The unrevivable myriad Dao tea tree was not worth such a price. Congratulations to this esteemed cultivator for acquiring the branch of the myriad Dao tea tree. It must be said that Zhang Zhe had commanded attention. Yet discerning eyes recognized the peril he faced. This person is already doomed. Imochen scoffed, cradling Enlon back into his embrace. Such a display of foolishness was indeed laughable. To expose such immense wealth stirred the hearts of many. Beside him, Imoing furrowed her brow, perplexed by Zhang Ze's repeated audacity. Among the four great talents, the other two were female cultivators named in Bingyan and Murong Yuan, who had been seated together throughout. Occasionally exchanging glances or linking arms, their demeanor laced with ambiguity, drawing the attention of countless onlookers. They too were curious about Zhang Ze, contemplating in silence. Pang De wiped the sweat from his brow, a rare occurrence for a golden core cultivator. The auction continued. As a series of spiritual treasures and secret techniques were sold at high prices, the atmosphere within the hall surged once more. Yet, glances towards Zhang Ze persisted. The subsequent items for bid were all exceptionally precious, aside from the nascent soul practitioners. Only the elders of the sects and the most talented cultivators at the forefront could afford to bid. Congratulations to this esteemed elder for acquiring the Dragon God technique at the price of 70,000 high-grade spirit stones. A cultivator at the nascent soul stage acquired a rare technique known as the Dragon God art from the Celestial Alliance, exchanging it for a staggering 70,000 high-grade spirit stones. After the transaction, Pang De suddenly smiled and waved his hand. In the next moment, a procession of over a dozen exquisite and alluring maidens emerged gracefully from the underground passage. Their movements were light and elegant, reminiscent of butterflies, capturing the attention of countless cultivators who gazed in awe. Each of these women was a paragon of beauty, capable of enchanting any realm. They possessed distinct charms and allure. However, the focal point was their attire. The bodices of their garments were crafted from lustrous, pristine shells, while delicate coral crystals adorned their waists and wrists. The skirts shimmered with starlight, embellished with crushed coral powder that sparkled brilliantly. Complementing this were sheer fabrics that draped gracefully around their waists, adorned with pearl embellishments, creating a harmonious and exquisite ensemble. This was merely one style. Another featured voluminous skirts supported by coral, with a form-fitting waist that accentuated the women's graceful figures. Some wore shells that modestly covered key areas, with no other embellishments. Each of the more than a dozen maidens showcased a unique style. Countless youthful cultivators craned their necks, their faces flushed with excitement. Though they were uncertain of the purpose, their curiosity compelled them to observe. Pang De, beaming with delight, addressed the crowd with a bow. Esteemed friends, behold the latest creation from the Mirage Weaving Pavilion. Garments of pearls, shells, and corals. Each material is sourced from the bounteous realms, ensuring longevity and vitality when worn. They are exceptionally durable, impervious to common spells. Moreover, they are imbued with intricate minor formations capable of releasing spells. The patterns are woven with the essence of the Tao. They resist the ravages of time and repel dirt. Should you desire these exquisite garments, make sure to choose the Mirage Weaving Pavilion. We have secured a patent with the Celestial Alliance. For a century, no one in the South Sea may replicate this exquisite style. A ripple of suppressed laughter spread among the cultivators as they realized it was merely a promotion from the Mirage Weaving Pavilion. Was this not just an advertisement? Li Shi felt a flush of embarrassment, his eyes widening in astonishment. The Phantasmagoria Pavilion had surprisingly chosen to utilize this auction as a platform for advertisement. One could only wonder how much the advertising space cost. The pavilion was remarkably swift in its actions, and the individual named Song can prove to be quite a talent. It appeared that even cultivators are human, possessing aesthetic sensibilities and interests. Not all practitioners are solely devoted to the path of cultivation. In every profession, excellence can be found. And this holds true even in the realm of cultivation. Numerous women danced gracefully upon the high stage, eventually retreating and vanishing into the passageway. Yet, many cultivators leaned forward, peering into the corridor. However, in the next moment, they were drawn back by the voice of Pang De. Next up, we shall present the final auction item. A woman in the foundation establishment stage slowly ascended the stage, cradling a shell the size of a fan, covered by a white cloth, which she gently placed before Pang De. All eyes turned to the shell. What treasure could possibly surpass the allure of the myriad tea trees and those mystical spiritual artifacts? Pang De surveyed the audience and abruptly lifted the white cloth, revealing the treasure beneath. It was a jade pendant. No, In fact, it was two. Correction, it was a pair of yin-yang fish jade pendants. Esteemed friends, I am certain you have encountered a particular kind of deception before. Items purported to have been worn by transformation stage or even immortal beings, marketed as such for profit. However, I assure you at this moment, our esteemed leader can attest to this. This item is indeed a personal treasure of a transformation stage cultivator, worn for no less than several millennia. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Yet, it wasn't long before a nascent soul cultivator posed a piercing question. What is its miraculous quality? This inquiry struck at the heart of the matter. Without a miraculous quality, no amount of hype would suffice. The miraculous quality must be indestructible. The audience fell silent once again. Suddenly, the observant Li Shi keenly noted Pangda's choice of words, indestructible rather than unbreakable. While unbreakable would indeed denote something remarkable, suggesting that it had been nurtured by the Tao through years of wear by a transformation stage cultivator, which would significantly lower its value. However, indestructible signified something entirely different. Pangda began his demonstration. The pair of yin-yang fish jade pendants automatically aligned when brought near each other. With a mere touch, I can demonstrate its power. As he spoke, Pangda picked up the pendants and lightly struck a prepared spiritual stone. A sharp sound echoed, and the stone shattered into fine powder. Pangda wasted no time, absorbing the dissipated spiritual energy within himself, and then beckoned downward. A bound man was brought forth, a golden core cultivator. This individual practiced demonic arts, having slain an entire island of mortals and even murdered an elder of the Heavenly Alliance at the golden core stage, making him a perfect specimen for experimentation. After Pangda spoke, he gently touched the man's forehead with the jade pendant. The male cultivator in the core formation stage widened his eyes in terror, yet was bound by a special restriction, utterly incapable of escaping, as he helplessly watched the pendant gradually approach him. Pangda did not exert force. It was more akin to a delicate caress against the man's brow. In the next moment, all present witnessed the man silently disintegrate into fine powder, vanishing without a trace. Not even a hint of blood mist or sound to mark his end. He was obliterated from existence. A collective gasp echoed throughout the hall, a testament to the object's extraordinary nature. Aside from this singular demonstration, our Heavenly Harmony Alliance has yet to uncover any other utility for it. Ladies and gentlemen, the bidding may commence. The starting price is 300,000 high-grade spirit stones. This sum is indeed exorbitant, nearly equivalent to the revenue of a sect over several years. In the auction hall, all eyes were drawn to the aerial ship above, for only those exalted nascent soul cultivators could possibly muster such a wealth of spirit stones. Can't you discern what this object truly is, Alliance Leader Lin? The voice of Pu Yuan, the leader of the Jade Ring sect, resonated. Could Lin Jiuxiao, a half-step transformation god, genuinely be unable to unveil the truth of this artifact? The esteemed Yuan Fairy poses such a question. If I were to claim ignorance, it would surely reflect poorly on my abilities. In my observation, this item appears to have been worn and refined over the years by a transformation god practitioner of the yin-yang path. Its seemingly invincible power must stem from the lethal synergy of yin and yang forces. Such strength could very well threaten even a nascent soul cultivator. Lin Jiuxiao's assertion was bold, yet none of the nascent soul cultivators in attendance seemed eager to bid. What if it is indeed indomitable? Can it strike from a distance? Can it be wielded? If one cannot approach, how could they ever slay a nascent soul? Is it reliant on ambush? If one possessed the capability to stealthily approach a nascent soul cultivator, would they still require such an object? For the nascent soul cultivators, the true value lies in whether this jade pendant can be employed to comprehend the profound principles of the yin-yang Tao. Upon hearing Lin Jiuxiao's words, the nascent soul cultivators had already analyzed the merits and drawbacks. They were still deliberating when a voice broke the silence. 330,000 spirit liquid. Zhang Zhe rasped, his shout piercing through the tension in the air. A strange aura enveloped the auction, creating an eerie stillness. Zhang Zhe was straightforward in his bidding. However, the nascent soul cultivators had far more to contemplate. Pangda's face twitched violently. Are you courting death, you fool? While others guard their fortunes with utmost caution, fearing even a whisper might invoke disaster, you seemed desperate for attention. What were you thinking? Pangda could not help but question whether this lad truly possessed such a wealth of spirit liquid. Could it be that he merely had a single vial, which he had already inspected, with no more to show? But what was his intent? Tired of life? Do you wish to experience the sensation of being besieged? At this moment, Anlan struggled free from the embrace of Emo Chan, unable to lie still any longer. Her teeth clenched in fury, her features contorted with rage. She fixed a piercing glare upon Zhang Zhe. Zhang Zhe. It was never-ending. She could hardly fathom how Zhang Zhe had come by such fortune. Could it be that the place where she had cast him aside harbored a hidden paradise? This was inconceivable, and Lan racked her brains, unable to comprehend how events had spiraled into their current state. However, Zhang Zhe was astonishingly brazen. Could it be that he was recklessly performing for her benefit? Indeed, it must be so. He orchestrated all of this merely to catch her eye, to exact revenge upon her, to draw her attention. And Lan swiftly deduced the truth in her mind. Zhang Zhe must have encountered fortuitous circumstances, prompting his return to flaunt it before her, to satiate his own vanity. Could it be that he still harbored feelings for her? Did she still have a chance to extract some resources from him? Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Zhang Zhe was doomed. With so many cultivators, including numerous gnawing practitioners, fixated upon him, how could he possibly prevail? Utterly foolish. Abandoning him had indeed been the right decision. With this thought, Lan gradually quelled her anger, lest she provoke Mo Chen's annoyance. As for Mo Chen, he maintained a serene smile throughout, toying with Lan's form. Zhang Zhe was intriguing. Amidst the bizarre atmosphere of the auction house, Pang cleared his throat and spoke once more. This esteemed friend bids 30 portions of spiritual liquid. Pang did not bother with calculations, instead directly inquiring. He repeated the question 3 times, yet no one countered. The ambience in the hall grew quiet and eerie. Congratulations to this esteemed friend. You have won the Yin-Yang Fish Jade Pendant. Thus, all treasures at this Tianhe Alliance auction have been sold. Wishing all of you a smooth journey in your celestial paths. May myriad laws accompany you. Friends who have won treasures, please proceed to the backstage for redemption. The auction has concluded, and the crowd begins to rise, gradually making their way out. However, the atmosphere is peculiar. Whispers circulate among the departing guests. Their glances filled with a mix of curiosity, malice, and anticipation, all directed towards Zhang Zhe. This is the territory of the Heavenly Alliance, where the might of Lin Jiushao reigns, and none dare to harbor ill intentions. Yet, Zhang Zhe is undeniably captivating, akin to a succulent morsel emanating an enticing aroma amidst a pack of wolves. In the face of the scrutinizing gazes, Zhang Zhe licked his lips and rose to his feet, following a female cultivator of the Foundation establishment stage as she guided him to the VIP area backstage. After traversing a corridor, they arrived at an opulently decorated small chamber. The female cultivator knocked gently on the door, and upon its opening, Zhang Zhe was momentarily taken aback. Awaiting him on the other side was none other than Lin Jiushao himself. Young friend, you have certainly made quite the impression, Lin Jiushao remarked with a smile, gesturing for Zhang Zhe to take a seat. The alliance leader is jesting, Zhang Zhe replied, for his family, the Zhang clan, is indeed a member of the Heavenly Alliance, making it only fitting for him to address Lin Jiushao as such. Please, sit down. We are now parties to a transaction. Lin Jiushao was already well informed of Zhang Ze's identity prior to his arrival. The Zhang family has a historical record of possessing the Tian divine body, and thus the speculation surrounding Lan's attempt to seize Zhang Ze's Tian divine body had also reached Lin Jiushao's ears. His intent was not to intervene. Both the Yin and Zhang families are factions within the Heavenly Alliance, and regardless of who ultimately claims the Tian divine body, it would not impede the alliance's growth. Upon their first encounter, Lin Jiushao, with his formidable prowess, discerned much about Zhang Zhe. At present, Zhang Zhe is at the 9th level of qi refinement, on the verge of establishing his foundation. Yet, according to reports from his spies, merely days prior, Zhang Zhe was at the 6th level of qi refinement. This further corroborated Zhang Ze's extraordinary potential. However, Lin Jiushao also noted other anomalies, specifically, Zhang Ze's spiritual root. A qi refinement cultivator could not conceal any secrets from one approaching the threshold of the nascent soul stage. The spiritual root is a conduit of spiritual energy that runs throughout a cultivator's body, a divine endowment. Zhang Ze possessed an ordinary medium-grade water spiritual root. Yet in Lin Jiushao's discerning gaze, it seemed as though a lotus leaf had taken residence along Zhang Ze's spine, substituting the function of the spiritual root and providing him with spiritual energy. Was this some form of extraordinary treasure? Lin Jiushao made no immediate comment on his observations. Instead, he retrieved a storage bag and a spirit beast pouch, placing them before Zhang Ze. Here lies the branch of the Wandao tea tree and the Yin-Yang Fish Jade Pendant. Within the spirit beast pouch is the Dragon Maiden. The storage pouch cannot hold items of conversation, yet if comfort is not a concern, The spirit beast pouch may be utilized to accommodate a person. Zhang Zhe nodded, accepting the pouch from Lin Jiao's hands, and then similarly produced 2 storage pouches, placing them before Lin Jiao. A total of 41 portions of spiritual liquid could not even fit in a single storage pouch. Lin Jiao merely opened the pouch to sense its contents and nodded in acknowledgement. Young friend Zhang, now that our business is concluded, may I inquire about other matters? Lin Jiao's expression was gentle and amiable, resembling a casual chat between old acquaintances. However, Zhang Zhe felt the atmosphere had grown somewhat tense. Lord Alliance Leader, you jest. Please feel free to ask anything. I shall answer without reservation. Hiki, it is nothing of great consequence. I simply wish to know the source of your fortune. Lin Jiao inquired directly, maintaining his smile as if unperturbed. Yet, Zhang Zhe understood that Lin Jiao could not be so at ease. There was undoubtedly a sense of greed lurking within him. Were they not within the confines of the Heavenly Harmony Alliance, but rather in some distant land? Lin Jiao would have already resorted to soul-searching, easily uncovering all of Zhang Zhe's secrets without such tediousness. However, they were not in such a place. And with so many eyes upon them, including several nascent soul cultivators, it was a precarious situation. Since the Alliance leader has asked, Zhang Zhe hesitated briefly before recounting his tale. It was on that fateful day that Enlon betrayed me. He seized my tiny divine vein. I was cast into the sea, destined for death. As he spoke, Zhang Zhe displayed genuine anguish and fury, his veins bulging. This was no act. His anger was sincere. I had believed that my demise would prevent me from seeking vengeance. Yet unexpectedly, I fell into the lair of a god transformation cultivator who was in seclusion. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiao squinted his eyes, betraying no reaction. He was skeptical. Zhang Zhe, oblivious to Lin Jiao's demeanor, continued to expound upon his extraordinary encounter. I inadvertently landed above the lair of that god transformation cultivator, rousing the elder from his meditation. Seeing my plight, the elder took me in as his disciple. Lin Jiao's face twitched. Were they to hold a storytelling session? Such a cheap tale to deceive. Lin Jiao felt a surge of indignation, contemplating whether to seize Zhang Zhe and probe his soul directly. Yet, unbeknownst to Lin Jiao, Zhang Zhe was currently parasitized by the Xinxin leaf, a derivative of the dual lotus, and Li Shi could wield the authority of the dual lotus to extinguish Zhang Zhe's life at will. In the present moment, with a mere thought, Li Shi caused Zhang Zhe to perish, his essence shattered, and his soul fragmented, leaving no time for soul-searching. This epitomizes unity of heart. Noticing the peculiar expression and restless thoughts of Lin Jiao, Zhang Zhe swallowed hard and commenced the performance he had meticulously orchestrated. It appeared that the senior was skeptical. Lin Jiao remained silent, merely smiling, intently observing Zhang Zhe's display. The atmosphere fell into a tranquil stillness. Heh, Zhang Zhe chuckled softly. Producing a wooden plaque from his storage pouch, Lin Jiao cast a glance at it, feeling a twinge of confusion. It was merely an ordinary wooden plaque, devoid of any aura or extraordinary qualities. What purpose did it serve? The senior who had taken him as a disciple was at a pivotal moment in his cultivation. Yet curious about the changes in the outside world, had tasked him with attending this auction. All his actions were under the watchful eye of his mentor. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiao raised an eyebrow, once more scrutinizing the wooden plaque with his spiritual sense. Still, there was nothing unusual. Even its craftsmanship was rudimentary, resembling a random piece carved from a roadside stump. Lin Jiao was nearly overwhelmed with amusement. Are you attempting to deceive me, Junior? His expression darkened. Fearing Lin Jiao might take action, Zhang Zhe hastily interjected, My lord, I assure you, I do not deceive. With that, he focused on the wooden plaque, closing his eyes as if engaged in silent communication. Yet, Lin Jiao sensed no fluctuations. Moments later, Zhang Zhe opened his eyes and gazed at Lin Jiao. My master has stated that if I wish to prove myself, he can enable me to establish my foundation out of thin air. Establish a foundation from nothing? What nonsense is this? Who possesses such capability? If Lin Jiao could do that, he would have already catalyzed the emergence of 100,000 foundation cultivators for the Alliance. Just then, Zhang Zhe's aura began to fluctuate rapidly. In an instant, spiritual energy erupted, coalescing with a thunderous sound. A minuscule vortex of spiritual energy burst forth. After 3 breaths, the vortex dissipated, revealing that Zhang Zhe had transformed into a foundation cultivator. Lin Jiao narrowed his eyes, momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained composure. Pondering the implications of the situation, could it be that Zhang Zhe had reached the pinnacle of qi refinement? No. He had only recently attained the 9th level of chi refinement, still some distance from foundation establishment. Was it through some extraordinary treasure? Or perhaps he had ingested a pill in advance. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Lin Jiuxiao was about to speak when Zhang Zhe interrupted him. My master has proclaimed that, fearing you may not believe, he intends to elevate my cultivation to the core formation stage. Lin Jiuxiao was momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend the meaning of this assertion. Establishing core formation from nothing? Preposterous. What a ridiculous claim. Is your master a reincarnated immortal? Even those at the transformation stage cannot achieve such a feat. In the next instant, Lin Jiuxiao's eyes widened in astonishment. Right before him, Zhang Zhe's previously pale visage suddenly flushed with a vibrant hue. Simultaneously, he emanated a formidable aura, akin to surging ocean waves, each crest rising higher than the last, relentlessly battering the surrounding space. Zhang Zhe's cultivation surged at an astonishing pace, shattering barriers one after another, propelling him from his original state to the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage in mere breaths. At this moment, he was enveloped in swirling spiritual energy, radiating brilliance, having reached the zenith of foundation establishment. But the spectacle did not end there. The laws of heaven and earth rapidly coalesced, forming a vortex of spiritual energy centered around Zhang Zhe. Boom! The immense force collided against the walls, causing the entire structure to tremble perilously. Fortunately, Lin Jiuxiao reacted swiftly, exerting his formidable magical power to stabilize the situation. Distantly, astonished exclamations could be heard. In the next moment, Lin Jiuxiao's voice resonated through the air. Do not panic. There is no cause for alarm. After calming the crowd, he turned his gaze to Zhang Zhe. Zhang Zhe produced another storage bag, from which an unending stream of spiritual liquid burst forth, enveloping him entirely. This spiritual liquid continuously poured into Zhang Zhe's dantian. With Lin Jiuxiao's discerning eye, it was evident that Zhang Zhe was on the verge of forming his golden core. But how could this be possible? Could a spirit transformation cultivator achieve such a feat? Boom! A sound of shattering echoed, emanating from deep within Zhang Zhe's dantian, signaling the onset of golden core formation. Lin Jiuxiao witnessed the spiritual energy within Zhang Zhe gathering at an incredible speed, surging toward the dantian like a relentless tide. Within mere breaths, this energy coalesced into a dazzling orb of light, bright enough to dispel the surrounding darkness. Finally, as the spiritual energy reached its critical mass, a transformative phenomenon commenced. Akin to the emergence of a golden sun, the golden core slowly materialized. It radiated with resplendent golden brilliance, each beam infused with boundless mysterious power and vitality. At the moment the golden core manifested, an overwhelming wave of energy surged from Zhang Zhe, distorting and rippling the air around him. All of this transpired within a matter of mere breaths. Lin Jiuxiao stood in shock, mouth agape, from the beginning to the end. As Zhang Zhe ascended from chi refinement to golden core formation, he had detected no influx of external energy. It seemed as though everything occurred naturally within Zhang Zhe's being. Lin Jiuxiao could find no clues, leaving him astounded, and, faintly, a tinge of fear began to creep in. He was starting to believe Zhang Zhe's words. For what lay before him was utterly inexplicable. Could it be that a spirit transformation cultivator could truly accomplish such feats? Zhang Zhe's true deception lies in the fact that his master transcends the realm of transformation. Above the transformation realm, there exists a level known as the semi-immortal, also referred to as the red dust immortal or the void-breaking realm, which indicates one who has yet to undergo tribulation and ascend to the celestial realm, having yet to take that final step. Lord Alliance leader, if you still do not believe, no need. Then shall I take my leave? Zhang Zhe inquired, scratching his head. No need to see you off. He pushed the door open and stepped outside, under the curious gazes of those around him, gradually exiting the auction hall. Within the secret chamber, Lin Jiuxiao fell into silence. This was utterly illogical. Yet, apart from Zhang Zhe's assertions, there seemed to be no alternative explanation. However, it was inevitable that someone would be unable to resist taking action against Zhang Zhe. He need not rush to become the leader. The possibility of a reclusive cultivator, hidden away for millennia, transcending the transformation realm was conceivable. Yet, the notion of such a practitioner remaining unknown for so long was somewhat implausible. This was indeed bizarre. Meanwhile, in a loft nearby, a bustling tavern located at the periphery of the auction house was abuzz with activity. Although the auction had concluded, the tavern remained lively. Numerous cultivators gathered around tables or in small clusters, animatedly discussing the events of the auction. a middle-aged cultivator clad in a blue robe. At the 9th level of Qi refinement, animatedly remarked that Zhangze has certainly made a name for himself in the South Sea this time. Just fear he may vanish without a trace in a few days. Not necessarily. If I were him, I would simply remain hidden on Falling Star Island. Would those people dare to act against him there? Your thinking is too simplistic. The island is rife with all sorts of characters. And even Yuanian cultivators have their eyes on Zhangze. A moment's carelessness could lead to utter ruin. The tavern was filled with lively chatter, with discussions about the auction echoing throughout, not unlike an ordinary establishment. Some cultivators eagerly shared their recorded impressions of the auction through their viewing stones, while others lamented not having the resolve to save more spiritual stones to acquire their desired treasures. Additionally, some were analyzing the true value of the items that fetched exorbitant prices. Yet, the most talked about topic remained Zhangze, a Qi refinement cultivator who had overshadowed the Yuanian cultivators. On the 2nd floor, in a private compartment, Li Shi, Jiang Biaha, and Li Ba were enjoying a meal and indulging in wine. Leveraging the authority of the Twin Lotus, he observed the conversation between Zhangze and Lin Jiuxiao from a spectator's perspective. With the aid of the system, he orchestrated a remarkable display of divine revelation. What significance did a half-step transformation into divinity hold? The power of the system transcended all. In this endeavor, Zhangze was propelled to the stage of Dan formation, consuming over 300,000 attribute points, nearly 2 million of which were solely for the formation of Dan. However, with several million attribute points now at his disposal, Li Shi no longer felt any pang of regret. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The grand performance had only just commenced. Upon exiting the auction house, Zhangze distinctly perceived several probing gazes that swiftly retreated, filled with astonishment and confusion. Amidst the exclamations of onlookers, he stepped outside, only to find a woman awaiting him ahead. Clad in white and wielding a sword, she was none other than Imoing, one of the 4 great prodigies. Upon spotting Zhangze, Imoing hastened to approach him. Daoist Jan, a cultivator of Dan formation? Imoing was taken aback by Zhangze's cultivation level, initially believing she had mistaken him for someone else. Yet upon closer inspection, it was undoubtedly Zhangze himself. But how could this be possible? Just a short while ago, he had been a mere Qi refining practitioner. Is it you, Fairy Imoing? I had no choice but to claim what your heart desired at the auction. Imo Ying's expression was peculiar, hesitant to overstep. Is this esteemed friend indeed named Zhangze? Imo Ying remained uncertain. Indeed, Zhangze replied with a calm demeanor, his expression betraying no emotion, his voice devoid of inflection. His acting skills had grown increasingly refined. But how is it that your cultivation allows you to reach Dan formation in a single step? Imo Ying's mind raced, momentarily blank with astonishment. Oh, you refer to this matter? I have taken on a master who assisted in elevating my cultivation. Despite her skepticism, Imoing found herself at a loss for words. Thus, she resolved not to dwell on the matter and expressed her intentions to Zhangze. Might we converse? I am in dire need of dragon's blood. Zhangze's interest was piqued. Clearly, Imoing was indeed in urgent need of dragon's blood, which explained her fervent demeanor. With this thought in mind, he discreetly inquired with Li Shi. Certainly. Upon receiving a reply, Zhangze smiled and nodded. Since Fairy Imo has expressed such a need, it would be impolite for me to decline. Upon hearing Zhangze's agreement, Imoing felt a wave of relief wash over her. Subsequently, the two made their way to a tavern adjacent to the auction house. This establishment was essentially property of the Tianhe Alliance. They ascended to a secluded booth on the 2nd floor, which appeared unremarkable yet emanated a subtle aura of mysterious energy. The soundproof array in place was designed specifically for the discourse of cultivators. Daoist friend Imo, what precisely do you require dragon's blood for? Is it truly that urgent for you, my dear fairy? Zhangze inquired proactively. Upon hearing Zhangze's question regarding her intentions, Imo Ying's expression faltered, and she found herself momentarily hesitant. However, she was acutely aware that she needed assistance, and that concealing the truth would likely hinder her from receiving genuine help. Yet, this matter pertained to her personal secrets, and revealing it was no simple task. Ultimately, with a determined bite of her lip, she decided to disclose her purpose. In truth, I am not human. At these words, both Zhangze and the figure behind him, Li Shi, were taken aback. In the next instant, Imoing let out an almost imperceptible huff, and her skin began to radiate a brilliant white light, sprouting shimmering white scales. What is happening? The 4 prodigies of the Heavenly Alliance. One of the dual talents of the Imo clan. The unparalleled genius who shares a name with Imo Chen. is not even human? Or rather, my father is human, a renowned elder of the Imo clan known as Imo-san, while my mother is a Jiao dragon in the core formation stage. In the past, my father, in the mid-foundation stage, forged a bond with a 5th-tier Jiao dragon, and they adventured together in the South Sea for many years, establishing a profound friendship. Eventually, my father advanced to the core formation stage, and that Jiao dragon also formed a demon core, taking on human form. My father was astonished to discover that his longtime companion was a female. Having known each other for many years and survived countless trials together, their relationship gradually became intimate, leading to my conception. However, this revelation soon reached the elders of the Imo clan, who deemed that I had tainted the bloodline and sought to eliminate me even before my birth. My mother was gravely injured and has yet to recover, her condition worsening by the day. Had it not been for my father's desperate efforts to protect us both, even threatening his life, we would have perished together. Furthermore, upon my birth, no one anticipated that my innate constitution was harmoniously attuned to the Tao, possessing unparalleled cultivation potential, which summoned an auspicious phenomenon on the day of my arrival. I was destined to be a chi refining practitioner from birth. Thus, the elders of the Imo clan concealed my true identity from the world, recognizing me merely as the new prodigy of this generation. Zhang Zhe stared wide-eyed, the corners of his mouth betraying his astonishment. What is this? A family drama within the Imo clan? Imo Ying's father, Imo-san, certainly knows how to indulge. The reason I felt compelled to speak candidly is that my mother's condition is deteriorating rapidly. She is of dragon lineage, and if she could absorb the blood of a true dragon, it might save her. If I can preserve my mother's life, I owe a debt of gratitude to you, Zhang Deyu. Imo Ying vowed to repay this kindness. Upon hearing this, Li Shi, standing behind, nudged Zhang Zhe to speak. Oh, is there nothing you cannot accomplish? At this, Imo Ying hesitated. Initially, her plan was merely to meet Zhang Zhe and gauge his character, primarily because she was uncertain how many were watching him. Imo Ying feared that the true dragon maiden might be abducted. However, after encountering Zhang Zhe, she felt a surge of trepidation as she sensed his cultivation level leap from chi refining to core formation in an instant. Who could possibly achieve this? There must be someone behind Zhang Zhe. Everyone has been deceived. Imo Ying was almost certain of this conjecture in her heart. The main reason was that she had nothing to wager. Her mother would not last until that time. Reflecting on this, Imo Ying nodded. I am capable of doing anything. But I kindly ask my fellow cultivator to understand. Only if I willingly serve you can your interests be maximized. In that case, it is not necessary for you to concern yourself with it. Li Shi mused within his heart. In another chamber of the tavern, Li Shi and his companions were indulging in their revelry, seemingly oblivious to the presence of Zhang Zhe and Imo Ying next door. How many blood-sucking mosquitoes have proliferated? Li Shi inquired. Jiang Bieta produced a spirit beast pouch, 16 million. I have exerted my utmost. The resources required for such a multitude of blood mosquitoes are immense, and their breeding necessitates time. I can provide you with all of them, as I have preserved a significant quantity of insect eggs for continued breeding. Next time, I shall be able to offer you even more. Li Shi nodded slightly and accepted the bag handed over by Jiang Bia. Recently, the spiritual liquid has been rather sensitive, and it should not be used. Understood, Jiang Bia acknowledged with a nod. Li Shi felt the multitude of blood mosquitoes densely packed within the spirit beast pouch, ignorant of the impending doom that awaited them. The task of exterminating 16 million blood mosquitoes in one fell swoop proved to be quite the challenge. However, these 16 million were unlike any other. Upon Li Shi's request, Jiang Bia devoted all resources to augmenting their numbers while relinquishing any demands for strength. For Li Shi had no need for such creatures in his endeavors of killing. In the next moment, Li Shi conjured a fire dragon technique, directing a relentless flow of energy into the spirit beast pouch. Many of the blood mosquitoes, caught off guard, had no time to react. Moreover, trapped within the confines of the pouch with no place to hide, they perished in droves. With each successive notification from the system, Li Shi's attribute points increment steadily, reaching over 20 million in a brief span. Ultimately, as another room concluded the revelation of Imo Ying's lineage, the entirety of the 16 million blood mosquitoes lay lifeless. Li Shi's attribute point storage has reached 31 million. Li Shi initially intended to enhance his own cultivation. However, after some contemplation, he resolved to prioritize the advancement of his external incarnation's prowess first, regarding it as an experimental endeavor, for the external incarnation could be reborn should it perish. With this thought in mind, Li Shi commenced the process of augmenting Li Ba's abilities. Li Shi does not intend to bestow upon Li Ba a randomly favorable spiritual root or to concoct the most formidable golden core. Instead, he opts to advance relentlessly. Pushing forward with unwavering determination, Li Ba's cultivation ascended rapidly, reaching the pinnacle of foundation establishment in a brief moment. Furthermore, akin to Zhang Zhe, upon attaining this peak, he was presented with the option to condense his Dan. However, unlike his counterpart, it may be attributed to the 100-layer foundation establishment. Presently, Li Shi's cultivation is indicated as exceeding the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Who truly knows what exceeding entails? With 2 million attribute points at his disposal, it aligns with Li Shi's expectations that the attribute points required for Li Ba's Dan condensation are not significantly different from those needed by Zhang Zhe, albeit with slight variations. It appears that the attribute points required vary according to one's innate talent. Elevating a prodigy to Dan condensation necessitates a different allocation of attribute points compared to raising someone like Jiang Biehe, who lacks aptitude in cultivation. As Li Shi pondered, he did not cease his enhancements on Li Ba. A resounding boom echoed, reminiscent of the commotion that occurred during Zhang Zhe's foundation establishment. Li Shi had long anticipated this moment, swiftly summoning a formation to encircle the room, effectively isolating it from external influences. After several breaths, Li Ba advanced to the core formation stage. Ultimately, Li Shi further enhanced Li Ba's cultivation, propelling him to the pinnacle of core formation. Subsequently, Li Shi fully mastered Li Ba's techniques, including the breath-restraining technique, the tortoise breath technique, the concealment technique, and the blinking sword technique. Thereafter, Li Shi began to examine his own abilities. Presently, Li Ba, along with Zhang Zhe and Jiang Biehe, was in the spotlight. As for himself, Li Shi refrained from further enhancement, having overturned his previous intentions. Initially, he had contemplated a timid approach, aiming to form an ordinary elixir, refine a standard nascent soul, and become an average immortal. However, as his followers multiplied, Li Shi's disposition transformed. To hell with the heavenly Tao. I shall forge the first golden elixir in history. Refine the first nascent soul ever. Ascend as the most formidable immortal of all time. As for the tribulations, as long as I elevate all my subordinates to semi-immortal status, what does it matter if you attempt to suppress us? Li Shi immersed his thoughts in his mind. Gazing at the interface of the twin lotus blossoms, he aspired to establish the foremost power across all realms, a force capable of resisting the oppression of the heavenly path. It all commenced with the twin lotus blossoms. System. Allocate points. Upgrading the twin lotus blossoms to level 3 requires a total of 10 million attribute points. Li Shi acted without hesitation, directly enhancing his power. In the next moment, the twin lotus blossoms quivered intensely. However, this time, Li Shi did not experience the sensation of his dantian expanding. Instead, a warm and soothing energy coursed through his entire being, emanating from his dantian. The rich life force permeated every part of Li Shi's body. The long-neglected 100-layer physical cultivation unexpectedly advanced naturally, propelling him into the 101st layer of body refinement. The spiritual energy pool did not exhibit violent turbulence. Rather, it flowed gently, intertwining with Li Shi's limbs and bones. Initially, the twin lotus blossoms and the spiritual energy pool had created an independent space within Li Shi's dantian, but now, this space was harmoniously merging with him. This was a flawless integration. In the next moment, every lotus flower atop the vast spiritual energy pool blossomed. A torrent of vibrant life energy surged forth. As the fusion deepened, all the powers of the twin lotus blossoms were seized by Li Shi. A new function had been unlocked. Whether it was the heart-leaf derivative of Zhang Zhe or his external incarnation, both could now offer sacrifices to Li Shi through this channel. Ignoring the laws of space, he could manipulate the fabric of reality using the power of bloodline. Furthermore, Li Shi could bestow items as well. An unexpected phenomenon unfolded before Li Shi's eyes. A gigantic lotus platform erupted from the water's surface, upon which sat a phantom figure. It was none other than Zhang Zhe. Without the need for the system's introduction, Li Shi, now fully integrated with the twin lotus blossoms, instinctively understood the purpose of this lotus platform. As the servant of the twin lotus blossoms, even if Zhang Zhe were to perish outside, he could be resurrected through this platform, as long as the twin lotus blossoms remained alive. All subordinates bound to him would be spared from death. Li Shi smiled as he clinked glasses with Li Ba and Jiang Biehe, draining the wine from their cups before rising to exit through the door. It was time to retreat into the shadows. Meanwhile, in another part of the tavern, after Mo Ying had just made her assurances, Zhang Zhe was momentarily taken aback as he absorbed the message just conveyed by Li Shi, proceeding to act upon his instructions. In the next instant, the storage bag containing myriad tea trees and a yin-yang fish jade pendant mysteriously vanished. On the other side, as Li Shi stepped out of the tavern, a faint smile graced his lips. Above his dantian, the storage bag sent by Zhang Zhe appeared. Zhang Zhe subtly nodded, casting a glance toward Mo-ing. If you wish to save your mother, I can not only assist but also provide you with an unexpected surprise. Mo-ing furrowed her brow, momentarily perplexed by Zhang Zhe's meaning. However, she then observed Zhang Zhe reveal a lotus seed in the palm of his hand. He made an incision on his arm and planted it within. Zhang Zhe's words sent a chill down Mo-ing's spine. The situation was unfolding even more smoothly than Zhang Zhe had anticipated. Perhaps her mother indeed held great significance for Mo-ing, or perhaps this lotus seed, radiating spiritual light, was not a malevolent entity at all. With determination, Mo-ing bit her lip and allowed a sharp dragon claw to emerge from her left fingertips, slicing a long gash into her right arm, deep enough to reveal bone. It was unnecessary for such severity, yet Zhang Zhe did not intervene. Rather, he felt a sense of relief. After all, when Li Shi had once parasitized him, he had been cut open across half his back. It was only later that Li Shi realized such an incision was excessive for mere parasitism. Zhang Zhe rose, and with a hint of anxiety in Mo-ing's gaze, he placed the lotus seed inside and sprinkled a small cup of spiritual liquid over it. Mo-ing had yet to marvel at the extravagance of Zhang Zhe's use of the spiritual liquid when she witnessed the lotus seed swiftly taking root and sprouting. A closer inspection revealed that the so-called roots were entirely composed of spiritual energy. This form of parasitism was a manifestation of the grand principles, rather than mere parasitism itself. There was no pain, nor any discomfort. The wound healed swiftly. In the next moment, Mo-ing realized what was unfolding beneath her. In that instant, a magnificent figure suddenly emerged in the depths of her mind, a vision so striking it left her breathless. This silhouette resembled a resplendent lotus blooming in the vast expanse of the starry sky, swaying gracefully above the cosmos. Its black outline stood out vividly against the sparkling starlight, each petal seemingly imbued with boundless mysterious power and profound wisdom. It was invincible, unattainable. Before it, any thought of resistance vanished. Moreover, Mo-ing faintly perceived a figure standing atop the lotus. Confronting it felt akin to facing the very Tao of heaven, rendering her utterly powerless to resist, even overwhelming her with the urge to kneel in reverence. At the same time, Li Shi, who was preparing to depart from Falling Star Island, smiled faintly. Within the system, a new name was added. Name: Mo-ing Spirit Root, superior with spiritual root of lotus seed cultivation level. Late foundation establishment. Li Shi broke into a grin, intending to bestow a small token of encouragement upon Mo-ing. In the next moment, before Mo-ing could fully comprehend her astonishment and trepidation, her cultivation swiftly ascended beyond the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Zhang Zhe, who had been observing her intently, instantly recognized the cause and adeptly produced a vial of spiritual liquid. Mere moments later, Mo-ing attained the golden core stage. In silence, Mo-ing absorbed the moment. Zhang Zhe approached her, a peculiar tone in his voice as he gently patted her shoulder. From now on, we shall be colleagues. Li Shi had yet to finalize the name of his organization. Initially, he contemplated titles such as Bingti Pavilion or Shuangsheng Tower, inspired by the dual lotus blossoms. However, he soon deemed these names inappropriate, as revealing such a title would essentially disclose his hand to others. After a moment of contemplation, Li Shi opted for a more understated name, Killing Hall. This name, seemingly unpretentious, would not attract undue attention. Shortly thereafter, Li Shi gifted a lotus seed to Zhang Zhe, instructing her to implant it within the dragon maiden. He also selected a heart-connecting root for Li Ba, intending for it to be parasitized by Jiang Bia. Jiang Bia was of considerable value, and his cultivation must not wane. On Falling Star Island, amidst a desolate mountain, Li Ba had carved out a temporary cave dwelling within the mountain's interior. Li Ba sat cross-legged, while Jiang Bia sat opposite him, frowning in silence. Subsequently, our sect was named the Hall of Slaughter, with Lord Li Shi as the Hall Master, myself as the Deputy Hall Master, and you appointed as the Insect Protector. Upon hearing Li Ba's words, Jiang Bia displayed an expression of immense excitement. Zhang Zhe had, in an instant, transcended from chi refinement to core formation, a feat he had witnessed with his own eyes. He was already in awe of Li Shi's prowess, having long harbored countless hopes of defying fate and altering his destiny. Even at nearly 100 years of age, having endured countless life and death trials, He could hardly conceal his exhilaration. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he noticed a shimmering object appearing in Li Ba's hand, adorned with numerous tendrils. It resembled the root of some plant, perhaps? For a lotus, the rhizome does not belong to the roots but is rather a stem. Little did Li Shi realize that the roots of the heart lotus could also serve as a spiritual root. However, before any experimentation could take place, it was fortuitously to be bestowed upon Jiang Bia. What is this? Jiang Bia asked hesitantly. It can alter your aptitude, Li Ba replied succinctly. How do I use it? Could it be a spiritual medicine? Extend your arm, Li Ba instructed. Jiang Bia nodded and extended his right hand. In the next moment, Li Ba acted swiftly, and a blade of wind sliced open a wound on Jiang Bia's arm, large enough to accommodate the heart root, which was then inserted. Followed by a generous application of spiritual liquid, Jiang Bia furrowed his brow slightly, not resisting, for he had already been bound by a restriction. In the next moment, he felt a surge of vibrant energy erupting from his wrist. The heart root rapidly burrowed into his flesh, forming a new spiritual meridian. Jiang Bia had yet to fully comprehend the sensation. Li Shi has already begun to enhance his abilities, accumulating strength to the pinnacle of the Jiedan stage. Much like Zhang Zhe and Li Ba, Jiang Bia was taken aback, his mind reeling. He could no longer harbor even a trace of disrespect towards Li Shi. After comforting Mo Ying, Zhang Zhe summoned the dragon girl from the spirit beast pouch. To prevent her escape, she was bound with chains and steel cables. Upon suddenly encountering light, the girl stepped back in fear, losing her balance and falling backward. Mo Ying, recovering from her shock, swiftly reached out to catch the dragon girl's body. What is your name? Zhang Zhe inquired. The dragon girl appeared anxious and frightened, devoid of the sacredness and ferocity typically associated with true dragons. After hesitating for a moment, she finally uttered her name, Long Ying. Zhang Zhe nodded in acknowledgement. I am the protector of the killing hall. You are now a member of our ranks. When Li Shi conferred this title upon him, he was momentarily bewildered. Thus, he inquired of Li Shi the reason for such an appellation. Li Shi casually remarked that it was merely a title, and thus Zhang Zhe did not refuse. Upon hearing Zhang Zhe declare her affiliation with the Hall of Slaughter, Long Ying trembled with fear. The mere mention of the Hall of Slaughter evoked the image of a nefarious cult, undoubtedly a perilous place. Without allowing Long Ying a chance to decline, Zhang Zhe had already cut into her arm and implanted a lotus seed within. Subsequently, amidst her quaking terror, Long Ying experienced a surge in her bloodline. Gathering spiritual energy to form a demon core, she was left utterly astonished, her dragon tail rigidly arched behind her. Name, Jiang Bia spiritual root. Mixed spiritual roots of metal, wood, water, earth cultivation. Peak of foundation establishment name, Long Ying race, true dragon human spiritual root. Lotus seed spiritual root with true dragon bloodline cultivation. Peak of foundation establishment observing the two newly appeared messages within the system. Li Shi nodded in satisfaction. The Hall of Slaughter now boasted 4 guardians, Zhang Zhe, Mo Ying, Jiang Bia, and Long Ying, along with Li Ba as the deputy hall master, all at the foundation establishment stage. However, elevating them all to this stage had consumed quite a number of attribute points. Li Shi began to feel a sense of anxiety. It dawned on him that the act of killing could only be performed by himself, apart from his external avatar. Li Ba, none of his other subordinates would gain attribute points from such deeds. The entire organization relied solely on his efforts in this grim task. It was utterly exhausting and unsustainable. Oh, system, could you please introduce some new functionalities? Clang. Li Shi harbored no expectations that his prayers would bear fruit. Yet, within the system, a resounding chime echoed precisely at that moment. Companion slaying, awaiting unlock. Causal slaying, awaiting unlock. Heavenly Tao slaying, awaiting unlock. Master of reincarnation, awaiting unlock. Indeed, a response had manifested, albeit all in shades of gray, indicating they were yet to be unlocked. What on earth? You introduce new features and then leave me in suspense. What does awaiting unlock even mean? Moreover, there is no apparent method for unlocking them. Li Shi can only ponder the method of unlocking by himself. Is it possible that the act of slaying as a Tao companion requires me to find a Tao partner in order to unlock it? Does mastering the Tao of causality imply that I must comprehend it to achieve the unlocking? Could it be that the so-called killing of causality simply means that death occurring because of me is deemed killing? As the Lord of the Hall of Killing, when I issue orders for my subordinates to take lives, does that not encapsulate the essence of causality? Li Shi found it quite probable. What does the heavenly principle of killing life signify? The heavenly principle may kill me, but the former seems more plausible. Li Shi pondered for a while, yet could not arrive at any conclusion. It seems that attempting it is the only option left. Among all, the simplest approach is undoubtedly the act of slaying the companion. Li Shi departed from Falling Star Island and arrived at Yuhuan Island. At this moment, Yuhuan Island was abuzz with the residual excitement from the auction, hosting a gathering where numerous cultivators engaged in transactions, eagerly anticipating satisfactory gains or perhaps even fortunate bargains. Li Shi approached the stall of a female cultivator in the foundation establishment stage. Unlike other stalls, hers displayed nothing but a sign that read, "Assistance with caring for spirit beast cubs, nurturing spiritual plants, maintaining magical artifacts, and igniting alchemical furnaces. All for 2 mid-grade spirit stones per day, with additional charges based on difficulty." Much like the nannies and odd job workers he had encountered in his previous life, the world of cultivation also offered such services, and it was quite organized. This phenomenon existed in Tiannan as well. For instance, the Xiantian sect would hire freelance cultivators to tend to spirit beast cubs and cultivate spiritual plants. "Fellow cultivator, how may I assist you?" Upon seeing Li Shi standing before her, the female cultivator's eyes lit up, and she eagerly inquired. Li Shi remained silent, instead opting to convey a message through a subtle technique of sound transmission. "Esteemed friend, would you consider becoming my companion on this journey?" Li Shi is making an attempt. He seeks to discern the true meaning of the term Dao companion. If the other party agrees, does that signify they are indeed Dao companions? Upon hearing Li Shi's inquiry, the female cultivator's expression twitched slightly. Li Shi initially thought he was about to be scolded, but then he saw the female cultivator grit her teeth and say, "I need more money." "All right." Li Shi directly tossed 2 high-grade spirit stones to her. The female cultivator was instantly filled with delight, her tone transforming as she approached. "I agree, but it can only be for 1 day, my friend." The system remained unresponsive. Li Shi did not hesitate. He turned and swiftly transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the distance, leaving the female cultivator in a state of bewilderment. It appeared that the system was not easily deceived. At the very least, a genuine form of contact was required to be considered a true partner in cultivation. Yet, Li Shi was unwilling. He even harbored doubts that purchasing love with money would prove futile. For, if the system were to truly fixate on semantics, the term Dao companion signifies companions in cultivation, those who share a common heart in the pursuit of the Dao, united in their quest for enlightenment. While money could procure alchemical cauldrons, secure the company of Anlin, or acquire Lu Ruyan, it could not buy a true Dao companion. Such a predicament posed a significant challenge. However, the paths of karmic slaughter and heavenly slaughter were utterly elusive. It seemed that the option of Dao companion slaughter was indeed the most promising. Was he truly meant to pursue a female cultivator? But whom would he approach? A talent like Mo Ying, admired by ordinary eyes, had completely lost her appeal in his eyes. Moreover, she was currently one of his subordinates. Li Shi was lost in thought as he soared over the sea. And a figure slowly emerged in his mind, Yi Shiyao. It is worth noting that Yi Shiyao had indeed saved him once. A proud genius with an innate sword heart. She had ruined her own full moon banquet merely by grasping a sword, even in the late stage of foundation building. She dared to slay those in the core formation stage. To triumph over opponents in adversity and achieve core formation is a formidable feat as far as Li Shi knew. In the South Sea, only Jiang Bieha possessed such prowess, while in Tiannan, there was only Yi Shiyao and himself. If Jiang Bieha relied on external forces to cultivate his insects, then Yi Shiyu was truly a testament to her own strength. Meanwhile, in Tiannan, nearly a month had passed since Yi Tianjia had wreaked havoc with his unfortunate disciple. Incorp City had suffered severe damage. Tian Wenjing, after a failed self-detonation, barely retained his nascent soul cultivation, albeit having fallen to the mid-stage. 2 other ancestors had also sustained grave injuries and returned to their ancestral grounds to recuperate, leaving their corpse puppets in tatters. Fortunately, compared to Joy Valley, Incorp City still existed. Joy Valley's territory had been scoured countless times by various sects and rogue cultivators. Among the 12 elders, aside from Lu Ruyan, whose whereabouts were unknown, the other 11 perished at the hands of Yi Tianjia and Li Shi. Joy Valley was no more. The entire Tiannan was taken aback. The righteous sects, Mingwei sect, Jioding Pavilion, Foming Valley, and Qinjiamen, were all astonished. Yi Tianjia's actions had once again weakened the forces of the evil cult. Perhaps it was time for the righteous sects to unify Tiannan. The unaffected Yuming Temple and Blood Soul sect were thrown into disarray and hurriedly proclaimed their stance. They would never compromise with the righteous path. If there was to be conflict, then let it be. At worst, they would sink Tiannan. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A woman clad in a red dress arrived from the South Sea. She first visited the southern Liang kingdom and, after a brief sojourn, tore through the fabric of space to arrive at the Xiantian sect. Remarkably, aside from Yi Tianjia, no one in the entire Xiantian sect perceived her presence. Not even the grand Xiantian formation was triggered. The newcomer effortlessly bypassed all restrictions and descended into the secluded courtyard atop Xiantian Peak, which exclusively belonged to Yi Tianjia. Under the blossoming peach tree, Yi Tianjia was not indulging in wine this time. Instead, he sat cross-legged, caressing the peach with sword resting on his knees. As the foremost sword cultivator of southern Tian, he possessed no sword that he could truly call his own. Many believed that the peachwood sword was, in fact, his life sword cultivated over time. Yet, Yi Tianjia did not acknowledge this notion. Only a select few were privy to the truth, that the peachwood sword belonged to a woman, his companion in the path of cultivation, the only soulmate he recognized. 150 years ago, during the great confrontation between the righteous and the demonic, the Xiantian sect suffered catastrophic losses, with all its nascent soul practitioners perishing, rendering it the first sect to vanish amidst the chaos. At that time, Yi Tianjia, who was in the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, also sustained grievous injuries. His life sword, the Azure Peak sword, shattered into fragments. Yet, amidst the turmoil, he had not anticipated that Tian Wenjing, the Lord of Incorp City, would severely injure a female practitioner at the Golden Core stage during their duel. That female practitioner was Yi Tianjia's beloved companion. Tian Wenjing, damn you. In the midst of confusion, Yi Tianjia cursed vehemently, tears streaming down his face as he rushed forward, wielding his companion's peachwood sword. No one believed that a mid-stage Golden Core cultivator could inflict harm upon Tian Wenjing, who was at the late nascent soul stage. However, before Tian Wenjing could smirk in derision, Yi Tianjia soared through the air, rapidly advancing from the mid to the peak of the Golden Core stage, sacrificing his essence to ascend to the nascent soul realm within mere steps. Tian Wenjing, taken aback, intended to strike down this prodigy, recognizing the vast chasm between a newly ascended nascent soul and one at the late stage. Yet, events did not unfold as he anticipated. With the peachwood sword in hand, Yi Tianjia unleashed an unparalleled sword technique, his murderous intent soaring to the heavens, shaking the very cosmos. He nearly bound the principles of the Tao within the peachwood sword. In an instant, the Golden Core cultivators attempting to obstruct him were left shrieking in terror, trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, Yi Tianjia's might was irresistible, his ethereal aura untouchable. Wielding the sword, he transcended the divine platform, armed with a sword intent capable of slaying nascent soul practitioners. Subsequently, he relentlessly pursued Tian Wenjing and another late-stage nascent soul cultivator, exchanging injuries for injuries, disregarding his own life. Such was Yi Tianjia's ferocity. Thus, when the woman in the red dress of the transformation stage appeared in his courtyard, Yi Tianjia merely exhibited a flicker of astonishment and curiosity, inquiring, "Would you prefer tea or wine?" "Wine, I suppose," Liang Yinglan remarked as she took a seat on the stone bench opposite Yi Tianjia. Yi Tianjia found himself at a loss for words. Liang Yinglan resembled a vibrant flower in full bloom, exuding an air of invincibility, her crimson dress spreading across half the courtyard like a tapestry, shimmering with hues of dawn. Engaging in a contest of wills while adorned in such a gown? Would her flowing red attire obscure the skies during battle? Yi Tianjia silently scoffed at the thought. Yet he maintained his composure, embodying the grace expected of the foremost figure in Tiannan, as he poured wine for Liang Yinglan. Though Liang Yinglan had encountered many Yuanying cultivators, few possessed the calm demeanor in the presence of a Huashan practitioner as Yi Tianjia did. Yuanying cultivators are not fools. When faced with someone of a higher realm, respect is a necessity. Yi Tianjia's demeanor suggested a single possibility: he was a genius. Only a true prodigy could remain unbowed and unyielding in the face of a superior. Their resolve remained steadfast and unwavering. Liang Yinglan sensed that Yi Tianjia had reached the pinnacle of the Yuanying stage. Moreover, the sword intent radiating from him was nearly impossible to conceal. This individual had attained a level in the way of the sword that even Huashan cultivators could not reach. "I have heard that you are the foremost figure in Tiannan," Liang Yinglan began. "Oh, I never claimed such a title," Yi Tianjia replied, shaking his head. "Is that so? You seem quite humble." "I believe I am the greatest under heaven, though one might add the word future," he elaborated. Liang Yinglan's initial impression of Yi Tianjia was one of dashing elegance and charm. However, her subsequent impression was of arrogance, with a tongue that concealed profound truths. "From where do you hail, fellow cultivator? What brings you to Tiannan?" Yi Tianjia inquired, raising his cup in salute to Liang Yinglan. She lifted her cup, taking a sip before responding, I am not here to visit. I have returned. Yi Tianjia quickly grasped the implication of her words. Are you a native of Tiannan? It seems we have produced another Huashan cultivator worthy of eternal renown. My surname is Liang, and I am of the bloodline of the former Liang royal family. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianjia raised an eyebrow. The Liang dynasty had long since fallen, and in the mortal realm, only the southern Liang claimed to be the legitimate heir of the Liang legacy. Yet, who could discern the truth of such claims? The Liang dynasty had perished a millennium ago, and it appeared that this Huashan cultivator had departed Tiannan long before that time. I encountered a fortuitous opportunity. Something quite extraordinary, and thus I entered seclusion. I had not anticipated the vast changes that would unfold by the time I ascended to Huashan. 1,000 years had already elapsed. Liang Yinglan too was astonished that such a tale of transformation and the passage of time would manifest in her own life. Now, with a millennium behind her, the once illustrious bloodline of the Liang royal family had long since faded into obscurity, the very existence of its descendants a matter of speculation. Yi Tianjia was still young, not yet 1,000 years old, and he had little knowledge of the geniuses that had once emerged from the former Liang dynasty. He did not concern himself with such matters. Rather, he sought to understand the intentions of the individual before him. So, fellow cultivator, are you in search of your lost kin? The matter of the remnants can be gradually pursued. I am intent on establishing a sect. Liang Yinglan articulated her aspirations. Oh, then you may proceed, fellow cultivator. As a transformation stage practitioner, who would dare to impede your path? However, if a nascent soul were to emerge at this moment, proclaiming the intention to establish a sect in the southern heaven and partition the already scarce resources of cultivation, all sects would converge upon him, imparting the harsh realities of the cultivation world. Yet, if a transformation stage cultivator were to declare such ambitions, the situation would be markedly different. It had been millennia since anyone had ascended to the transformation stage in the southern heaven, but now a scion of the Liang lineage has unexpectedly attained this rank. Naturally, no one would dare to oppose her. Liang Yinglan remained noncommittal to Yi Tianjia's remarks. After a moment of contemplation, she set down her wine cup. I shall host a grand gathering in 7 days, inviting all fellow cultivators from the southern heaven to attend. The wine is exquisite, Liang Yinglan remarked. Her beauty was striking. Perhaps a result of her transformation stage cultivation, as her visage bore no discernible flaw. This was an external manifestation of a transformation stage practitioner, the countenance of a celestial being. Having spoken, Liang Yinglan's figure gradually faded from view. Yi Tianjia chuckled softly. With no guests present, he turned to drink alone. The next moment, a voice like rolling thunder resonated from the skies. I am Liang Yinglan, once of the royal bloodline of the southern Liang. I have returned to the southern heaven, wishing to establish a sect to impart my teachings. In 7 days, I invite all fellow cultivators to convene at Yunwai Peak to discuss. Should any gifted individuals arise, I may accept several as my personal disciples. Yunwai Peak is situated in the northern part of the southern heaven, adjacent to the Tianyi mountain range. Beyond this peak lies the boundless expanse of the Tianyi mountains, traversing the continent. Her voice, accompanied by the reverberations of the Tao, surged forth, resounding throughout the entire southern heaven. Countless nascent soul practitioners were jolted from their meditative states, filled with inexplicable astonishment. A transformation stage practitioner. Are they friend or foe? The southern heaven is on the brink of transformation. In the city of Corpse, although Tian Wenjing's injuries had stabilized, there remained a constant risk of exacerbation. For the past few days, he had not ceased consuming healing elixirs. As he circulated his spiritual energy to nurture his cracked nascent soul, the next moment, Liang Yinglan's voice echoed. This was supposed to be his secluded chamber. How could an ordinary voice penetrate here? Ever since Yi Tianjia's sudden assault on the city of Corpse, Tian Wenjing had become perpetually anxious, his state of mind unstable and easily startled. Thus, this voice startled him so greatly that blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Liang Yinglan? Tian Wenjing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and furrowed his brow. Unlike Yi Tianjia, he was a seasoned Yuanying cultivator. This name was familiar to him. Yet it merely belonged to an ordinary Yuanying practitioner. At that time, she was in the early stages of Yuanying, serving as the deputy palace master of a sect known as Wuzhigong, and hardly captured his attention. Subsequently, the master of Wuzhigong reached the end of their lifespan and passed away. It was then that Liang Yinglan vanished, with suspicions of assassination arising, even casting doubt upon Tian Wenjing himself. With the loss of both the master and deputy master, Wuzhigong gradually faded from prominence in Tiannan. The matter was left unresolved. Who would have thought that, after a millennium, she had ascended to the realm of Huashan? First Tianjia, now Liang Yinglan. Tian Wenjing increasingly felt the arduousness of his own path, his thoughts becoming ever more convoluted. Simultaneously, within the Mingwei sect, Jioding Pavilion, Fengming Valley, Qingyan Gate, Yuming Temple, and Shuehuan sect, Yuanying cultivators turned their gazes toward Liang Yinglan. Among them were those who knew her well, some even claiming a special relationship with her. They all believed Liang Yinglan to be dead. The devastation of Yin Corpse City, the disappearance of Joy Valley, and the return of Huashan cultivators. Truly, it was a season fraught with turmoil. Is there any news of Yi Tianjia's direct disciple? Ha ha ha, who can say? Nowadays, whispers of Yi Tianjia's new title spread throughout Tiannan, the one who fights with a disciple, wielding a single disciple, capable of contending with Huashan. It is both a jest and a speculation. Who exactly is Li Shi? What possessions does he hold? How could he attract the wrath of the heavenly Tao? Yet, even Yi Tianjia was unaware of Li Shi's whereabouts. The spatial turbulence caused by that grand teleportation was rife with uncertainty. Yi Tianjia, wielding his sword, stealthily struck the divine transformation black bear amidst the chaotic currents, before tumbling out of the turmoil and landing in the northern expanse of the Mo country. However, a trace of sword energy lingering within him vaguely sensed that Li Shi resided in the south. Could it be in the South China Sea? Or perhaps even farther away? At Xiantian sect, on Qingzhou Peak, Song Moen emerged from his cave dwelling, his previously meticulously groomed appearance now disheveled and covered in dust. Yet he laughed heartily. I have succeeded. The Tao Master has achieved his goal. In his hand, a dazzling golden elixir floated, emanating the sound of a dragoness roar, a sixth-grade pill. After such a prolonged seclusion, he had finally accomplished it. Now, it was time to attend to another matter. Song Moen stowed away the elixir and performed a cleansing spell. 3 days prior, he had received a message. Gu Chun from Happy Valley, the individual whom Li Shi claimed had already embarked on the path to death, was still alive. On the day of the upheaval in Happy Valley, Gu Chun had ventured out to forage and was currently indulging in some unknown pleasure, only to return to find the members of Happy Valley shattered and the Grand Elder Lu Ruyan missing without a trace. Reports indicated that Gu Chun was hiding within a cultivation market in the Mo country. In the Mo country, at the Qiging mountain range. In a secluded corner of the Shaoqi mountain market, Gu Chun cried out in despair, You, Song Moen, it's me, you. He collapsed to the ground, his skin rotting and peeling away, a sight of unimaginable agony. He never anticipated that Song Moen would travel so far to hunt him down. Had he gone mad? Moreover, Song Moen's alchemical prowess had advanced significantly. He effortlessly hurled over 10 thunder pills, poison pills, and dragon roar pills, leaving Gu Chun disoriented and utterly defenseless. Song Moen scoffed, What of it? I simply wish to kill you. Is there a problem? With that, he tossed another poison pill, which detonated before Gu Chun, causing his body to erupt with a multitude of blood blisters, a horrific sight as his skin continued to peel away, exposing his veins. Song Moen even retrieved a recording stone to capture Gu Chun's agonized writhing, intending to show it to his senior sister. However, considering that Yi Xiao might find this grotesque scene distasteful, he felt a twinge of conflict within. Please, spare me my life, Gu Chun pleaded, rolling on the ground in torment, his voice growing ever weaker as he begged for mercy. Song Moen hurled another poison pill, which exploded into a cloud of smoke that invaded Gu Chun's nostrils, corroding his internal organs. Gradually, Gu Chun ceased to plead for release. Please, grant me a swift end. This suffering is unbearable. Very well. Song Moen stepped forward, using his spiritual energy to pry open Gu Chun's mouth and forcefully stuffed a large handful of fifth-tier thunder pills into it. They exploded from the inside out, sufficiently satisfying. Wouldn't you agree? In his final moments, Gu Chun's face contorted in rage as he mumbled a curse. Ah, Song Moen, I curse you to an untimely death. Ah. You delight in tormenting me, Yi Xiao, don't you? Humph, cough. I wish you could never. Boom. The thunder pills detonated, reducing Gu Chun's body to splinters, blood and flesh scattering in all directions. Song Moen shielded himself with a barrier of spiritual energy, lightly chuckling, unfazed by Gu Chun's malediction. 7 days later, at Ui Peak, a cultivator of the transformation stage was preparing to establish a sect. The invitation attracted not only various leaders of the nascent soul stage, but also spread like wildfire throughout Tiannan. Everyone learned of Liang Yinglan's intention to recruit direct disciples. In no time, countless wandering cultivators traveled for days to attend this grand event. Many who considered themselves extraordinary, possessing unparalleled talent, yet going unrecognized, rushed to Yunwei Peak, vying for a chance to become a disciple of the transformation stage. Even if the odds were 1 in a million, they wondered, could they be chosen? Or, even if they had no chance at all, they yearned to witness the spectacle. Such an occasion was rare, not seen in thousands of years. After all, it had been many centuries since a transformation stage cultivator had appeared. Yi Xiao, we have no grievances from the past, and no animosity in recent days. Why are you pursuing me? A bald monk clad in a black robe swiftly darted through the air, running and shouting in desperation. His voice was filled with indignation and fear. Old bald donkey, does your Yumming temple possess anything of value? Yi Xiao soared on her sword, like a shooting star, closing in on the monk. His name was Yu Li Tai, one of the contemporary geniuses of Yumming Temple, adept in the dark arts of the underworld Buddhism, his methods of manipulation rivaling even the enchantments of Joy Valley. Yet, before Yi Xiao, he dared not pause for a moment. Buddha is merciful, Yi Xiao. You have forced my hand. Supreme Buddhist Kingdom, arise. Yu Li Tai abruptly halted, turning to face her, his expression solemn as a staff materialized in his hand, chanting incantations. In the next instant, a dense black fog erupted from the staff, obscuring the skies. Within that fog were countless souls, from humans to all manner of beasts, everything imaginable. A group of monks, resorting to the vile practices of the Blood Soul sect to forge soul artifacts. Yi Xiao scoffed, swiftly unleashing thousands of sword lights that cleaved through the black mist. Half of the souls screamed as they dissipated into the void, forever lost. Yu Li Tai was taken aback, retreating in alarm, turning to flee while cursing. Yi Xiao, you have slaughtered so many souls. How dare you call yourself righteous? You are nothing but a demon. This encapsulates the doctrine of the Netherworld Temple. They never take lives. Rather, they extinguish only the corporeal forms of beings, never the essence of their souls. Cities that have suffered their onslaught are left devoid of even a lingering spirit, with only lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. As all souls are ensnared and returned to the temple, these souls are transformed into manipulable spectral puppets or are ushered into the Supreme Buddha realm, all while claiming to guide all living beings into the paradise of bliss. For them, every wisp of soul contributes to the expansion of their Buddhist teachings. Thus, it is rumored that the Netherworld Temple has imprisoned nearly 10 million souls, languishing in torment, without hope of liberation. This is the essence of their no-kill doctrine. The demonic sect of Tian Nan is far from trivial. Who among them is not terrifyingly wicked? Hence, when hearing Yu Li Tua vehemently denounce her as a demon of death, Yi Xiao could not suppress her laughter. You lot, 1 word for monk, 2 words for priest, 3 words for ghostly monk, 4 words for the killer ghostly monk. Are you not afraid that the orthodox Buddhism of Zhongzhou will cast you into the 18 layers of hell? Zhongzhou does possess orthodox Buddhism, and it is said that the abbot of the Netherworld Temple is a traitor who fled from Zhongzhou, having distorted Buddhist doctrine to forge a hellish creed, seeking to carve a new path to divinity. Hearing Yi Xiao's words, Yu Li Tua sneered coldly, ready to retort, yet he found Yi Xiao accelerating once more, closing the distance in an instant. Terrified, Yu Li Tua's spirit fled, and he dared not utter another word, hastily retreating. Both Yu Li Tua and Yi Xiao stood at the pinnacle of foundational cultivation, both celebrated as prodigies. Yet, even among geniuses, disparities exist. Mere moments later, Yi Xiao caught up to Yu Li Tua, unleashing 3 successive strokes of unparalleled sword energy. Yu Li Tua cast forth numerous treasures and spells, yet they were effortlessly shattered. The sword energy surged forth. Yu Li Tua lost an arm. The sword energy surged again. Yu Li Tua was deprived of both legs. No matter what arts he employed, they could not withstand the fleeting moments. The third wave of sword energy closed in an instant. You, Junior, how dare you? A thunderous voice descended from above, revealing an elderly monk clad in robes, his bald head shining as he intercepted Yi Xiao's third stroke of sword energy with a spell. He was an elder of mid-core formation. Spare where you can, Yi Xiao. Are you forcing the Netherworld Temple into a fight to the death with your Shantian sect? Are you not concerned about other righteous sects turning their gaze upon you? They call themselves righteous, yet they are but a pack of wolves clad in beautiful guise. Those old fellows, who among them did not emerge from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The wicked sect is adept at sowing discord among the righteous. While effective, it holds no sway over Yi Xiao. She is resolute in her intent to kill, indifferent to the machinations of others. Spare? The ones I, Yi Xiao, wish to slay. Unless I sheathe my sword, Who can stand in my way? Witnessing Yi Xiao's fearless advance, the old monk's expression shifted, yet he dared not lay a hand on her. Yi Xiao undoubtedly bore the constraints left by Yi Tianjia. As for why the ghostly temple has not imposed restrictions on its own disciples, particularly on a prodigy like Yu Li Tai, the reason lies in the overwhelming abundance of talent within the ghostly temple. The temple does not prioritize innate ability. Rather, it values one's enlightenment in the Buddhist teachings. There have been disciples who, upon entering the temple, deceitfully lured thousands from their families into the ghostly temple, leading them into the supreme Buddhist realm. They personally eradicated their own kin, thereby proving their genius. Some disciples descended into the mortal realm, poisoning rivers and slaying an entire city, summoning countless souls, which also marked them as geniuses. The ghostly temple is replete with prodigies. Even the most ruthless individuals can easily be deemed as such. Hence, the ghostly temple does not lack in talent. Reflecting on this, the old monk in the core formation stage furrowed his brow. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped aside, allowing Yi Xiao to carry out her execution of Yu Li Tai. No. Yu Li Tai barely had time to let out a pitiful scream before Yi Xiao cleaved him and his soul into several pieces, which plummeted to the ground. The old monk feigned ignorance, lowering his head. Let the slaughter commence. Yi Xiao was indeed not someone to provoke. However, the ghostly temple could not afford to lose face. Thus, the old monk prepared to utter a few harsh words before departing. Yet, before he could speak, Yi Xiao interrupted him. It is your turn. Huh. The old monk had yet to deliver his threats when he observed Yi Xiao charging towards him with her sword drawn. Are you mad? I am in the mid-core formation stage. What are you trying to do? No, there must be some sect technique at play. Alarmed, the old monk swiftly turned to flee. He was not afraid of Yi Xiao's abilities. Rather, he feared her formidable background. Upon witnessing her sword strike miss, Yi Xiao shook her head in resignation. This was precisely why she frequently concealed her identity during her travels. Anyone with a modicum of understanding would invariably flee upon learning her true identity. The weight of being a direct disciple was considerable, especially as a direct disciple of the Xuanian Gong. Yi Tianjia was notoriously protective of his own. Seeing the core formation cultivator attempting to escape, Yi Xiao composed herself. In the next moment, her silver sword buzzed incessantly, and an intangible sword intent surged from within her heart. The shackles of transitioning from foundation establishment to core formation crumbled like a mere illusion, easily surpassed by her. Within her dantian, a verdant peak stood tall. This was her celestial foundation, unique in the entire cultivation realm. A celestial platform forged from her sword intent. As long as her sword intent remained intact, her celestial foundation would endure. If her sword intent dissipated, all her cultivation would vanish. No one dared to undertake such a path. Even Yi Tianjia frowned at her decision but refrained from offering counsel. Yi Xiao had her own path to tread. Perhaps she could truly carve out a road to immortality. Boom. The sword intent erupted, and within her dantian, the verdant peak began to absorb vast amounts of spiritual energy from the surroundings. Simultaneously, the sword chi surged around her, almost forming a cage of sword energy. Yi Xiao was about to make an even more audacious decision. She would not advance to core formation. She seeks to draw upon her own sword intent as the source of her spiritual power, the essence of her magic, melding it with her lifelong comprehension of the sword. The convergence of vitality, spirit, and energy transforms into a 3-foot azure peak. In the realm of cultivation, none dare to attempt such a feat. Yet she resolutely chooses to do so, turning the impossible into reality, using her 3-foot azure peak to reflect upon the heavens and the earth. Poof! The sword energy coursing through her body even caused Yi Xiao to spit out a mouthful of blood, staining her white gown. Yet, she laughed heartily. Many believe that Yi Xiao, in both appearance and demeanor, possesses unparalleled beauty, untainted by the mundane, resembling a celestial being. However, only a select few are aware of the bold and domineering sword intent residing within her. She holds no one in high regard. Aha! Bald monk, die. A surge of sword energy ascended into the sky, the blade's wind slicing through the clouds, as if unveiling a portal to the heavens. The old monk in the core formation stage, turning to see the commotion, was struck with astonishment. Yi Xiao, what have you done? The sword energy swept past, effortlessly shattering the treasures and spells he summoned. The old monk, bisected, plummeted to the ground, lifeless beyond measure, his soul long since obliterated. Yi Xiao seized his storage bag and then sat cross-legged in midair to consolidate her cultivation. Within her dantian, the 3-foot azure peak stood tall. an unceasing river of sword energy flowing forth. Poof. Yushiyu wiped the blood trickling from her mouth. She had failed, yet she had also succeeded. Her strength had indeed undergone a transformation, reaching the core formation level. However, the immense sword energy continued to surge forth, inflicting harm upon her physical form. The sword intent born of her spirit was too potent, too domineering, to the extent that her body struggled to withstand it, suffering continuous injuries. Most sword cultivators would temper their bodies appropriately, but Yushiyao's predicament transcended what mere body refinement could remedy. She needed to forge her physique to endure her supreme sword intent. In truth, she had long anticipated this situation, which is why she was so focused on Li Shi's physical secrets. Yet, unexpectedly, before she could uncover Li Shi's secrets, he had staged a grand performance and vanished without a trace. Li Shi, where on earth are you? Yixiao rose to her feet. The excruciating pain coursing through her flesh was of no consequence. It could not harm her foundation. Her sword heart would remain untainted. She required Li Shi. Yet she could also persevere without him. This 3-foot azure blade would eternally reflect the heavens and the earth. In the southern reaches of the southern Liang, nestled beside the boundless expanse of the South China Sea, lay Sun City, a unique port city. A grand vessel gently docked, and a man clad in simple white garments disembarked. It was none other than Li Shi. After a journey exceeding half a month, he had finally returned to Tiannan. In the past, Luda and his crew's cargo ship would take over half a year to traverse between Falling Star Island and Tiannan. However, endowed with an unceasing flow of spiritual energy and standing as a peak foundation cultivator, Li Shi's relentless travel over the course of half a month was naturally expedited considerably. Accompanying him was a youth appearing to be in his 20s. He was named Su Tian'an. Indeed, prior to his return, Li Shi had made a detour to Bitter Misfortune Island and inquired if Su Tian'an had any interest in cultivating immortality. Li Shi informed Su Tian'an that he could grant him the qualifications for cultivation, but it required him to accompany Li Shi on his departure. Li Shi initially presumed that Su Tian'an would readily acquiesce, for countless mortals yearn for the path of immortality. To his surprise, Su Tian'an pondered for a considerable time before hesitantly agreeing. Cultivating immortality seems rather intriguing, so why not give it a try? Thus, Li Shi planted the heart unity leaf within him. As a result of the influence of the bitter suffering isle, Su Tian'an's aged visage transformed, becoming significantly more youthful. Li Shi breathed deeply the air of Tian'an. The atmosphere of the South China Sea was saturated with a briny dampness, which was indeed quite uncomfortable. Where are we heading? Master? Su Tian'an inquired. Do not refer to me as master. Address me as young master. Li Shi corrected for what felt like the umpteenth time. Oh, understood. Su Tian'an replied. Li Shi retrieved a fan from his storage bag, imitating the mannerisms of a young nobleman. Let us embark on a journey to the southern heavens. Liang Yinglan, a transcendent cultivator, is hosting a banquet for esteemed guests from all directions and is also seeking to recruit personal disciples. Li Shi, accompanied by Su Tian'an, journeyed northward. Soon, they encountered a loose cultivator in the qi refinement stage, whom Li Shi seized and extracted recent occurrences in the Tiannan cultivation realm. Fascinating. Observing this realm of cultivation, one could truly sense the concealed talents within. I shall partake in the unfolding spectacle. Watching the qi refinement cultivator flee in trepidation after being released, Li Shi shook his head with a hint of amusement, perhaps due to Jiang Bie's influence. Li Shi had somewhat overestimated the qi refinement cultivators. Jiang Bie, through his singular strength, had elevated the overall combat prowess of those in the qi refinement stage. After traveling north for another 2 days, Li Shi and Su Tian'an finally entered the territory of Mo country. From there, heading northwest would lead them toward Yunwai Peak, while the Tianyi mountain range bordered the first peak. At his current pace, it would still take several days. Considering the timeline, the gathering organized by Liang Yinglan should have commenced. He wondered if they could arrive before its conclusion. As a transformation god cultivator, Liang Yinglan's banquet for all the cultivators of Tiannan would undoubtedly involve more than mere feasting and casual conversation. It would certainly entail a delineation of the new dynamics within Tiannan. Moreover, as the senior and the only transformation god in Tiannan, Liang Yinglan would surely expound upon her insights regarding the Great Tao. The night had deepened. Li Shi was still on his journey. The sky twinkled with a few stars, casting a dim glow over the entire mountain range. This was a sprawling series of peaks located in the western part of Mo country, characterized by steep terrain. Li Shi had not encountered any signs of human presence for an entire day. Suddenly, He heard the sounds of a fierce battle emanating from the mountains beneath him. He descended from the sky, utilizing his invisibility technique to conceal his form, and then gently landed, gazing into the forest. Two factions were confronting each other. One side donned white garments, wielding swords or casting spells, while the other wore blood-black robes, clearly indicative of malevolent practitioners, their every move tinged with the scent of blood. Both sides possessed only the cultivation level of late Foundation establishment and remained oblivious to the presence of Li Shi and Su Tianan. Li Shi happened to be listening nearby. Su Tianan stood behind him, equally curious to peer forward. For him, everything in the realm of cultivation was novel. As soon as he laid eyes on the group of cultivators clad in blood-black robes, a sense of familiarity washed over him. Upon hearing their discourse, his suspicions were confirmed. This motley crew was none other than the Bloodsoul sect. Their blood-black robes mirrored those of the Bloodsoul ancestor that had crawled out from the tombstone held by Zhang Fengyu. Cackling, the younglings of Qingyun's sect. Today, you shall not return alive, especially those few delicate maidens. Surrender and allow me to drain you dry. Even a beauty's blood is fragrant. The leader of the Bloodsoul sect was the only late Foundation establishment cultivator present. In addition to him, there were two mid-Foundation establishment cultivators accompanying him. In stark contrast, the Qingyun sect stood against them with merely two leaders, one male and one female, both at mid-Foundation establishment, clearly at a disadvantage. Humph, Qi Jin, how audacious you are. In just a few days, your heretical sect will be purged from Tiannan. Li Yuyang snorted coldly, his expression darkening. The relationship between the righteous and demonic paths had grown increasingly tense, with frequent clashes and ambushes occurring. He never anticipated that this turmoil would ensnare him. Having fled for days only to find himself cornered in this desolate mountain range. Ha. If the righteous and demonic paths truly engage in battle, the first to perish will likely be your Qingyun sect. Qi Jin of the Bloodsoul sect laughed derisively. The Qingyun sect, much like the Xuantiang sect, possessed only one nascent soul cultivator, Qingyun Jinren, the leader of the Qingyun sect, who was at the late nascent soul stage. However, Yi Tianji's prowess had already reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm, making him the foremost figure in Tiannan, far beyond what Qingyun Jinren could match. This disparity rendered the overall strength of the Qingyun sect the weakest among the righteous factions in Tiannan. Moreover, not long ago, Yishiyou had advanced to the core formation stage, slaying demonic cultivators of the same level and gaining renown throughout Tiannan. As a result, from low-level cultivators to the sect leader, the Qingyun sect had fallen behind. Compared to the Xuantiang sect, they were positioned at the forefront and the rear. Therefore, upon hearing such words, the remark struck a nerve among the Qingyun sect cultivators, causing Li Yuyang's expression to darken, wishing he could immediately strike down the provocateur. Brother Yang, do not be incensed. Our best strategy is to seize the opportunity to break through, whispered Wen Fanxiang, a female cultivator from the same sect, as she grasped his arm, urging him to remain composed. At this juncture, their only recourse was to escape. Charge. Eliminate the soul refiners. Do not concern yourselves with the traps set by Qingyun Jinren. I possess the ancestors' token. Qi Jin sneered, clutching a blood-red token, commanding his subordinates to advance. The two sides swiftly clashed, swords gleaming and spells flashing like meteors. It seemed that the righteous and demonic paths had descended into complete chaos. Li Shi, an onlooker, refrained from intervening, merely observing the clash unfold. The token in Qi Jin's hand was undoubtedly a remnant of the Bloodsoul ancestors' power. After numerous exchanges, it became evident that the Qingyun sect was at a disadvantage, suffering casualties. At this juncture, Li Yuyang could no longer contain himself. With a thunderous shout, a figure erupted from the top of his head. Standing resolutely between heaven and earth, an embodiment of the Qingyun Master's legacy, a fragment of divine intent. Even the Yuanian cultivators engage in the cultivation of their souls, preparing for the transcendence to the God transformation stage. The illusory figure of the Qingyun Master, devoid of consciousness, mechanically raised its hand and pressed downward. This indicated the disparity between the Qingyun Master and Yi Tianjia, had it been Yi Tianjia's technique. The sword light that surged forth would have already obliterated Qi Jin from existence. With a mocking sneer, Qi Jin shattered the crimson token in his grasp. Roar. In the next instant, a skeletal figure wreathed in blood-red mist ascended into the sky, colliding fiercely with the Qingyun Master. The two became entwined in battle. And after several breaths, the energy of the Qingyun Master's divine intent waned, gradually dissipating, while the blood-red mist skeleton, though battered, surged toward Li Yuyang and his companions. This was the Blood Soul skeleton, personally refined by the Blood Soul ancestor, distributed to disciples as a trump card. Rumors had circulated that the Blood Soul ancestor had perished, with even his tombstone pilfered by rogue cultivators, leaving no trace of his remains, a grim tale indeed. Yet recently Etienja had boldly approached the Blood Soul sect's entrance, berating them while inscribing 7 large characters upon the mountainside. Old fool, still feigning death. This revelation shattered the Blood Soul ancestor's charade, drawing laughter from countless cultivators. It was said that the Blood Soul ancestor was practicing a nefarious art, establishing many tomb-like sites across southern lands to comprehend life and death, thereby communicating with the nether realm. As the Blood Soul skeleton fell, its presence still capable of effortlessly annihilating those in the Jiedon stage. Li Yuyang and Wen Fanxiang exchanged a glance, nodding in unison. Together, they summoned a magical artifact, a blood-red orb. Qi Jin's expression shifted as he recognized it as the essence of a powerful beast. The orb shot into the misty skeleton and erupted violently, scattering the Blood Soul skeleton into fragments. Humph! Qi Jin sneered, advancing with a booming voice that resonated as if from the depths of hell. Die. This utterance seemed to possess the power to subdue the enemy's very soul, a secret technique of the Blood Soul sect, designed to annihilate spirits. The disciples of the Qingyan sect were grievously wounded, blood streaming from their 7 orifices, their souls shaken, and some had even fallen. At that moment, the exploded blood spirits and skeletons inexplicably began to coalesce once more, albeit diminished in size by several hundredfold, their might significantly reduced. Yet, this was still beyond the capacity of Li Yuyang and his companions to contend with. A flicker of despair crossed Li Yuyang's eyes as he cast a lingering, tender smile towards Wen Fanxiang beside him. Their gazes locked for a fleeting instant before they fiercely embraced, igniting a passionate kiss, wholly oblivious to the watching crowd. This spectacle elicited a mocking laughter from Qi General Ah. How delightful! A death-defying romance unfolds before me. Why not join me in my soul banner and become eternal lovers for all eternity? A millennium of mutual refinement. With a fierce exclamation, Qi Jin commanded, "Kill them all." In response, the disciples of the Blood Soul sect surged forward. Just then, Qi Jin suddenly paused, his gaze drawn upward. A figure emerged slowly. A man who unleashed a thunderous seal that crashed down upon the already beleaguered blood spirits and skeletons, obliterating them entirely. It was Su Tianan. Qi Jin's expression shifted dramatically, for the opponent was a core formation cultivator, and it appeared he was at the pinnacle of that realm. In a bid for safety, Li Shi decisively elevated Su Tianan to the pinnacle of the core formation stage using attribute points, thereby ensuring his own protection. The atmosphere momentarily froze upon Su Tianan's arrival, as no one dared to make a move. Li Yuyang and Wen Fanxiang exchanged bewildered glances before reluctantly parting ways. Observing the situation, they noted Su Tianan effortlessly vanquishing the shattered Blood Soul skeleton. Could it be that Su Tianan was aligned with the righteous path, or was he merely passing through? Seizing the moment, Li Yuyang recognized the opportunity and promptly addressed Su Tianan with utmost respect. "Esteemed elder, I am Li Yuyang of the Qingyan sect. If you could kindly spare our lives, we would be eternally grateful. I shall certainly report your benevolence to our sect leader, Master Qingyun, as a token of our appreciation. It shall not be forgotten." The promise of gratitude from an infant soul stage practitioner was not something any core formation cultivator could easily dismiss. Witnessing this exchange, Qi Jin also bowed and implored, "Esteemed elder, this matter pertains to the enmity between our Blood Soul sect and the Qingyan sect. I humbly ask you to consider the legacy of our Blood Soul ancestor." Both individuals invoked the names of their sect's infant soul practitioners. Yet while Li Yuyang aimed to elevate his own standing, Qi Jin's words carried a menacing undertone. After all, their ancestor was none other than the formidable Blood Soul ancestor, a notorious figure in Tiannan. Li Shi had not anticipated that after all the twists and turns, he would once again face the threat of the Blood Soul ancestor. "Fool, do you think I fear you just because you invoke the Blood Soul ancestor?" At that moment, Li Shi was concealed in a secluded valley, distanced from the fierce battle, suppressing his aura and shrouding his form, leaving no trace of vulnerability. There was no necessity for him to position himself so prominently. He could simply let Su Tianan take the lead if needed. The master of the Killing Hall was solely focused on his craft of slaying. During his journey southward, Li Shi had not abandoned his murderous pursuits, consistently augmenting his attribute points along the way. Even now, he effortlessly eradicated several ant nests and beehives, yielding tens of thousands of attribute points. Presently, he aimed to cultivate to the pinnacle of the core formation stage. which would require approximately 300,000 attribute points based on his innate talent. Naturally, if he desired this individual at the core formation stage to master various techniques and spells, an additional 1 to 200,000 attribute points would be necessary. Li Shi sat cross-legged, in that moment when winter was yielding to the impending arrival of spring. The air remained quite dry, and the trees surrounding him had only just begun to sprout tender buds. Li Shi sat amidst the forest, a sudden thought emerging within him, a thought that, once ignited, proved difficult to dissipate. Alongside this notion surged a wave of guilt, yet it vanished almost instantaneously, as if it had never existed. He then licked his lips and began to form a series of hand seals, sending forth a multitude of fire dragons that surged into the woods. A fierce blaze ignited, consuming the surroundings. Before long, a sound resonated within his mind. Clang, clang, clang. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Tianen heeded Li Shi's command and commenced his performance. He first cast his gaze upon Li Yuyang. "Are you disciples of the Qingyun sect?" Upon hearing the question, Li Yuyang promptly responded, bowing respectfully, not daring to exhibit even the slightest negligence. "Very well. If you wish for me to save you, it can be arranged," Su Tianen replied with an air of composure. At this, Qi Jin hastily attempted to interject, only to be silenced by Su Tianen's fierce glare. The implication was clear. It was not yet his turn to speak, so he should remain silent. Thanks to Li Shi's teachings over the past few days, Su Tianen's learning curve had been remarkably swift. At least in terms of social etiquette, he no longer resembled a wildling from a deserted island. "Please, senior, do continue." Li Yuyang promptly bowed again. "It is quite simple," Su Tianen declared, revealing 2 resplendent lotus flowers that shimmered with mystical light, unmistakably extraordinary, with spiritual liquid dripping from their petals. "It is quite straightforward. You two must cut open your bodies and implant these spiritual objects within, and I shall save you." "What?" At this proclamation, Li Yuyang was taken aback. Exchanging a glance with Wen Fanxiang, their hearts filled with uncertainty. What was this? Could he be yet another malevolent practitioner? Though the items appeared to radiate with spiritual energy, they were undoubtedly not ordinary objects. How could they possibly navigate this dilemma? Just as they had escaped the wolf's den, they now found themselves in the tiger's mouth. Humph. Noticing their hesitation, Su Tianen snorted coldly, his displeasure evident. They faced a choice: to implant these items within their bodies, or to be consumed by the Blood Soul sect, becoming doomed lovers entwined in endless torment. "You may choose," he stated, "but I shall grant you merely 3 breaths of time." No longer could they afford to ponder Su Tianen's peculiar accent. As his words fell, Li Yuyang and Wen Fanxiang revealed expressions of anguish and conflict. Behind them, several disciples of the Qingyun sect exchanged glances, equally at a loss. Ultimately, they made their decision. Both knelt, pleading, "We beseech you, senior, to save us." It appeared that the Blood Soul sect's Wan Hun banner was indeed more fearsome than they had anticipated. "Very well, make incisions on your arms," Su Tianen instructed, tossing the 2 heart-shaped lotuses toward them. The pair hesitated briefly, casting a glance at Qi Jin, and with gritted teeth, they used a dagger to slice open their arms completely. Blood flowed profusely as the 2 heart lotuses gradually sank into their wounds, taking root. "Ah, and there is also this." Su Tianen poured 2 more pools of spiritual liquid onto the ground. In the next moment, the roots of the heart lotus rapidly elongated, penetrating flesh and blood like transparent tendrils woven from ethereal energy, burrowing deep within. "Having saved you both, you shall henceforth be bound to my will," Su Tianen declared. Upon hearing this, Li Yuyang and Wen Fanxiang, already foreseeing such a fate, exchanged bitter nods. Yet, barely after acknowledging this, their expressions transformed into shock, as they finally comprehended the implications of Su Tianen's words. Within their minds, a towering lotus, grand enough to overshadow the galaxies, swayed with an air of arrogance, exuding a presence more formidable than any nascent soul cultivator they had encountered. Most significantly, they felt acutely aware that their lives and deaths were now at the mercy of another. After completing this act, Su Tianen turned his gaze to Qi Jin, a segment of the heart lotus root shimmering in his hand. "It is your turn now. Will you live or die?" Su Tianen succinctly inquired, witnessing the unfolding events. Qi Jin's heart quivered. He found himself bereft of alternatives. With a wry smile, he nodded. Confronted by a late-stage core formation cultivator, and having exhausted all their trump cards, he possessed no means of resistance. Su Tianen tossed the heart root to Qi Jin, watching intently. Qi Jin, silently acquiescing, used a blood-red dagger to slice open his arm, inserting the root within. In the next instant, a look of shock akin to that of Li Yuyang and when Fan Xiang surfaced on Qi Jin's face. A sense of dread washing over him. From this moment forth, the three of you are bound as disciples under my banner, members of the Killing Life Hall, designated as the Mandarin Duck Guardian and the Blood Guardian. Killing Life Hall. Qi Jin and Li Yuyang exchanged bewildered glances, unable to fathom how circumstances had spiraled to this point. What was this? After an intense confrontation, they suddenly found themselves subservient to a third party. What kind of organization was the Killing Life Hall? It hardly sounded virtuous. It seemed to hint at some nefarious sect. Why had they never heard of it before? The expressions of Li Yuyang and his companion became increasingly peculiar. What sort of bizarre title was the Mandarin Duck Guardian? Before the trio could voice their thoughts, the sky in the distance suddenly illuminated, flames shooting upwards and casting a fiery glow upon the night. At that moment, Su Tianan spoke again. Mandarin Duck Guardian, Blood Guardian. Heed my command. Your first task is to control the mountain fire. Stimulate its growth. Qi Jin and Li Yuyang, utterly perplexed, watched as Su Tianan issued his directives. Requirement 1. Control the momentum of the wildfire, particularly in areas where people reside. Establish fire breaks. No one must suffer harm from the flames. Should you encounter mortals, compensate them with silver as recompense for the fire. The trio grasped this first stipulation and nodded in understanding. Could it be that the Killing Life Hall was, in fact, a righteous sect? Were they organizing a rescue effort? What a benevolent individual. Requirement 2. You must do everything in your power to amplify the wildfire. Burn everything that can be burned. The vast Dashi Ridge mountain range must be scorched entirely, should the flames extinguish or fail to blaze fiercely enough. One might question your resolve. This remote mountain range does possess an official designation, known as the Dashi Ridge. This second point left the three individuals below exchanging bewildered glances. Unable to comprehend the intricacies at play, set fire to the mountains? What purpose does this serve? While the realm of cultivation lacks any forest protection laws, does this not tread upon the path of immorality? Quickly, go. Upon hearing Su Tianan reiterate his command, neither party dared to delay. In their minds, atop the swaying silhouette of a lotus, there appeared a figure, observing their every move intently. Set forth. Li Yuyang was the first to issue the order, leading Wen Fanxiang and their subordinates from the Qingyun sect to manage the wildfire. The expressions of the Qingyun sect disciples were peculiar. They had witnessed everything unfold. Li Yuyang and his companion had been afflicted by some sort of parasite from that mysterious person and seemed to have joined a killing hall. Are they truly still disciples of the Qingyun sect? Meanwhile, Qi Jin had already dispatched others in another direction. The members of the Blood Soul sect followed along, equally perplexed. In other words, both parties were somewhat disoriented by the unfolding situation. At this moment, hidden away, Li Shi's countenance was flushed, not from any other reason, but from exhilaration. Within the system, attribute points flowed like an unceasing river, continuously increasing. A few wind-based spells unleashed a colossal fire tornado that ascended skyward, incinerating everything above and below. Within merely 10 minutes, the mountain fire had yielded several million attribute points. By judiciously discarding moral considerations, the attribute points surged dramatically. The methods for acquiring substantial attribute points were inscribed within the moral framework. Ha ha ha. Keek. Li Shi could not help but laugh aloud. The wind merely fuels the flames. How could there be so many spontaneous wildfires? How could there be fires that could not be extinguished? Initially, it was just a valley that had ignited. Yet now, the towering blaze illuminates the night sky. Countless creatures, from birds to beasts, insects to rodents, and even snakes, meet their demise in the inferno. Li Shi laughed heartily as he darted through the woods. Wherever the light dimmed, he hurled a fireball. In an instant, flames soared into the sky. He was so occupied that he scarcely cared for his appearance, his face blackened by smoke. His attribute points surged at an astonishing speed that Li Shi had never imagined, rapidly exceeding 60 million, and in the blink of an eye, approaching 100 million. Strange. Li Shi halted his actions, wiping away the soot from his face, as a spark of inspiration suddenly illuminated his mind, plunging him into deep contemplation. Causality. What is causality? Within the system, there exists a function known as causal extermination. Li Shi originally believed that causality was simply the consequence of one's own actions leading to death, thus intertwining with fate. However, he has now come to realize that causality is a complex concept that defies straightforward explanation. As per the teachings of his previous life, it delves into philosophical theories. In the realm of cultivation, it pertains to the principles of the Great Tao. If he were to wield an axe and slay a wild boar, Is it the axe or he himself that is responsible for the death? When I strike a person with my fist, why is it my fist that is deemed guilty, rather than being attributed to me? Similarly, in the act of arson, the fire serves as the instrument of Li Shi's crime. Thus, acquiring attribute points seems justifiable. Yet, what happens as the flames continue to spread? When forests burn hundreds of miles away, should it not also be considered an extension of my use of the tool? Do Li Yuyang and his companions not gain attribute points for their act of arson? Why can't Li Yuyang be perceived as the instrument of death in this instance? After all, he merely employed the tool a second time. Isn't all of this a consequence of one's own cause? And the ignition of this mountain range is indeed the effect. Li Shi initially believed that the most straightforward path to unlock was through the killing of a partner. However, he now seemed to have brushed against the fringes of causality in killing. Causality, that legendary principle, which only those who have reached the God transformation stage can comprehend. Meanwhile, the newly appointed 3 guardians of the kill hall were not idle. The Great Stone Ridge mountain range stretched from east to west. Li Yuyang and Wen Fanxiang led the disciples of the Qingyun sect northward. Human activity in this mountain range was scarce, though a village or two occasionally appeared. The disciples of Qingyun sect swiftly set up formations around the village, establishing fire breaks to prevent the encroachment of flames, and then casually ignited the surrounding woods beyond the isolation zone. The disciples of Qingyun sect were entirely perplexed regarding the identities of Li Yuyang and Wen Fanxiang. Soon, one disciple bravely inquired, "Brotherly, may I ask if you still consider yourself a disciple of Qingyun sect?" Li Yuyang's expression stiffened, hesitating on how to respond. Yet, he soon heard a voice within his mind, emanating from the lotus shadow. Calm them, erase their memories afterward. Li Yuyang was taken aback, then quickly adopted a serious demeanor, declaring with righteous fervor, "Why do you speak thus? I, Li Yuyang, am a son of Qingyun sect in life and a ghost of Qingyun sect in death." "So am I," Wen Fanxiang promptly added. Upon hearing this, although the disciples of Qingyun sect still felt something was amiss, they expressed their respect for the two. "It is indeed our fortune to have 2 such individuals in our Qingyun sect." Li Yuyang awkwardly smiled and cupped his hands in acknowledgement. In the next moment, Li Shi's voice resonated in his mind. "There is an ant near you. Kill it." Startled, Li Yuyang glanced down at his right foot and indeed spotted a brown ant crawling by. Without hesitation, he raised his foot and crushed it. Simultaneously, Li Shi frowned slightly. He had not gained any attribute points. "Catch another ant. Throw it into the sea of flames." Li Shi continued to issue commands. Li Yuyang, uncertain of their meaning, nonetheless located an ant and cast it above the sea of flames. The disciples of Qingyun sect were bewildered by Li Yuyang's actions, yet Wen Fanxiang understood perfectly well. The voice of Li Shi resonated within her mind. This inferno was, strictly speaking, a consequence of Li Shi's actions. Thus, when Li Yuyang cast the ant into the flames, he unwittingly collided with the instrument of causality crafted by Li Shi. Would he acquire attribute points? As that ant perished in the conflagration, the attribute points increased by 1, successfully attained. The glimmer of enlightenment was firmly grasped by Li Shi. Li Shi suddenly sensed an intangible energy infiltrating his body, which he acutely perceived. Simultaneously, the gray causal killing function in the upper right corner emitted a faint glimmer of light. The power of causality. Li Shi felt for the first time that he was a genius. It is not solely due to the system. The power of causality, which those transcendent cultivators find exceedingly challenging to comprehend. The laws of causality, time, and space are among the most elusive to grasp. Yet now, I have already perceived a glimpse of it. It is not that difficult, after all. I rely not only on the system but also on my innate talent and diligence. Li Shi encouraged himself with the phrase, continuing to delve into the laws of causality amidst the blazing inferno. Simultaneously, countless beings perished in the flames, transforming into an unceasing torrent of information within the system. After reaching a remarkable milestone in attributes, Li Shi continues to forge ahead relentlessly. Meanwhile, in the distant South China Sea, at the heart of the Falling Star Island in the Tianhao Alliance, the Mo family is under scrutiny. Countless eyes are fixated on Zhang Zhe, who is regarded as a coveted prize, including those of numerous nascent soul cultivators. Yet, none dare to take action. Some even feel trepidation, quietly questioning Zhang Ze's true nature. What circumstances could allow one to ascend effortlessly from qi refining to the pinnacle of core formation? Could it be a celestial elixir, a divine technique, or perhaps a celestial artifact? Or is he a being possessed by an immortal, a resurrected ancient demon? At that moment, as Zhang Ze follows Mo Ying to the Mo family, he attracts even more attention. In the Mo family's assembly hall, The current patriarch, Imo furrows his brow in silence. Below him, his two sons are embroiled in a fierce argument. One is Imo's father, Imo-san. The other is Imo-chun's father, Imo-shungren. Indeed, they are the two prodigies of the Imo family. The relationship between Imo-chin and Imo-ing is far from harmonious, largely due to the animosity between their fathers. Imo-shungren has long believed that Imo-san's daughter, born of a dragon, sullies the Imo family bloodline, demanding the execution of Imo-ing and her mother to cleanse the lineage. On the other hand, Imo-san harbors an intense hatred for Imo-shungren, as it was he who instigated the attempt to kill his partner years ago. Although the birth of Imo-ing, with her exceptional talent and the arrival of auspicious energy, led to a tacit acceptance of the situation, the past incident severely damaged his partner, whose condition has recently worsened. How could he not feel resentment? Humph. Imo-san, I heard your daughter has gone to seek out Zhang Zhe. Do you have any idea how many people are watching that fellow? How reckless. Imo Shogui has 3 sons. The eldest, Imo Quan, has been missing for years during his travels, leaving his fate unknown. The second is Imo Shungran, and the third is Imo-san. However, there exists a deep-seated enmity between the two brothers. What did you say? Try calling her a beast one more time. Imo-san's forehead pulses with veins as he directs his gaze toward the patriarch, Imo Shogui. Father, the clan has long acknowledged Imo-ing's identity. Yet now, that scoundrel Imo-shungren dares to insult our kin as beasts. Patriarch, you must uphold justice for me. The Imo family had concealed Imo-ing's identity to avoid public scandal, but her extraordinary talent, which has propelled her to become one of the 4 great prodigies of the Tianhe Alliance, has resurrected old grievances. Imo-shungren gritted his teeth, poised to retort, but was interrupted by Imo Shogui. Humph. Enough from both of you. Imo Shogui, pained, rubbed his forehead. Of his 3 sons, one is missing, and the remaining 2 have become sworn enemies. Ultimately, the contention arises from the existence of 2 factions within the Imo family. One faction, led by Imo-shungren, holds the belief that the lineage of the Imo family is of unparalleled nobility, yet it has given rise to a hybrid like Imo-ing, whom they deem inadequate, regardless of his talents. The other faction stands firmly behind Imo-san, asserting that Imo-ing possesses extraordinary gifts, rivaling even Imo-chin, and is destined to become a pivotal support in the revival of the Imo family. However, Imo Shogui has begun to perceive an underlying implication. He is aging and his time is limited. These 2 individuals are vying for the position of clan leader. While this fact is known to all, it remains unspoken. Clearing his throat twice, Imo Shogui intends to dismiss the 2, for should their quarrel escalate, it could lead to a physical confrontation. Imo-shungren may not act impulsively, but Imo-san is a different matter, already clouded by rage. Were he to act with reason, he would not risk being ostracized by the entire clan for the sake of uniting with a formidable dragon. Just as Imo Shogui was about to speak, he heard a voice from outside. Clan leader, Imo-ing requests an audience. Also present is Zhang Zhe from the Zhang family. Imo Shogui squinted and rose to his feet. As a Yuan-ing cultivator and the head of his clan, he naturally did not feel it necessary to personally greet a mere Jidan practitioner. However, Zhang Zhe was different. A cultivator who had ascended from Qi refinement to Jidan in a single day carried more weight than most Yuan-ing cultivators. Yet, he could not lower himself too much. With this thought in mind, Imo Shogui remained still, awaiting Zhang Ze's entrance. Zhang Ze had not originally intended to meet Imo Shogui. However, the steward insisted that as an outsider, he must first meet the clan leader of the Imo family. So he acquiesced. Following Imo-ing, he proceeded forward. Imo-ing employed a special clan technique to conceal her cultivation level, appearing to outsiders as merely a late-stage foundation establishment practitioner. Yet, this concealment technique could not deceive the discerning eyes of Imo Shogui, a prominent figure in the Tianhe Alliance at the late Yuan-ing stage. After traversing a corridor adorned with intricate dragon and phoenix carvings, they finally entered the spacious and grand conference hall of the Imo family. Inside stood 3 individuals, each displaying a distinct demeanor. To the right stood Imo-ing's father, Imo-san, who was gazing at Imo-ing and Zhang Ze with barely concealed excitement. It seemed that Imo-ing had already conveyed the news of finding the dragon maiden to her father. To the right was Imo-chin's father, an elderly man with a hooked nose, whose appearance was notably fearsome, lacking any of Imo-chin's good looks. He regarded them haughtily, yet his gaze revealed a curiosity towards Zhang Ze, to the point where Zhang Ze could sense his probing consciousness. Such rudeness. In the next moment, Zhang Ze's consciousness surged forth, shattering Imo Shengren's probing presence. Imo Shengren grunted, his heart sinking in shock. It was at this moment he fully realized that Zhang Ze was a peak Jedon cultivator, surpassing his own cultivation level. Until now, he had merely regarded Zhang Ze as a lucky young man with occasional strokes of fortune. The notion of a reincarnated immortal? He dismissed it entirely. After all, Zhang Ze was barely in his 20s, which created a stark contrast with the peak Jedon realm. But now, Imo Shengren swallowed the blood rising in his throat, narrowly avoiding humiliation. Yet, everyone present noticed his loss of composure. He lowered his head, his eyes clouded with gloom. An outsider, so audacious. What would happen to the Imo family's reputation? Imo Shengren looked up at Imo Shoguei, eager to hear his father's thoughts. At the same moment, Imo-san also raised his gaze, as did Zhang Ze, directing their attention toward the patriarch of the Imo family. As their eyes converged, it became evident that since Zhang Ze and his companion's arrival, Imo Shoguei had remained enveloped in silence. It was no wonder he chose to remain mute at that moment. His heart was tumultuous, a tempest of emotion surging within him, rendering him momentarily speechless despite his esteemed status as a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. The instant Imo-ing crossed the threshold, he discerned her use of the concealment technique. Astonishingly, Imo-ing had reached the pinnacle of the core formation stage. What on earth was happening? How could the peak of core formation seem so commonplace? Grandfather, father, uncle, Imo-ing greeted the three men in succession. Imo-san nodded slightly, while Imo Shengren emitted a barely perceptible grunt of acknowledgement. Everyone awaited Imo Shoguei to speak first. To their surprise, he descended from his position and gestured toward a seat beside Zhang Ze. Finally, he broke the silence, saying, "Friend, please take a seat." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ze remained composed, but Imo Shengren's jaw dropped in astonishment. He was about to speak when he realized he was unable to utter a word. Bound by an invisible force, it dawned on him that Imo Shoguei was preventing him from speaking. Imo-san also frowned, attributing this to Imo Shoguei's respect for Zhang Ze's secrets and identity, hence the term friend. Patriarch Imo, I shall not refuse your kindness, Zhang Ze replied, expressing his gratitude before sitting down in the seat arranged for him by Imo Shoguei. Instead of returning to the main seat, Imo Shoguei chose to sit beside Zhang Ze. The two positioned closely together. Have you come here regarding the matter of Imo Ying's mother? Imo Shoguei inquired. Indeed, Zhang Ze replied succinctly, nodding affirmatively. The auction concerning the Dragon Maiden was widely known. Imo Shoguei could not be oblivious to the purpose of Zhang Ze's visit. Concerning Huolan's grievous injury, I find myself still lamenting the incident. There was no ill intent, merely the innocent affections between youth. Huolan was Imo-san's partner and Imo Ying's mother. Imo Shoguei's words were clear in their intention, directly altering the nature of the situation regarding Imo-ing. It was simply a matter of youthful romance, unworthy of escalating into a conflict over bloodlines. Upon hearing this, Imo Shengren, silenced by the invisible force, attempted to voice his protests, but was rendered utterly mute. Meanwhile, Imo-san felt a surge of joy, fully aware that all of this was due to Zhang Ze's presence. He had not anticipated the patriarch would hold Zhang Ze in such high regard. However, at this moment, no cultivator of the nascent soul would dare to show disrespect towards Zhang Ze, and many would even seek to ally with him. Zhang Ze single-handedly traversed the chasms of cultivation realms as if they were mere trifles, and one could perhaps concoct a tenuous explanation, such as the resurgence of a celestial being, an ancient demon seizing control, or an extraordinary twist of fate. But what of Imo-ing? Another enigma. Such feats are unprecedented throughout history. Under what circumstances, and by whom? Could such a miraculous occurrence be achieved? Imo Shoguei found himself gripped by a tinge of trepidation towards Zhang Ze, or rather, the potential powers that might lurk behind him. In the Dashi Ridge Mountains, the fierce inferno raged unrelentingly, its searing heat mercilessly consuming countless lives. Coupled with the efforts of Li Yuyang, Wen Fanxiang, and Qi Jin to foment the flames, this conflagration seemed destined to burn eternally, only growing in intensity. The sky was ablaze, a sea of crimson stretching as far as the eye could see. Even though Li Yuyang and his companions had already attained the foundation establishment stage, they found themselves shrouded in soot, too preoccupied to clean themselves, much less their subordinates, resembling miners emerging from the depths of a coal pit. Amidst the raging fire, Li Yuyang wiped away the thick ashes from Wen Fanxiang's face, revealing her luscious, crimson lips, and he kissed her passionately. This particular scenery was a rarity in the realm of cultivation. As their fervor escalated, Li Yuyang even took out a recording stone to immortalize the moment. The disciples of the Qingyan sect had long since become adept at averting their gazes, fully aware of the peculiar pairing of these two prodigious talents from their sect. Yet, Li Shi remained oblivious. Li Shi stared vacantly at the two individuals, engulfed in flames, locked in a passionate kiss amidst the swirling ashes. The scene exuded beauty, artistry, and a hint of malice. However, Li Shi's spirits soared tonight. His attribute points had surged past 200 million and continued to escalate. A reward was in order for them. In the next moment, Li Yuyang and Wen Fanxiang experienced a meteoric rise in their cultivation, achieving the realm of Dan formation in the blink of an eye. Startled, Wen Fanxiang nearly bit through Li Yuyang's tongue. In pain, he recoiled. Yet they were too preoccupied to concern themselves with anything else and immediately delved inward to assess their cultivation. How could they, who were clearly still in the foundation establishment stage, reach Dan formation merely from a kiss? The disciples of Qingyan sect nearby were equally bewildered. They had witnessed the two lovers suddenly emanate an intangible force, two spirals of spiritual energy flickering out of existence, causing the flames behind them to surge. Achieving Dan formation carried its own risks. Typically, one would choose a location abundant in spiritual energy or prepare ample spirit stones in advance to facilitate a smooth transition during the critical moment. Yet, Li Shi had no such complications. Not only did his attribute points continuously replenish their spiritual energy, but the vast spiritual energy pool beneath the twin lotus would suffice to overwhelm them. A mere fraction would be more than adequate. Thus, in the eyes of the two and the disciples of Qingyan sect, it appeared they had merely shared a kiss and, inexplicably, achieved Dan formation. The dangers of Dan formation were evident, unless one had a boost. Li Yuyang and Wen Fanxiang exchanged glances, each contemplating the connection to the substance implanted within them. Perhaps another kiss? The Mo family, led by Mo Shogui, arrived at the residence of Hualan, accompanied by Zhang Zhe. Mo Shengren was promptly dismissed. Throughout their journey, Mo Shogui consistently referred to Zhang Zhe as a fellow cultivator. In the realm of cultivation, the terms young friend, fellow cultivator, and senior are not determined by age. It is entirely commonplace for a gifted young cultivator who has achieved the golden core stage at a tender age to address an elderly qi refinement practitioner as a young friend. Moreover, there are also those unworthy of a place at the table. To Zhang Zhe's astonishment, Hualan's dwelling was not a traditional estate, nor did it resemble a typical human habitation. It was, in fact, an underwater cave. This was not a reflection of the Mo family's cruelty towards Hualan. Upon inquiry, Zhang Zhe learned that this was Hualan's own request. Considering that Hualan's true form is that of a dragon, this arrangement seemed quite reasonable. As they entered the cave, Zhang Zhe began to discern its otherworldly nature. The air within was warm and humid, with intricate patterns carved into the cave walls. Likely part of a formation designed to maintain such an environment year-round, saturated with moisture. After traversing a bridge spanning a small river, Zhang Zhe finally beheld the biological mother of Moing. Hualan, unable to maintain her human form due to her injuries, revealed her true appearance. Before them coiled a massive blue-green dragon, resting majestically in the center of a spacious pond, shrouded in ethereal mist. The dragon's scales were densely packed, each glimmering with a brilliant blue-green radiance, resembling an array of embedded gemstones. Sensing their presence, the dragon stirred slightly, and the gentle rustling of her scales produced a melodious sound. Hualan lifted her head and cast her gaze in their direction. Her dragon eyes were deep and oceanic, with golden vertical pupils that shimmered, and the curve of her jaw suggested a smile, remarkably human-like. Her gaze was filled with affection as she looked towards Mo San and Mo Ing. "TSK, TSK, TSK," Zhang Zhe exclaimed, smacking his lips in admiration. Simultaneously, on the other side, Li Shi, who was rewarding Li Yuyang and Wen Fanxiang, also smacked his lips in approval. Mo San's aesthetic sense was commendable. Having encountered dragons before, Li Shi knew them to be fierce and formidable creatures. However, Hualan exuded an elegance and charm, even in her dragon form. "Lanner, this is..." Mo San stepped forward, intending to introduce Zhang Zhe to Hualan, but hesitated momentarily. He was uncertain how to address Zhang Zhe, even the clan leader. A late-stage nascent soul cultivator referred to him as fellow cultivator, and it felt somewhat inappropriate for him to do the same, given that he sought Zhang Zhe's assistance. Mo San felt a wave of anxiety, unsure of the proper form of address. Should he perhaps call him senior? This appellation is indeed universal, and given Zhang Zhe's current demeanor, it is fitting for him to be addressed as such. However, there is no need for him to be troubled by it. Imo shook her head and gently patted her father's shoulder before stepping forward. Mother, this is the protector of the killing hall, Taoist Zhang. He possesses the blood of a true dragon. Huolan's massive form quivered slightly as she leaned in. At last, Zhang beheld the extent of Huolan's injuries, a scar that extended from her throat downward, disappearing into the shadows beneath the water. Zhang suspected that this wound might traverse her entire being. No wonder Imo harbored such animosity towards Imo Shengren. Meanwhile, Imo Shogui remained silent throughout, merely smiling as he observed. Only when Imo introduced the protector of the killing hall did his gaze flicker with a hint of intrigue. The name Killing Hall conveyed enough information to leave Imo Shogui astounded. What sort of individual would dare adopt such a brazen title? Killing. Does it imply the slaughter of all living beings? Are they not fearful of incurring the wrath of the heavenly path? Imo retrieved a small jade vial from her storage bag, which contained the true dragon's blood of Long Ying. 3 hours prior, before arriving at the Imo family estate, Zhang and Imo had first visited a cave dwelling, one that Imo had acquired on Falling Star Island. Fortified against the prying eyes of ordinary nascent soul practitioners. Together, Zhang and Imo gazed upon the dragon girl before them. According to her account, she had been imprisoned by Lin Jiuxiao for 10 long years. Periodically, Lin Jiuxiao would extract her true dragon blood, whether for alchemical concoctions or the crafting of magical artifacts. This was the reason for her stagnant cultivation. Had she not possessed the bloodline of a true dragon, she would have succumbed to blood loss long ago, unable to endure over a decade of torment. Yet, while her bloodline preserved her life, it could not shield her from anguish. The relentless suffering and years of darkness had left her spirit somewhat fractured. She flinched at the slightest provocation, as if confronted by some dreadful horror. Her soul had been battered to a state of disarray, and it was a miracle that she had not descended into madness. Upon hearing her plight, even Imo Ying's expression turned sympathetic. When Long Ying was elevated to the core formation stage, her entire being had stiffened in fear, rendered as immobile as stone, unable to move for an extended period. Imo Ying could not help but chuckle at the thought, but upon learning of Long Ying's tragic circumstances, she fell silent. My father, the Whiting Dragon King of the Dragon Clan, is a true dragon of the nascent soul stage. Yet he was wrongfully slain in the Endless Sea. Had it not been for this treachery, my father would have arrived here long ago, seeking vengeance upon Lin Jiuxiao. Only upon the mention of Lin Jiuxiao did a profound hatred flicker in Long Ying's eyes, a torment etched into her soul for over a decade. This gaze startled Zhang, akin to witnessing his own self cast into the sea by Lan. Imo required the genuine blood of a true dragon from Long Ying. Now, with Long Ying having already formed a demon Dan, or perhaps it would be more aptly termed a dragon Dan, she certainly lacked for such a trivial amount of true dragon blood. However, Imo feared to further wound her heart or startle her, and thus took the initiative to explain. We are all now affiliated with the Hall of Killing. Although we remain uncertain of the character of the Hall Master, we can still consider ourselves part of a collective. Though I am unaware of your age, I believe it is fitting to refer to you as Sister Long Ying. Do you mind? Long Ying had been quietly observing the two throughout. They evoked a different sensation in her compared to others. At the very least, their gazes were distinct. Although the swaying shadow of the lotus flower within her mind was indeed unsettling, and the Hall of Killing itself was rather fearsome, these two did not seem to embody malevolence. I do not mind, Long Ying whispered softly. Excellent. Sister Long Ying, you are now the dragon protector of the Hall of Killing, while I serve as the Jiao protector. Rest assured, allow this Jiao dragon to safeguard you. Zhang raised an eyebrow, surprised to discover that Imo possessed a rather kind disposition. Noticing Zhang's expression, Imo shot him a glare and discreetly transmitted a message. Protector, offer some words of comfort. Zhang cleared his throat and, with a serious demeanor, stated, Long Ying. No, dragon protector. Do you not harbor hatred for Lin Jiuxiao? Fear not. One day, you shall personally rend him into 1,000 pieces. Upon hearing this, Long Ying lifted her head, as if realizing for the first time the nature of the organization she had joined. Imo successfully obtained a vial of dragon blood and gifted Long Ying with some treasures as tokens. Finally, Imo embraced Long Ying, causing Long Ying's tail to stiffen in surprise. In the subterranean cavern, Imo sat cross-legged before the immense form of the Jiao dragon, personally infusing her mother with true dragon blood. Huolan's injuries were severe. Years ago, under the instigation of Imo Shengren and the tacit approval of Imo Shogui, The Mo family had brought Hualan to the demon-slaying platform, where she was cleaved in two by a cleaver, shattering her Jiao Dan. Moing had fallen to the ground at the very moment Hualan's abdomen was torn open. As soon as Moing touched the earth, a purple aura emanated, and the sounds of the great Tao resonated, as if celebrating the birth of the Mo family's Qilin child, thus marking her as a premature infant. At that moment, the entire clan fell silent, and the matter was left unresolved under the coercive tactics of Mo-san. In the realm of cultivation, a Jiao dragon remained merely a Jiao dragon. Even upon reaching the pinnacle of cultivation, it could not transform into a true dragon unless fate conspired for a bloodline awakening. However, there existed another method, consuming true dragon blood to cleanse the bloodline, and Mo-ing aimed to elevate her mother's bloodline. One need not fully evolve into a dragon, merely augmenting the physical form suffices. The corporeal body of a dragon is universally acknowledged as the most formidable in the realm of cultivation. If one can fortify the mother's body, the possibility of healing old wounds may arise. As Mo-ing performed her task, the blood of the true dragon gradually merged with Hualan's being. Echoes of dragon roars resonated throughout the subterranean cavern. An hour later, events unfolded more favorably than anticipated. Though the flood dragon was not a true dragon, it nonetheless bore the dragon's lineage, and the infusion of true dragon blood was remarkably thorough. At this moment, the true dragon blood acted as a catalyst, awakening the powerful bloodline within Hualan. Two azure-green, lustrous horns sprouted from her crown, bestowing upon her an extraordinary aura, while her scales shimmered with a radiant blue-green glow. Her serpentine eyes, filled with gratitude, turned towards Zhang Zhe. Mo-ing cradled her mother's head, witnessing the gradual healing of the wound on Hualan's abdomen. Zhang Zhe surveyed the surrounding environment, recognizing it as quite suitable for flood dragons, though the spiritual energy here was somewhat sparse. Thus, he inquired within his mind to Li Shi. Upon receiving a response, Zhang Zhe nodded and retrieved 10 bottles of spiritual energy from his storage pouch, casting them into the pond. Instantaneously, the dense spiritual energy caused every pore in the cavern to open wide, nearly transporting everyone to the fabled realm of immortals. Even the steadfast Mo Shogue was taken aback. He had carelessly discarded the 10 bottles of spiritual energy to aid in recovery. Noticing Mo Shogue's expression, Zhang Zhe shook his head. Their lord had declared that, for him, spiritual energy was the least valuable commodity in this world. This statement left Mo Shogue in a cold sweat. With Hualan's ordeal concluded, Mo-ing fully embraced her identity as the guardian of the Killing Hall. A profound respect and admiration for the enigmatic master of the Killing Hall arose from the depths of her heart. After a brief conversation with her parents, Mo-ing exited the cavern alongside Zhang Zhe and the others. Mo-san chose to remain, stating his intention to protect his companion. Zhang Zhe, or rather the entity behind him, was curious to witness Hualan's transformation into human form, devoid of ulterior motives, merely intrigued. At the entrance of the grand gates of the Mo family, as Zhang Zhe and Mo-ing prepared to depart, Mo Shogue bid farewell to the two once more, this time as a fellow cultivator. At that moment, Mo Shogue felt no trace of arrogance within him. The Mo family was merely a modest clan within the Southern Seas Heavenly Alliance. Meanwhile, the organization backing Zhang Zhe might well be a colossal entity, potentially surpassing even the Heavenly Alliance. Could it be from the Central Continent's Imperial Dynasty? Or perhaps from the deepest parts of the Southern Sea? Surely, it could not be an organization from the realm of immortals. As Mo Shogue speculated wildly in his mind, he suddenly felt like an insignificant insect. Mo-ing? Zhang Zhe? As the two were about to depart, they unexpectedly encountered Mo Chun and Enlan. The couple arrived in a horse-drawn carriage, with Enlan nestled comfortably in Mo Chun's embrace, a picture of celestial love. Observing this scene from a distance in the Stone Ridge Mountains, Li Shi, who was contemplating the power of karma, raised an eyebrow, intrigued enough to shift his focus. Upon seeing Zhang Zhe and his companion leave the Mo family with Mo Shogue, Enlan felt a sudden shock deep within her heart. She was already aware of Zhang Ze's advancement to the core formation stage. Not only she, but the entire Falling Star Island was abuzz with this astonishing news. The circumstances surrounding this event were so peculiar that even the lofty nascent soul cultivators hesitated to take action. At that moment, Zhang Ze's name shone like the sun at its zenith. Conversely, the prodigious Mo Chun's reputation seemed to fade into the background. Mo Shogue had not yet departed, which meant that his earlier address of Zhang Zhe as Dao Yu had not gone unnoticed by Mo Chun and Enlan. In that instant, Enlan was struck by an inexplicable feeling. Could it be that Zhang Zhe had come to the Mo family in search of her? Was he here to prove something to her? To demonstrate that he was not worthless? This notion was utterly baffling. Yet it sparkled like a beacon of hope in the darkness, and Enlon fervently wished for its truth. In the next moment, her wish seemed to materialize. Zhang Zhe approached her, a broad smile illuminating his face, his lips curving back to his ears. Enlon quickly reciprocated with a smile. But in the following instant, Enlon suddenly lost sensation in her arms, followed by her legs. Due to Zhang Zhe's current status as a peak core formation cultivator, his movements were too swift for Enlon to perceive. The excruciating pain only struck her half a second later. She collapsed to the ground, her limbs rendered useless, rolling in agony like a wretched worm. Ah! Enlon shrieked, her severed limbs lying aside as she writhed in despair, her wounds coated in dust. The formidable life force of a Foundation establishment cultivator prevented her from succumbing to her injuries too soon. A gruesome scene unfolded at the entrance of the Mo family, plunging the area into an eerie silence. Mo Shogue squinted, observing quietly, showing no sign of concern, as if the unfolding drama held no relevance to him as the patriarch of the Mo clan. Nonetheless, he cast a significant glance at Mo Chen, conveying a clear message. Yet, Mo Chen understood instinctively what needed to be done, without the need for further prompting from Mo Shogue. Mo Chen was indeed a prodigy, not only in his mastery of techniques and cultivation potential, but also in his temperament. Despite Enlan's affectionate demeanor towards him over the past days, he had merely regarded her as a plaything. He had even, without hesitation, expressed his concern for Enlan's intelligence when she refrained from silencing Zhang Zhe during her diminutive behavior. In that moment, Mo Chen turned his gaze not towards Enlan, but towards Zhang Zhe, having cultivated a technique that allowed him to perceive the desires and emotions of others. At this moment, he could sense the frenzied hatred surging within Zhang Zhe, a wrath akin to a ferocious tiger unleashed, unstoppable and deadly to all who dared to obstruct it. In the next instant, Mo Chen, without hesitation, knelt down resolutely. Zhang Daoyu, Enlan has wronged you, and you seek vengeance. It is entirely justified. Moreover, I have been ensnared by Enlan's manipulations daily, and have long comprehended the profound darkness that resides within her heart. Damn it, I am Mo Chen. Fear I may be implicated. Therefore, I humbly seek forgiveness. The words were spoken with striking directness. In the following moment, Mo Chen turned to Mo Ing. Sister Mo Ing, the discord between us stems solely from our fathers. My only aspiration is to revitalize the Mo family in the future. Nothing more. Past grievances have no bearing on me. Mo Chen. Mo Ing harbored resentment towards the Mo family, yet she relied on their resources for her cultivation, and Mo San, having grown up within the Mo family, shared a similar fate. Even now, her ambition was merely to become the future clan leader and vindicate Hulan. Upon hearing Mo Chen's words, Mo Shogue was the first to speak up. You should hasten inside. Yes. Mo Chen immediately rolled on the ground, truly making his way into the Mo family gates. Mo Chen was indeed a prodigy, excelling in every aspect. Such intellect was not of ordinary caliber. Mo Ing remained silent throughout, recognizing the truth in Mo Chen's assertion that their discord was rooted in their fathers. Mo Shogue continued to stand at the entrance, observing as Mo Chen rolled past him, saying nothing further. In truth, before speaking, Mo Shogue had glanced at Zhang Zhe. He noticed that Zhang Zhe had been fixated solely on Enlan, showing no interest in Mo Chen. It was this observation that compelled him to intercede on Mo Chen's behalf. Zhang Zhe had indeed not cast a single glance at Mo Chen. His gaze was entirely consumed by Enlan. Enlan finally ceased her shrieks, her once youthful and beautiful face now marred by blood and dirt, weeping profusely. Zhang Zhe, save me, I implore you. Observing Enlan, who was on the brink of death, Zhang Zhe hastily splashed a potion of spiritual essence upon her to sustain her life. Enlan, do you know? I had intended to devour you completely, leaving no trace behind. But upon reflection, I realized that cannot be. How could you die, Enlan? How could you die? Zhang Zhe rose, appearing almost deranged, delivering a vicious kick to Enlan's face, shattering several of her teeth and utterly disfiguring her visage. In the next moment, he bent down to caress her hair, murmuring, But Lanner, you have become ugly. I will not allow you to die. I will not let you perish. 1,000 cuts and a myriad of tortures. No. Why resort to such cruelty? I love you, Enlan. Do you understand what my identity is now? Protector of the Hall of Life and Death. Do you hear me? Protector of love. What is love? Enlan, tell me, what is love? Under the nourishing essence of the spiritual liquid, Enlan regained a flicker of vitality, trembling beneath Zhang Zhe's touch. She found herself rendered speechless by fear. Speak. Tell me what the hell love is. Zhang Zhe, consumed by madness, rose to his feet, unleashing a small, elegant sort of magic from his hand. It resembled a large needle more than a sword. Enlan recognized it as a gift she had once bestowed upon Zhang Zhe, a delicate artifact that had brought him much joy. The slender blade shot forth, piercing into Enlan's back. Pain surged through her, eliciting a cry, and in her terror, she instinctively reached out, only to remember that her limbs were no longer there. In disbelief, she lifted her gaze to Zhang Zhe, yearning for forgiveness. She did not wish to die, but within mere seconds, the small sword began to traverse beneath her skin. Zhang Zhe suddenly extended his hand, summoning forth a gruesome sight. A bloody layer of skin was torn away by the small sword, falling to the ground like a tattered sack. A human figure, stripped of its flesh and drenched in blood, collapsed, shrieking and rolling about in a maddened frenzy, unrecognizable as a person. Zhang Zhe erupted into laughter. Watching Enlan writhe in agony, his mirth persisted for over 10 seconds before gradually subsiding. 3 seconds later, he sighed, grasped the sword's hilt, bent down, and without the aid of any magical force, plunged it into Enlan's head. The wailing ceased instantly. Imoling felt a flicker of concern for Zhang Zhe's mental state. The indifference and tranquility he usually displayed had vanished without a trace, replaced by a demeanor that unnerved her. Nevertheless, Imoing understood Zhang Zhe's actions. Even Imo Shogue, who stood nearby, exhibited a twitch of his features, silently concluding that this individual was not to be trifled with, certainly deserving of the title of the Hall of Slaughter. Yet, she pondered, what manner of person was the hall's master? Imoing, I have matters to attend to. You may leave, Zhang Zhe stated, standing in silence before Enlan's corpse. What are you going to do? Imoing inquired with curiosity. Enlan is dead. I must ensure she is laid to rest properly. In the future, when I think of her, there should be a place to go. Imo Ying's eyelids twitched as she pressed further. The Yin family? Enlan's father, Inshiji, was a late-stage core formation cultivator and a renowned elder within the Heavenly Harmony Alliance. The death of his only daughter would undoubtedly incite the entire clan to pursue Zhang Zhe relentlessly, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. Zhang Zhe wrapped Enlan's body in a red cloth, stuffing her skin and limbs within as if disposing of refuse. Later, this way they shall not witness your disgrace. Zhang Zimi and spoke in hushed tones, as if fearing to disturb Enlan's slumber. The wildfire in the Dashi Ridge Mountains had finally come to an end. This conflagration was immense and utterly extraordinary. In just a day and a night, it had reduced the entire east-west mountain range to a barren wasteland, as if it had been shorn of its hair, leaving nothing but stark desolation. Apart from a few creatures with some cultivation that managed to escape, all mundane beings perished completely. Due to its unusual nature, nearby sects swiftly dispatched individuals to investigate. However, before they could arrive, they witnessed personnel from the Qingyun sect already on the scene. Li Yuyang, holding the disciple token of the Qingyun sect, hovered in the air. I am Li Yuyang of the Qingyun sect. I have been ordered to thoroughly investigate the mysterious fire in Dashi Ridge. All unauthorized personnel, withdraw at once. From this moment forth, this area is under the jurisdiction of the Qingyun sect. Upon seeing the talented Li Yuyang, the gathering of minor sect cultivators naturally retreated. Yet, they were filled with numerous questions. The Qingyun sect? Their sect was so far away. Why would they involve themselves in this matter? Could there be some hidden agenda? The appearance of a rare treasure? The cultivation of demonic practitioners? Some even speculated whether the legendary had manifested. Nevertheless, the Qingyun sect was a formidable sect, and none dared to provoke them, hastily retreating instead. On the northern side of Dashi Ridge, along a rural path, Qijin encountered Su Tianan and immediately knelt before him. However, Su Tianan shook his head. Have you forgotten your position? You are now the blood protector of the Killing Hall, while I am merely a mundane protector. We stand on equal footing and need not engage in such formalities. Qijin nodded and rose to his feet. Last night, I discovered a minor sect in the Dashi Ridge Mountains, comprising a dozen individuals. Their sect leader is at mid-foundation establishment. I incapacitated them all, and no one knows who was responsible for the fire. Well done, came the voice, not from Su Tianan, but resonating directly within Qijin's mind. He recognized it as the enigmatic leader of the Killing Hall, a mysterious presence atop the Lotus Shadow. Qijin quickly responded in his thoughts. Yes, my lord. It is indeed an honor to serve you. No sooner had he spoken than his cultivation surged dramatically. An invisible force descended from above, and a torrent of spiritual energy flooded in, allowing him to attain the golden core stage within 10 breaths, continuously rising to the pinnacle of that realm. Stunned, Qi Jin fell to his knees, trembling in fear. The leader of the killing hall was even more inscrutable than he had assumed, wielding immense power. As the blood protector of the killing hall, he heard the voice once more and immediately responded, "Present. Here's your first task. I am at your command. From now on, you shall serve as my eyes within the Blood Soul sect. How much do you know about the Blood Soul ancestor?" Upon hearing the inquiry regarding the Blood Soul ancestor, Qi Jin hesitated for less than a second before quickly answering. The Blood Soul ancestor is currently researching an ancient secret technique, intending to advance to the divine transformation through the path of death. Path of death? Indeed. The Blood Soul ancestor has established his own mausoleums throughout the southern realms, even going so far as to sever his own flesh, limbs, and internal organs, burying them in various locations within the realm of cultivation. Such malevolent sorcery is unheard of by my subordinates. This dark art is something even Li Shi has never encountered. Where did the Blood Soul ancestor acquire such power? Erase your subordinates' memories of last night, infiltrate the Blood Soul sect, and uncover the secrets of the Blood Soul ancestor. Understood. Yet, hesitating momentarily, Qi Jin inquired, "Now that I have received the patronage of the Hall Master and have easily stepped into the core formation realm, how shall I explain myself if I encounter that old wretch, Blood Soul?" Most concealed cultivation techniques can only deceive fellow cultivators of the same rank. But the Blood Soul ancestor stands at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Ordinary spells would be futile before him. Fear not. I shall elevate you to the same level as the Blood Soul ancestor. Qi Jin's eyes widened in astonishment. Meanwhile, Li Shi was engrossed in the matters concerning his subordinates' nascent souls. Unlike the core formation stage, as his subordinates reached the peak of core formation, the system interface indeed presented an option for nascent soul formation, yet a new information bar appeared, the success rate of nascent soul formation. This implies that nascent soul formation may encounter failure. In the realm of cultivation, let alone nascent soul formation, even the success rate for the foundation establishment stage is considered remarkably high at 70%. 90% is regarded as genius. However, with Li Shi enhancing his subordinates, there is a 100% success rate for core formation, let alone foundation establishment. Is it due to their spiritual roots? The dual-blooming spiritual roots such as Yi Ling Jin, Jin Ling Jin, and He Ling Jin, which are born from the same stem, possess exceptional aptitude, akin to prodigies in the realm of cultivation, allowing them to disregard the obstacles of core formation. Yet now, the nascent soul stage proves to be different. The system indicates that Qi Jin's success rate for nascent soul formation is 79.666. In the realm of cultivation, this is already considered quite high, even falling into the category of genius. However, in Li Shi's eyes, failure in nascent soul formation equates to a waste of attribute points. The formation requires 50 million attribute points. Upon initial glance, Li Shi found the figure rather modest. A mere 50 million? This was the threshold of advancing to the Yuaning. However, the emergence of the success rate informed Li Shi that the matter was not so straightforward. Thus, he commenced his attempts. The system revealed that the highest success rate for embryo formation belonged to Long Ying, which, perhaps due to the presence of true dragon blood within, reached an astonishing 96.987, nearly surpassing 99% of prodigies. Following closely was Li Yuyang, achieving a rate of 83.541. The least favorable was Jiang Bihe, with a mere 62.668. Li Shi began to experiment with Jiang Bihe. Jiang Bihe practiced a technique known as the gnawing, which is a lower-grade mysterious level skill. It was rather mediocre. Just then, Li Yuyang presented a lower-grade earthly level technique called the Qing Yunju, which comprises 5 layers. Li Shi directly enhanced the Qing Yunju for Jiang Bihe to the 5th level, the pinnacle of its potential, leaving no further enhancements possible. In the next moment, Jiang Bihe's success rate for infant formation soared from 62.668 to 75.321. This is beneficial. It appears that the cultivation technique significantly influences the success rate of infant formation. Theoretically, by elevating all aspects and achieving a well-rounded warrior, it is entirely feasible to elevate the success rate of infant formation to an almost perfect 100%. Li Shi continued to examine other aspects of Jiang Bihe. Jiang Bihe's spirit was formidable due to his ability to manipulate insects, thus requiring no enhancement. However, His physical form seemed rather inadequate. While the physical aspect is not particularly significant when a cultivator advances to the nascent soul stage, Jiangbia's body was indeed lacking. Not to mention, his eyes were still fashioned from insects. Now a golden core cultivator, restoring his vision should be a simple task. Yet Jiangbia attempted to transform his insect eyes into a formidable weapon, unwilling to revert to his original eyes. Moreover, Li Shi discovered that a parasitic mantis resided within Jiangbia's dantian, proudly standing atop his golden core, draped in a vibrant red woman's garment like a cape, exuding an air of majesty. What does this signify? The man is playing with a pearl? Jiangbia, you truly are a talent. Meanwhile, the gifted Jiangbia was nurturing his thunder centipede. This colossal creature housed a fragment of Jiangbia's own lingering soul, granting him the ability to command such peculiar insects during his qi refinement period. Now, as a golden core cultivator, Jiangbia began to explore even more audacious methods. He felt fortunate to have encountered Li Shi, who effortlessly achieved what he had toiled for a lifetime. Yet, Jiangbia remained proud. He aimed to carve his own path. The man is playing with the golden core was his new masterpiece. Utilizing the golden core as a weapon is not unheard of in the realm of cultivation. Yet it is typically reserved as a trump card for desperate situations, as a misstep in a clash of golden cores could lead to catastrophic consequences. However, Jiangbia had his own strategies. A myriad of blood mosquitoes to hinder foes, a white jade spider to ensnare enemies, the thunder centipede for surprise attacks, the parasitic mantis, adorned with an invincible garment, fighting alongside the golden core. Jiangbia was still envisioning a bright future when, in an instant, he grasped the most formidable technique of the Qingyun sect, the Qingyun formula. A surge of spiritual energy erupted within him, enhancing his strength and filling him with exhilaration. In the next moment, he sensed his physical form rapidly strengthening. Startled, Jiangbia quickly realized his earlier words were hasty. He wished to forge his own path. Yet there was no need to reject the assistance of the sect master. Li Shi has scarcely devoted any effort to the development of physical cultivation within the system. His own embodiment merely encompasses 100 layers of body refinement. Having learned from the previous experiences of the 100 layers of qi refinement, Li Shi hesitates to experiment further on his own body and thus opts for Jiangbia as a test subject. Name: Jiangbia physical body. Mortal, a mere copper skin of a body refinement practitioner, complemented by the I Ching, nurturing the organs, forging the bones, and cleansing the marrow to attain a semi-holy physique. Most cultivators neglect physical training entirely. The initiation into body refinement is exceedingly challenging, belonging to an ancient path that has long been rendered obsolete. Moreover, being merely a body refinement practitioner without having established a golden body has little impact on battles beyond the foundation establishment stage. From 100 meters away, a single flying sword can still sever one's head. It is no wonder that body refinement practitioners have been discarded. They are simply too weak in this realm of cultivation. Far removed from Li Shi's previous imaginings of a 9-year-old child capable of moving mountains with ease, possessing a blood vitality of 1,000,000 pounds. The truth is starkly different. Only upon forming a golden body can one significantly enhance their combat prowess. For a body refinement practitioner to attain a golden body, they must undergo 5 rigorous stages: copper skin, I Ching, nurturing the organs, forging the bones, and cleansing the marrow. In simpler terms, it involves a comprehensive forging of the entire body from the outside in. For an ordinary body refinement practitioner, completing these 5 stages is as daunting as ascending to the heavens. Each sect possesses its own methodology. Some engage in relentless training for decades, while others employ medicinal herbs, consuming substances like dragon blood grass to nourish their vitality and fortify their organs and limbs. There are even sects that emphasize the merging of their bloodlines with those of fierce beasts, inheriting the formidable power of these creatures to enhance their physical forms. Some practitioners, upon reaching the stages of Dan formation or even nascent soul, further bolster their physicality through the revitalizing energies of the spirit. Yet, Li Shi finds himself unencumbered by such necessities. As Li Shi elevated Jiangbia's physical form to the 9th level of body refinement, a new interface emerged. Why? Despite my own achievement of the 100th level of body refinement, has the interface not yet been updated? Li Shi muttered, casting a glance at Jiangbia's interface. Copper skin, 01000000, nurturing viscera, 01000000, I Ching, bone forging, marrow cleansing. Each step demands 1,000,000 attribute points. However, For Li Shi at this moment, it was merely a trifling sum. A single grand conflagration in the Dashi Ridge Mountains had bestowed upon him a staggering 850 million attribute points. Li Shi has come to a definitive conclusion. Only living beings that are visibly discernible and possess a certain degree of intelligence can augment their attributes. In this world, tales about of ants cultivating their skills and mice achieving spiritual refinement. Indeed, insects and rodents alike have the opportunity to embark upon the path of immortality. However, microorganisms and bacteria are unable to engage in such cultivation. Lacking in spiritual essence, there has yet to be a narrative of an E. coli immortal or a paramecium facing tribulations. Li Shi became immensely wealthy due to the Great Fire. However, the commotion was so significant that it attracted nearby cultivation sections. This was largely due to the remote nature of the Dashi Ridge mountain range. Had Li Shi ventured directly into the Tianyi mountain range to start a fire, his attribute points would have soared into the hundreds of billions, if not trillions, and it would take years to extinguish completely. Yet, this would likely summon a horde of ferocious beasts, resulting in his own demise. The Tianyi mountain range is home to many unknown ancient ferocious creatures. Li Shi regained his composure without hesitation, investing 5 million attribute points to fully enhance all 5 steps of Jiang Bie's body refinement. In the next moment, the option to attain the golden body materialized before him. Was it also 50 million? Both forming the nascent soul and the golden body required 50 million? Did the system truly equate the difficulty of achieving a golden body with that of forming a nascent soul? Upon reflection, it was evident that there were indeed numerous nascent soul cultivators in the realm of immortals. However, Li Shi had yet to encounter any practitioners of the golden body. He had heard tales of monks from the Yuming temple who had achieved the golden body and transformed into fleshly arhats. Moreover, there was his senior brother Wang Hao from the Xiantian sect, rumored to possess the bloodline of the Thunder Tiger clan, granting him an equally formidable physique. Regaining his focus, Li Shi hesitated momentarily before commencing the golden body formation for Jiang Bie. Meanwhile, Jiang Bie sensed a tremendous force defying the constraints of celestial laws, forcibly transforming and enhancing his physical form. First, his skin became extraordinarily resilient, almost metallic in nature, when the white jade spider bit him. It found itself incapable of inflicting harm. Next, his entire meridian system writhed and strengthened, akin to dormant dragons stirring beneath his skin. Subsequently, his internal organs grew warm, as if imbibing potent restorative elixirs, radiating an unprecedented vitality. Then, his bones emitted crackling sounds, straightening his previously slightly hunched back in an instant. And Jiang Bie perceived an extraordinary hardness in his skeletal structure. Finally, his marrow underwent purification, enveloping him in a profound sense of comfort that elicited involuntary soft exclamations. The path that ordinary body refiners would traverse over a lifetime, Jiang Bie accomplished in mere breaths. With a resounding pop, his compound eyes were forcibly expelled, replaced by a pair of new, fleshy eyes. Before he could fully comprehend this transformation, the process of forming the golden body commenced. His heart began to pump blood, resonating with a thunderous rhythm, while his blood vessels surged like mighty rivers throughout his body. Blood, meridians, bones, and internal organs all celebrated this rebirth in jubilant unison. Jiang Bie's skin initially radiated a golden glow, which gradually receded beneath the surface, no longer visible. Thus, the term golden body was born. He had never felt such unrestrained ease. His entire being seemed to have undergone a baptism. The transformation was far more profound than that of the foundation establishment or core formation stages. It was a pure evolution of the physical form. With the golden body completed, a resounding thunder rolled in from outside. This thunder was all too familiar to Li Shi. It was the tribulation thunder. Fortunately, Li Shi had anticipated this moment. To enhance the breeding efficiency of the blood mosquitoes, Jiang Bie had established a secluded cave at the ocean floor for their propagation, allowing him to face the tribulation unobserved. Let the tribulation commence. Upon receiving the message from Li Shi, Jiang Bie calmly emerged from his cave and ascended to the surface of the sea. He beheld the tumultuous thunderclouds that had gathered, albeit not very large, spanning perhaps several hundred feet. It seemed that the heavenly Tao could not lock onto the system of the twin lotus blossoms. The twin lotus blossoms served as a bridge, empowering the members of the killing hall and allowing them to evade the heavenly Tao's tracking, akin to constructing a ladder to scale a wall and avoiding detection. Thus, it became a trivial matter. A mere 100-foot thunder tribulation? How absurd. Jiang Bie, now in possession of a golden body and at the pinnacle of the Dan formation, wielded formidable techniques, enabling him to effortlessly traverse the thunder tribulation. 2 hours later, after a refreshing baptism under the thunder, Jiang returned to his cave, having sustained no injuries whatsoever. On the contrary, the ordeal had enhanced his physical form. Jiang had successfully navigated the thunder tribulation with ease, exemplifying what a normal tribulation should be. Even in the face of near-death experiences, there remains a glimmer of hope, unlike Li Shi's tribulation, which appeared solely intent on destruction. Li Shi gazed at the system, noting that the success rate of Jiang childbirth had now reached an impressive 87.366. Li Shi bestowed upon Jiang a treasured volume from the Mo family, a technique known as the Qiankuan nourishing spirit art, designed to enhance one's soul. Jiang, already possessing formidable spiritual strength, saw his success rate for spirit embodiment soar to an impressive 94.56, second only to the illustrious dragon Sakura bloodline. What factors influence the success rate of spirit embodiment? Mastery of cultivation, potency of techniques, strength of the spiritual root, physical prowess, and robust spiritual essence all play pivotal roles. Additionally, the resolute heart, often referred to as the clarity of intent, is crucial. Those prodigies, each one brimming with ambition, embody this spirit of determination, which contributes significantly to their success. In the next moment, Li Shi unleashed a torrent of reprimands within Jiang consciousness. Jiang, have you forgotten the oath you once swore? I am guiding you towards spirit embodiment, yet your resolve is pathetically frail. Are you merely a leech on my strength? Reflect on the partner who abandoned you. Contemplate your foes. Do you consider yourself worthless? Where is your ambition? Where is your heart for the path? Fool. With a surge of motivation, the success rate suddenly escalated to 98.654. It was ample. Now was the moment. Spirit embodiment. Even the most gifted alchemists typically possess only a 90 assurance in this endeavor, with many falling to a mere 70, which is already considered extraordinary in the realm of cultivation. Jiang success rate was nearly unattainable for others in the cultivation world. No cultivator is a jack of all trades, capable of maximizing every aspect, spiritual essence, physical form, techniques, and roots to their zenith. Naturally, Jiang achieved spirit embodiment. Within the cave, an abundance of roots suddenly sprouted, radiating from Jiang core, growing and extending until they enveloped the entire cavern. The white roots resembled the web of a colossal spider. However, upon closer inspection, one would realize this was not mere reality, but rather a remarkable phenomenon. Li Shi recognized what it was, the root spirit rooted within Jiang, the heart root. Simultaneously, within Jiang, the golden core and divine soul had fused into a singular entity, becoming the source of magical power within. Everything transpired silently, yet concealed in immense, terrifying energy. A miniature version of Jiang quietly stood within the Dantian. This was the primordial infant. For practitioners of the primordial infant, the path of cultivation lay in continuously strengthening their primordial infant, subsequently comprehending the principles of the great Tao, breaking through the limitations of the spiritual platform, and promoting themselves to the divine embryo, thus achieving the transformation into divinity. Rumble. Outside, the sound of the tribulation echoed once more. Having just transcended the golden body tribulation, he was now faced with the primordial infant tribulation. Jiang opened his eyes, and all extraordinary phenomena vanished. Following this, Jiang fled from his cave dwelling, plunging into the heart of the tribulation. There was no need to observe further. The tribulation was indeed formidable, capable of annihilating the majority of prodigies. Yet Jiang was different. With his potential fully realized, failure was not an option. Jiang had achieved the primordial infant. The next step was to refine him further, elevating Jiang to the pinnacle of a hexagonal warrior, in addition to the requisite attribute points for forming a baby. In total, approximately 150 million attribute points were needed. This estimate did not even account for the points required to reach the peak of the primordial infant. After forming the infant, an ascent to the mid-stage of the primordial infant would necessitate 50 million points. Another 50 million would be needed to advance to the late stage, and yet another 50 million to reach the pinnacle. When all was considered, cultivating a primordial infant to the peak would require approximately 300 million attribute points, which might even prove insufficient. However, given that such peak primordial infant practitioners were exceedingly rare, not only in the South Sea but throughout the entire region, this figure might even be deemed modest. Li Shi elevated Jiang to the initial stage of the nascent soul and subsequently began to cultivate Qi Jin. Qi Jin achieved the nascent soul stage, and under Li Shi's guidance, he inexplicably mastered extraordinarily powerful techniques and inexplicably acquired a golden body, a feat that others would toil a lifetime to attain. Ultimately, he also grasped formidable soul secret arts, dramatically enhancing the strength of his soul. Setting aside the question of how he came to possess these abilities, it is worth noting that even if he truly did, mastering any single one of them would typically require decades, if not centuries, of relentless cultivation. Yet, he felt as though he had become an unparalleled genius, one that myth itself would struggle to conceive, as if knowledge flowed into him like a river coursing into a ravine, instantaneously comprehended. In the end, he was reprimanded for his supposed lack of mental acuity, with claims that his success rate barely reached 95%. Qi Jin felt like a marionette. This scolding awakened something within him. To hell with the blood soul ancestor. What are you worth? My subordinate, the blood protector, is the one to whom the Hall of Slaughter pays homage. His success rate surged from 332 to 98, 999. Meanwhile, Li Shi was taken aback, pondering why Qi Jin's declaration of loyalty had increased his success rate for the nascent soul formation. What was the principle behind this? Did loyalty equate to a clear understanding of the mind? Did it signify a heart aligned with the Tao? It seemed rather plausible. Qi Jin was soon undergoing the tribulations of the golden body, and then the tribulations of the nascent soul. Just like that, he achieved the nascent soul stage. Moreover, due to the infiltration mission, Li Shi directly elevated Qi Jin's cultivation to the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Remember your task. Understood. Returning to the Blood Soul sect, Qi Jin erased the memories of the Blood Soul sect disciples and led them back to the sect. The Southern Heavens had gained another practitioner at the peak of the nascent soul stage, the blood protector of the Hall of Slaughter. Thus, both protectors of the Hall of Slaughter had attained the nascent soul stage. On the other hand, Li Shi continued his research on the system. After elevating Qi Jin's cultivation to the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, the system presented a new prompt. Ding! The Great Tao Lottery has been activated. One can draw a fragment of the Great Tao to comprehend, facilitating the advancement to the divine transformation stage. For every 10,000 creatures slain, one draw can be made. Remaining draws. 1. Draw a fragment of the Great Tao? Li Shi murmured in astonishment. He was well aware that in order for a cultivator to ascend to the realm of divinity, one must comprehend a particular Tao to make it one's own, thereby breaking through the limitations of the spiritual platform and advancing to the divine embryo, a process known as transformation into divinity. The Tao can be regarded as an essential requisite for this ascension, akin to the materials needed for Li Shi to achieve such a transformation. This elucidates the rarity of cultivators who have attained the divine transformation. The comprehension of the Tao is not a trivial endeavor. Have I truly vanquished 10,000 species? The mere thought of 10,000 species is indeed daunting. However, it is worth noting that over 80% of these are insects. A single great fire in the Dashi Ridge mountain range claimed the lives of several hundred species of ants alone. Li Shi recalled that in his original world, there were approximately 2 million species globally, half of which were insects. However, in this realm of cultivation, the diversity of species was undoubtedly greater, encompassing various mutations, hybrids, and dragon breeds, all considered new species. Yet, insects still dominated in numbers. Have I found myself at odds with these creatures? It seems I must engage in increasingly unscrupulous acts henceforth. Perhaps I should contemplate actions such as poisoning the South China Sea or setting the cultivation realm ablaze. To slay 10,000 species could yield a singular opportunity to extract the essence of the Tao. Does that not imply I must annihilate every being in the cultivation realm? The totality of the Tao is shrouded in mystery, with no one truly knowing its extent. Some assert that there are 3,000 paths of the Tao, symbolizing the laws and meridians of the universe, a notion derived from Buddhism and not universally accepted. Others claim there are 80,000 paths, or even 1,001. Some speak of 50 fundamental paths, with heaven manifesting 49. Yet, such assertions remain vague. For instance, the yin-yang fish jade pendant I acquired at the auction embodies the annihilating power of the yin-yang Tao, comprised of the dualities of yin and yang. If further dissected, it could also unveil paths of light and dark, feminine and masculine, heavy and light, among others, as well as the distinction between the major and minor Tao. In essence, the Tao is an elusive concept, difficult to categorize and quantify. Additionally, I have recently contemplated the Tao of cause and effect, which is regarded as one of the highest forms of the Tao. There are even prodigies who have crafted unique paths exclusively their own, such as the Sword Tao, Talisman Tao, alchemy Tao, and desire Tao. Well then, since I have an opportunity, I shall first attempt to extract once. Li Shi initiated the extraction, seizing this opportunity. The process of extracting the Great Path is underway. During the extraction, a fragment of the Great Path was obtained, cold. A slender fragment of blue and white emerged within the system, adorned with intricate patterns of crystalline ice. Li Shi's eyes sparkled with delight. The system had unexpectedly shown a rare favor towards him, the time traveler. He was precisely the ice spirit root, a perfect fusion with himself. At this moment, were it not for the constraints of the heavenly Tao and the system's stringent requirement for each stage to reach its utmost limit before allowing progression, he could have achieved the transformation into a deity in a single step. Such were the thoughts of Li Shi, the master of the Killing Hall. It is only through comprehending the Great Way and grasping the laws of the universe that a nascent soul cultivator can transcend the final barrier and advance to deity status. However, there are also prodigies who, prior to this, can perceive a fragment of the Great Way's laws. If I comprehend the Great Way, I should not attract the attention of the heavenly Tao, should I? Li Shi pondered the intricacies of cause and effect, feeling a sense of inadequacy. In this world, there are countless prodigies who grasp the profound truths. Why should he be any different? The system, enlightenment. He was amidst a moment of revelation, harnessing the foundational strength to comprehend the Grand Tao. An estimated duration, 698 years. What? 698 years. It appears that Li Shi is not a genius after all. Grasping the Tao during the foundational stage is exceedingly arduous. The Tao is inherently meant for those at the peak of the nascent soul stage to comprehend. Lin Jiuxiu, despite his prolonged efforts, has only managed to achieve half a step into the God transformation stage, unable to take that final leap, which underscores the difficulty involved. The system is indeed formidable, allowing one to perceive the Tao even in the foundational period, albeit with a rather sluggish loading time. It evokes a sense of something still in the process of being loaded. In any case, since I am not forming a Dan, it is an opportune moment to attempt to elevate my cultivation. In the Li Shi system, his cultivation level is displayed as Foundation Establishment ++. Each enhancement, requiring 1 million points, adds an additional plus sign. It is as straightforward as that. With each increment, Li Shi perceives the spiritual energy within him being compressed, enveloping his physical body and soul in a warm sensation akin to a soothing hot bath. Li Shi initially attempted an investment of 1 million, subsequently pouring in a total of 8 million. His cultivation level, Foundation Establishment, with an astonishing accumulation of 10 additional increments. Truly absurd. Yet, the core formation interface still eludes him. On a brighter note, as the increments increased, his comprehension of the path of cold diminished from 698 years to 695 years. A reduction of 3 years. How remarkably similar this system is to playing a game. Li Shi let out a sigh and reluctantly decided to temporarily give up. He immersed his mind into his dantian, gazing inward. At present, his dantian resembled an ethereal paradise. A multitude of concentric lotuses bloomed, eternally vibrant, patiently awaiting their host. Simultaneously, 9 colossal lotus pedestals floated upon the surface of the water. 9 ethereal figures sat cross-legged on the lotus pedestals, exuding an aura reminiscent of celestial beings. Densely arrayed like a field of hemp, these 9 figures were the 9 great guardians of the Hall of Slaughter. Even in death, they could be reborn in this sanctum. Li Shi suddenly sensed that the killing palace appeared to be expanding at an alarming rate. It was destined to become a formidable new power within the realm of cultivation. Insect Protector. Name, gnawing spiritual root. Mixed spiritual roots of gold, wood, water, and earth cultivation level. Initial stage of nascent soul physical body. Golden Body Dragon Protector. Name, Long-Ing Race. True Dragon Human Spiritual Root. Lotus Seed Spiritual Root Bloodline. True Dragon Cultivation Level. Peak of Core Formation Emotion Protector. Name, Zhangzhe Spiritual Root. Leaf Spiritual Root Cultivation Level. Peak of Core Formation Flood Dragon Protector. Name, gnawing Spiritual Root. High-grade Lotus Seed Spiritual Root Cultivation Level. Peak of Core Formation. Deputy Palace Master. Name, Li Ba Spiritual Root. Medium-grade Water Spiritual Root Cultivation Level. Peak of Core Formation Common Protector. Name, Su Tianan Spiritual Root. Leaf Spiritual Root Cultivation Level. Peak of Core Formation Mandarin Duck Protectors. Name, Li Yuyang Spiritual Root. Lotus Spiritual Root Cultivation Level. Peak of Core Formation Name, Wen Fanxiang Spiritual Root. Lotus Spiritual Root Cultivation Level. Peak of Core Formation Blood Protector. Name, Qi Jin Spiritual. Root. Mixed spiritual root cultivation level. Peak of nascent soul physical body. Golden body currently. The Killing Palace boasts 9 protectors, comprising 2 at the nascent soul stage and 7 at the peak of core formation. It has undoubtedly established itself as a significant power, albeit with some shortcomings in terms of techniques and treasures. Lishi is still unfamiliar with the realm of cultivation. What magnificent sights lie to the north of the mountain range, in the Central State Dynasty? What grandeur awaits in the depths of the South Sea? The land of ferocious beasts? The entire Songxian continent is vast. What other wonders exist in distant lands? And what lies beyond the Songxian continent? Reflecting on the necessity to diversify the types of beings he must eliminate and to extract the essence of the great Tao, Lishi felt it was time to embark on an exploration beyond. If one were to extract a strand of the great Tao from 10,000 species, then the combined forces of the South and the South Sea would inevitably face annihilation in due time. Moreover, he has made a subtle advancement in comprehending the Tao of causality, while the comprehension of the Tao of coldness, aided by the system, required many years. He astonishingly found himself grasping the Tao of causality with remarkable swiftness. I have always known I am a prodigy. Eventually, once he masters the art of causality and slaying, wherever the members of the slaughter hall venture, death shall follow. Lishi swiftly began to arrange the members of the killing hall. Insect Guardian Jiang Bia established the insect division of the killing hall, oversee the nurturing of spiritual insects, not seeking strength, but rather quantity. Additionally, scour the seas in search of creatures with robust reproductive capabilities. Dragon Guardian Long Ying and Zhao Guardian Mo Ying. You too shall venture into the depths of the South China Sea. Explore the realm of the sea monsters and uncover the secrets of the Dragon Clan. Dragon Guardian Long Ying. Do you not seek vengeance for your father? Emotion Guardian Zhangzhe, you shall remain at Falling Star Island, managing all matters within the Heavenly Alliance henceforth. Mandarin Duck Guardians Liu Yang and Wen Fan Xiang, return to the Qingyan sect and guard the southern skies. Gather intelligence on all happenings within the realm of cultivation. Blood Guardian Qi Jin has been dispatched to the Blood Soul sect. While Common Guardian Su Tianan remains at my side, all arrangements are in place. As for the Vice Hall Master Li Ba, as a mere external incarnation, his greatest utility lies in serving as a decoy should his identity be exposed, allowing him to enact a miraculous escape in the face of powerful foes. Having arranged the affairs of the killing hall, Lishi then turned his attention to the center of the 100-Zhang spiritual energy pool, beside the twin lotus blossoms. A new spiritual plant had taken root. This was the branch of the 10,000 path tea tree acquired from the auction. Ancient legends state that brewing tea with the leaves of the 10,000 path tea tree grants insights into the principles of the great Tao. Now, this nearly withered branch had once again been revitalized, as a tremendous life force was being nurtured within it. With dense fine roots emerging from the base of the 10,000 path tea tree and burrowing into the spiritual energy pool, this 10,000 path tea tree was indeed quite voracious. Within a day of being placed in the spiritual energy pool, the water level had dropped by 3 centimeters. It even provoked the resident twin lotus blossoms, which had begun to exhibit a flicker of spiritual intelligence. With 2 leaves clenched into fists, they delivered 2 powerful blows to the 10,000 path tea tree. With each thud, the surface of the tea tree was indented in 2 places. After this encounter, the 10,000 path tea tree no longer dared to freely absorb the spiritual energy liquid, adopting a somewhat timid demeanor. Su Tianan, let us depart. After inspecting everything within his dantian, Lishi emerged, continuing his exploration of the causal great Tao while leading Su Tian and toward the cloud outskirts peak. Recently, news had emerged from the cloud outskirts peak. Liang Yinglan was delivering a discourse. A god transformation cultivator was elucidating their theories of the great Tao. Such an opportunity is unparalleled in the ages. Countless cultivators who initially had no intention of attending have flocked to the cloud outskirts peak over these past few days to partake in this grand assembly. Liang Yinglan proclaimed that he would lecture for 9 days. Already, 2 days have passed. It is said that as Liang Yinglan's lecture deepens, many extraordinary phenomena have occurred at the cloud outskirts peak. Vast orchards of peach blossoms have suddenly appeared, taking root at the peak. Celestial dragon and phoenix manifestations have descended from the heavens, drawn by Liang Yinglan's teachings. Even boulders have cracked under the influence of his Tao, transforming into a stone monkey. Even Lishi began to wonder, what profound principles of the great Tao has Liang Yinglan mastered to evoke such wonders? As Lishi hastened towards the cloud peak, Qi Jin finally returned to the Blood Soul sect. He employed his methods to erase and alter the memories of his subordinates, ensuring they forgot their experiences. The Blood Soul sect already possessed secret arts in this regard, and with Qi Jin at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, this task was accomplished with ease. Qi Jin encountered no obstacles as he entered the Blood Soul sect, making his way through layers of defense until he arrived beneath a blood-red mountain. The peak was shrouded in peculiar crimson trees. Adorned with corpses, this was the core peak of the Blood Soul sect. Upon reaching the summit, Qi Jin entered the grand hall of the sect, where he beheld a woman in a black dress seated in meditation. "Master," Qi Jin called out, with the ancestor of Blood Soul absent. This individual was none other than the sect master, the granddaughter of the ancestor, named Guan Peipei, a practitioner at the initial stage of the nascent soul. Aside from the ancestor, the Blood Soul sect boasted 4 other nascent soul practitioners, 3 elders in the mid-nascent soul stage and Guan Peipei in the initial stage. Upon hearing the commotion, Guan Peipei turned her head. "Where are Qi Jin and Li Yuyang?" Qi Jin had been tasked with eliminating the twin prodigies of the Qingyun sect. Reporting to the sect master, "They are dead." "Well done." Guan Peipei's mood brightened considerably. The recent teachings of Liang Yingluan did not distinguish between righteous and demonic paths, inviting practitioners from across the southern realm. Naturally, the ancestor had to attend, accompanied by another nascent soul elder, since the Blood Soul sect required someone to remain behind. She had been unable to attend and had recently been feeling quite vexed. Hearing this good news brought her joy. "Qi Jin, you have achieved a great feat this time. When the ancestor returns, you shall surely be personally rewarded." At this, Qi Jin raised his head and inquired, reporting to the sect master, "My service to the Blood Soul sect is but my duty. Has the ancestor gone to attend Liang Yingluan's teachings?" Indeed. Upon hearing this, Qi Jin fell silent, as the voice of Li Shi echoed in his mind. The ancestor of Blood Soul had also gone to the gathering? Li Shi suddenly pondered the reason behind burying a spy. The Blood Soul ancestor was not home. Why not simply eradicate his entire lineage? Eradicate. Then, ensure a thorough search. Li Shi commanded. Qi Jin regained his senses, his expression peculiar. Guan Peipei, noticing his silence, inquired with curiosity, "Qi Jin?" "Master." Qi Jin replied, "You." In the next moment, Qi Jin unleashed his power. A vast surge of magic erupted, akin to a dragon emerging from the sea, nearly toppling the grand hall. Guan Peipei was taken aback. A diminutive figure, identical to Qi Jin, emerged from within him, exuding an aura of invincibility. Gazing down at Guan Peipei with a slight wave of his hand. "The peak of the nascent soul? This is impossible. Who are you? Who are you?" Guan Peipei swiftly reacted, casting a blood-red palm imprint and frantically shaking a bell she had produced. Roar. Countless spirits surged forth from the bell, resembling a dark river, crashing towards Qi General, yet neither the palm imprint nor the spirits could withstand even a moment before Qi General bang. Qi Jin merely gestured slightly, and the bell in Guan Peipei's hand shattered, releasing the countless souls trapped within, dissipating into the void. The disparity between the early and peak stages of the nascent soul was akin to an insurmountable chasm. Not everyone is Yi Tianjia. Guan Peipei's face turned pale as she produced a talisman, pressing it to the ground. In the next instant, a blood-red glow enveloped her. Boom. Qi Jin's attack struck the protective barrier above, momentarily failing to breach it. Poof. Even so, Guan Peipei spat out a mouthful of crimson blood. "What did the old immortal of Blood Soul leave for you?" Qi Jin furrowed his brow. This talisman was undoubtedly crafted by the ancestor of Blood Soul, enabling it to withstand his assault. Upon hearing Qi Jin's words, Guan Peipei was filled with dread and unease. This person is indeed not Qi Jin. Setting aside the improbability of Qi Jin suddenly attaining the peak of the nascent soul, he would never dare to refer to the ancestor of Blood Soul as the old immortal. This individual impersonating Qi Jin and launching an assault on the Blood Soul sect. Who could it be? Yi Tianjia? But why does he wield the techniques of our Blood Soul sect? Who is your predecessor? What grudge does our Blood Soul sect hold against you? No sooner had Guan Peipei finished speaking than 2 presences of the nascent soul descended from the heavens. There were 2 mid-stage elders, sensing Qi Jin's peak cultivation. The 2 dared not act rashly, secretly forming hand seals, attempting to activate the Blood Soul Great Formation. After all, this is the Blood Soul sect. With the Blood Soul Great Formation in place, there might be a chance to fight back. However, Qi Jin would not grant them such an opportunity. He swiftly turned, a blood-red long knife appearing in his hand, and struck once more. Guan Peipei could not defeat him at the moment, so he would first eliminate the 2 elders. The 2 were startled and quickly retaliated. However, Qi Jin merely waved his hand with a casual flick, unleashing a blood-red blade aura from the long knife in his grasp. The defensive measures of both individuals proved utterly futile against this formidable blade aura. Damn! One of the elder cultivators in the nascent soul stage suddenly shouted, summoning a red tortoiseshell. It was a postnatal spiritual treasure. Bang! The tortoiseshell was effortlessly cleaved away. The soul perished. The spiritual platform shattered. Simultaneously, another nascent soul cultivator bellowed, employing the secret technique of the Blood Soul sect, aiming to assail Qi Jin's soul and spiritual platform. Though it might be challenging to annihilate him, incapacitating him for a moment was certainly feasible. Practitioners of the Blood Soul sect generally possess superior souls compared to other cultivators in the southern realm of cultivation. Their techniques focused on the dual aspects of blood and soul, hence the name Blood Soul. Yet, the elder noticed Qi Jin grinning widely. The soul perished. The spiritual platform shattered. The same proclamation echoed from Qi Jin's lips. This secret technique of the Blood Soul sect. He, Qi Jin, was also adept in it. I am a direct disciple of the Blood Soul sect. The expression of the nascent soul elder shifted dramatically. However, before he could react, the two secret techniques collided imperceptibly. Two identical soul techniques clashed. No sound accompanied the encounter. The nascent soul elder fell straight down, his nascent soul shattered, his essence dissipating into a spectrum of light. Returning to the heavens, Qi Jin struck again with his knife, simultaneously employing his technique to slay the other elder. The nascent soul fragmented, life extinguished. In mere moments, he had dispatched two mid-nascent soul cultivators. Regardless of their numerous spiritual treasures or profound techniques, they were left with no opportunity to deploy them. Qi Jin turned and approached Guan step by step. Master, did you know? I once harbored unwholesome thoughts about you, Qi Jin remarked with a hint of amusement. Guan beautiful eyes seemed ready to ignite with fury, a blend of fear and anger coursing through her. In the next moment, the Blood Soul Grand Formation was established. A tremendous pressure cascaded from above. Yet, Qi Jin radiated golden light, his nascent soul emerging from within him. He withstood the pressure with his invincible golden body and peak nascent soul, advancing step by step towards Guan. His long knife struck repeatedly. After more than 10 slashes, the curtain of blood shattered, revealing Guan behind it. What a pity, master, but I find you unworthy now. 2 minutes later, Qi Jin emerged from the Grand Hall. With Guan deceased, the Blood Soul Grand Array was left without a master. In the next moment, Qi Jin took control of the Blood Soul Grand Array. An invisible pressure descended from above, weighing heavily upon every disciple of the Blood Soul sect. While the average individual could not manipulate the Blood Soul Grand Array, Qi Jin was an exception. With the sect leader and elders dead, Qi Jin, as a direct descendant of the Blood Soul sect, possessed the utmost authority. However, the direct descendant Qi Jin had perished. Henceforth, I shall be addressed as the Blood Guardian of the Killing Hall. Within the Blood Soul sect, anguished cries echoed continuously, as both the Qi refinement stage servants and the core formation stage elders were reduced to mere fragments under the oppressive force. After a brief period, even the sounds of suffering ceased. Qi Jin commenced the task of tidying up. His first order of business was to gather all the sect's techniques, artifacts, and spiritual treasures, from the Qi refinement stage tools to the treasures collected by the elders. He scoured from the treasury to the rear mountain, from the main peak to the sect's entrance, and from searching corpses to investigating the hidden abodes. Qi Jin adhered strictly to the command of the Hall Master to leave no stone unturned. Regardless of spiritual stones, wealth, or even the illuminating stones and fireflies used within the abodes, he confiscated them all. Ultimately, Qi Jin arrived at the abode of the Blood Soul Ancestor. Except for the Ancestor, no one had ever set foot here. The Blood Soul Ancestor had concealed his deepest secrets within this sanctuary. No outsider had ever entered. Not even Guan had the privilege to cross this threshold. Before him lay a vast, downward-sloping passageway, its walls hewn roughly, lacking the finesse one would expect from the dwelling of a nascent soul master. Countless peculiar patterns, resembling abstract symbols, were inscribed upon the walls surrounding the passage. As Qi Jin delved deeper, a series of array formations began to obstruct his path. Not only could Qi Jin forcibly shatter these formations, but on the other side, Li Shi could effortlessly enhance Qi Jin's array skills with just a few tens of thousands of points. Should there be any powerful array techniques, Li Shi could even elevate Qi Jin to the status of a master in formations. This was precisely what the Killing Hall currently lacked: formidable techniques, secret arts, magical treasures, and array manuals, among others. If Li Shi wishes to significantly enhance the strength of the Killing Palace, he must first address its shortcomings. Meanwhile, As Qi Jin continues to breach the formations left by the Blood Soul ancestor, at Ui Peak, countless cultivators from Tiannan gather. From nascent soul practitioners to Qi refinement cultivators, all are attentively listening to Liang Yinglan's teachings. Countless peach trees bloom from the summit of Ui Peak down to its base, painting the entire mountain in a delicate pink hue, enveloped in a mist of radiant clouds. Occasionally, the melodious sounds of dragons and phoenixes resonate from the heavens, a manifestation of the great Tao under Liang Yinglan's doctrine, signaling a resonance with the Tao. At the foot of Ui Peak, Foundation and Qi refinement cultivators sit cross-legged, while those at the halfway point are core formation practitioners. Only at the peak do the nascent soul cultivators gather, a clear hierarchy established. The Tao is vast, capable of regulating the heavens and the earth, yet all beings rely upon it for existence without complaint, achieving success without possession. My words are easily understood and acted upon. However, the great Tao of the world remains unknown and unattainable. Liang Yinglan's voice reverberates through the cosmos. The act of teaching is not merely idle chatter. Indeed, Liang Yinglan does not engage in such triviality. Each word she utters genuinely embodies her understanding of the Tao. Fragments of enlightenment she has grasped during her divine transformation phase. With every phrase and syllable, these insights are imparted to all present, even among the Qi refinement practitioners. Some successfully establish their foundations under the lingering resonance of her teachings, while peak foundation practitioners attain core formation on the spot. At the summit of Ui Peak, Liang Yinglan sits alone upon a high platform, her crimson gown cascading to the ground as she speaks profound truths, her words boundless in their depth. Before her lies a spread of tables, chairs, and an array of delicacies and fruits. Nearly half of the nascent soul practitioners from Tiannan have gathered here. Among them are the Blood Soul ancestor, the Qingyan true person, Tian Wenjing, the sect master of the Mingwei sect, the head of the Jioding Pavilion, the celestial Xian Yuan Qi Ming of Fengming Valley, and the wandering cultivator Feng Yuma. Yet, these nascent soul practitioners are preoccupied, their focus diverted from the feast, some frown in silence. Others ponder deeply, some exhibit joy, while a few raise their brows in surprise. Seated at the front right, beside Liang Yinglan, is Yi Tianjia, the only exception among them. Indulging in food and drink, savoring spiritual fruits and exquisite wine. Regardless of Liang Yinglan's formidable teachings, what relevance do they hold to his own swordsmanship? In the course of his life, Yi Tianjia has devoted himself solely to the path of swordsmanship, for to stray from this path would tarnish his heart of Tao. The atmosphere in the arena was remarkably tranquil, save for an incessant chattering monkey that occasionally scampered over to vie for a sip of wine with Yi Tianjia. The previous day, while Liang Yinglan was imparting her teachings, a seemingly ordinary stone atop the outer peak unexpectedly shattered, transforming into an extraordinarily intelligent stone monkey, which piqued Yi Tianjia's curiosity, prompting him to playfully engage with it. Suddenly, an elderly man clad in crimson, his countenance drastically altered, sprang to his feet. It was none other than the Blood Soul ancestor, Guan Tai. Almost simultaneously with the elder's reaction, Yi Tianjia raised an eyebrow, his sardonic words escaping his lips as he instinctively marked him as a foe. "Oh, old dog Guan, why does your face appear so dark?" Guan Tai's expression turned ashen, but he was too preoccupied to heed Yi Tianjia's mockery. A crisis had befallen the Blood Soul sect. The bloodline connection between him and his granddaughter, Guan Pei Pei, had been severed. Along with it, the ties to his entire kin had vanished. What on earth had transpired? In the next instant, Guan Tai sensed that the formations within his cave abode were being dismantled one after another, and the intruder was swiftly encroaching upon the depths of his lair. Who dares? Who possesses the audacity? All the prominent nascent soul cultivators of Tiannan had gathered here. Who could possibly extinguish the Blood Soul sect? Guarded by two nascent soul practitioners? With the Blood Soul Grand Formation in place, how could anyone infiltrate? Not even Yi Tianjia could achieve such a feat. Guan Tai's visage darkened further, rage boiling within him, his beard bristling as he glared in indignation, a rare breach of his composure. Despite Yi Tianjia's repeated insults, he had never truly succumbed to fury. Yet this time, his home had been violated. Who could be responsible? The assembly of nascent soul cultivators regarded one another with peculiar expressions, having witnessed the sudden outburst of the Blood Soul ancestor, and they noted his uncharacteristic loss of control. Liang Yinglan too paused, casting her gaze upon Guan Tai. The elder, his hair standing on end from rage, seemed barely able to contain his powers. What pressing matter could warrant such upheaval? Liang Yinglan inquired, her brow furrowed. Upon hearing her question, Guan Tai fell silent for a moment, then surveyed the crowd with a chilling voice laced with murderous intent. It seems that some unknown fellow has dared to launch a surprise attack on my blood soul sect in my absence. As soon as his words echoed, silence enveloped the arena, and the familiar nascent soul cultivators exchanged glances, the atmosphere growing increasingly peculiar. The righteous cultivators stifled their laughter in secret. Someone had pilfered from the blood soul ancestor? Who could it be? This matter was indeed intriguing. However, Tian Wenjing and others furrowed their brows. At this juncture, any harm inflicted upon a demonic sect posed a disadvantage to them. Was it the work of an enemy of the blood soul ancestor? Noticing the lack of responses from the crowd, Guantai fell silent again before resuming his seat. It was too late to rush back now. The perpetrator had undoubtedly fled, rendering any pursuit futile. With the adversary's cultivation level, could the means he had left behind truly harm them? The blood soul ancestor lowered his head, and the murderous intent in his gaze seemed to overflow. Qi Jin had finally entered the inner sanctum of the blood soul ancestor's dwelling. This hidden cave, constructed within the main peak, had never before welcomed a second person besides the blood soul ancestor. Qi Jin had never imagined that he could transition from a mere disciple of the blood soul sect to such a significant position, gaining access to this place. Scanning the cave with his consciousness, Qi Jin was drawn to a wooden plaque on the stone table ahead. An incense burner, still emitting smoke from several peculiar incense sticks, stood before the plaque, its flames unknown to have burned for how long. This scene resembled that of mortals offering incense to some deity. A layer of intangible mist enveloped the plaque, rendering it momentarily indistinct to Qi General Humph. Qi Jin scoffed, forcefully unleashing his consciousness to disperse the mist. At last, he discerned the image upon the wooden plaque. What? Qi Jin was taken aback. The plaque bore the very likeness of the blood soul ancestor. What could this mean? What malevolent practice was the blood soul ancestor engaging in, establishing a grave and offering incense to himself? While Qi Jin remained astonished, a sudden sense of danger surged from behind him, prompting an abrupt turn. However, he found nothing but emptiness. Qi Jin swept his consciousness across the entire cave, yet discovered no anomalies. Except, it dawned on him that this cavern was astonishingly barren. Within the vast expanse of the cave, there was but a solitary stone table for offerings, devoid of any other items, even furniture. Qi Jin dismissed the notion that he had merely imagined it. He held his breath and focused, his peak nascent soul consciousness swirling through the cave like a tempest. Yet, he found nothing at all. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He turned his head, the blood dagger materializing in his hand, and he struck down toward the blood soul ancestor's plaque. Crack. Just as the plaque was about to be struck, a faint sound of shattering resonated. In the next moment, Qi Jin found himself momentarily disoriented. The surroundings transformed into a desolate expanse, enveloped in a mist of white and azure, reminiscent of curling incense smoke. When Qi Jin opened his eyes, he beheld an infinitely towering figure gazing down upon him, as if observing an ant. It was none other than the blood soul ancestor. What was happening? Yet, before he could ponder further, Lashie's voice echoed within his mind. You have been drawn into the plaque. It appears to be a spatial artifact containing its own space. The Master's voice prompted Qi Jin a nod, and he lifted his gaze to meet the eyes of the giant-like blood soul ancestor. He soon realized that this colossal figure did not possess the full consciousness of the blood soul ancestor. It was not truly him. The giant was curiously regarding Qi Jin, much like a child would. How had the blood soul ancestor conjured such a manifestation of himself? Li Shi gradually became increasingly intrigued by the esoteric techniques mastered by the blood soul ancestor. In the next moment, the colossal figure of the blood soul ancestor suddenly extended his hand towards Qi Jin, as if intending to seize him for a closer examination. Humph! Qi Jin scoffed coldly, unperturbed as he soared into the air, brandishing his blade with resolve and severing two of the giant's fingers with a single strike. Roar! The giant emitted a roar that was far from human, lunging at Qi Jin with an overwhelming fury, as if he had completely lost his sanity. Yet, Qi Jin exhibited no fear, engaging fiercely with the behemoth. Indeed, the giant possessed formidable strength. Even a typical peak Yuanian cultivator might falter against him. However, encountering someone like Qi Jin, who was an exceptionally well-rounded peak Yuanian cultivator, was a different matter entirely. With successive strikes, he inflicted numerous wounds upon the giant, causing blood to erupt violently, painting a gruesome scene. Qi Jin soon discerned that despite the giant's terrifying appearance, he lacked the ability to wield any Taoist techniques. After a mere few breaths, the battered giant collapsed to the ground, rendered powerless. Do not kill him. Instead, dissect his flesh and implant this essence within his body. The voice of Li Shi resonated within Qi Jin's heart. Qi Jin nodded, only to see a lotus leaf materialize in his hand, shimmering with ethereal light. In an instant, he recognized that this object bore the same origin as the one implanted within him. With a swift motion, Qi Jin raised his blade, its gleam slicing downwards to cleave a gash in the giant's back, through which he cast the heart leaf. Roar! The giant erupted in a frenzied howl. After a few moments of this tumult, he fell silent, trembling and curling into a ball. Within his mind, the shadow of a lotus emerged, revealing a figure high above. Gazing down, in that moment, the so-called giant appeared no more than an ant. Li Shi began to delve into the fragmented memories of the giant. To his astonishment, he discovered that within the giant's recollections, there existed a substantial amount of memories belonging to the blood soul ancestor himself. Furthermore, it struck him that the giant bore an uncanny resemblance to the blood soul ancestor. Li Shi felt a sudden chill. How could the blood soul ancestor have nurtured such a creature? With this fragment of memory grasped, he finally comprehended the true nature of the blood soul ancestor before him. The nurturing spirit method? The underworld path? 3 centuries prior, the blood soul ancestor had struggled to make any further progress in his cultivation. Watching his juniors, such as Yi Tianjia, steadily catch up to him only deepened his frustration, disrupting his Dao heart. It was during this tumultuous period that a tremendous sound erupted near the Tianyi Mountains, close to the Mo Kingdom. At that time, the blood soul ancestor was pursuing a nemesis in the Mo Kingdom and, upon hearing the commotion, he swiftly made his way to the source of the noise. Seizing the opportunity, to his astonishment, he discovered that something had fallen from the heavens, forcefully collapsing a mountain peak and creating a vast pit. As the blood soul ancestor descended into the pit, he found a gravely injured Yuanian cultivator lying at the bottom. Having never encountered this individual in Tiannan, and given the circumstances of his fall, it was highly probable that he was not from Tiannan. The wounded cultivator pleaded for salvation, claiming to belong to the underworld path. The blood soul ancestor was unfamiliar with this organization. However, this lack of knowledge did not cloud his judgment. He was no benevolent figure, known for his notorious reputation as a malevolent cultivator throughout Tiannan. He acted swiftly, slaying the injured Yuanian cultivator and extracting his memories, seizing all that he possessed. It was then that he learned the Underworld Path was a renowned assassin organization within the Zhongzhou dynasty. The name Underworld Path referred both to the organization itself and a profound principle. Rumors spoke of its leader being a semi-immortal, on the brink of ascension, seldom seen by the world. Subsequently, the blood soul ancestor acquired a tome titled The Nurturing Spirit Method. The character for spirit in this method did not denote the soul. Rather, the nurturing spirit method was not a technique for nurturing the soul. Instead, the spirit referred to deities in a literal sense. Cultivators do not believe in deities. The term simply describes those whose supernatural powers have reached a certain pinnacle, hence the designation of transformation spirit cultivators. This tome was a mimicry of earthly superstitions, underpinned by the formidable powers of cultivators, cultivated by the underworld path, to produce a deity of his own. The towering figure before him was the deity the blood soul ancestor had endeavored to create, albeit it had not yet reached fruition. Once fully nurtured, the blood soul ancestor could usurp the deity, thereby becoming a god himself, striving to ascend to the transformation spirit realm. Moreover, the extensive graveyards scattered throughout Tiannan, attributed to the blood soul ancestor, were also a form of secret art of the underworld path. The underworld path, such a profound principle indeed? What manner of assassin organization adopts a thoroughfare as its moniker? A flash of light illuminated the chamber once more, as Qi Jin reappeared within the cavern. He approached and seized the enigmatic wooden tablet, an artifact left behind by a Yuaning cultivator of the Ming Tian Dao organization. The ethereal mist that once enveloped the tablet had now dissipated. In its place, the silhouette of a lotus, seemingly standing proud amidst the heavens and earth, emerged, supplanting the visage of the blood soul ancestor. Concurrently, the information within Li Shi's system had been updated. He had aptly named this titan, Guardian of the Divine, Guantiao. Since the blood soul ancestor was called Guantua, it seemed only fitting to bestow upon this one the name Guantiao. It remains to be seen who shall consume whom in the end. Name, Guantiao cultivation. Faith power, a fragment of the blood soul ancestor's essence. Spirit nourishing method, incense power. In the remnants of Ming Tian Dao fragments coalesce into this inferior product. The system, unusually, provided an introduction, classifying it as a subpar creation. High above the blood soul sect, Qi Jin surveyed the dilapidated remains of the sect. Presently, not a single soul lingered within the blood soul sect, nor was there a single spiritual stone or magical artifact in sight. He had thoroughly decimated and searched the premises, leaving nothing untouched. Reporting to the Hallmaster. A total of 7 postnatal spiritual treasures have been acquired. 2 innate spiritual treasures. 922 magical artifacts. Countless magical tools. In terms of high-tier spiritual stones. 334 million. Over 10 exclusive techniques of the Blood Soul sect. Additionally, more than 370 powerful skill manuals. And an abundance of miscellaneous items. Li Shi was quite content. Li Shi is filled with joy. Li Shi was determined to pursue his ambitions. Thus, he set his sights on the city of Corpse Shadows. At that moment, the majority of Yuanian cultivators had departed to attend the preaching conference at Ui Peak. The entire Tiannan sect found itself somewhat vulnerable in the presence of the Yuanian pinnacle expert. Qi General, the city of Corpse Shadows basked in a splendidly sunny day. Truly an exquisite weather. Ever since Yi Tianji's disciple caused a ruckus in the city, its disciples were burdened with a palpable tension, which was not solely rooted in anger, but also in fear. This trepidation largely stemmed from Yi Tianji himself. Speculations regarding the identity of Yi Tianji's enigmatic disciple swirled among the populace, ranging from the notion of a celestial being undergoing recultivation, an ancient devil seizing a body, to some form of extraordinary fortune. More importantly, the whereabouts of Yi Tianji's disciple remained a mystery, as he concealed the news of Li Shi's disappearance and even fabricated the illusion that Li Shi was still within the sect, thereby intimidating other sections. Such a stratagem was indeed masterful, instilling profound fear. It was said that a giant bear, towering 1,000 feet, was spotted at the edge of the Tianyi mountain range. Suspected to be a divine beast of transformation, bearing a sword wound across its back, descending with a roar as if intent on annihilating the Xiantian sect. However, it ultimately refrained, likely due to the presence of Yi Tianji's disciple. Rumors suggested that this individual was merely at the foundation establishment stage, yet had attracted the attention of the heavenly Tao for suppression. What would happen if he reached the core formation stage? Would the entire Tiannan region be plunged into a cataclysm? Curious individuals had even procured the name of that disciple, Li Shi. They whimsically crafted a few rhymes that conveyed, as long as the enemy does not deploy transformation, our Li Shi shall not form a core. With such a disciple, I am invincible below transformation, trading 1 for 1 above. Yi Tianji tacitly approved the circulation of these phrases, causing cultivators from various sects to approach the Xiantian sect with trepidation. Returning to the splendid weather in the city of Corpse Shadows, the sun shone brightly, illuminating fluffy white clouds. The sounds of the corpse puppets' howls echoed intermittently throughout the city, a testament to the disciples' daily practice of refining their puppets. Everything seemed harmonious and beautiful, at least in the eyes of the disciples of the city of Corpse Shadows, until a blood-red shadow appeared in the skies above the city. The figure boldly traversed the air, standing aloft without uttering a word, as a blood knife materialized, raised high to strike. The blood knife that Qi Jin had previously wielded was a product of his own magical energy. Yet the one he now brandished was an acquired post-heaven spiritual treasure unearthed from the Blood Soul sect's treasury, boasting significantly greater lethality. Who dares? Activate the formation. Deploy the Grand Array. A layer of black protective shield surged upward in an attempt to thwart the impending strike. Alas, the last encounter with the heavenly Taoist diagram had severely damaged the city of Corpse Shadows, leaving the array in a compromised state. Boom. A single strike unexpectedly cleaved a gaping hole in the grand formation. Qi Jin was about to slip away when he noticed 2 figures ascending from the direction of the ancestral land. Blood Soul sect allies. This is the territory of Yin Corpse City. I kindly ask you to depart. It was none other than the late Yuanian patriarch left behind in Yin Corpse City, accompanied by a late Yuanian corpse puppet. Following the retirement of the Yin Corpse City patriarch, they would typically enter the ancestral land, utilizing secret methods to corpsify themselves in order to extend their lifespans. However, this particular patriarch had already suffered grave injuries at the hands of Yi Tianji and, upon seeing that Qi Jin was a peak Yuanian cultivator, found himself momentarily at a loss, his words faltering as he stammered, "Please depart." Moreover, the adversaries were clad in the robes of the Blood Soul sect. Was there yet another peak Yuanian cultivator in the Blood Soul sect? This revelation left him even more bewildered. Throughout the entirety of southern Tian, there were scarcely a handful of peak Yuanian cultivators. Qi Jin remained silent, a grin spreading across his face as he swung his blade. Boom. Uft. In just a few strikes, the late Yuanian patriarch was sent reeling, blood spewing forth as he fell. Qi Jin swiftly kicked aside the corpse puppet and pursued. Boom. The grand formation of Yin Corpse City rose. Yet it could not impede Qi Jin. With a few more strikes, a vast chasm was revealed. Swish. The late Yuanying patriarch was shattered into fragments, plummeting downwards. Qi Jin continued his relentless pursuit, delivering several more blows that sealed the patriarch's fate. In his final moments, the patriarch managed to send a missive through the secret arts of Corp City, but tragically, he could only utter a fragment of a sentence. The arrival is from Bloodsoul. A grayish light vanished into the void, and Qi Jin made no attempt to obstruct it. Ultimately, the Yuanying corpse puppet lunged at Qi General, now devoid of control. It was merely a frenzied corpse. The fate of Corp City was sealed. At Ui Peak, the sermon continued, yet the Yuanying cultivators present occasionally cast glances at the Bloodsoul patriarch. They had received successive news reports. The Bloodsoul sect had been annihilated. Who could have accomplished such a feat? The crowd exchanged glances, each silently speculating about the potential culprits behind this incident. Suddenly, the Yuanying cultivators sensed something amiss and turned to look. They beheld the city lord of Corp City, Tian Wenjing, whose expression had drastically altered. He sprang to his feet, trembling uncontrollably. The onlookers were even more astonished. What could possibly be the matter? Guatian stands. Guatian stands. Now Tian Wenjing stands? Uffed. Tian Wenjing lacked the composure of the Bloodsoul patriarch. His face turned ashen, and coupled with his existing injuries, he spewed forth a mouthful of blood. Just moments ago, the connection with his corpse puppet had been severed. Who could possess such power? Suddenly, a gray light surged forth from the void, precisely captured by Tian Wenjing. In the next moment, the voice of the ancestor echoed in his ear. The visitor was Bloodsoul. Tian Wenjing abruptly turned his head to look at the Bloodsoul ancestor, who was seething with anger and frustration upon noticing Tian Wenjing's sudden gaze. Their eyes met, both filled with confusion. Taking a deep breath to quell his rising anger and prevent a relapse of his injuries, Tian Wenjing was acutely aware that there must be a reason behind this strange occurrence. How could the Bloodsoul ancestor possibly attack someone from the same demonic sect? The situation was too bizarre and perplexing, shrouded in a mist that left Tian Wenjing bewildered. Just moments ago, Corp City had vanished. Tian Wenjing resolved to speak openly. The hidden information was far too astonishing to conceal. Upon hearing this, the assembly of Yuanying cultivators could no longer remain seated. The two elder monks from the Netherworld Temple also sprang to their feet, neglecting their contemplation of Liang Yinglan's teachings. In a single day, both the Bloodsoul sect and Corp City had disappeared. Guantai and Tian Wenjing had become isolated individuals. What kind of jest was this? Was the demonic path destined for annihilation? The two monks could no longer sit still. One was the abbot of the Netherworld Temple, and the other was its head monk. If they did not return soon, their temple would face obliteration. What on earth was happening today? As I received the final transmission from the ancestor, Tian Wenjing turned to the Bloodsoul ancestor and spoke each word deliberately. The visitor is Bloodsoul. A profound silence enveloped the room once more. The Bloodsoul ancestor remained silent, furrowing his brow, equally perplexed. This matter was exceedingly strange. Gentlemen, do not leave. Tian Wenjing suddenly interjected, addressing the two monks from the Netherworld Temple who were preparing to rush back to their temple. What is it? The head monk of the Netherworld Temple inquired. His brow furrowed as he was eager to return to his sect. Are you not afraid that the righteous individuals present will conspire to eradicate us? Tian Wenjing's words finally awakened the anxious monks. They began to sense that something was amiss in the atmosphere. All righteous cultivators slowly rose to their feet. This was an opportunity to seize the moment and eradicate the demonic path once and for all. Yi Tianjia, Qinjianzi, Xianyuan Qingming. You all. Are you not concerned that the hand behind this may extend to your righteous sects? Tian Wenjing rebuked furiously. The number of Yuanying cultivators in Tian Nan was limited, let alone those at the peak of Yuanying. The mastermind behind this was likely not from Tian Nan. Upon hearing these words, all righteous cultivators fell silent, unable to guarantee their safety. They turned their gazes toward Liang Yinglan at the highest point. Before the banquet commenced, Liang Yinglan had emphasized that once the teachings began, all disputes between righteousness and evil must not erupt within the venue. Otherwise, it would be a slight against her. But now, the two adversaries before them had been slaughtered. Liang Yinglan remained silent, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. What could this possibly signify? In light of the circumstances, if any of you wish to depart, you are free to do so. I shall have to suspend this lecture. The crowd exchanged glances, each looking at the other. The practitioners of the demonic path shared a knowing look. Finally, the abbot of the Yuming Temple could no longer contain himself. Two monks ascended into the air, urgency driving them to return swiftly. He had no desire to end up isolated like Guantai and Tian Wenjing. Tian Wenjing and Guan Tai exchanged wary glances, hesitating not a moment longer as they hastily followed, eager to keep pace with the two. They feared that the righteous practitioners present might be unable to restrain themselves from taking action. The righteous cultivators, however, did not pursue, instead casting furtive glances at one another, rife with speculation. At last, Qingyin's master Qingyin spoke first. Which esteemed friend is orchestrating this game? His gaze fell upon Yu Tianjia. Not I, Yu Tianjia replied, amusement dancing in his eyes. You know me well. Were it my doing, I would readily confess and berate those two soundly. It is not I either, interjected Xianyuan Qiming of Foaming Valley. As you all are aware, we do not easily engage in conflict. The leaders of Mingwei sect and Jioding Pavilion both shook their heads in unison. A sense of unease began to permeate the hearts of the righteous cultivators. Could it truly be that none of them were involved? Was there a peak nascent soul practitioner committing indiscriminate slaughter? This was utterly unacceptable. Their attention turned towards the final nascent soul practitioner present, the solitary rogue cultivator, Feng Yuma. He was the only one unperturbed by the incident, being a solitary figure without a partner or sect. Moreover, he had mysteriously appeared in Tian and some 3 centuries prior. Feng Yuma remained seated, his head bowed, seemingly absorbed in Liang Yinglan's teachings. Noticing the collective gaze upon him, he finally awakened, rising to clasp his hands towards Liang Yinglan. Esteemed friend, your lecture has imparted profound insights upon me. My gratitude to you. Liang Yinglan smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Feng Yuma then turned his attention to the assembly of nascent soul practitioners. If Yu Tianjia embodied the ideal of a dashing swordsman, then Feng Yuma exuded an ethereal aura, his presence elevated by the essence of the Tao that flowed through him. What do you gaze upon me for? He inquired, shaking his head. The wine cup on the table levitated, filling itself with wine. After a moment's contemplation, Feng Yuma plucked a handful of wild herbs from the nearby thicket. However, I find myself intrigued by this matter. I can offer a divination for everyone. Feng Yuma spread a handful of wild grass across the table, his fingers forming intricate gestures as he bowed his head in silence. Most practitioners of the Tao are skeptical of fate, yet the concept of destiny undeniably exists. Feng Yuma's mastery of Taoist arts is well known among the gathered Yuanying, who are aware of his capabilities. Typically, one would employ sacred objects for divination, such as the shell of a longevity turtle or a spiritual disc, and some even resort to using spirit stones. However, Feng Yuma casually grasped a handful of wild grass, boldly proclaiming his intent to unveil the identity of a hidden figure, showcasing his formidable prowess. As time elapsed, Feng Yuma's previously relaxed brow gradually furrowed. Suddenly, a subtle change flickered across his countenance. Unbeknownst to the onlookers, Feng Yuma was engulfed in an overwhelming terror within his consciousness. A shimmering lotus, reminiscent of the starry river, materialized in his mind, akin to a primordial behemoth traversing the boundless expanse, casting its gaze upon him. He faintly discerned a shadowy figure standing upon the lotus, turning its back to all existence. Humph! A voice emanated from the lotus, resounding like thunder. Feng Yuma was taken aback, filled with trepidation as he attempted to withdraw. Esteemed elder, I beg your forgiveness for my impudence. Boom. The lotus exerted an oppressive force upon him, the weight akin to that of a galaxy. What? Pain shot through Feng Yuma's soul, and his expression shifted as he realized he could not escape. What was happening? He found himself ensnared within this spatial realm, bound by a power that transcended the laws of heaven and earth. He had never encountered anything like this before. What had he stumbled upon? With this thought, Feng Yuma suppressed his fear, shedding his pretense, and coldly regarded the lotus, seemingly transformed into a different person. Fellow Taoist, let us part ways here, and I shall pretend nothing has transpired. The presence upon the lotus seemed momentarily perplexed, questioning the sudden shift in Feng Yuma's address. Feng Yuma snorted disdainfully, preparing to continue his discourse. Yet, in the next instant, the lotus continued its advance, shattering the fabric of space and inflicting excruciating pain upon his soul. Feng Yuma's anger ignited. You insolent child! How dare you! With a fierce roar, a black stone from a game of Go emerged from within him, transforming into a figure strikingly resembling Feng Yuma himself. You have drawn my ire. I had no intention of confrontation. As the saying goes, one should show mercy when possible. Yet, your arrogance knows no bounds. Very well. Allow me to exert my utmost effort to discern your true nature. Boom. As Feng Yuma began his calculations, his spirit suddenly disintegrated into dust, unable to endure even a millisecond. Meanwhile, in the central continent, within the imperial realm, lay a realm distinct from Tiannan, At the pinnacle of Jiotian Peak, within the pavilion of Tai sect, Feng Yuma, an unparalleled master at the pinnacle of divine transformation, was engrossed in a game of chess. The cultivation world of the central continent regarded Feng Yuma as a half-immortal, having reached the limits of the mortal realm. It was believed that he was now delving into the path of ascension, transforming the great Tao into a chessboard and using myriad incarnations as pieces traversing the heavens and earth. Alone, he played with the world as his board. There was no greater invincibility than this. Suddenly, a black chess piece shattered with a resounding crack, scattering into fragments. Feng Yuma mused softly, gazing at the dust that danced away with the wind. A mixture of confusion and surprise etched on his face. Who could it be? Feng Yuma believed he had reached the pinnacle of arithmetic in the mortal realm. For him, the path of arithmetic was an eternal void. He could casually place a piece and still calculate the fate of a divine transformation practitioner without issue. What had he stumbled upon? Something had severed his connection from an unfathomable distance. He faintly glimpsed a fleeting lotus shadow. Curious. Intriguing. Feng Yuma picked up another black piece, continuing the game. Filling the vacant spot. At Ui Peak, a group of nascent soul practitioners fell into a profound silence. Just moments ago, Feng Yuma had died right before their eyes, silently and suddenly collapsing to the ground. There were no wounds. He simply ceased to breathe. His nascent soul and spirit vanished without a trace. Yi Tianjia felt a twitch in his eyelid, about to speak when he suddenly turned his gaze to the fallen Feng Yuma. The others watched in disbelief as the supposedly deceased Feng Yuma rubbed his forehead and stood up. My apologies, fellow practitioners. I just calculated the presence of great terror and met my end for a moment. The group of nascent soul practitioners could only watch, wide-eyed, as Feng Yuma had seemingly perished, his spirit dissipating silently, only to rise again moments later. What was this? A great terror? Feng Yuma had merely died because he calculated the opponent's fate. How could that be? How had he returned to life? Why had they perceived nothing? At their level of cultivation, they should have sensed some fluctuations of the Tao. Only Liang Yinglan, seated high upon the stone platform, seemed to have sensed something amiss. She rose, descended from the platform, and offered a respectful gesture to Feng Yuma, acknowledging him as a fellow practitioner, yet she uttered not a word. Feng Yuma waved his hand nonchalantly. Indeed, the Taoist principles you speak of are quite remarkable. Feng Yuma once again expressed her admiration for Liang Yinglan's Taoist principles. After speaking, she glanced around and suddenly leaped into the air, soaring away on her sword. Alas, Liang Yinglan sighed. Despite being a transformation stage cultivator, she had not anticipated that events would unfold to such an extent. Regarding Feng Yuma's identity, she remained in the dark. Yet, she could vaguely sense that when Feng Yuma was resurrected, the remnants of the great Tao trembled, as if an invisible force emanated from the void, filling the void left by the deceased Feng Yuma with a new spirit. The Yuanian cultivators exchanged glances in secret. From Feng Yuma's words and Liang Yinglan's demeanor, it was evident that Feng Yuma's background was not simple. With mysterious cultivators repeatedly slaughtering sects, the Great Terror, and now Feng Yuma's resurrection, the situation had escalated to such a degree that the Yuanian cultivators were no longer inclined to linger. They all resolved to return to their sects to investigate. Presently, Tianan seemed shrouded in a layer of mist, obscuring the vision of even these Yuanian cultivators, who felt only the pervading fog. Who could be the one orchestrating this from behind the scenes? At that moment, a figure clad in white, exuding the aura of a Jiedan cultivator, charged up the mountain with relentless momentum, clearing all obstacles in her path. Atop the mountain, only Yuanian cultivators resided, while Jiedan cultivators were relegated to the mid-slope to listen to the teachings. The one who ascended was Yi Xiao. She spoke urgently, her face etched with concern. Ancestor, Song Emoan is missing. Yi Tianjia's expression shifted. Despite having faced numerous trials, he had never known worry, for he was Yi Tianjia. Yet now, upon hearing of Song Emoan's disappearance, his countenance changed, precisely because he was Yi Tianjia. Meanwhile, at the foot of Yun Weifeng, a figure was weaving through the throngs of qi refining and foundation establishment cultivators. It was Su Tianan. He had hurried here and finally arrived. Just moments ago, he had seen the anxious departure of the two masters from Yuming Temple, along with the distressed Tian Wenjing and Guan Tai. It was evident they had been frightened back by Qi Jin, fearing their homes might be ransacked. It seemed Yuming Temple would not be able to proceed, and Qi Jin could call it a day. They had narrowly escaped being caught. At that moment, Su Tianan suddenly looked up to see a figure darting into the sky. A woman in a red dress soared upward, resembling a phoenix tail, her presence radiant, her voice resonating with the great Tao, echoing in all directions. There is a change in Tiannan. I must pause my teachings. I beseech you all to return. With that, Liang Yinglan's figure vanished without delay. Now at the pinnacle of Jiadong cultivation, Su Tianan could clearly discern Liang Yinglan, even the intricate details of her attire. Thus, Li Shi, standing behind him, was momentarily taken aback. What on earth? Why does Liang Yinglan's clothing seem so familiar? The unique patterns depicted on it resemble those on that undergarment exactly. The crimson garments were adorned with distinctive and recognizable patterns. In retrospect, could they possibly be a part of Liang Yinglan's battle attire? Goodness. Jiang Biao must not be allowed to appear near Liang Yinglan. If he were to discover that his undergarments were being used as a cloak by a parasitic mantis, it would be disastrous. At that moment, another figure soared into the air, clad in white and exuding a formidable sword intent. It was evident without a glance that it was Yi Tianjia. Who dares to harm my disciple, Song Mon? I, Yi Tianjia, shall annihilate his entire lineage. Upon hearing these words, the unseen Li Shi was momentarily taken aback. Song Mon? What has happened to Song Mon? Li Shi felt a slight heaviness in his heart. If one were to inquire about the person he cherished most since arriving in this world, it would undoubtedly be Song Yimou, simply because he was an exceptional senior brother. Song Yimou? Has Yi Tianjia's disciple gone missing? Truly, this season is fraught with calamity. By the way, why did those practitioners of the demonic path depart just now? Hush, are you not aware? The Blood Soul sect and the In Corp city have been annihilated. It was a tragedy. Not a single soul survived. What? A series of significant events had transpired in Tiannan. Firstly, the Blood Soul sect and In Corp city were ruthlessly slaughtered, with no survivors. Secondly, Yi Tianjia's third disciple, Song Yimou, had vanished. Comparatively, the latter seemed somewhat trivial. However, for Yi Tianjia, the gravity of the situation was profoundly different. In his life, he harbored but two passions, the way of the sword and taking on disciples. Had it been otherwise, during Li Shi's tribulation, he could have easily cast him into In Corp City or the Netherworld sect, utilizing him as a disposable weapon of destruction, thus sidestepping the peril of confronting the heavenly path on his behalf. Hence, upon learning of Song Yimou's disappearance, Yi Tianjia promptly declared that anyone with information would earn a favor from him, an invaluable favor from a Yuan Ing sword cultivator. If such words were uttered by the likes of the Blood Soul Ancestor or Tian Wenjing, they would bear little worth, perhaps even deemed worthless. For those individuals are not known for their integrity, and few would place their trust in them. Yet, Yi Tianjia was different. His favors were genuine and recognized throughout Tiannan. He further proclaimed that whoever harmed Song Yimou would face his wrath until death. Regardless of whether they were in the realm of transformation or half-immortal, Yi Tianjia was prepared to engage in battle, even if it meant risking the lives of his disciples. Meanwhile, Li Shi was engrossed in examining a newly revealed element within the system interface, a square emblem. Upon closer inspection, Li Shi discerned that this appeared to be a rudimentary prison, within which a fragment of a soul was ensnared. It was none other than Feng Yuma, whose essence had been severed. The true nature of Feng Yuma remained ambiguous. Inexplicably, he had managed to trace the calculations from Qi Jin to the dual lotus blossoms. And ultimately, with relentless determination, he endeavored to unravel the mysteries of the system itself. Alas, it was then that he met his demise. To be precise, his soul became confined within the confines of the system's space. Li Shi immersed his mind and successfully arrived in this realm. It was a square chamber, approximately 5 zheng in size, devoid of windows and doors, with walls and floors seemingly composed of some flowing information. Feng Yuma sat cross-legged in the center of the room. He exhibited neither tension nor fear. Upon noticing Li Shi's arrival, he lifted his gaze. Who might you be? Feng Yuma pondered, perplexed. Although he was merely a pawn set forth by his true self, his perception remained intact. Yet, he found himself unable to comprehend the entirety of the scene before him. Everything he had experienced and observed in such a short span felt as though it had transcended the rules of the universe, adhering instead to some novel regulations. The flowing information that constituted the walls and the manner of the other's arrival did not resemble a mere spiritual presence but rather appeared as a projection cast before him. Li Shi approached Feng Yuma, gesturing with a wave of his hand. Successfully conjuring a mat upon the ground, Li Shi took a seat and commenced the inquiry. Name? Feng Yuma. Gender? What do you think? Perhaps the arrogance within her still lingered, as Feng Yuma rarely indulged in jest. Is this a childish game? Guessing? Li Shi suddenly rose, delivering a powerful punch that struck Feng Yuma squarely in the eye, sending him flying. merely a fragment of the soul confined by the system, yet he still pretends otherwise? Feng Yuma found himself utterly defenseless. Within this space, he resembled a fish ensnared upon a cutting board. Man wielding the knife. I am but the fish and meat. Li Shi took a seat once more and posed a question anew. What is your name? Feng Yuma. And your identity? Oh. As Li Shi appeared ready to rise again, Feng Yuma could no longer contain himself. I am but a pawn of the transformation master Feng Yuma. Is that so? Elaborate. Li Shi retracted his fist. I know not who you are, but I caution you. My true self is the peak transformation master of Zhongzhou, Feng Yuma. And so what? A master who has reached the pinnacle of arithmetics. In the realm of calculations, should one encounter me, Feng Yuma, they would realize the futility of eons. No matter the extent of your techniques, they cannot withstand the decree of destiny. Li Shi suddenly felt that this individual was exceedingly verbose. With this thought in mind, he swiftly acted, commencing the soul search on the person. Meanwhile, in Zhangzhou, at Jiutian Peak, Taiyi sect, Feng Yuma stirred from his meditation. A vague sense of perception coursed through the Tao, reaching his awareness. Was that black piece still alive? Each of his black pieces was entirely severed from him. Yet if he wished to connect thoughts, it was a simple matter. Feng Yuma was unaware of what the black piece had endured. Curiosity began to stir within him. What kind of existence could entirely obstruct his perception? Not to mention sight and sound, he could not even ascertain the other's location. Should I calculate? Feng Yuma hesitated. Or rather, felt apprehensive. If the entity truly were of immortal caliber, then even his true self could hardly be deemed a match. Contemplating this, Feng Yuma grasped a handful of black pieces from the chest box and cast them forth. A total of 10 black pieces. Before they could touch the ground, they transformed into human forms. Each possessed a unique appearance, yet all bore a resemblance to Feng Yuma himself. In the next moment, the 10 individuals manifested items such as spirit turtle shells, copper coins, spirit stones, spirit plates, and peachwood swords. Ultimately, Feng Yuma dared not personally calculate the unknown existence. Although he stood at the pinnacle of transformation, nearly transcending to semi-immortal status, it was precisely because of this that he understood the myriad of unknown entities in the world. The dragon god of the South Sea, the demon abyss of Zhongzhou, the place of fallen immortals, the inheritance of the underworld Tao. The more he knew, the more cautious he became. The 10 black pieces commenced their calculations. Time passed, moment by moment. On the 10th breath, silently and without warning, the human forms created from the 10 black pieces suddenly shattered into dust. Only the leftmost black piece managed to leave behind a faint utterance. Unpermissible in what regard? Unpermissible to pry? Feng Yuma lowered his head, ceasing to pursue the matter further. Despite his celestial calculations, it seemed he still fell short of the other's level. He enjoyed playing chess, yet the other appeared to be an entity beyond the rules. The rules were dictated by them. How could one hope to win? The soul-searching of Li Shi has concluded. This fragment of the soul possesses limited knowledge, only aware that its true essence is that of Feng Yuma, a peak cultivator of the Taiyi sect on the 9 heavens of Zhongzhou. The remainder consists primarily of memories pertaining to the southern skies. Li Shi set down Feng Yuma. He had another matter to address. Aren't you a master of arithmetic? Assist me in calculating a person. His name is Song Emoan. Upon hearing this, Feng Yuma nodded. Realizing that resistance was futile, he had no choice but to comply. He began to tally on his fingers, deep in concentration. The system was remarkably intelligent, adept at discerning which signals to intercept and which to ignore. Thus, it did not impede Feng Yuma's calculations. After a while, he was suddenly drenched in sweat. His brow furrowed in distress. He opened his eyes, overwhelmed by confusion. I can't figure it out. What is this? Are you deceiving me? Unbeknownst to him, Feng Yuma was equally perplexed. It would be one thing if he were faced with a formidable enigma, but why was he confronted with something that defied calculation once more? Truly, the realm of Tian Nan was rife with hidden talents. Li Shi also discerned that Feng Yuma had not deceived him. This was indeed perplexing. Could it be that there exists another protagonist in the southern realms? And did he subsequently abduct Song Emoan? Li Shi shook his head, casting aside this nonsensical thought. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly froze. He witnessed, after an imperceptible wave, 10 more figures materializing within the small room, all unmistakably resembling Feng Yuma. What on earth? Li Shi began to search for the memories of the 10 Feng Yuma, only to discover that the other party possessed no recollections to probe. Li Shi was unaware that these 10 black stones were merely disposable tools utilized by Feng Yuma for arithmetic calculations, thus devoid of any intrinsic value. But isn't it true that every deficiency attracts its corresponding remedy? Hasn't assistance in calculations arrived? You all assist me in determining the whereabouts of slaying.Behold. Meanwhile, the loose cultivator Yuma was intercepted, and it was Yi Tianjia who obstructed him. Yi Tianjia held his sword aloft, his expression somewhat frosty. When it comes to locating an individual, the most expeditious method undoubtedly involves seeking out a cultivator skilled in arithmetic. Unfortunately, Yuma had hastily departed upon regaining consciousness, and it took considerable time for Yi Tianjia to corner this individual. Were it not for necessity, Yi Tianjia would have preferred not to seek this person out, for he too harbored great secrets. "Friend, are you truly unwilling to assist me?" Yi Tianjia inquired once more. "Alas, very well, I shall calculate," Yuma conceded. The art of arithmetic emphasizes fate and tranquility. Repeatedly engaging in calculations concerning the celestial mandate may attract the attention of the heavenly principles. This was precisely why Yuma was reluctant. Descending to the mountain's peak, he found himself at an impasse and began to discern the location of slaying.Behold. Incorporating the situation on Li Shi's side, a total of 12 Yumos, 12 Blackstones, embarked on the task of determining slaying.Behold's whereabouts. Simultaneously, within a vast expanse shrouded in countless mists, slaying.Behold abruptly opened his eyes, roused from slumber. He could only recall having slain Gu Chun of the Blood Soul sect and was about to seek out his senior sister Yi Xiao. He had been soaring through the air when a whirlwind of chaos ensued, transporting him to this unfamiliar place. Where am I? Have I inadvertently fallen into a spatial rift? It is said that a certain core formation cultivator once plummeted into a small realm situated within a spatial crack, where the highest-ranked individuals were merely foundation establishment cultivators. Consequently, that core formation cultivator ascended to become the sovereign of that realm, exerting dominion at will. Could I too encounter such good fortune? Rising to his feet, slaying.Behold surveyed his surroundings. The ground appeared to be composed of an extraordinarily solid slab of white jade, devoid of any patterns. The atmosphere was thick with fog, and light seemed to emanate from all directions, imparting an ethereal ambience. As slaying.Behold advanced, he walked several hundred steps without perceiving any alterations in the scenery. After traversing a few more hundred steps, he finally sensed something unusual. Raising his gaze, he beheld a colossal gatehouse, nearly touching the clouds, towering amidst the mist. Upon this gatehouse, 3 grand characters were intricately carved from a golden material, exuding an aura of the extraordinary. These 3 characters seemed to encapsulate boundless principles of the Tao. It was not the script of this realm. However, slaying.Behold comprehended it and instinctively read aloud, Hall of the Star Sovereign. Within the confines of the system's prison, 11 Yumos were fervently calculating the whereabouts of slaying.Behold, each drenched in perspiration. Since a single Yuma's fragmented soul proved insufficient, let them all engage in the calculations together. After nearly 100 breaths, the consecutive began to cough up blood, even shattering into fragments. Yet, under the vigilant watch of Li Shi, they dared not relax. They were determined to uncover the whereabouts of slaying.Behold, even if it meant exhausting every last. Suddenly, one opened its eyes wide and uttered 2 words, Ke Xing. In the next moment, 5 exploded into a fine powder, their computational power depleted, vanishing from the system. Li Shi furrowed his brows, pondering something. The name Kuaixing immediately conjured images of the Kuaixing Hall, which appears once every millennium. Within the void exists a temple, an ancient cave dwelling, rumored to be a structure that has fallen from the celestial realm, brimming with countless treasures, known as the Kuaixing Hall. But isn't the arrival of the Kuaixing Hall still several months away? In the past, hasn't it always descended with precision to the exact hour? Was it not said to only manifest in the South Sea? Or could it be that Kuaixing refers to another location altogether? Li Shi was perplexed. Meanwhile, the wandering cultivator Yuma finally unraveled the mystery. He cast water into the air, forming a seal, and before him appeared a single character, Kue. Kue? What could it signify? Both Yuma and Yi Tianjia exchanged glances, recalling the legendary Kuaixing Hall, which only manifested once every millennium in the South Sea. How curious that this would lead to Kuaixing Hall. They hoped it would not invoke any karmic repercussions. Yuma mumbled to himself as he departed, appearing despondent and disinterested. Yi Tianjia returned to the Xiantian sect. If slaying.Behold had inadvertently entered Kuaixing Hall, it could spell trouble. 2 hours later, a figure appeared at the gate of the Xiantian sect. It was Su Tianan, the enforcer of the Killing Hall, who sought an audience with the sect's master, Yi Tianjia. Though the name of the Killing Hall was unfamiliar to him, Su Tianan was a peak golden core cultivator, and the Xiantian sect could not afford to underestimate him. Moreover, Su Tianan added, I possess news of slaying.Behold. In an instant, without the need for formalities, Yi Tianjia materialized before Su Tianan. Shortly thereafter, Yi Shiyu descended from the skies. "Who are you? Where is Song Mon?" Yi Shiyu inquired, her voice tinged with urgency and caution. Yi Tianjia scrutinized Su Tianan with furrowed brows. "I have already introduced myself, and regarding the news of Song Mon." Su Tianan produced a jade pendant. As he infused it with energy, an image materialized upon its surface. Yi Tianjia and Yi Shiyu were taken aback. For the figure was none other than the missing Li Shi. "Li Shi," Yi Xiao exclaimed, disbelief coloring her tone. "Indeed, it is I." Li Shi nodded affirmatively. "What connection do you have with this killing hall?" Yi Shiyu queried, her brow furrowed. "Well, it is a long story. I was marooned in the South Sea, endured countless tribulations, and ultimately joined the killing hall," Li Shi elucidated. "Joined the killing hall?" Yi Tianjia narrowed his eyes, contemplating the implications of this name. Although he had not previously encountered the term killing hall, he could surmise much from its mere mention. "There is no time for lengthy explanations. I have information about Song Mon," Li Shi urged. Yi Tianjia and Yi Xiao exchanged a glance, and he nodded slightly, signaling Li Shi to continue. Taking a deep breath, Li Shi stated, "Song Mon has entered Kuei Xing Hall." Upon hearing this, Yi Tianjia and Yi Xiu looked at each other, then back at Li Shi. "Why are you looking at me like that? How do you know this?" Yi Tianjia questioned. I employed a slight method. It was Feng Yuma who deduced it." Li Shi clarified. "You also relied on Feng Yuma's calculations?" Li Shi did not anticipate receiving such an answer. It appears that Yi Tianjia is already aware that Song Mon might be within the Kuei Xing Hall, and he learned this from Feng Yuma. Indeed, Feng Yuma seems to be quite busy. This makes things simpler. Now they only need to consider how to enter the Kuei Xing Hall. "Master, how much do you know about the Kuei Xing Hall?" Li Shi inquired of Yi Tianjia. Upon hearing Li Shi's question, Yi Tianjia raised an eyebrow, seemingly pleased that Li Shi still referred to him as master. "Is this killing hall truly a commendable organization? It feels rather tainted by the essence of malevolent cultivators." "I am not well versed in it. I only know that it manifests every 1,000 years, and each time it appears, it is located in the South Sea. If it is the ancient beings of the South Sea, they might possess more knowledge. What should we do then? Is there a way to gain entry?" "I do not know either. The Kuei Xing Hall has historically opened only in the South Sea, and while there have been individuals from Tiannan who sought treasures there, they are quite rare. If many were to go, the sects would become vulnerable, unable to return in time, and leaving themselves open to exploitation. According to historical records of the South Sea, every time the Kuei Xing Hall manifests, numerous space-time vortices appear throughout the region. Stepping into one of these vortices would lead one to the legendary Kuei Xing Hall. Could it be that Song Mon has fallen into one of the vortices that appeared ahead of time?" Li Shi asked the two men. "It is not impossible." Yi Tianjia nodded. "Although the Kuei Xing Hall has remained stable for tens of thousands of years, who can say if something might go awry? If that is the case, must we traverse every location that Song Mon has previously visited? Perhaps even accidentally fall into a space-time vortex? Regrettably, the Kuei Xing Hall is imbued with profound mysteries and intricate causality, severing all connections to those who seek to intertwine with its fate. Otherwise, Feng Yuma would surely be able to discern exactly where Song Mon fell in." Yi Tianjia sighed. Yi Tianjia's words were rather convoluted. In essence, the causality surrounding the Kuei Xing Hall is too immense for Feng Yuma to calculate in detail. He neither dares to nor can do so. Causality. Li Shi furrowed his brows as he gazed at the system interface. With his relentless efforts, the interface for causal killing had now been illuminated to 1/3. He had made some progress in his understanding of the power of causality. Why did he possess such a natural talent for comprehending the force of causality? After all, he was endowed with a supreme I-spirit root. Yet he struggled to grasp the laws of coldness, which felt rather contrary to his innate abilities. However, this was not the time for such reflections. Li Shiyin calmed his mind and endeavored to utilize the power of causality to trace the whereabouts of Song Mon. In the next moment, Yi Tianjia and Yi Xiao suddenly witnessed the ethereal silhouette of Li Shi dissipate within the jade pendant. Su Tianan stowed away the pendant without offering any explanation. Then, a figure clad in black emerged from the distance, standing tall and upright. It was none other than Li Shi himself, or rather, he who is known as Li Ba. Ever since the great fire at Dashiling that raged throughout the night, Li Shi had conceived of this notion as the master of the Hall of Slaughter. He required a substitute. Thus, the vice master, Li Ba, would fulfill this role as the external manifestation of the dual lotus, even if Li Ba were to perish. He could merely split off a portion of his essence, expending only a fragment of his primordial power. Li Ba, in a state of incessant urgency, hastened back from the South Sea, and has only just arrived. In the tranquil peach garden behind the main hall of the Shintian sect's summit, Li Ba sat cross-legged on the ground, with Su Tian standing behind him. If one wished to trace Song Imoen through the threads of causality, it was essential to acquire items that bore the essence of his fate. Before him lay several objects from Song Imoen's cave abode, an alchemical furnace, a meditation cushion, and a mattress. Unfortunately, no other items imbued with a deeper connection to his destiny could be found. Indeed, one could only come across these belongings for cultivators. Their valuable possessions are typically stored within spatial bags. If only there existed a spiritual treasure frequently utilized by Song Imoen, the results would be far more profound. Li Qianqian possesses a divine treasure, the celestial binding silk, gifted to her by Song Imoen. However, since it has already been bestowed upon her and Song Imoen seldom employs its power, its efficacy has consequently diminished. Li Ba faced them. Yi Shiyao, Yi Tianjia, and Li Qianqian were quietly waiting. At this moment, Li Qianqian gazed at Li Ba with great joy. Now, she had become a foundational cultivator. Although supported by the resources of the Shintian sect, her rapid progress was evident, marking her as a prodigy of her generation. Her once timid disposition had transformed alongside her ascension on the path of immortality. Standing there, she exuded an ethereal grace reminiscent of a celestial maiden. Clad in matching white dresses with Yi Shiyao, she appeared exceptionally serene, yet a flicker of excitement emerged in her eyes when she looked at Li Ba. However, she understood that now was not the time to intrude. Ever since Li Shi had gone missing, Li Qianqian had been alone in the Shintian sect, with only Song Imoen and Yi Xiao to care for her. With Song Imoen now also missing, her anxiety was palpable. Yi Xiao, though confident, proud, and imperious, was not one to offer solace. She held Li Qianqian's hand, conveying her silent comfort. When it came to concern, Yi Xiao's worry was undeniably present. Li Ba sat cross-legged on the ground, ostensibly in a state of contemplation. However, in truth, it was Li Shi behind him who was engaged in introspection, delving into the system interface and allowing his mind to relax. In the realm of cultivation, the computational power and the path of causality mastered by cultivators are, in essence, two distinct entities. The art of calculation encompasses the understanding of heaven and earth, the human heart, causality, objects, and all things. In contrast, the path of causality is solely concerned with causality itself. The causality derived from calculations is not genuine causality. Its profound nature lies in the inscrutable, in the predetermined threads of fate. It embodies a mysterious and formidable force capable of piercing through the mist of time and space to uncover the connections between events, existing in a realm fundamentally inaccessible to mere calculations, marked by an essential divergence. The understanding of causality in the context of life and death has been unlocked to one-third. Li Shi had already made some progress. As Yu Shiyao observed the meditating Li Shi, her curiosity deepened. What secrets was he concealing? When Li Shi mentioned that he would seek Song Moen through the principle of causality, even Yi Tianjia was taken aback. However, grasping the essence of causality was no simple feat. He remained in meditation for 3 full hours. At last, an image began to materialize in Li Shi's mind, with Song Moen at its center. It depicted a palace shrouded in mist, seemingly boundless and cavernous, revealing a pristine white jade floor beneath. In the vision, Song Moen gazed upward. Li Shi also raised his head, and he too beheld those 3 characters, Kuei Xingdian. In the next moment, the scene vanished. Li Shi felt a sharp pain in his soul. It was still too strenuous for a foundation establishment cultivator to explore the Tao of causality. However, recalling Song Imoen, Li Shi took a deep breath and once again began to manipulate the Tao of causality. Li Shi's consciousness gradually sank within, as a vast and enigmatic force re-emerged. This power seemed to be intertwined with the very fabric of the universe, allowing him to perceive the intricate causal relationships that bind all things in existence. Before Li Ba, the alchemical furnace once utilized by Song Imoen gradually levitated. The intricate threads of causal power slowly emerged, which Li Shi gently grasped. In the next moment, a new scene unfolded. Perhaps it was destined by fate, or perhaps it was a testament to Li Shi's deeper mastery of causal forces. The image revealed a location hidden from sight, depicting a mountain range where Song Imoen, soaring through the air, suddenly vanished as if cloaked by the fabric of space. Silently, and without a trace. Found it. Li Shi's eyes brightened at the sight before him. The kingdom of Shun, the most diminutive nation within the southern realms, lies to the north of Imo country. This is a stretch of unremarkable desolate mountains. The figures of Yi Tianjia, Yi Xiao, Li Ba, Li Qianqian, and Su Tianan emerged. The cultivators possessed an acute perception of the world around them. Li Ba merely described the scene to Yi Tianjia, who swiftly deduced that it was within this very mountain range. Much like in a past life, where one could pinpoint an exact location through a mere photograph. The sun's shadow, the trees, the weather, each detail served as a clue. Yi Tianjia's formidable consciousness meticulously scanned the barren landscape inch by inch. As long as a time-space vortex existed, there would inevitably be some anomalies. Unless, of course, in the direst scenario, the vortex vanished after Song Yimou had entered. However, fortune smiled upon them, for Yi Tianjia soon detected a fluctuation in the time-space continuum. Indeed, it was right here. Li Ba gazed down at the ground. The very spot where Song Yimou had vanished. The temporal vortex lay before us, Yi Tianjia remarked. However, Li Ba and the others could perceive nothing. Their vision met only stillness and emptiness. A small square door, approximately 3 zhang in size, appeared before them. Yi Tianjia chuckled softly. Truly, a worthy disciple of mine. Yi Tianjia, with such vastness around us, you simply declare your intention to enter this 3 zhang door. What extraordinary fortune must this be? Is it mere luck? Let us proceed. Recently, none have dared to provoke my Shintian sect, so it seems fitting to explore the essence of the Kueishing Hall. Yi Tianjia, merely over 200 years old, was embarking on his inaugural visit to the Kueishing Hall. He enveloped himself and the 3 others in a protective aura of sword energy and gradually stepped through the portal. Then, the world spun around them. A faint curse escaped Yi Tianjia's lips as the 5 were separated. Unlike the chaos and peril of the Great Teleportation Order, Li Ba sensed no danger apart from the disorientation. When Li Ba opened his eyes once more, the figures of Yi Tianjia and the others had vanished. Before him stood a tree, a colossal, fiery red tree. Its trunk radiated an ancient aura and mysterious power, soaring to a height of 100 zhang. The immense trunk was remarkably thick, with a diameter of several zhang, its surface cloaked in a layer of crimson bark, resembling flames cascading down the trunk. Atop the tree perched a 3-legged golden crow, curiously surveying Li Ba. The loose cultivator Feng Yumao observed the 4 vanish into the air, and only then did he manifest his form. An intriguing Kueishing Hall, indeed? Feng Yumao stepped forward, entering the imperceptible portal as well. Long after Feng Yuma's figure had disappeared, another silhouette emerged. It was Li Shi. Another Feng Yumao. Li Shi let out a few exclamations of wonder before stepping into the portal. The Hall of Kueishing. An unknown realm. It was an expansive space shrouded in a gentle haze, yet illuminated brilliantly. The source of light emanated from a colossal tree that soared to the heavens at its center. The trunk of this magnificent tree appeared to flow with an endless fire, while its fan-shaped, vibrant red diamond leaves fluttered without a breeze, resembling a surging tide of scarlet in the sky. Li Ba had never encountered such a colossal tree. It reminded him of the branch of the legendary Wandao tea tree. Even a mere segment of its branch was beyond the embrace of several individuals.